Li Qiu-chi, having exhausted all means to escape from the bonds of servitude, journeyed thousands of miles back to her rural homeland, only to be met with the sight of dilapidated thatched cottages and a destitute family. Despite their toil in the fields like old yellow oxen, they could scarcely sustain themselves. With the aid of her newfound spatial abilities, Li Qiu-chi cultivated grains in the wasteland, raising plump chickens, ducks, and pigs, while her business flourished remarkably. In a mere span of time, the Li family's fortunes began to prosper, drawing the envy of others who mocked Li Qiu-chi for being 18 and still unmarried, until the newly appointed scholar personally came to propose, leaving everyone astounded. Believing she would never return to the capital, Li Qiu-chi once again set foot on its soil, but this time not as a mere maid, but as the wife of an official. Years later, with a pregnant belly, Li Qiu-chi remarked, "I have heard that many young ladies wish to marry you." The current Prime Minister, Gu Wenxing, cautiously presented her with a bouquet of wildflowers, professing, "My dear, you are the only one I cherish." "Go away. That is meant for feeding pigs," she retorted. Before outsiders, the resolute Prime Minister promptly knelt, exclaiming, "My dear, I was wrong." In March, the capital still bore a hint of chill, yet new buds sprouted on the branches, signifying a scene of flourishing vitality. At the residence of the Duke of Runan, as dawn broke, the servants tending to the household rose early, and Ru-yi was no exception. Awakened by her companions, she stifled a yawn, then proceeded to wash up before heading to the small kitchen in the old matriarch's courtyard to begin her work. The previous day, the sweet-scented ho-hot granny had informed her that the matriarch desired the porridge she prepared. Upon arrival, Ru-yi began the meticulous process of cooking, opting for milk porridge suitable for the elderly's consumption. Simultaneously, she steamed some buns, prepared a few egg pancakes, and made some soybean milk, all intended for the Duke and Duchess of Runan, who were dutifully devoted and would often accompany the matriarch for breakfast. As the porridge reached completion and the aroma of the other dishes wafted through the air, the day brightened. The matriarch, attended by her servants, rose, and the Duke and Duchess had already arrived in the courtyard, awaiting their morning meal. A maid with her hair styled in 2 buns hurried over. "Sister Ru-yi, Granny Ho-hot says it's time to serve breakfast to the masters." "Very well, everything is ready," she replied. With the assistance of other maids, Ru-yi's meticulously prepared breakfast was served to the master's table. Today, the matriarch had a good appetite, finishing her bowl of porridge entirely. "Ru-yi's culinary skills have improved remarkably," she noted. Seeing his mother content, the Duke of Runan beamed. "Bestow a reward." 5 taels of glistening silver were promptly placed in Ru-yi's hands. This servant expresses her gratitude for the Duke's generosity. With the matriarch satisfied, Ru-yi returned to the Jinjia courtyard, where another master awaited her service. Just before entering the room, a young maid gestured at her with a knowing look. Ru-yi acknowledged her with a respectful gesture and entered the chamber. She bowed to the young lady in the yellow dress seated at the dressing table. "Miss, this servant has returned." The young lady, Yang Wanru, was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Runan, born of a concubine who was favored by the Duke. As the only girl of the younger generation in the household, she often wielded her status to look down upon others, particularly the maids who were at her mercy. Without instructing her to rise, she spoke in a condescending tone. "Oh, how fortunate that the matriarch's favored servant has returned. I fear this Jinjia courtyard may not accommodate such a revered figure." Maintaining her kneeling posture, Ru-yi replied, "This servant merely prepares meals for the matriarch occasionally. I am not of such importance. It is my duty to serve the miss well." Perhaps Ru-yi's words pleased her, for she ceased her verbal torment, but did not bid her to rise. Ru-yi remained in her kneeling position until Yang Wanru completed her grooming. Finally, with a hint of benevolence, she called out, "Rise, but remember who your true mistress is. Do not presume that a few days of cooking for the matriarch elevates you to the status of a phoenix." "This servant thanks the eldest miss for her kindness," Ru-yi replied. With an air of arrogance, Yang Wanru declared, "I shall attend a kickball match tomorrow. Prepare some egg cakes for me to enjoy with the other ladies." "Understood." Once outside, Ru-yi grimaced as she rubbed her knees. Such days of servitude were becoming unbearable. She pondered what heinous act she might have committed to deserve such punishment from fate, as she inexplicably found herself transmigrated into a novel. Her original name was Li Qiu-chi, but upon her arrival, she had taken the place of a maid named Ru-yi, who had perished due to an illness brought on by punishment from her mistress, having been unable to seek medical assistance or obtain medicine. If she must transmigrate, why must it be into a tale of domestic strife? To inhabit the role of anyone but the maid embroiled in constant conflict with the female lead was a cruel twist of fate. As a maid, She was subjugated by her superiors, devoid of freedom, with her very life controlled by her mistress, her fate resting in the hands of another. In the initial days, she had contemplated escaping, confident that her modern knowledge could sustain her, even if she had to rely solely on her own hands. However, reality dealt her a harsh blow as a maid bound to the Duke's household. She possessed no official status. Here, even beggars had their registrations. Yet those without documentation were at risk of being seized for forced labor, be it mining, road construction, or canal digging, all under the watchful eyes of the soldiers guarding the city gates. She found herself unable to leave the capital. Hiding within the city, it would be a trivial task for the Duke of Runan's influence to locate and eliminate her. Even if she fled to the nearby villages, her lack of documentation would render her unwelcome, risking capture by the villagers who might report her. Thus, she could only remain within the Duke's household, seeking other opportunities. But being the maid of a supporting character was no easy task. The reason such characters are labeled as cannon fodder is due to their myriad flaws, rendering them incapable of competing with the female lead. The young lady she served, Yang Wanru, had her sights set on the same man as the female lead, and in the Duke's household, where she had become accustomed to her unruly behavior, she resorted to unsavory tactics to vie for his affection. Slander and petty quarrels were the least of it. She had the audacity to poison the female lead in an attempt to frame her, even orchestrating accidents to eliminate her. When these schemes failed, she dared to drug the male lead during the Emperor's autumn hunt, aiming to consummate their relationship. Such disgraceful acts committed under the Emperor's gaze could only lead to ruin. Once exposed, the Duke's title was stripped, and all officials in the household were demoted to commoners, losing their positions entirely. Particularly, the maid who had facilitated Yang Wanru's nefarious deeds bore the brunt of the blame. Accused of leading her astray and faced a dismal fate sent to the frontier, she perished within months, her body left to rot in the wilderness. And now, she found herself inhabiting the body of that ill-fated maid. Naturally, she had no intention of following the narrative laid out in the novel who would wish to end up as carrion in the wild. Thus, she racked her brain for solutions, fortunate that the heavens had not been overly harsh, granting her a space alongside her transmigration. Though this golden finger was merely a space, it currently possessed only a redemption function. Upon her arrival, she had thoroughly examined the space's description. Its capabilities were indeed formidable, including basic storage, redemption, cultivation, and husbandry. According to the description, if fully unlocked, it could encompass a staggering 100,000 square kilometers, and with sufficient levels, even a person could enter. While the space was powerful, its only current function was the redemption feature, allowing her to exchange any item she possessed, be it cups, chairs, or jewelry, for points, which could then be used to procure her own goods. However, the storage function had yet to be activated, leaving Ru-yi with no place to hide her rewards, worrying daily that the hard-earned silver would vanish. The space's description, while detailed and outlining its functions, left much to be desired in terms of guidance on upgrading or unlocking other capabilities. With no instructions or guidance, Li Qiu-chi could only navigate her path as best as she could. Despite the limitations of the singular redemption function, it afforded her considerable convenience. Embracing the principle that to win a person's heart, one must first win their stomach, she redeemed several recipes from the space and, through her culinary skills, successfully endeared herself to the matriarch. With the matriarch's favor, Yang Wanru dared not overstep her bounds. Furthermore, as she frequently attended to the matriarch, Yang Wanru was cautious about entrusting her with all her tasks, fearing that Ru-yi might inadvertently reveal her secrets to the matriarch. As she pondered her situation, the maid who had previously signaled her approached. Ru-yi, the miss has instructed that you prepare egg cakes for her to take to the kickball match tomorrow to enjoy with the other ladies. Chapter 2. The predicament. The maid who arrived was named Jixiang, and like her, she also served Yang Wanru. In addition to the two of them, there were two others, named Huakai and Fuguwei. These four names were bestowed upon them by the mother of Yang Wanru's concubine, and one could only say that her aspirations were quite beautiful. After a brief pause, Jixiang continued, the young lady requested something fresh. The implication was clear. She was to rise in the middle of the night to prepare it. As a maid, there was neither reason nor qualification to refuse her master's request. Rui, having toiled throughout the day, climbed out of bed at midnight to make her way to the kitchen. To her surprise, there was already light in the kitchen. Upon entering, she found Fuguwei cracking eggs. Rui exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Fuguwei, with her plump and cheerful face, raised her head and replied, "I came to assist you." With their combined efforts, they finally produced the egg cake just as dawn broke. Gazing at the fragrant and soft egg cake, Fugue's mouth watered, and Rui, taking a piece of the trimmings, offered it to her. She eagerly accepted it, stuffing it into her mouth and mumbling, "Delicious, truly delicious." Rui chuckled softly. Among all the maids, Fugue was the most gluttonous. She relished every delicacy and spent most of her monthly allowance on food, often wandering around the kitchen, savoring the aromas even if she couldn't partake. After carefully packing all the egg cakes into a food box and tidying herself up briefly, Rui went to report to Yang Wanru. "Miss, the egg cakes are ready." Yang Wanru, pleased by the enticing aroma, nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad." She devoured 3 pieces before pausing. Wiping her hands with a cloth, she leisurely said, "Today, I shall take you out." Rui caught a glimpse of Huakai casting her a jealous glance. In the Marquis's residence, those who were taken along by their master were essentially favored individuals, garnering admiration from the other maids and servants, especially since today they were heading to a Kuju competition hosted by the Duchess of Ningwa. Huakai had been trying to curry favor with Yang Wanru early in the morning, hoping to accompany her to the Kuju banquet, only to find Rui had intercepted her opportunity. It was only natural for her to harbor resentment towards Rui. Rui declined, saying, "Miss, I am feeling a bit unwell today. Might you allow Huakai to accompany you instead?" Hearing this, Huakai looked at Yang Wanru with hopeful eyes. Yang Wanru glanced between Huakai and Rui, then declared, "It shall be you. No one else is as fair as you. That sickly fellow from General Lin's family brought a beautiful maid last time, overshadowing me. To go and make yourself presentable. You must outshine that sickly maid today. Do you understand?" Once Yang Wanru made this pronouncement, Rui found herself unable to argue and could only acquiesce. In the grand households of the capital, particularly among the nobility, the appearance of the household was held in high regard. When attending banquets or other public events, not only must the master dress appropriately, but the accompanying maids and servants must also avoid looking shabby. The advantage of being a maid in the Marquis's residence was that, aside from having enough to eat, a personal maid's attire might even surpass that of ordinary merchant daughters, as they represented the Marquis's household. Returning to prepare herself again, Rui was seething with frustration. This banquet was not an easy affair to attend. If her memory served her correctly, there had been a mention of this Kuju banquet in the book, where Yang Wanru inadvertently offended a fiery-tempered princess, leading to her being slapped publicly and bringing shame upon the Marquis's household. Upon returning, all the maids who had accompanied her faced the consequences from the Marquis's wife, as they had failed to protect Yang Wanru. The repercussions included the selling of their contracts, which lay firmly in the hands of the Marquis's wife, branding them with the stigma of inadequately serving their master, thus making it unlikely for them to find respectable positions elsewhere. Though it was a matter of dressing up, it could not be overly extravagant. Rui merely styled her hair differently, donned a few pieces of slightly more expensive jewelry, applied a simple touch of makeup, and changed into a newer outfit. Once they stepped out, Yang Wanru inspected her and remarked, "Not bad. Today I shall surely outshine that sickly fellow." Yang Wanru took her to meet the Marquis's wife and other young masters before they set off. The banquet hosted by the Duchess of Ningwa was ostensibly a Kuju competition, but was, in reality, a matchmaking event. She had invited numerous families with unmarried children, and with a little inquiry, one could easily deduce the families she had sent invitations to. Yang Wanru, the daughter of the Marquis of Runan, was still unbetrothed, as were the Marquis's son and the second son born of another concubine, making it an opportune time for matchmaking. Initially, the Marquis's wife had only planned to take her own son. But upon learning this, the Marquis insisted she take the other 2 unmarried children along as well. Thus, Yang Wanru faced considerable disdain from the Marquis's wife upon her arrival. On the way, Rui quietly pondered how to prevent Yang Wanru from being struck again. As long as Yang Wanru remained unharmed, the Marquis's wife would have no reason to sell them off. The Kuju competition was to be held at a dowry estate belonging to the Duchess of Ningwa, which included a large racetrack, perfectly suited for horse racing and Kuju. Even before reaching the estate, the road was already congested with numerous carriages. A matron approached. "I sincerely apologize, but the road ahead is blocked, and it will take some time to clear." The Marquis's wife lifted the curtain and spotted a familiar carriage ahead. "Is that the carriage of the Zhou royal residence?" "Indeed, the Princess of Duanyang has disembarked and is walking on foot." "Having just departed." "Then we shall alight as well." A dignified princess had chosen to walk, and it would be quite unbecoming for a Marquis's wife to continue in her carriage. After disembarking, the matron leaned closer. "If you walk a bit faster, you should be able to catch up." The Marquis's wife exchanged a glance with her personal matron. After they departed, 10 taels of silver discreetly fell into the matron's hands. Witnessing this, Rui silently marveled at the wealth of the Runan Marquis' household, their generosity evident in such a grand gesture. However, the matron had also skillfully aligned with the desires of the Marquis' wife. The Princess of Duanyang, favored within the royal residence and a favorite of the Empress in the palace, would bring many benefits if married into their family. Under the guidance of the Marquis' wife, everyone hastened forward, successfully catching up with the Zhou royal party. The Marquis' wife approached the princess to greet her, while the servants waited nearby, and Rui mingled among them, carrying the food box. The Princess of Duanyang, clad in a red robe and ennui radiating from her, suddenly sniffed the air. What is that delightful aroma? Just as the Zhou royal wife was about to admonish her, the princess accurately spotted the food box Rui held and, disregarding decorum, made her way over. Chapter 3. The display of pride. The princess inquired, "What do you have in that food box?" Rui respectfully replied, "Your Highness, it contains some pastries." "What kind of pastries? They smell so wonderful." "They are homemade by this humble servant." The Zhou royal wife raised her voice. "Duanyang, come here." "What sort of behavior is this?" Reluctantly, the Princess of Duanyang returned to her side. Throughout the following moments, her gaze would occasionally drift towards Rui, predominantly fixating on the food box she carried. Due to the princess's attention, Rui found herself the subject of discreet scrutiny from those around her. Maintaining her composure was becoming increasingly difficult, and her facial muscles began to strain. After Yang Wanru had conversed with several individuals, she approached Rui, having noticed the princess's interest in the food box. Elated, she felt a swell of pride. The princess, accustomed to opulence, was nonetheless captivated by a few pieces of egg cake, significantly enhancing Yang Wanru's reputation. With her chin held high, Yang Wanru commanded, "Rui, bring forth the delicacies." Rui could only obediently follow, carrying the food box, once again cursing this wretched feudal society. Yang Wanru expertly located her close friends and other unmarried ladies. All engaged in conversation, a glance around revealed the daughters of noble families, resplendent in their finery, dressed in a riot of colors, yellows, pinks, blues, and purples, creating a truly vibrant spectacle. As they drew closer, the clarity of their elegance became even more pronounced. Raised in esteemed households, their poise and beauty dazzled Rui, filling her with awe. Yang Wanru, unable to contain her excitement, immediately signaled Rui to unveil the egg cakes, having prepared them with special care for the outing. The egg cakes were a glorious golden hue, plump and perfectly arranged, beckoning with their deliciousness. Rui had crafted the egg cakes using knowledge acquired from her modern life, making her the sole individual capable of such a feat in the current era. And the ladies of the capital had likely never even laid eyes on them before. Curiosity piqued, the noble young ladies gathered around the table to admire the egg cakes. This act filled Yang Wanru with pride. "These are new pastries created by my maid, named egg cakes. I brought them for everyone to taste." The ladies gathered around her were primarily familiar faces from other esteemed households. Since Yang Wanru had declared them a special treat for them, they naturally felt no hesitation and eagerly reached for the egg cakes to sample. Those seated farther away, less acquainted with Yang Wanru, refrained from approaching to partake. Thus, the egg cake contained within the food box carried by Rui was distributed, with each person taking one, leaving a few remaining. The golden-hued egg cake felt delightfully soft to the touch. As one took a bite, the tender cake melted in the mouth, its aroma unlike anything anyone had ever tasted or smelled before. After savoring it, the young ladies began to extol the virtues of this delicacy. "Delicious. Unlike other pastries that tend to be hard, this one is wonderfully fluffy. It is not as cloying as other confections. Truly delightful, just the right touch. Wanru, your maid is quite impressive." All of them were merely 12 or 13 years old, an age where one would typically be in middle school in modern times. How could they not adore cake? Today, Yang Wanru was basking in the glory of compliments, her smile broadening uncontrollably as she listened. The source of Yang Wanru's pride stemmed from a desire for face-saving among the highborn families of the capital. It was not just the masters of each household who subtly vied for superiority. The maids also aspired to shine. For instance, in the Zhou royal manor, there was a maid skilled in hairstyling, ensuring that each time the princess consort stepped out, her hairstyle was distinct. In the Ningwa Duke's household, a remarkable nanny possessed an exceptional memory for accounts, assisting the duchess and significantly reducing her workload, thus granting her ample leisure time, making her the most enthusiastic host of banquets in the capital. Additionally, in the chancellor's family, a maid was adept in martial arts, while the crown prince's residence boasted a maid well-versed in medicine. Each maid or servant leaving their respective households represented a reflection of their master's standing, and the Runan Marquis had yet to find a maid who could stand out. Hence, young Wanru felt compelled to bring Ruei along. Her pleasing appearance was one factor, but more importantly, Ruei had crafted a unique egg cake that could serve as a point of pride before the other households. That moment, a familiar voice rang out. Whether it is delicious or not, only this county princess can determine after tasting it. It was Princess Duanyang, adorned in a vivid red attire. The atmosphere grew notably silent, as no one anticipated that the princess would directly request to eat. As she approached with swift strides, Ruei's heart raced. The scene of the cannon fodder female antagonist, Yang Wanru, facing the princess's reprimand was imminent. Yang Wanru's smile faltered, and out of politeness, she addressed the princess. Your Highness arrives just in time. There are still some left. The princess, however, showed no inclination for pleasantries, seizing a piece of cake and placing it into her mouth. After finishing one piece, she took another and proclaimed, "Not bad. Based on this county princess's tasting, it is indeed quite good." Following this, she turned to Ruei and inquired, "What is your name? Would you be willing to cook for me at the royal manor?" Upon hearing the princess's words, the gathering fell into a hushed silence once more. Many ears pricking up to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama between the princess and Yang Wanru. Yang Wanru's complexion darkened instantly. The princess was openly enticing someone before her, disregarding her entirely, and it would be a wonder if she could remain calm. Ruei's heart soared with apprehension. Although she yearned to escape the role of Yang Wanru's cannon fodder, she could not express any inclination to join the princess, as a maid of the Runan Marquis. Leaving for the Zhou royal manor would equate to betraying her master. I am but a maid of the Runan Marquis. If the princess seeks a maid who can cook, you need only post a notice. And surely, one more suitable than I can be found. Ruei's rejection slightly improved Yang Wanru's demeanor. Indeed, Ruei is mine. A gentleman does not covet another's belongings, so I implore the princess to seek elsewhere. Princess Duanyang crossed her arms nonchalantly, retorting, "This county princess is no gentleman." Yang Wanru's words were effectively silenced by the princess's audacity. Fortunately, at that moment, the Runan Marchioness arrived, smiling as she addressed the assembly of young ladies. "If the princess enjoys egg cake, I shall personally deliver the recipe to you later." While she offered the recipe, she made no promise of sending a maid, subtly implying her refusal to part with anyone. Princess Duanyang maintained a degree of civility towards the Runan Marchioness. "Then I shall trouble the Marchioness." After the departure of Princess Duanyang, the Runan Marchioness turned to the young ladies with a smile. "The Kuju match is about to commence. You may go out to find a spot to watch." The young ladies left in pairs, leaving only the Runan Marchioness, Yang Wanru, and the maids of the Marquis behind. The Marchioness fixed a stern gaze upon Ruei, admonishing her. "As a maid, you should understand what is appropriate and what is not. You must restrain yourself from seeking the spotlight. Should this happen again, I will not show leniency." Ruei lowered her head, acknowledging her understanding, though inside, she fumed. She had merely followed Yang Wanru's commands. She was the one who had specifically requested the egg cake and insisted on bringing her to the banquet. Yet, the Marchioness unjustly placed all the blame upon her. The Marchioness's expression remained impassive as she ordered, "You are no longer to stay in the estate. Go immediately to wait by the carriage." Ruei knelt. Yes. After watching the group depart, she sought a less crowded path to exit the estate. As she crossed the threshold, a sigh of relief escaped her. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Halt!" Startled, Ruei turned to see Princess Duanyang. Immediately, she lowered her head, respectfully greeting her. "This maid greets Princess Duanyang." The princess led her to a secluded corner. "Now that we are alone, you may speak your true feelings. Would you like to follow me?" Ruei's heart raced with anxiety. What I said earlier was sincere. I am a maid of the Runan Marquis. The princess scoffed, "Very well, a forced choice is never sweet. Do as you please with that." The princess departed on her own. Ruei felt a wave of relief wash over her as she finally made her way to the carriage, where she encountered the coachman. However, as she settled down, she couldn't help but lament the missed opportunity to witness the fabled moment of love at first sight between the protagonists in the book. She silently worried whether the princess would follow the plot and strike Yang Wanru across the face. An hour later, the Runan Marchioness arrived at the carriage, seething with anger alongside Yang Wanru. Ruei quickly glanced up, her gaze landing on Yang Wanru's face, where a prominent red handprint marred her cheek. Causing her heart to sink heavily, it was over. Her life was surely forfeit. Ruei discreetly retreated behind other maids and nannies to diminish her presence. Alas, her hopes were dashed. Before entering the carriage, Yang Wanru shot her a venomous glare. Just as Rui was about to step into the carriage, young Wanru's voice rang out, "Get down. You are unworthy to ride in the carriage." Rui could only retract her foot, realizing that young Wanru had shifted all blame onto her, making her the target of the young lady's ire. The heir of the unmarried, having overheard, frowned. In broad daylight, such behavior invites ridicule. After a few seconds, young Wanru retorted, "Disciplining a disobedient maid is justifiable. Who would dare mock me? Dare you claim there is no selfish motive in this?" She continued, "Tio mistreat a maid who has been with you since childhood. How do you expect the other servants to view you? How will the people of the capital perceive our unmarried?" The Marchioness's reprimand came swiftly. "Enough! All of you, be silent." The heir, unwilling to relent, attempted to speak again. "Mother," but was interrupted by young Wanru. "You? Second brother, do you take a liking to Rui? If so, merely say the word, and I shall send her to your courtyard immediately. What the princess cannot provide, I, as your sister, can still offer at this juncture." Rui's heart plummeted. She immediately knelt. "It is this maid's fault. Whatever punishment the Marchioness and young lady deem fit, I shall accept." The dispute among the masters was momentarily halted by Rui's contrition. Once everyone settled into the carriage, it set off, Rui, dragging her legs, followed behind. Thankfully, the roads were dirt paths. Even though they had been smooth, the jolting carriage, lacking shock absorbers, did not travel quickly. At first, Rui had some energy. But as time wore on, her strength waned. She dared not stop, mechanically moving her legs to keep pace with the carriage. As they drew nearer to the capital, the roads improved, and the carriage picked up speed. In her effort to keep up, Rui found herself gasping for breath, a metallic taste flooding her mouth, her legs feeling foreign to her, and her tightly clenched teeth felt as though they would shatter. The gates of the Marquis loomed ahead. As the carriage came to a halt, her vision darkened, and she collapsed. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself lying in a very rudimentary woodshed. Moving slightly, she felt as though her backside was being gnawed upon by 1,000 ants, each movement sending sharp pains through her. Trembling, she touched her hands, which were covered in blood. "I was beaten while unconscious," she murmured, realizing that after the beating, they had callously discarded her in the woodshed to fend for herself, showing utter disregard for her life. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and once she regained her senses, she called out, "Is anyone there?" Silence enveloped her, and unable to rise, she dragged herself across the floor, using her hands to slowly crawl to the door, banging on it with all her might. But the outside remained unresponsive. Rui lay motionless on the ground, the pain coursing through her body relentlessly crushing her nerves, as she struggled to remain conscious amidst the excruciating sensation akin to slow torture. Thoughts of her spatial realm flickered through her mind, prompting her to immediately exchange a few painkillers from it, trembling as she consumed them. To preserve her strength, she also retrieved a steamed bun from the space. The bun was bland and unlikely to draw attention, and as she lay on the ground, her shaking hand caused the bun to tremble as well in the enveloping darkness. She took small bites until it was gone. The effects of the medication began to take hold, yet her injuries made her feel increasingly drowsy. She crawled into a corner and shut her eyes. Over the next day and night, the entire woodshed was enveloped in silence, as if everyone had forgotten about her presence. Feeling the heat rising within her, she exchanged more antipyretics from her spatial realm. In this ancient era with such inadequate medical conditions, suffering from severe injuries and a fever undoubtedly brought her closer to death. Thankfully, fate had not been unkind, granting her a space that could save her. Otherwise, left to suffer and with a raging fever, she would either perish or be rendered senseless, as she perceived the continued stillness outside. Despair surged within her like a relentless tide, submerging Rui completely. Despite having access to medication, her wounds were on her lower back, rendering her unable to tend to them herself. The medicine could only alleviate her pain, not heal her injuries. During this time, she felt as if her legs below her waist were no longer her own, and if this continued, she might become disabled. Thus, she banged on the door with all her might. "Is anyone there? Is there anyone outside? Please, someone help me, I am dying, truly dying. Is there no one to save me?" Regardless of how Rui cried out, there was still no response from outside, and her despair gradually morphed into a sense of unwillingness. Having never committed any wrongdoing in her life, why should heaven force her to transmigrate into the role of a maid? Even with a bountiful spatial realm at her disposal, freedom held far greater significance. Clearly, she was not at fault. Why should she bear the blame? Why should she be struck? Why should she be tormented? Why should her life be put at risk? She was a living being, not a mere animal. Was it solely because she was a maid that her life was deemed expendable? Having witnessed the equality of individuals in modern society, how could she endure the abysmal plight of being treated as lesser than others? Chapter 5. Renaming. Even with the medicine procured from her spatial realm, the persistent high fever made everything before her appear ethereal. She seemed to exist in a fleeting realm until darkness enveloped her once more. And she fainted in the final moment before losing consciousness. Her singular thought was to bring ruin upon the Ho residence. She could not wait for Yang Wanru to follow the plot to her own demise. She sought vengeance, determined to send the Ruyang Marquis's household to hell herself. She wanted those lofty masters to taste the bitterness of being beneath others. At that moment, within the Ho residence, Princess Duanyang had personally arrived, claiming to apologize to Yang Wanru for slapping her. Accompanying her were the Crown Prince of Zhou and the Third Prince, the latter serving as a witness. Secrets in the capital were hard to keep. And on that very day, Rui's desperate chase after the carriage had become a tale spread by those with ill intentions, asserting that the Ruyang Marquis's household treated their servants harshly, devoid of compassion. Subsequently, news of the incident at the racetrack with Miss Yang Wanru being struck by the princess rapidly circulated, further tarnishing the reputation of the Ruyang Marquis's household. Although Yang Wanru, being a concubine's daughter, had to address the Marquis's wife as mother, she was the most despised child of the Marquis's wife, and their relationship was merely one of outward civility. Given that Yang Wanru had caused such a significant scandal, the Marquis's wife naturally sought to punish her severely. As the only granddaughter, despite being a concubine's child, she was still cherished by the old matriarch, raised as a legitimate daughter due to her mother's status as the Marquis's favored concubine. The Marquis's wife intended to exercise her authority as the head of the household while simultaneously suppressing Yang Wanru and her mother, adamantly pursuing punishment for Yang Wanru regarding the racetrack incident. Others protested against this punishment, leading to chaos within the Ho residence, filled with disarray. In the end, the sole scapegoat was Rui. The Ho residence shifted all blame onto her, and the Marquis's wife received a reprimand from the matriarch. Yang Wanru was confined to the ancestral hall, while Rui, the so-called instigator, could not escape her fate. Even while still unconscious, she was dragged out and given a beating. Perhaps due to the laxity of the Ho residence's discipline, the fact that Rui was beaten while still in a coma became a topic of gossip, embellished and exaggerated, painting her as a more miserable figure than anyone could imagine, while depicting the Ho residence as devoid of ethics and morality. Those officials who thrived on rumors immediately reported the Ruyang Marquis, earning the displeasure of the emperor, who also reprimanded Princess Duanyang. The Princess of Zhou promptly sent her son, the Crown Prince of Zhou, along with Princess Duanyang to personally apologize, inviting the third prince to witness the proceedings for a report to the emperor. The two parties converged in the main hall of the Ho residence, with the Zhou royal family formally extending their sincere apologies, while the Ho residence reciprocated with an amicable handshake, thus concluding the matter in the presence of the third prince. Ultimately, the princess expressed her desire to take Rui with her. But the Ho residence immediately refused. Given the current public outcry against the Ho residence's lack of compassion, they could not afford to expose Rui, who, although still alive, was not far from death. Undeterred, Princess Duanyang persisted in her insistence on taking Rui, and it was only after the third prince intervened that the Ho residence reluctantly acquiesced. Unbeknownst to Rui, she was carried out of the Ho residence, still feverish and unaware, and placed onto the princess's carriage. Onlookers outside discreetly observed this scene, swiftly spreading the gossip like wildfire. With the prior narrative of Rui as the victim, her current wretched state further tarnished the Ho residence's reputation. Inside the carriage, Princess Duanyang gazed at the unconscious Rui, letting out a deep sigh. A nearby maid echoed her sentiment with a sigh. "Princess, will she survive in this condition?" Princess Duanyang shook her head. "I do not know. Let us find a doctor and see." The little maid, feeling grateful, leaned close to the princess, boldly wrapping her arms around one of her hands. "I am the luckiest maid in the world, for I have encountered you, my princess. Otherwise, I cannot fathom what might have happened to me in the hands of others." Princess Duanyang did not blame the maid's impudence, extending a finger to poke the maid's forehead. "As long as you know, there is no better master than me. Thus, do not go to my mother to complain about me." The maid immediately straightened up. "If the princess engages in perilous actions, I will still report to the princess." Princess Duanyang feigned anger. "You were just expressing gratitude, and now you refuse to heed my words. Do you believe I will punish you?" The maid quickly begged for mercy. "I dare not. I dare not." The two, laughing and joking, were unaware that Rui, lying on the ground, briefly opened her eyes and witnessed their merriment before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Rui was taken to the Zhou royal residence, where she was carefully attended to. Over the following days, Rui intermittently regained consciousness, yet remained mostly in a coma. On several occasions, doctors declared her beyond saving, yet she fiercely persevered, repeatedly defying the elderly physician, causing him to doubt his own medical abilities. The day the doctor announced that Rui had passed the brink of death was on the Grain Rain Festival, with the sky weeping gentle rain, and the branches adorned with fresh green leaves, signifying vibrant vitality. Rui was slowly assisted to her knees before Princess Duanyang, where she knelt firmly. In the past, her kneeling had been out of obligation due to her status. But this kneel was the first sincere gesture of gratitude since her transmigration. Without Princess Duanyang, Rui would not have survived. I thank you, my princess, for saving my life. After receiving her bow, Princess Duanyang rose, supporting Rui with one arm. The suffering you endured bears some of my responsibility. Had I not been willful, the Ruyang Marquis' household would not have unleashed their anger upon you. After exchanging a few words, Princess Duanyang led Rui to the residence of the Princess of Zhou. The Princess of Zhou set aside her embroidery, casting a glance at Rui, saying, "Since Duanyang brought you back, you shall follow her from now on." Yes, moreover, while our Zhou royal residence may not have the same troubles as the Hou residence, I manage my household with diligence. It would be best for you to perform your duties faithfully. Otherwise, Rui could discern the implication in the princess's unfinished sentence. If she did not fulfill her responsibilities, the princess had plenty of means to deal with her. Yes, I understand. I shall proceed with caution in my words and actions. With the necessary admonishments now addressed, the atmosphere lightened, and Princess Duanyang turned to the Princess of Zhou, saying, "Mother, I would like to give Rui a new name, but I cannot think of one." The Princess of Zhou sighed in exasperation. "If you had only studied more, you could name your own maid." After a moment of thought, Princess Duanyang declared, "Since today is Grain Rain, let us call her Guyu. It sounds like a feminine name. What do you think? Do you like it?" I thank the princess for bestowing a name. Although she had her own name, Li Qiu-chi, her current identity was that of a maid. And given the Zhou royal family's life-saving grace, she was willing to accept the name change. It was merely a designation after all. From that day forth, Guyu became the new life of the Duanyang princess in the Wangfu. Chapter 6. Performance. Unlike the young ladies of the Marquisate, the Duanyang princess was not difficult to serve. Though a bit spoiled, she was kind-hearted and did not squander people's time carelessly. Once Guyu had recuperated sufficiently, she was assigned to work in the small kitchen of the princess's courtyard. The small kitchen was overseen by a stern matron named Lu, along with 2 maids who assisted with the fire. After Guyu's arrival, she was entrusted with preparing the princess's 3 daily meals. Lu was a no-nonsense figure. Her icy demeanor could be quite intimidating when she was silent, but the moment she smiled, her formidable presence dissipated, revealing a much more amiable nature. Upon their first meeting, Lu scrutinized Guyu from head to toe and stated, "I am the matron in charge of the princess's small kitchen. All matters concerning the kitchen fall under my jurisdiction, including you." Guyu humbly replied, "Yes." Lu continued, "In the kitchen, cleanliness of both hands and feet is paramount. Should I discover otherwise, there will be no leniency." "Yes, I understand." Guyu responded. Just days prior, she had heard that the previous cook had been dismissed for a lack of cleanliness, which was the very reason for her own opportunity. On her first day in the kitchen, Guyu received an order from the princess. She wanted a cake made with eggs. Without hesitation, Guyu sprang into action with nimble hands. Lu watched her closely, while the 2 maids assisted by tending the fire. Having prepared egg cakes numerous times before, Guyu worked with remarkable skill, and soon the golden cakes emerged from the oven, their delightful aroma wafting through the air. Lu tasted a piece and gave her a thumbs up. Not bad. Before long, a maid carried one of the freshly baked cakes to the princess, while some ingredients remained. Rather than waste them, Guyu decided to steam a second batch. Shortly after, a young maid rushed in. "The princess requests more egg cakes. She wishes to send some to the Wang Fei and the heir for them to taste." "Very well," Lu instructed the 2 assisting maids. "Why are you still standing there? Go help." The group quickly got to work, and an hour later, the new egg cakes were delivered to the Duanyang princess. With no further directives, Guyu found herself with some idle time. She stepped out of the kitchen to breathe in the fresh air. At that moment, Lu stood at the stove with a spatula in hand, seemingly preparing a meal. Guyu turned back. "Are you cooking, ma'am?" "Allow me to assist." Lu, efficient in her movements, replied, "I am preparing meals for the maids in the courtyard. You need not worry about that. Just focus on preparing the princess's meals. Guyu acquiesced but remained in the kitchen to lend a helping hand to Lu. When Guyu was not paying attention, a subtle smile crept onto Lu's lips, clearly indicating her satisfaction with Guyu's work. After Lu completed the meal, the courtyard maids began to trickle in. Those who had not yet met Guyu regarded her with curiosity, to which Guyu responded with a warm smile. Asa made herself. She naturally ate with them, squatting in the courtyard with a large bowl, devouring her meal. Lu's culinary skills were commendable, although the fare was merely simple vegetarian dishes. It far surpassed the bland meal she had endured at the marquisate. Most importantly here, one could eat to their heart's content, unlike the marquisate where portions were strictly rationed, leaving her often hungry. Fortunately, with her spatial abilities, she could occasionally summon something to eat when hunger became unbearable. That moment, the Duanyang princess had already delivered the pastries to the Wang Fei in the air. After tasting, the Wang Fei set down her piece. Not bad, quite delicious. Delicious? Mother, why do you only take one bite? The Wang Fei shot her a stern look. Dinner is imminent. Save it for later. Very well. Exiting the Wang Fei's courtyard, the princess hurried to the heir's residence. Brother, look what I brought for you. The Duanyang princess mysteriously opened the food box. Gazing at the golden pastries and inhaling their enticing aroma, the heir set aside his book, understanding immediately. So this is the famed egg cake? You guessed it, brother. Do try it. The heir, complying readily, took a piece and, after finishing it, devoured the remainder in a few bites, reaching for more. Observing her brother's enjoyment, the Duanyang princess rubbed her hands together, eagerly stating, Brother, I've set my eyes on a whip. The heir paused momentarily, then continued eating nonchalantly. The Duanyang princess pressed on. I inquired, and it costs 500 taels. The heir laid down his pastry, picked up a handkerchief, and leisurely wiped his hands. Oh, rather expensive. Though costly, it is worth the price, the princess insisted. The heir remained indifferent, merely responding, Oh. Growing impatient, the princess urged, Brother, I wish to buy that whip, but my allowance is insufficient. Please lend me some. I will repay you once mother gives me my allowance next month. The heir resumed reading, I won't lend you anything. Regardless of how much the princess pleaded, the heir remained resolute in his refusal. Frustrated, the Duanyang princess stormed off. Upon returning to her courtyard, she summoned Guyu. What other dishes can you prepare? Guyu smiled gently. I can make many things. Steaming, frying, boiling, and stewing. I can't list them all at once. Perhaps you could specify what kind of food you desire, my princess. The Duanyang pondered, if I prepare something for my brother, he will surely comply with my request. Guyu stood momentarily speechless, perplexed by the notion that food could compel someone to acquiesce to demands. It was not magic. Finally, she cautiously responded, My princess, I am afraid I do not know how to make food that compels obedience. The Duanyang princess remained troubled. After a moment's thought, Guyu suggested, I have a proposal. Though I am unsure if you will find it agreeable. Do share. If you wish for the heir to grant your request, perhaps you could consider his preferences. The Duanyang princess's eyes lit up. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? If he is pleased, surely he will comply. With her chin resting on her hand, she mused, My brother's favorite is bamboo, followed closely by reading. Guyu contemplated for a while before formulating a plan. I will make bamboo rice. Bamboo rice? What is that? Guyu briefly explained the concept of bamboo rice, and the princess grew excited. Quickly, go make it. My brother has bamboo in his courtyard. I will fetch it for you right away. Guyu promptly cautioned, the glutinous rice must soak for at least 2 hours before it can be used. The princess's enthusiasm waned slightly. Very well. Guyu, filled with apprehension, made her way to the kitchen, uncertain of how the princess's actions would affect the heir, particularly whether the Wang Fei might mistake her for a troublemaker and punish her. Although preparing bamboo rice was not overly complex, she still exchanged for a recipe from her space to ensure quality. Before long, Chunhua, a maid beside the princess, arrived with the bamboo. Here is the bamboo you requested. Thank you, Sister Chunhua. Chunhua nodded and departed. Chapter 7. Preparation. Once the glutinous rice had soaked sufficiently, Guyu began to prepare the other ingredients, including preserved meat, pickled vegetables, and peanuts available in the kitchen. In modern bamboo rice, one might also add diced carrots, corn, and potatoes, but those ingredients were unavailable here, so she could only create a simplified version of bamboo rice. With all the ingredients ready, she began to assemble the bamboo rice. Once the first batch reached the princess's lips, she exclaimed in delight, Delicious. It has a refreshing bamboo fragrance. My brother will surely love it. Once the remaining bamboo rice was prepared, The princess could hardly wait and immediately took it to the heir's courtyard, respectfully placing the bamboo rice on his table. "Brother, do try this." Upon seeing the bamboo on the table, the heir's expression darkened, and he remained silent. The princess shrank back, quickly unveiling the bamboo rice to release its enticing aroma, then personally placed chopsticks in his hand. "Brother, please have a taste." The heir, drawn in by the bamboo rice, softened slightly, and under the princess's urging, took a bite, then quietly polished off the entire bamboo rice. The Duanyang princess eagerly chimed in, "Brother, about what I mentioned at noon." The heir glanced at her, "Seeing you so attentive today. Speak quickly, how much more do you need?" 300 taels. "I have 200, and that will suffice." Upon receiving the money, the Duanyang princess immediately sprang up and dashed away without a backward glance, leaving the heir shaking his head in exasperation at his impulsive sister. Returning to her courtyard, the princess retrieved her funds and promptly departed the Wangfu, disregarding the encroaching dusk. At this moment, Guyu found herself with some leisure time. The other chores in the princess's courtyard were handled by others, leaving her free. After assisting Lu in tidying the kitchen, she retreated to her quarters. Lacking a private room, she shared accommodations with 5 other maids. And at that moment, the space was quiet, as the others had yet to return, leaving Guyu alone in the stillness. Guyu stood there, lost in thought about her experiences at the Ruyang Marquiate, as the pain she once endured resurfaced in her mind. Each recollection of the Marquiate brought a wave of physical pain, sharp and vivid, despite her body having healed. Deep down, she understood it was a psychological response. The Marquiate had become a haunting shadow in her mind, one that she could not shake off. Early the next morning, Guyu received a reward of 10 taels of silver. "Your bamboo tube rice was quite commendable, and this is a token of appreciation for your efforts. Alleviating the princess's worries is the duty of a servant. Today, I desire a light meal, yet I also crave meat." "Very well." As Guyu made her way to the kitchen, she contemplated what to prepare for the princess. The princess requested something light yet meaty. Thus, she could make a radish stew with ribs or perhaps steamed fish. Fortunately, all the necessary ingredients were readily available in the kitchen. Guyu busied herself in the kitchen for the entire morning. In addition to the dishes requested by the princess, she also prepared 2 vegetable sides, ensuring a balanced nutritional profile. Once served, the princess was exceedingly pleased with her meal, indulging to the point of discomfort. Guyu quietly brewed some hawthorn water to aid her digestion. This incident reached the ears of the princess's mother, who summoned the princess for a reprimand. Subsequently, she expressed her desire to sample the kind of food that could leave the princess so stuffed, instructing Guyu to replicate the meal for her. Without delay, Guyu set to work, while 2 envious maidservants watched her, recognizing this as a chance to shine before their mistress. They had yet to see the princess's mother since arriving at the royal residence. Guyu, determined not to disappoint, diligently prepared the dishes for the princess's mother. The outcome was inevitable. Her culinary skills not only won over the princess, but also captivated the princess's mother. Although she appreciated Guyu's talents, she would not poach her from the princess. Instead, on occasion, she would request an extra serving of food to be sent to her. The days that followed were rather mundane. Guyu continued to rotate in the kitchen, responsible for preparing a variety of meals for her mistress, and her rewards gradually accumulated to nearly 50 taels. The only regret she harbored was that her spatial abilities were limited to exchanging items. She remained oblivious to how to unlock the storage function to safeguard her silver. Thus, she concealed her money beneath her bedding, occasionally touching it before sleep, as it represented her future redemption funds. 2 months later, Princess Duanyang summoned Guyu and solemnly declared, "Next month is my birthday, and my mother will likely host a banquet for me. I hereby command you to oversee the arrangements for my birthday feast, ensuring that every guest leaves satisfied." Guyu's expression faltered. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon, but if I were to rely solely on my own hands, I fear I would not be able to prepare all the dishes." The princess chuckled softly. "You shall merely oversee the event. The grand kitchen will assist you." Feeling relieved, Guyu sheepishly replied, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I was mistaken in my understanding. However, I have one more request. I wish for my birthday banquet to be extraordinary, something that will evoke envy in all. Can you accomplish this?" Guyu resolutely assured her, "I can." The princess's interest was piqued. "Oh? Do elaborate." As soon as the princess mentioned her birthday, Guyu instinctively thought of a birthday cake. "After all, one must have cake for such an occasion. I can create a different kind of birthday cake. One that will surely be unique," she promised. "Excellent. I shall await your birthday cake with anticipation." With only a month remaining, Guyu hurriedly approached the princess's mother to discuss the matter, seeking any instructions or requirements. She then sought out the head of the royal kitchen. The head, surnamed Wang, was a portly man, and beneath him were 3 supervisors responsible for various tasks. Wang lounged in a chair in the kitchen courtyard, swaying gently, casting a sidelong glance at Guyu before ignoring her entirely. Guyu understood the reason for his disdain. In the realm of competition, the kitchen, once dominated by Wang, had seen Guyu rise to prominence due to her culinary prowess, having prepared meals for the princess multiple times and earning favor in her presence, thereby inadvertently diminishing Wang's standing. It was no surprise that he regarded her with contempt. Undeterred by his dismissive attitude, Guyu patiently discussed the banquet details, yet Wang continued to disregard her. After she had spoken at length, he finally responded with a smirk. As for the banquet, I am afraid I cannot assist. Do you use amiable demeanor darkened? What do you mean, Chief Wang? The head of the kitchen replied, with such a capable young lady as yourself. Surely a mere banquet is well within your grasp. I, a simpleton, wouldn't want to trouble you. Yu silently regarded him, contemplating for a long time before asking, So, Chief Wang, you truly intend to abstain from overseeing the princess's birthday banquet? Wang smiled without sincerity. With your remarkable skills, do you still require our assistance? Go ahead and manage it yourself. Suppressing her rising anger, Guyu asked once more, I shall inquire again. Are you truly not going to assist? Wang's response was unwavering. No assistance will be provided. Yu took a few steps back, surveying the other kitchen staff. What about you all? Is there anyone willing to lend a hand? The kitchen workers exchanged glances, silent. The answer was evident. None dared to oppose Wang's wishes. Yu glanced back at Wang, noting his smug expression. She realized she could not contend with him, but surely the princess would not let him have his way? Regardless of how arrogant Wang might be, wielding power as he did, he was merely a subordinate in the royal household, where only the Zhou family held true authority. Fuming, Guyu returned to the courtyard, took a moment to compose herself, and approached Princess Duanyang, recounting the events that had transpired in the grand kitchen. The princess looked at her in surprise. Are you lodging a complaint against me? Guyu nodded. I implore your highness to assist me. My time here has been short, and Chief Wang refuses to heed my requests. Princess Duanyang regarded her curiously. This is the first time I have encountered someone complaining to me and seeking my intervention. Guyu explained, I have informed your highness that I cannot single-handedly prepare all the dishes for the banquet, and I also need to prepare a special birthday cake for you. The staff in the grand kitchen must heed my instructions. Otherwise, the banquet will surely be a disaster. The implication was clear. Since this banquet was for the princess, if she did not intervene, it would undoubtedly fail, leaving the princess to bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Princess Duanyang immediately rose. Come, let us go to the grand kitchen. She brandished a newly acquired whip. They marched towards the grand kitchen, a formidable procession. As they unexpectedly arrived at the kitchen courtyard, they found Chief Wang reclining in a chair, legs crossed, casually munching on half-eaten fruit, while a servant massaged his back and another tended to his legs, exuding an air of leisure. Witnessing this, Princess Duanyang's ire flared. She swung her whip with all her might, the whoosh of air sounding terrifying even to Guyu. With all her strength, the whip struck Wang, sending him tumbling from his chair and causing the servant attending him to cry out in pain as he fell to the ground. Princess Duanyang approached, and before Wang could rise, she stepped on his back, pinning him down as he squirmed beneath her foot, resembling a flailing turtle, which was quite comical. I hear you intend to abstain from overseeing my birthday banquet? Wang hastily protested, a misunderstanding. Your Highness, do not heed the one-sided tales of others. I am being wronged. He shot a furious glare at Guyu as he spoke. Guyu's expression darkened. Was he unwilling to admit his fault and instead attempting to shift the blame? Taking a few steps closer, she declared, Heaven is watching. If I, Guyu, utter a single falsehood, may lightning strike me down. Chief Wang, do you dare to swear otherwise? Wang, of course, did not dare. Guyu raised her voice. The conversation I had with Chief Wang happened right here. And many in the kitchen bore witness. I asked Chief Wang 3 times if he intended to oversee the princess's birthday banquet. His answers were consistently no, and his final response was that no. Turning to the others in the kitchen, Guyu asked, Is this not the truth? A frail man spoke up, Indeed. It is as Miss Guyu has said. 2 others exchanged glances and stepped forward to confirm. Chief Wang did indeed say such things. Guyu recognized these 3 as the supervisors under Wang's authority. As she had suspected, in any competitive environment, when someone makes a mistake, they must be held accountable. Now that Wang had erred, it was time to bring him down. With the 3 supervisors backing her, The other kitchen staff also began to speak out in support of Gu Yu, solidifying Wang's culpability beyond escape. With the princess's intervention and the corroboration of witnesses, the matter was swiftly resolved. Furthermore, this incident instilled a sense of caution among the other kitchen staff, who began to acquiesce to Gu Yu's guidance. Thus, as preparations for the banquet continued, Gu Yu's efforts flowed seamlessly. Together with the 3 supervisors, she drafted a menu, which she then presented to Princess Zhou for her approval. The menu included a variety of meats: chicken, duck, fish, lamb, and pork, along with an array of common vegetables. Employing various cooking methods such as frying, boiling, stewing, and steaming, accompanied by a selection of cold dishes. As she perused the menu filled with unfamiliar dishes, the Princess of Zhou graciously inquired about them. Gu Yu took her time to explain in detail, and the princess eventually accepted Gu Yu's selection. The following day, Gu Yu exchanged ingredients from her space and personally prepared a lavish feast for several esteemed guests of the Wang residence. After receiving unanimous praise, the banquet menu was officially finalized. That evening, the princess, feeling somewhat uneasy, asked, "Will I also have to sample my birthday cake?" Gu Yu replied, "May I prepare it for you tomorrow?" "Very well. Let it be tomorrow then." At dawn, Gu Yu summoned several individuals to whip cream, as this task required pure physical strength without the aid of proper tools. After several young servants took turns, they finally produced the cream that Gu Yu desired. Though it differed somewhat from modern standards, she was nonetheless satisfied. She divided the cream into portions, using the juices from fruits and vegetables to create natural coloring. Following the modern method of cake making, she meticulously crafted the cake, spreading a layer of cream on the cake base before commencing to decorate it. Lacking artistic flair and proficiency in drawing, she opted for simplicity. Inscribing 4 characters, peace and joy. She adorned the edges with colorful lace and added some simple flowers around the characters, deeming it complete. Perhaps due to the princess's impatience, Gu Yu had yet to finish when the head maid, Chun Hua, arrived, eagerly awaiting to whisk the cake away as soon as it was ready. Upon seeing the cake, the princess beamed with joy, and under Gu Yu's guidance, she cut a small piece to taste. After finishing, her eyes widened in delight. "Wow, it's delicious," Gu Yu smiled, knowing that no child could resist sweet cakes. Although the Wang residence lacked for nothing, nothing compared to the delight of a birthday cake. "My lady, this is merely a sample. When your birthday banquet arrives, I shall prepare a larger cake, possibly several tiers high." "That sounds wonderful." After enjoying 2 slices, the princess took the remainder to share with the Princess of Zhou and the heir. For good things are meant to be shared among family. Chapter 9. Past events. Upon seeing the princess arrive with the leftover cake, the Princess of Zhou and the heir exchanged glances of mild disdain. After giving her a brief lecture, both tasted the cake. The princess complimented it, as usual, while the heir scrutinized the remaining characters on the cake. "Who wrote these? They are quite unsightly, duh." "I am not certain," Gu Yu replied. Chun Hua quickly interjected, "Those characters were penned by Gu Yu herself. I witnessed her writing them when I went to fetch the cake." The princess expressed her surprise. "She can read?" The heir remarked, "Though the writing may be poor, for a maid to recognize characters and write them is commendable." Once the heir and the princess departed, the Princess of Zhou signaled to a maid, "Take this 20 taels of silver as a reward for Gu Yu, and discreetly inquire about her background." "Yes, my lady." In the kitchen, Gu Yu was tidying up alongside others when the maid approached. Being quite chatty, she handed over the reward and began to engage Gu Yu in conversation, skillfully steering the topic towards her literacy. Gu Yu maintained a calm exterior, but internally, she was fully aware, and thus replied, "I arrived at the Marquis's residence at the age of 7, serving closely beside the young lady. I accompanied her during her studies, which allowed me to learn through observation and listening." "You became a maid at 7? Where is your family from?" This question caused Gu Yu to pause momentarily, and after a moment's silence, she responded, "My childhood memories are somewhat vague, but I vaguely recall it was from Daong County. Perhaps a village called Taohua or Xinghua. We are both unfortunate souls. I was sold by my stepmother. And you? How did you become a maid?" Gu Yu suddenly recalled her recent transmigration, the same dream recurring each night for a month. Hesitantly, she said, "I believe I sold myself." "What? You sold yourself?" "Yes, I was the eldest sister, with several younger siblings. When a drought struck and food became scarce, the maid looked at Gu Yu with sympathy, patting her shoulder and comforting her. "Past misfortunes are just that. In the past and the future, find a suitable young man to marry, and you shall have your own family again." Then, leaning closer, she added mysteriously, "Did you know there's a fellow named Gu who is quite strong and hardworking? Looking to marry a maid from the Wang residence?" Gu Yu's melancholy was momentarily shattered by this unexpected gossip, and she replied helplessly, "I spend my days in the kitchen and have not heard of this." "Then you should inquire about it." The maid had to return to report to the Princess of Zhou and soon departed. Ji Yu returned to her chores, and a firewood maid gazed at her enviously. "You are quite impressive, not only earning the princess's reward but also conversing with her maid for so long." Another maid chimed in. "What did she say to you?" Gu Yu replied, "Nothing much, just some request from the princess, urging me to work diligently." Old Madame Lu scolded loudly. "What are you doing idling about? Mind your own business." The two maids awkwardly retreated to their tasks, and Gu Yu sheepishly apologized to old Madame Lu, who shot her a disapproving glance. "In the future, listen to what those two maids say, but do not emulate them. They are not you, and they cannot follow your path." "Understood. I must address their behavior before it escalates further." Gu Yu shook her head helplessly, returning to her work. That night, perhaps due to the earlier conversation with the maid regarding the original owner's self-sale, she had a tumultuous dream. In her dream, she sat in a carriage, followed by a middle-aged man and woman who ran alongside, weeping profusely. The man shouted, "Remember to return home, Dayong County, Taohua Village." Those words echoed repeatedly until the woman collapsed, unable to rise, and the carriage grew increasingly distant until they vanished from sight. Gu Yu was trapped in this nightmare, aware it was a dream but unable to awaken, reliving that heart-wrenching farewell scene repeatedly. Only at dawn was she roused by the maid sharing her room. A few days later, the birthday of the Princess of Duanyang arrived, and the Wang residence was thoroughly cleaned and decorated, buzzing with excitement in the 2 days leading up to the formal banquet. Gu Yu worked tirelessly, sleeping only 3 or 4 hours each night. Besides overseeing the various dishes for the banquet, the most crucial task was the cake. Finally, once everything was prepared, she awaited the commencement of the banquet, remaining in the grand kitchen where the dishes were beautifully arranged, ready for the signal to be served. As everyone eagerly anticipated, a young servant rushed in, breathless. "The banquet has begun." Instantly, everyone sprang into action. A harmonious yet chaotic flurry as they carried out the dishes. Ji Yu, along with several other maids, stood by the cake, ready to present it once the guests had dined for a while. In the banquet courtyard, the aroma from the various dishes wafted through the air, silencing the guests momentarily, their eyes subtly following the moving platters. Once the banquet officially commenced, guests settled with familiar company, exchanging pleasantries before reaching for their favorite dishes. All the offerings had been tasted by the 3 main hosts of the Wang residence, and their nods of approval assured the quality of the food, evident from the incessant clatter of chopsticks among the guests. The Princess of Duanyang, the star of the day, watched her guests enjoy the feast, her own face glowing with happiness. She sat among several young royals, including 2 princesses, one the 7th and the other the 4th. The 7th princess, particularly fond of food, relentlessly devoured her meal, prompting the Princess of Duanyang to take her bowl. "Do not eat too much. There will be even tastier dishes soon, and you must save room." The 7th princess looked up curiously. "What delicious food?" "You will find out soon enough," the princess replied with a smile. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Gu Yu and her companions received the signal and confidently carried the cake in pairs towards the banquet courtyard. Chapter 10. The banquet. As the cake made its entrance, the entire banquet hall fell silent. All eyes curiously fixed on the cake carried by the Wang residence maids, one for each table. The guests were served identical cakes, 2 tiers adorned with simple patterns and auspicious phrases. However, the cake for the birthday girl, Princess Duanyang, was distinctly different. It boasted 5 layers, elegantly stacked in a circular formation, each layer showcasing unique designs. The bottom layer featured yellow winter jasmine, the second layer showcased pink and white lotus flowers of summer. The third layer displayed fragrant osmanthus of autumn, and the fourth layer portrayed red plum blossoms of winter. The intricate decorations were crafted by more skilled maids, brought in specifically for this task. Due to her artistic abilities falling short compared to others, she allowed them to take over the task. Upon completion, the disparity between their work and her own was strikingly evident, akin to the heavens and the earth. Leaving Gu Yu feeling abashed, the topmost layer bore the inscription 4 Seasons of Peace, the 4 characters robust and forceful, hinting at an innate elegance. These characters were penned by the young master himself. The royal residence was not lacking in wealth, thus he directly inscribed these words, which, though simple, were imbued with his heartfelt wishes for his sister. After placing the cake for Princess Duanyang, Gu Yu discreetly retreated to a less conspicuous corner. As the main event was about to commence, true to her status as a princess, nurtured by the Dowager Princess of Zhou since childhood, Duanyang exhibited exceptional poise. She naturally rose, addressing the guests with a few spirited words that elicited a round of applause before announcing the commencement of the cake cutting. Duanyang deftly divided the cake into numerous portions, demonstrating her skill. With the king absent from the palace, she personally delivered the first slice to the Dowager Princess of Zhou, expressing her gratitude, which garnered commendations for both of them. The second portion was naturally presented to the young master of Zhou, accompanied by similar words of appreciation, which he graciously accepted. Subsequently, she distributed slices to the two princesses of the royal family and other young masters and ladies. Adhering to the order of their ages. As for the remaining guests, each table was attended by a bold, meticulous, and nimble maidservant to serve them. Thus, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith, with delectable and innovative dishes. An exquisite cake never before seen, and Duanyang's display of grace, all contributing to a harmonious ambience that left the attendees in a peripheral table. The demeanor of Miss Yang Wanru from the House of Runan shifted dramatically upon witnessing the splendid cake. Rendering her pale as she sampled the cake, it tasted like mere cardboard to her, and her emotions were tumultuous. One moment, she pondered how that insufferable girl, Rui, was still alive. The next, she questioned why, during her time at the Marquisate, such a unique birthday cake had never been made. She then imagined what it would have been like if she had received such a cake for her own birthday. In her spiraling thoughts, her resentment towards Guyu intensified, and her malice was unmistakable. When Guyu inadvertently turned her head, she caught sight of Yang Wanru glaring at her with venomous intent. In an instant, Guyu felt a wave of anguish engulf her body, particularly in her lower back, rendering her legs momentarily weak, as the pain she had once endured resurfaced. Guyu recognized that her psychological barriers had re-emerged. She desperately lowered her head, biting her lip, repeatedly reminding herself, "It's a delusion, a mere illusion. My body has healed. I must persevere, I cannot falter." Perhaps her self-affirmations bore fruit, for Guyu managed to steady herself, enduring the torment of her psychological struggles until the very end. Once the banquet concluded and the guests alongside the lords of the palace exited the courtyard, Guyu felt an immense release of breath within her, collapsing softly onto the ground. The other maidservants rushed to her side, surrounding her. "Miss Guyu, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Let me escort you back. Indeed, if you're feeling ill, it would be wise to rest." Having become a favored individual in the palace, she had gained considerable favor in front of the lords, and many sought to curry her favor. Observing the concern etched on their faces, Guyu inhaled deeply and replied, "I am fine. I merely need a moment to gather myself. You may attend to your duties without concern for me." After feeling somewhat better, Guyu rose and endeavored to dismiss thoughts of the Runan Marquisate, seeking tasks to occupy her mind, quickly immersing herself back into normalcy. That evening, Guyu received two rewards. One from the Dowager Princess of Zhou and the other from Princess Duanyang. The Dowager presented her with a white jade bracelet and matching earrings, to which Guyu shook her head in refusal. "Your Highness, this is too extravagant," the Dowager insisted, placing the items firmly in her hands. "This is your due." Guyu, feeling embarrassed, remarked, "This is not solely my achievement. The entire kitchen staff contributed to the feast and cake." Upon hearing this, the Dowager's smile deepened with sincerity. "I know you are a person of integrity, not seeking to claim all credit. Rest assured, the kitchen staff will also receive their rewards." With the Dowager having spoken thus, further refusal would be seen as ingratitude, and Guyu accepted the rewards graciously. The princess's offering was more straightforward, presenting her with 200 taels of silver, each ingot crafted into delicate ingot shapes, which the princess personally placed into Guyu's embrace. Guyu held the weighty silver in her arms. "Your Highness, this, take it. I am in good spirits today." Having spent several months with the princess, Guyu had come to understand her temperament. Since the princess deemed this amount appropriate, it was hers to accept. Thus, the birthday banquet of Princess Duanyang concluded splendidly, becoming the talk of the town. While the princess gained considerable prestige for her unique cake, turning her into the envy of all noble young ladies in the capital, Guyu, having exerted great effort, received substantial rewards, significantly bolstering her finances. That night, she counted her silver repeatedly, realizing that her total earnings, including monthly wages and rewards, had nearly reached 300 taels. Although the bracelet and earrings were unfamiliar to her, she assumed their worth was considerable. She sighed, contemplating whether this sum would suffice for her freedom. Despite her work at the Zhou Palace being far superior to that at the Marquisate, where the lords treated her kindly, she was still just a maidservant. Regardless of how much respect she garnered from her masters, she remained a servant, a person beneath others. She harbored no lofty aspirations of becoming superior, yet she desired to be at least a normal person. Rather than a maidservant whose life was precariously held in someone else's grip. Closing the box that held her money, Guyu began searching for a new hiding place. Previously, when her funds were limited, she could conceal them beneath her bedding, but now, with an increase in silver, that was no longer feasible. She could not help but lament the irony of her situation, where a space meant for storage had instead become a site for currency exchange. A most illogical predicament. Like a little hamster, she scoured for suitable spots to stash her money box, becoming lost in thought. The recent appearance of the Marquisite's young lady, coupled with her physical and psychological pain, served as constant reminders that she could not surmount this hurdle with the Runin Marquisate. Perhaps only when she witnessed the Marquisate facing its just retribution, as depicted in stories, would she find relief. The more she contemplated the Runin Marquisate, the more her body ached, intensifying her urgency. She could no longer wait, desperately yearning to see the downfall of the Runin Marquisate. She could not afford to delay. As each passing day was an agony unto itself, the torment within her, compounded by her psychological distress, ultimately caused Guyu to faint. When the maidservants returned from their shift, finding Guyu sprawled awkwardly, they assumed she had simply overexerted herself and kindly adjusted her position, tucking her in. The night passed, and the sun rose as usual, heralding the arrival of a new day in the following days. The mood among the lords of the palace remained buoyant, especially for the princess and the dowager, as the success of the banquet had elevated their standing among the elite of the capital. Within the resplendent confines of the palace, several maidservants surrounded Princess Duanyang, fanning her as she exclaimed, "What is the matter with this weather? It is sweltering, as if the heavens wished to roast us alive." At that moment, Guyu entered the courtyard, carrying a jar, addressing the maidservants stationed outside the princess's door. "I have prepared some refreshing sour plum soup for the princess to sample." The maidservant responded with a bright smile. "Excellent, please wait here. I shall inform the princess. Thank you." Upon learning that Guyu had brought refreshments, Princess Duanyang was exceedingly pleased. Guyu did not wait long in the courtyard before the maidservant returned. "The princess requests your presence inside." "Very well." Guyu entered with decorum, gently placing the jar on the table. "Your Highness, this is the sour plum soup I made for cooling down." The princess rose, leaning closer to inhale the aroma. "Let me have a taste." Guyu calmly poured a small cup, and the princess eagerly took a sip. Her eyes brightened instantly as she downed the remainder in one go, placing the cup down. "Another cup, please." After consuming half of her serving, she still desired more, but Guyu interjected. "Your Highness, the sour plum soup is cooling in nature. It should not be consumed in excess." Unfazed, Duanyang replied nonchalantly, "I am as robust as an ox." "I fear not. Fill it to the brim." Swiftly Guyu, exasperated, insisted. "Your Highness, truly, this cannot be overindulged. Should the dowager learn of it, I would be at a loss for words." Yet Duanyang persisted, raising a finger and playfully insisting, "Just one last cup." "Only one." With a smile, Guyu replied, "Half a cup, not a drop more." Princess Duanyang, not one to engage in unreasonable disputes, appreciated Guyu's culinary skills and bore no ill will towards their banter. "Very well, half it is then." With a mischievous grin, she declared, "I shall use my own cup." With that, she sprang up, rummaging through the cabinets until she produced a grand crystal bowl. Cradling the crystal bowl proudly, she exclaimed, "I shall drink from this and remember." Half, Guyu stood in stunned silence, unable to find words as she gazed at the immense crystal bowl resting on the table. Who in their right mind would use a crystal bowl for drinking? Let alone one of such size, larger than the bowls used by the most robust of men. Princess Duanyang swiftly seized the jar, pouring out the sour plum soup within, but to her dismay, there was scarcely half a bowl. Only about a third remained. Undeterred, she tilted the jar once more, exclaiming, "How can there be so little left?" Guyu, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "Your Highness, it truly cannot be consumed in excess. This is cooling in nature, and as a lady, consuming too many cold things is not advisable." Duanyang resolutely patted her chest, declaring, "I am robust enough. I shall drink to my heart's content before we discuss anything further." At that moment, a meticulously dressed matron entered, frowning disapprovingly. "Your Highness, as a noble lady, you should not speak of yourself in such a manner." Upon seeing the matron, Duanyang awkwardly said, "I misspoke. Please do not take offense. I shall refrain from such remarks in the future. Yu observed the matron with curiosity, who scrutinized her in return. Yu instinctively stood more upright, lowering her gaze in deference, if her suspicions were correct. This matron was likely the stewardess of Princess Duanyang's quarters, also her educator. Rumor had it that she had come from the palace, previously serving beside the Empress Dowager. After the Empress Dowager's passing, she had been invited to the royal residence by the Princess of Zhou to educate Princess Duanyang. Having emerged from the palace, the matron was undoubtedly formidable. The once unrestrained Duanyang had changed considerably under her guidance. However, during the past few months, the matron had returned to her hometown in Qingchuan to attend to matters, allowing Duanyang to indulge in her whims, revealing a hint of her domineering nature. Princess Duanyang was exceptionally astute, readily admitting her mistakes, and the matron, recognizing her compliance, softened her demeanor, smiling gently as she inquired, "What is it that you are drinking, Your Highness?" Duanyang set down the crystal bowl and replied, "This is the sour plum soup my new maid prepared for me. Perfect for quenching the heat." The matron raised her voice slightly, "In a crystal bowl." Duanyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Well, having educated the princess for so long, the matron immediately discerned her guilt. Though somewhat displeased, she refrained from voicing it, instructing the surrounding maids, "You may all leave." The maids responded in unison, "Yes, my lady." Yu quickly followed suit, exiting with the others. One maid named Chun, visibly shaken, whispered to herself, "That scared me to death." Another maid, Xiaji, nudged her, "Be careful. Misfortune often arises from careless words." Chun covered her mouth and hastened away. In Princess Duanyang's household, the maids who served closely or had captured the princess's favor were predominantly named after seasonal terms, making them easily distinguishable, while the names of those engaged in menial tasks were rather casual. Xiaji lingered behind, offering Guyu a kind smile, and whispered, "In the princess's quarters, everyone must heed the matron's words. The one you just met is Matron Hohat. You must remain vigilant whenever you encounter her." After a pause, she continued, "Matron Hohat is exceedingly strict. Unlike our princess, who is amiable, you must exercise caution. Thank you." "Sister Xiaji, I will certainly be mindful," Guyu replied. Just as the two intended to converse further, a voice rang out with authority, "Have you completed your tasks? Why are you whispering?" The speaker was Chunhua, the princess's head maid, dispatched by the royal consort to care for the princess and also serving as Matron Hohat's assistant in managing the household. Yu and Xiaji immediately returned to their duties, no longer daring to linger in the courtyard. The return of Matron Hohat brought a significant shift to the entire household. The most evident change was that the maids became exceedingly obedient, shedding their previous laxity, all performing their tasks with utmost diligence. Princess Duanyang resumed her life of education, subjected daily to Matron Hohat's teachings on decorum, no longer allowed the freedom to roam as she once did. Guyu's sole responsibility was to prepare meals for the princess, serving as the cook. After Matron Hohat's return, the princess's diet became highly regulated, and the matron prohibited any extravagance. Thus, Guyu merely needed to prepare meals punctually, no longer having to accommodate the princess's frequent requests for additional dishes or delightful snacks. Just when she thought she could breathe a sigh of relief, a young maid summoned her, stating that Matron Hohat wished to see her. Chapter 12. The turn of events. Upon her arrival, Matron Hohat set down her teacup, saying, "Take a seat." Yu did not hesitate. Since the matron had invited her to sit, she did so with confidence. Matron Hohat chuckled lightly, "You are quite bold." Yu, taking the initiative, inquired, "Did you summon me for a particular matter, Matron Hohat?" Matron Hohat lifted her teacup once more, sipping leisurely, "There is nothing urgent. I merely wish to meet this newcomer and learn about you." Her demeanor clearly suggested she held Guyu in low regard. If her intentions were sincere, she would not have neglected to offer her even a cup of water, clearly intending to assert her authority. Guyu smiled. "What is it that you wish to know?" "I shall speak candidly." Matron Hohat fell silent, continuing to sip her tea. Yu remained quietly seated, refraining from conversation until the matron chose to speak. At that moment, the one who spoke first would be deemed the loser. Thus, the two sat in silence for an entire afternoon. Finally, a maid entered to announce that the royal consort required Matron Hohat's presence. Shattering the tension between them, as she departed, Matron Hohat quietly remarked, "The royal residence does not accommodate those with too many thoughts. Do take care." Yu was taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind Matron Hohat's words. Yet she respectfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance, matron." Matron Hohat cast one last glance at her before leaving. Yu believed this matter was resolved, but unexpectedly, 2 days later, Matron Hohat summoned her once more. This time, the matron's expression was considerably stern, her gaze toward Gu Yu decidedly unfriendly. Yu entered the room and bowed to Matron Hohat, saying, "Matron, I have arrived. There's something you wish to instruct me?" Matron Hohat snorted coldly, maintaining her previous silence, but unlike before, she did not invite Gu Yu to sit nor excuse her from the BOW. Yu remained in her bowing position, motionless, and before long, beads of perspiration began to glisten on her forehead. Only then did Matron Hohat reluctantly say, "You may rise." Her tone was icily frigid. "Though I was not present when you entered the royal residence, I have gathered sufficient knowledge of your background. You are unfortunate, yet to be accepted by the princess is a stroke of fortune." Yu stood silently, awaiting the matron's next remarks. "However, you must not forget, while you are in the Chow camp, do not harbor thoughts for Han. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also entangle yourself with those despicable individuals from the Runen market. Do you think you are worthy of the princess who rescued you? Do you honor the royal consort who sheltered you? Do you value the royal residence as a whole?" Matron Hohat's series of questions left Gu Yu bewildered. "Matron, I do not understand what you are implying." Matron Hohat's face hardened as she slammed her hand on the table. "Dare you continue to argue?" Regaining her composure, Gu Yu replied, "Before you pass judgment, I ask that you clarify the matter. There may be some misunderstanding." After a brief pause, she added, "Since you are aware of my background, you should understand that the Runen Marquise has wronged me, treating me as less than human. Even as a lowly servant, I possess dignity." With resolute conviction, she proclaimed, "The Marquise is my enemy. I cannot possibly be entangled with them again." The fervor in Gu Yu's words caught Matron Hohat off guard. Accustomed to handling tempestuous situations, she was momentarily taken aback by Gu Yu's unyielding stance. Just then, Princess Duanyang's voice resounded from outside. "I trust the maid I brought back myself." Upon the princess's arrival, Matron Hohat immediately rose, offering a slight bow. Although Matron Hohat was the princess's educator, from a positional standpoint, the princess held a far superior status. Even though Matron Hohat held authority over other maids, at that moment, she had to defer to the princess. The princess approached and sat down in the spot previously occupied by Matron Hohat, saying, "Matron, please explain what has transpired that warrants such a confrontation with Gu Yu." Matron Hohat softened her tone, stating, "Yesterday, the Runen Marquise hosted guests, and it has come to my attention that the dishes served were remarkably similar to those at your birthday banquet. Your Highness, with little variation in taste." After delivering this information, Matron Hohat turned to Gu Yu. "What further defense can you offer?" Gu Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, "That is impossible. The dishes at the birthday banquet were the first I prepared upon arriving at the royal residence. The Runen Marquise could not possibly possess the recipe." Matron Hohat let out a cold laugh. "Thus, you remain entangled with the Runen Marquise even while residing in the royal residence. This is an act of betrayal that, under ordinary circumstances, would warrant severe punishment." Yu raised her hand in a gesture of oath. "I swear on my life, since my arrival at the royal residence, I have remained here, never once contacting anyone from the Runen Marquise. Nor have I disclosed any recipes." Matron Hohat continued to smirk disdainfully. "If oaths held any weight, what need would there be for laws? Misfortunes have persisted through the ages. Your oath is meaningless." Yu cast a fleeting glance at Princess Duanyang and noticed a hint of confusion etched on her face. A wave of unease washed over her, prompting her to quickly engage her mind in devising a solution to the predicament at hand. The foremost question that needed clarification was, how could the House of Runen possess her culinary recipes? All the new dishes prepared for the princess's birthday banquet had been freshly exchanged from her space, leaving no opportunity for the House of Runen to have any access, if they indeed had her recipes. It implied that someone from the royal residence had leaked the information. Yu's spirits lifted as she spoke. "Your Highness, Granny Hohat, when we were preparing for the birthday banquet, I was not the only one bustling in the kitchen. There were other chefs and assistants coming in and out of the large kitchen. In fact, I entrusted a few dishes to several head chefs, and many people within the royal residence are aware of the recipes." Princess Duanyang's eyes brightened as she responded, "Granny, Gu Yu makes a valid point. The recipes are not solely in Gu Yu's possession. It is entirely possible that others in the kitchen might have divulged the information." Granny Hohat scrutinized Gu Yu with a complex expression, acknowledging the potentiality of her assertion. At that moment, a maidservant attending the princess approached. The princess requests an urgent audience with Gu Yu. This was a significant matter. Although the princess desired to see Gu Yu, Both Princess Duanyang and Granny Hohot accompanied her. Upon entering the princess's courtyard, Guyu boldly seized the opportunity to furtively observe the princess's demeanor while paying her respects. Only to find her radiating palpable fury, Guyu's heart sank. The situation had escalated. Chapter 13. Defamation. The princess slammed her teacup down heavily, the sound resonating ominously in Guyu's heart, and an inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over her. Guyu, how dare you engage in such underhanded deeds? Guyu immediately fell to her knees, exclaiming, I have always conducted myself with utmost integrity and have never stooped to such actions. I beseech the princess to clarify my innocence. Fuming, the princess retorted, How dare you ask for clarification? You possess an audacity like no other. The princess, observing the tension, cautiously interjected, Mother, even if we are to condemn her, we must at least present the evidence. Must we not? The princess, taken aback, retorted, Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Princess Duanyang fell silent, her usual playful demeanor replaced by the realization that her mother, the matriarch of the Zhou royal family, was genuinely enraged. Yet, her affection for Guyu was undeniable. She interjected, Regardless, Guyu is my maidservant. Even if she is guilty, I have the right to know the full extent of this matter. The princess? Incredulous, scoffed, a mere maidservant who has prepared a few dishes dares to defy me, her own mother. With that, she turned her gaze toward Guyu, her eyes filled with disdain, and coldly declared, I can no longer tolerate your presence. Guyu, with a resolute bow, struck her forehead against the ground, the sound echoing throughout the chamber. Your Highness, I am innocent and have never engaged in any wrongdoing. Should I be found guilty, I pray for a fate worse than death. In this feudal era, where natural death and burial were paramount, her vehement oath was the most severe curse one could utter. She lifted her head, her brow stained with crimson, her gaze unwavering. I implore the princess to enlighten me. On what grounds do you accuse me of thievery? I am prepared to confront any individual in court. Perhaps her fervent declaration took the princess aback, for the fury that had once consumed her seemed to dissipate as she spoke with an emotionless tone. Are those recipes truly yours? Or do they belong to the House of Runin? In a flash, Guyu comprehended the entirety of the situation. Previously, Granny Hohot had mentioned that she had disclosed the recipes to the House of Runin, and now the princess suspected her of stealing from them. This indicated that someone within the royal residence had betrayed her, leaking the recipes to the House of Runin, who, in turn, sought to save face by accusing her of thievery. In doing so, they aimed to not only eradicate her but also tarnish the royal family's reputation. It was well known that maidservants served as the face of affluent households, and should one be accused of wrongdoing, the Zhou royal family would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. Is it true that the House of Runin has slandered me for stealing their recipes? Guyu inquired earnestly. What do you have to say for yourself? Guyu replied earnestly, The recipes are indeed mine. The princess fixed her gaze upon her. You, a mere country maidservant, who has spent her time serving others. Where did you acquire such culinary skills? At those words, Guyu found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. The princess spoke truthfully. The original Guyu had come from humble beginnings and had only performed menial tasks upon entering the House of Runin. Rarely setting foot in the kitchen, it was only after her arrival in this world, armed with her spatial abilities, that she began to cook in a bid to escape the tragic fate of the original character. However, her spatial abilities were not something she could reveal to others. Should anyone discover her secret, her fate would be far more dire than that of the original character, leaving her with no understanding of how she met her demise. Her momentary silence reignited the princess's anger. Speak. Guyu swallowed hard, bowed her head again, and, prostrating herself, replied, I dreamed of these recipes. The princess, incensed, seized a teacup and hurled it toward her. How dare you utter such nonsense before me? The teacup struck Guyu's shoulder with a forceful impact, sending a jolt of agony through her. She gritted her teeth, stifling any sound of pain. Witnessing this, Princess Duanyang rushed to shield Guyu, exclaiming, Mother, she is my maidservant. How can you treat her this way? The princess slammed her hand on the table. Silence. You have no say here. Leave at once. I will not depart. I have faith in my maidservant. She is not the sort to commit such deeds. Someone, take Princess Duanyang to the small Buddhist hall. She is not to be released without my permission. As soon as the princess's words left her lips, several burly maids entered, addressing the princess. Your Highness, we have offended you. With that, they seized Princess Duanyang and began escorting her away. I will not leave. Guyu has been wronged. Mother, This is undoubtedly a scheme by the House of Runin. Please do not be deceived. The princess shouted in anger. Have you forgotten to eat? The maids tightened their grip on Princess Duanyang, hastening her departure. You felt a swell of gratitude. Princess Duanyang had not only saved her life but also provided her with a place to belong. While everyone else doubted her, she was the sole person who believed in her. A bittersweet emotion filled Guyu's heart. Throughout her time in this new world, only Princess Duanyang had treated her with dignity. In her lifetime, she vowed to repay Princess Duanyang's kindness. After Princess Duanyang was taken away, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. Yu endured the pain from the teacup's impact and spoke. Every word I utter is the truth. A few months ago, I accompanied Miss Yang Wanru from the House of Runin to a temple to pay respects. Near the temple, I encountered an elderly man on the brink of death, and moved by compassion, I gave him the biscuit I had. Ever since that day, I have been visited by dreams in which that old man is cooking, and I have diligently recorded them. The princess and Granny Hohot exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. In this era, many were inclined to believe in the supernatural, especially someone like the Zhou princess, who had frequented temples since her youth. The princess had even established a small Buddhist hall within the royal residence, where she spent an hour daily reciting scriptures and making offerings before attending to her royal duties. You could not afford to reveal her spatial abilities, yet she needed to provide a plausible origin for her recipes. Before the princess, she was left with no choice but to gamble on the superstitious belief. This was her only opportunity. The devout princess would be cautious of any repercussions upon discovering the truth. Unless the princess was feigning her piety, merely putting on an act, silence enveloped the room, an almost tangible tension hanging in the air. The princess scrutinized Guyu, who knelt with her head bowed. Her thoughts a mystery known only to her. Chapter 14. Litigation. Sensing a slight easing of the atmosphere, Guyu seized the moment, stating, Your Highness, I implore you to grant me an opportunity. I wish to leave the royal residence to sound the drums of injustice. I intend to sue the House of Runin for tarnishing my reputation. Raising her head, her gaze resolute, she declared, Once I am in court, I will undoubtedly prove my innocence. Granny Hohot leaned closer to the princess. Your Highness, this matter has already spread throughout the capital. Perhaps taking it to court may salvage something. Moreover what? I dare to say that having encountered various individuals in the palace, I do not believe Guyu is one to lie. The princess pondered for a long moment before responding. This is your final opportunity. Should you fail to prove your innocence, the mass grave outside the city shall be your tomb. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Without further delay, Guyu departed from the princess's courtyard, escorted by two maids assigned to monitor her. She made her way to the entrance of the Dali Temple. Originally, she should have headed to the administrative office responsible for managing matters in the capital. While the capital had various royal institutions, most dealt with national affairs. Just as in other regions, there was a county office in the capital that addressed the trivial matters of its citizens. However, she was not an ordinary citizen. Though she was merely a maidservant of lowly status, she was still a servant of the Zhou royal family. As the saying goes, a seventh-rank official stands before the prime minister's door, implying that even the gatekeeper of a prime minister holds a status equivalent to that of a seventh-rank official in the court. Moreover, Guyu, being a maid from the Zhou Wangfu and a sibling of the current emperor, is certainly no ordinary servant. There is also a crucial reason. She is not merely accusing an individual within the Ruyang Marquis household, but the entire household itself. Only the Dali Temple possesses the authority and capability to handle matters involving a royal residence and a marquisate. Ignoring the guard's scrutinizing gaze, Guyu boldly picked up the heavy drumstick and struck the large drum, which was half her height, with resounding thuds that echoed like the pounding of her heart. This moment was pivotal. It was a chance to vindicate herself, to trample the dignity of the Ruyang Marquis household underfoot, to continue her life as a cook in the royal residence. Saving money for her redemption, or to meet a grim fate in a desolate graveyard, a fate sealed within the courtroom after reporting her grievance. After just a few strikes, she was halted by the guards. What are you doing? Guyu lowered her drumstick and replied, Dear guard, I have come to file a complaint. The Ruyang Marquis household has taken my culinary recipes and falsely accused me of theft. The guards exchanged astonished glances. You intend to sue the Ruyang Marquis household? Guyu affirmed resolutely, Indeed. And who might you be? I am a maid of the Zhou Wangfu. The guards exchanged incredulous looks. A lowly maid daring to sue a marquisate was indeed a spectacle. However, considering her affiliation with the Zhou Wangfu, it seemed somewhat justifiable. The onlookers, emboldened by the unfolding drama, were astounded. never having witnessed a servant challenging the nobility, and their interest only intensified. At that moment, a government official in official robes emerged from the courtyard and immediately focused his attention on Guyu. "Are you the one beating the drum of grievance?" "Yes," Guyu reiterated her earlier statement. Upon hearing her, the official frowned deeply and reprimanded. "Do you think our Dali temple is a place for trivial matters? It is a place for restoring one's honor. And only we can provide you with justice." With steely resolve, Guyu knelt down. "Esteemed magistrate, please grant me the opportunity to prove my innocence. If this matter remains unresolved, I shall carry the stigma of theft to my grave. A fate I cannot accept if I must die. I wish to do so with dignity." Her heartfelt plea astonished the surrounding crowd once more, igniting fervent discussions as they pointed at Guyu. What courage she possesses! Yet, her claims seemed valid. After all, the Dali temple was indeed a place for adjudicating cases, and her presence here was not misplaced. Amidst their heated discussions, a remarkably handsome young man in official robes approached. "Hush! The Dali temple Qiu-chi has arrived." "Silence!" The crowd instantly quieted, as still as the grave. The officials from the Dali temple respectfully greeted the newcomer. Lord Li Qiu-chi's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that the male lead, Li Qiu-chi, had arrived? As the protagonist of the story, Li Qiu-chi was undoubtedly exceptional, his lineage distinguished, a gentleman of grace, upright and benevolent. Most importantly, he held the position of Qiu-chi in the Dali temple, a man of considerable influence. With this thought, Guyu adjusted her posture and bowed her head towards Li Qiu-chi. "Please, Lord Li, grant this servant the opportunity to present my case. I am innocent." Li Qiu-chi inquired, "What grievance do you bear?" Guyu recounted her tale in detail. Li Qiu-chi's expression shifted visibly as he contemplated for a long moment before responding, "Come inside. I will personally handle your case." Guyu was elated. "Thank you, Lord Li." The previous official interjected urgently, "My lord, please reconsider. Our Dali temple is responsible for criminal cases. If we take this matter, how will other court officials perceive us?" Li Qiu-chi replied sternly, "Do you recall the purpose of the drum of grievance at the entrance? Even so, such petty thievery should not be under our jurisdiction." This was no simple matter. One party was the Ruyang Marquis household, and the other was the Zhou Wangfu. Only we are qualified to adjudicate this case. However, if we proceed, we risk offending two powerful factions. Li Qiu-chi's demeanor darkened. If we live in fear of repercussions, how can we serve in the Dali temple? As an official, you should possess greater ambition. His reprimand rendered the official speechless, who quickly bowed his head. Yes, you are correct, my lord." Li Qiu-chi, suppressing his anger, strode inside, and Guyu quickly scrambled to her feet, following closely behind him into the Dali temple. He glanced at Guyu trailing him, and she forced a conciliatory smile. He then turned away, entrusting her to a junior official. Following the official, Guyu completed the necessary paperwork and was informed, "Now, simply await your court appearance." Meanwhile, an official from the Dali temple departed with a summons, destined for the Ruyang Marquis household. As one of the involved parties must be present during the proceedings, whether it be the master or a steward. Chapter 15. The courtroom. Some daring onlookers, while spreading news of this event, also kept a keen eye on the Dali temple. As soon as officials emerged, the crowd watched eagerly. Among them, a young man in splendid attire remarked, "I recognize these individuals. They are the ones who take people away. I wonder if they are headed to the Ruyang Marquis household." Others, relishing the spectacle, countered, "You say that as if it's a certainty. What if it isn't?" The young man chuckled. "I live not far from the Dali temple and frequently see them escorting prisoners back and forth." Upon hearing that he resided nearby, the crowd's enthusiasm waned. Those living in the vicinity were either affluent or noble, and the common folk could not afford to offend them. Especially the first speaker, who immediately began to flatter, "Your insight is truly remarkable, young sir." The nobleman laughed heartily. "Flattery is unnecessary. We shall soon discover whether they are indeed going to the Ruyang Marquis household." Within the Ruyang Marquis household, Yang Wanru, seated beneath the Marquis's wife, declared, "Mother, that wretched Rui has stolen our household's recipes. We should demand her return from the Wangfu for punishment." The Marquis's wife set down her tea. "Do you think I am unaware of your actions? You know well whether these recipes belong to our household." Yang Wanru smiled, her eyes devoid of warmth. "Mother, that dead girl Rui is merely a servant, reduced to serving tea and water after being sold by her family. How could she possess so many culinary recipes? Surely, she must have stolen them." Growing more agitated, she insisted, "Mother, this is the perfect opportunity for us to rightfully capture Rui." The Marquis's wife scoffed, "Even with a multitude of reasons, the arrogant Princess Duanyang will not let go." Yang Wanru's smile turned malicious. The less she lets go, the better. A maid from the Zhou Wangfu stealing like a thief. Her masters are no better. Witnessing Yang Wanru's venomous demeanor, the Marquis's wife grew stern. Impudent. Do you think you can speak of the Wangfu as you please? If your tongue brings calamity, no amount of apologies can atone for the disgrace you bring upon our household. Should our reputation be tarnished, you would owe 100 lives. Yang Wanru's smile faltered, her heart seething with resentment. That old hag thinks she can distance herself from this. She wishes to shift the blame entirely onto me. How naive! Despite the turmoil within her, she maintained a facade of sweetness. Yes, mother, your guidance is invaluable. I shall take heed. Yang Wanru feigned innocence, but the Marquis's wife, seasoned by experience, easily discerned her duplicity. She scoffed inwardly. A lowly servant gives birth to a lowly child. Let you prance about for a while. When the time is right, I shall strike decisively and see how you dare to challenge me. Just then, a flustered maid rushed in. Madam, it's bad news. The Dali Temple officials have arrived. The Marquis's wife was taken aback, standing abruptly. What has happened? Who is in trouble? Could it be the Marquis? The maid, catching her breath, responded. It's that maid Rui. She has gone to the Dali Temple and accused our household, claiming we stole her recipes and then framed her. Yang Wanru was equally stunned, never having imagined that Rui would possess such audacity. The maid continued, Madam, the Marquis and the young master have gone to the Yamen. The Dali Temple officials are still waiting. The group hurriedly made their way to the front courtyard, encountering the officials from the Dali Temple. The Marquis's wife, exuding the authority of the household's matriarch, approached and inquired, Gentlemen, may I ask why you have come? The leading official replied. The maid Guyu from the Zhou Wangfu has accused the Ruyang Marquis household of stealing her culinary recipes and then framing her. Yang Wanru immediately cried out, That is not true. It was she who stole our household's recipes. How could a lowly maid possibly possess such knowledge? The Marquis's wife immediately interjected. Silence, the official. Indifferent to Yang Wanru's cries, continued. The Vice Minister of the Dali Temple, Lord Li Hugwang, will personally preside over this case. The maid involved is currently at the Dali Temple. We are merely awaiting the arrival of the representatives from the Ruyang Marquisate. Pray tell, madam, will you attend personally or send someone in your stead? Yang Wanru, filled with delight, inquired. The Vice Minister of the Dali Temple is presiding over it? Then, joyously she declared, I shall go. I will attend in person. Ever since their last encounter, she had been smitten with Lord Li. If she were to appear in court, not only would she have the opportunity to see him again, but she could also enlist his aid in dealing with that insufferable maid. Rui. Why not seize such a chance? Initially intending to send the steward, the Marquis's wife, upon hearing her words, pondered briefly before responding, Then you shall go. Yang Wanru, foolishly believing her reasoning to be sound, was oblivious to the numerous flaws in her argument. Letting her go would only bring disgrace upon herself. Should they win the case, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. However, if they were to lose, the banquet featuring Rui's culinary skills would be hosted by none other than Yang Wanru herself. Attended by her own friends, with the dishes prepared by the maid known as Huakai from her own household. What relevance did that have to the Marquis's wife? This time, she was determined to see both mother and daughter brought low. That wretched woman thought that by giving birth to a single daughter, she could wield power over the mistress of the Marquisate. How naive! Guu repeatedly contemplated how she would counter the accusations to prove her innocence. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the representatives from the Ruyang Marquisate arrived. Guu exchanged a glance with the furious Yang Wanru, feeling a slight sense of relief. Among the Marquisite's masters, she was the most dim-witted and easiest to deal with. Ignoring Yang Wanru's piercing gaze, which felt like daggers, Guyu knelt properly in the court. Outside, many citizens craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the proceedings. Li Hugwang presided from the elevated seat, with clerks recording the case and the officers standing orderly on either side. With a mere strike of the gavel, the court would officially commence. Before the presiding officer, Li Hugwang, could lower the gavel to signify the start of the session, Yang Wanru interjected. My lord, I wish to accuse the maid Rui of stealing the recipes from the Ruyang Marquisate. As she spoke, she feigned a coy demeanor. Interrupted, Li Hugwang had no choice but to set down the gavel, stating, The case under consideration today is the complaint from maid Guyu against the Ruyang Marquisate. You may address your accusations against maid Rui after this matter concludes. Yang Wanru, her voice trembling with feigned fragility, implored, My lord, you must advocate for me. I am Yang Wanru, the young lady of the Ruyang Marquisate. Upon hearing that you would personally oversee this case, I came forth, believing you would bring justice for me." Her words evidently darkened Li Hugwang's expression as he replied, "The truth of this case hinges on evidence. Since I am seated here, I will, of course, act impartially." Chapter 16. Confrontation. Yang Wanru gazed at Li Hugwang with admiration. "Indeed? My lord, you are the most formidable." Kneeling on the ground, Guyu noticed the clerk sitting beside Li Hugwang stifle a smile, prompting a warning glance from Li Hugwang. Following protocol, Li Hugwang turned to Guyu and inquired, "You, the accuser Guyu, claim that the Ruyang Marquiate stole your recipes. Do you possess any evidence?" Guyu straightened her back and replied, "May I ask the representative of the Ruyang Marquiate 3 questions?" Yang Wanru scoffed, "Rui, I am a magnanimous person. After all, you were once my maid. If you clarify the matter, I shall not pursue you further." You ignored her and awaited Li Hugwang's response. He permitted her. Saying, "Granted." Guyu then addressed Yang Wanru. "Pray tell, has there ever been a banquet at the Marquiate where dishes made from my recipes were served before I arrived?" Without waiting for Yang Wanru's reply, she continued, "Who within the Marquiate possesses these recipes?" Her final inquiry was, having left the Ruyang Marquiate for 6 months, why is it that accusations of theft only arose after similar dishes appeared at the Marquiate? With her barrage of questions, Yang Wanru found herself momentarily flustered. Because ultimately, she could not formulate a response, glaring at Guyu with ire. "The recipes are inherently the Marquisite's, before you attempt to turn the tables." "My lord," swiftly detained her. Guyu, unyielding and confident, declared, "Please answer." From above, Li Hugwang spoke. "Miss Yang, you assert the recipes belong to the Marquiate. Do you possess any proof? If so, kindly present it." Gazing at her heartthrob, Yang Wanru steadied herself and said, "My lord, she is merely a maid. Since entering the Marquiate, she has only served tea and water, never having stepped into the kitchen. She is a peasant girl sold into servitude and has no familial ties to any establishment that operates a restaurant, thus making it impossible for her to possess recipes." Li Hugwang turned to Guyu. "What do you say?" Guyu responded, "My lord, her statement is true. I indeed sold myself into servitude to support my family due to financial hardship, subsequently arriving at the Marquiate, where I also performed menial tasks. Yet, I had a fortuitous encounter." She recounted methodically. "A year ago, while accompanying this young lady to a temple outside the city to pay respects, I encountered an elderly man on the brink of death. Feeling pity, I gave him my bread. Because I shared my bread, I went hungry that day. Perhaps due to my good deed, I was rewarded in my dreams that night, where I saw the elderly man cooking, and thus learned how to prepare dishes." Li Hugwang's face darkened as he struck the gavel. "Maid Guyu, you are lying. There are no deities in this world." "My lord, every word I speak is the truth. You may send someone to investigate. Many maids and servants accompanied the Ruyang Marquiate to the temple that day, and they can verify the truth of my claims." The onlookers outside murmured, "Could it be true? Does this maid truly have a miraculous tale?" The matters of ghosts and deities are often met with skepticism. Nevertheless, such stories are indeed absurd. One can only conclude that the world is vast, full of wonders. Within the court, Yang Wanru could hardly believe her ears. "Impossible, my lord. You must believe me," Guyu interjected. "My lord, I have answered the questions I was posed. Now it is time for the young lady of the Ruyang Marquiate to respond to my 3 inquiries." Li Hugwang directed his gaze toward Yang Wanru. "Please address her previous questions and provide evidence that the recipes belong to the Marquiate." Yang Wanru, reluctant to respond, retorted, "Why should I answer a lowly maid's questions? My lord, do you truly believe her over me?" Li Hugwang struck the gavel once more. "This is a court of law, where evidence prevails. You claim the recipes belong to your Marquiate. Therefore, present the evidence to substantiate your claim." Startled, Yang Wanru shivered. "My lord," Li Hugwang's stern gaze bore into her, causing her to swallow hard. After a moment's hesitation, she proclaimed, "I report to you, my lord, that the recipes belong to my maid Huakai. Her family operated a restaurant, and after falling on hard times, she became a maid. She presented the recipes to me long ago, thus they rightfully belong to the Marquiate." Recalling Huakai's envious glances towards her in the past, Guyu recognized her jealousy, which had been evident from the start. Li Hugwang inquired, "Is Huakai present?" From outside, Huakai approached. "My lord, I am here. What do you wish to say?" Huakai shot a venomous glare at Guyu and declared, "My lord, the matter is as my lady described. Rui, Guyu stole my recipes." Guyu immediately retorted, "My lord, Huakai's family does not own a restaurant. Her father merely worked as a waiter. Huakai looked astonished at Gu Yu's assertion and quickly rebutted. No, my family indeed operates a restaurant. Ji Yu interjected. You claim the recipes are yours, yet how is it that you have never set foot in the kitchen? As my lady's personal maid, I am required to attend to her closely and cannot roam about freely. Gu Yu pressed further. A few days ago, were the dishes served at the Ruyang Marquisite's banquet prepared by you? Huakai puffed out her chest in pride. Of course, I prepared them. Gu Yu smiled. Very well, my lord. Since Huakai can cook, might you summon someone from the kitchen to bring forth some ingredients for her to identify? Soon, 2 items were presented before Huakai, both white in color. Gu Yu stated, identify these. Huakai stared at the items, her nervousness causing beads of perspiration to form, but she hesitated to identify them. Li Higuang struck the gavel. Maid Huakai, you are lying. You cannot even recognize flour. Hence you cannot possess culinary skills. At this juncture, Gu Yu felt her previous tension dissipate. She relaxed and asked, you claim the recipes are yours, so how many do you possess? What are their names? Huakai, flustered, stammered, I forget. I cannot read, so I do not know their names. Do you turn to Yang Wanru? Young lady of the Marquisate, do you recall how many recipes Huakai contributed to you? You have attended school. You should be familiar with the names of those dishes, should you not? Yang Wanru scoffed coldly. How could I possibly remember? Gu Yu replied languidly. Oh, so none of you recall. What a coincidence. Chapter 17. Victory. Li Higuang struck the table decisively, declaring, Lady Yang Wanru of the Marquis's residence, and the maid Huakai, do you have anything left to say? Huakai glanced nervously at Yang Wanru, who turned her face away. At this point, the Ruyang Marquis's residence had lost much of its chances. And with so many eyes upon them in the courtroom, including the curious onlookers outside, Yang Wanru steeled herself and stated, Your Honor, please see clearly. I was deceived by Huakai. She told me that her recipe had been stolen. Huakai, her face pale, collapsed helplessly, realizing her fate was sealed. Ji Yu inquired, earlier, you mentioned that Huakai had given you the recipe long ago. So, did she or did she not? Yang Wanru's face drained of color as she stammered. Perhaps I misremembered. Ji Yu brightened. Your Honor, the recipe belongs to me. It was the Ruyang Marquis's residence that stole it and falsely accused me. I implore you to uphold justice for me. Just as Li Higuang was about to respond, the voice of Princess Duanyang echoed from outside. I have evidence. She parted the crowd and stepped forward, flanked by 2 guards who were escorting 2 individuals. Gu Yu recognized one as the chief steward of the kitchen, who had previously made things difficult for her and had been punished by the princess for his actions, and the other was a chef she knew from preparing the princess's birthday feast. Princess Duanyang approached, offering Gu Yu a reassuring glance. Your Honor, the palace has investigated and uncovered a traitor within the household. They sold Gu Yu's recipe to the Ruyang Marquis's residence, with the 2 witnesses brought by Princess Duanyang. Gu Yu's chances of winning the case were significantly bolstered. After they confessed, Li Higuang struck the table once more, delivering the verdict. The maid Huakai of the Ruyang Marquis's residence colluded with 2 chefs from the Zhou residence to steal the recipe of maid Gu Yu, committing theft and defamation. I hereby sentence the 3 to 3 years in prison as a warning to others. With that, the proceedings concluded, and Gu Yu exhaled a long breath of relief. Before Li Higuang departed, she respectfully bowed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Honor, for restoring my innocence. Li Higuang replied, the innocent shall clear themselves, and then he left. Yang Wanru fled in disgrace, under the scornful gazes of the onlookers. Gu Yu approached Princess Duanyang and bowed once more. I am grateful for your trust, Your Highness. Rise, I have always believed in my judgment. You are certainly not that kind of person, and the facts have proven you correct. To have met you is a blessing of 10 lifetimes, Princess Duanyang said, patting her shoulder. Please allow me to prepare more dishes for you in the future. Gu Yu smiled in response. Yang Wanru hastily climbed into her carriage, urging, hurry, hurry. As she rushed back to the Marquis's residence, she was unaware that the spies sent by the Marquis had already left, and upon her return, she would face a grand gift prepared by the Marquis. Gu Yu followed Princess Duanyang into the carriage, where the princess remarked, after we return, I will take you to meet my mother. The 2 individuals I brought were personally ordered by her to investigate. Gu Yu felt a whirlwind of emotions. The one who had judged her without listening to her explanation was the Marquis, yet it was also the Marquis who had found the evidence. And these 2 individuals were crucial in condemning Huakai. Had it not been for them, she would have had to spend much more time in court contending with Yang Wanru and Huakai. However, her ability to stand in that courtroom was a result of her own relentless efforts. She nodded and replied to Princess Duanyang, "Very well. I will seek out the marquise immediately upon my return to express my gratitude." As the carriage arrived at the Zhou residence, Guyu observed the bustling activity of servants and maids, with the chief steward directing their tasks, creating a lively scene. Curious, Princess Duanyang inquired, "Steward, what is happening?" The steward replied joyfully, "Your Highness, I have just received word from the guards that the prince is returning. He is likely already outside the capital." Princess Duanyang was elated, lifting her skirts and hurrying ahead. Momentarily forgetting Gu returned to her quarters alone, realizing that the master of the Zhou residence would soon arrive. At this moment, she surmised that the marquise would likely be too preoccupied to see her, and it was best not to provoke any misfortune. Upon returning, feeling the stickiness of sweat on her skin, she fetched water to bathe and tidied herself up. The injury on her forehead could only be tended to lightly. Just as she finished, a maid rushed in, exclaiming, Guyu, are you here?" Guyu promptly opened the door. "I am here." "What is the matter?" The maid spoke quickly. "The marquise has ordered you to prepare a feast for the prince to welcome him back." Cooking was inherently her duty, so there was no reason to refuse. She quickly replied, "Understood." After the maid hurried away, Guyu made her way to the palace's grand kitchen. The steward had already mentioned that the prince was likely outside the capital. Time was of the essence, and she needed to move swiftly. Upon entering the grand kitchen, she noticed that everyone fell silent at her arrival, creating an atmosphere of stillness, with only the sound of her footsteps echoing. Once inside, she announced, "I have just received the marquise's order to prepare a welcome feast for the prince." Taking a moment, she continued, "We are pressed for time and have a heavy task ahead of us. Let us all work together diligently." Two stewards exchanged glances before responding. "Miss Guyu, allow us to assist you. It would be too much trouble for you to do it alone." Guyu frowned slightly, sensing their reluctance to help her. Noticing her displeasure, one steward added, "Miss Guyu, we are aware of the previous incident with Steward Wang, so to avoid any conflict of interest, we would rather assist you." Guyu replied, "There is no need for that. I have always taught you how to cook without holding anything back. I never said you couldn't use my recipes. I only asked that they not be shared with outsiders, especially those like Steward Wang who would turn against me." Yet, the others remained unconvinced, insisting, "Miss Guyu, you should handle it yourself." With a sigh, Guyu said, "There is no need for such formality. Many have seen me cook in the grand kitchen before, but only the steward who colluded with Steward Wang betrayed me. Did the rest not do anything?" Chapter 18. Apprenticeship. Guyu looked at them earnestly. "What does this signify?" "It signifies that you have maintained your integrity, and I am more than willing to teach you additional recipes. You wish to stagnate and not enhance your skills." One steward hesitated, "But still, these are your recipes." Guyu smiled. "Is it true that after choking on a drink, one should never drink water again?" As soon as she finished speaking, a plump chef stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Disciple greets master." Guyu was taken aback. "What is this?" The chubby chef laughed, his eyes narrowing into slits. "I wish to learn your culinary skills." The two stewards who had spoken with him now turned to her in unison. "We also wish to take you as our master." They bowed deeply, mirroring the chubby chef's gesture. Guyu was both amused and perplexed. "Even if you do not wish to call me your master, I would not hoard my knowledge from you," the plump chef implored. "Master, please accept us." Guyu chuckled. "Since you have already called me master, how could I refuse?" The chef beamed, his eyes turning into mere slits once more. The two stewards echoed, "Master." Guyu approached the stove. "Very well, since you are willing to take me as your master, I shall accept you. Now, let us get to work. If we delay the prince's welcome feast, none of us will have a good outcome." Coming right up with that, the entire grand kitchen sprang to life. Guyu quickly devised 3 dishes, assigning each to her newly accepted apprentices, and commenced the teaching. The welcome feast would certainly consist of more than 3 dishes. For the less important ones, she delegated the tasks to the other staff in the kitchen. She herself did not remain idle. While instructing her apprentices, she donned an apron and busied herself at the stove. Uniting the entire kitchen's efforts, after a flurry of activity, they successfully prepared all the dishes for the welcome feast, finishing just in time. As the last dish was plated, a matron came to notify them that the banquet was about to commence. Watching as everyone carefully delivered the dishes, their part in the feast was complete. With the temperature rising as the season progressed, those working in the kitchen flocked outside to enjoy the cool air. Guyu had become the master of the 2 stewards, effectively elevating her status within the grand kitchen. Every time she stepped outside, she was assigned a prime position. Her 3 disciples stood beside her, and Guyu observed the trio with utmost seriousness. Her eldest disciple, named Zhuoshan, was the plump chef who had first expressed the desire to become her apprentice. He had a fair and chubby appearance, often sporting a cheerful smile that, upon closer inspection, bore a resemblance to the Maitreya Buddha found in Buddhist temples. The other two disciples, responsible for managing affairs, were named Ji Yuan, who was taller, and Honda, who was somewhat shorter. Both bore expressions of shrewdness, for one must possess a certain acumen to manage such responsibilities. Upon noticing Guyu scrutinizing them, the shorter Honda immediately bent at the waist. Inquiring, "Master, do you have any commands for us?" Guyu coughed lightly, feeling a touch of discomfort. Since arriving in this place, she had never experienced genuine respect due to her lowly status, let alone the comfort of such attentiveness. "As per the order of apprenticeship, Zhuoshan is my first disciple. You have no objections to him being the elder brother, do you?" The two glanced at the smiling Zhuoshan and replied, "We have no objections. It is only fitting," Jiyu continued. "As for you two, you shall both address me as master together, and I consent to that simultaneously. So you may discuss amongst yourselves who shall be the second elder brother." The tall Ji Yuan promptly stated, "I am older than Honda and thus ought to take on the role of elder brother." Honda, appearing anxious, retorted, "That is incorrect. When we paid our respects to master, my movements were quicker than yours. I bowed first. Therefore I am the second elder brother." Watching the two argue over the position of second elder brother, Guyu couldn't help but recall the character of Zhu Beiji from the journey to the west. As the bickering escalated, she helplessly interjected, "Enough of this quarrel. Both of you shall be considered second elder brothers. Will that suffice?" The two ceased their dispute, astonished. "Is that even possible?" Guyu nodded. "The order of ranking is determined by the sequence of apprenticeship. Since you both joined together, you are both second elder brothers." After exchanging glances, they bowed in unison to Guyu, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, master." Looking at her three disciples surrounding her, Guyu pondered and asked, "Are there any dishes you wish to learn?" The trio's responses were laden with eagerness to learn. She replied, "For today, we shall pause here. Allow me time to reflect on how best to instruct you before I return to seek you out." In unison, they affirmed, "Understood." Once they had rested adequately, the welcoming banquet hosted by the Zhou Wang came to a close, leaving only scraps of food behind. Naturally, she was not required to partake in washing dishes or cleaning the kitchen. After confirming that the banquet concluded smoothly without any issues, she prepared to leave. Upon hearing of her departure, the three disciples courteously escorted her, gradually accompanying her further away. Observing their diligent demeanor, Guyu felt a sense of helplessness. "You need not be so formal. Mere respect as my disciple suffices. There is no need for such subservience. You must oversee the kitchen, master. It is dark, and the night path is treacherous. We shall escort you back. I am returning to the backyard. You cannot enter. It matters not. We will accompany you as far as we can." The three continued to escort her until they reached the point where they could not proceed further into the backyard. Guyu carefully held the dim lantern in her hand as she made her way back to her quarters. After tidying up, fatigue overcame her, and she promptly fell into a deep slumber. However, her sleep was far from peaceful. She was plagued by a chaotic dream. In her dream, she initially found herself in a modern setting, where equality and dignity were the norms, enjoying hot pot, shopping, watching movies, and traveling, all the myriad activities she once relished. But before long, she inexplicably felt shackled, trudging down a path while being lashed by officials. Barefoot, she left a trail of crimson footprints behind her. Gazing down at the red marks, her vision suddenly turned a shade of blood red, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a horrific mass grave, buried beneath countless foul corpses. Summoning all her strength to struggle free, she emerged only to witness a scene of dismembered limbs and lifeless eyes, and a pack of wolves feasting on a human carcass. Just as her fear reached its zenith, skeletal hands emerged from the ground, dragging her down into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 19. Far suddenly, she awoke, gasping for breath. Sitting upright in terror, a voice reached her ears. "Are you all right?" Turning her gaze, she saw several familiar faces, her fellow maidservants. One of them looked at her and said, "We tried calling you, but you wouldn't wake. Even pinching you yielded no results. It was I who splashed you with cold water. You won't hold that against me? Will you?" Guyu, coming to her senses, wiped her face and replied, "I cannot thank you enough. Why would I blame you? I was tormented by a nightmare, and without your intervention, I would still be ensnared in its grasp." Known for her kindness, Guyu had always maintained a cordial relationship with her maidservants, despite her elevated position before the princess and the duchess. Thus, upon hearing of her nightmare, they expressed heightened concern. It seems the events of today have frightened you. You should feel better in a few days. Today's incident has spread throughout the entire Wangfu. If it becomes unbearable, perhaps you should visit a temple or Taoist shrine to pray. Gu Yu calmed her racing heart. All right, thank you all. Having all endured a long day, the others quickly washed up, climbed into bed, and extinguished the lights, plunging the room into darkness. That moment, Gu Yu felt a torrent of anxiety. It had been a long time since she experienced such turmoil. Clearly, the events of the day had deeply impacted her. She could hardly fathom that the Duchess, who had always treated her kindly, could suddenly change her demeanor. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that the Duchess was the matriarch of this vast estate. How could her kindness be genuine? Ultimately, the disparity between her status as a lowly maidservant and the Duchess's elevated position was stark. Her indentured contract was firmly in the Duchess's grasp. In this rigidly hierarchical feudal society, her very life did not belong to her. To the Duchess, she was merely a somewhat useful ornament. It would be entirely reasonable for the Duchess to discard her to a mass grave without a second thought. Gu Yu could not help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Her eyes remained open, staring into the darkness before her, contemplating how to extricate herself from the bonds of servitude. The most viable solution was undoubtedly to secure her own freedom. But for now, she had concocted a tale about the recipes she had acquired from her space, hoping to establish a credible origin for them. It seemed that the Duchess would not easily allow her to depart. At this moment, she felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Only by experiencing the depths of a life devoid of human rights could one truly appreciate the greatness of a society where all are treated equally. With a sigh, her thoughts drifted to the Ruyang Marquisate, and the indescribable pain surged within her once more. The actions of young Wanru from the Ruyang Marquisate clearly left her with no avenue for escape. It appeared that she and young Wanru, or perhaps the entire Ruyang Marquisate, had reached an irreconcilable impasse. Previously, she had been foolishly optimistic, believing she had time to exact her revenge, but now it was evident that she could no longer allow the Ruyang Marquisate to act with impunity. Particularly young Wanru. In the darkness, she let out a silent scoff. Humph, even if my status is that of a maid, I am not as naive as the original owner of this body. I am a transmigrator. I am aware of how events unfold in the narrative, especially concerning young Wanru and the Ruyang Marquisate. Do you recall that the story depicted the Ruyang Marquisate as anything but clean? Despite their outward appearance of propriety and the Marquis's supposedly filial reputation, he was secretly engaged in corrupt practices, selling official positions and embezzling funds. It was noted that he even possessed a gold mine, with people coerced or deceived into working for him. This was a matter uncovered by the male protagonist, Li Qiu-chi, and she could certainly exploit this to her advantage. Throughout the night, Gu Yu meticulously recalled the details from the narrative: the location of the gold mine held by the Ruyang Marquis, the clues that led Li Qiu-chi to uncover the truth, and other pertinent details, all of which she committed to memory. She resolved to write a letter and find a discreet way to deliver it to Li Qiu-chi, enlisting his help to dismantle the Ruyang Marquisate and avenge herself. Furthermore, the sooner this matter was resolved, the sooner she could rescue the commoners forced into labor in the mines, thereby saving lives. Meanwhile, the Ruyang Marquisate was ablaze with light despite the late hour. Young Wanru and her biological mother, who had become her concubine, sat closely together on the ground, weeping pitifully in hushed tones. The Marquis's wife indignantly exclaimed, "She has gone astray, so wicked and foolish. Is this truly the eldest daughter of the Ruyang Marquisate? How can we not be the subject of ridicule? Oh, I just recalled. She has already become a laughingstock, and by extension, so have we." The Marquis, overwhelmed by the noise, groaned, "Could you please refrain from speaking?" This incited the Marquis's wife, who stood up defiantly. "Why should I hold my tongue? Young Wanru is both malicious and dim-witted. In her quest for revenge against a lowly maidservant, she has not only sullied her own reputation but has now tainted the entire Marquisate's name." Madame Ho's anger escalated with each word, and she boldly stepped in front of young Wanru, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap. "This is all you're doing." The sharp crack echoed through the air, leaving a vivid red mark on the face of young Wanru's mother, while young Wanru cowered in her concubine mother's embrace. The latter, not one to be easily intimidated, pressed her hand to her face in feigned distress, casting a glance of quiet resentment at the Ruyang Marquis before lowering her head, her other hand protectively cradling her child. Observing this, the Ruyang Marquis felt a pang of anguish surge within him. Just as he was about to speak, young Wanru glared furiously at Madame Ho. You dare to strike my mother. "Father, my mother has been harmed. You must stand up for us." Before her words could fully settle, her concubine mother, no longer pretending to be pitiable, swiftly covered young Wanru's mouth. Madame Ho sneered disdainfully. "Your mother? Who is your mother?" At that moment, young Wanru realized her error in such a prominent household. Regardless of gender, the children of concubines were, in name, mothered by the legitimate matriarch. This was reflected in their titles. Everyone was required to address the matriarch as mother, while their biological mothers were merely referred to as concubine mother. Thus, the term mother served as a representation of the matriarch's authority. Madame Ho pressed on relentlessly. "What? Does your concubine mother wish to usurp my position as your mother?" Young Wanru's concubine mother shook her head vigorously. "No. You misunderstand, Madame. I harbor no such intentions." Madame Ho's gaze shifted to young Wanru's face. "Then it must be you who desires it." Young Wanru, intimidated by the coldness in Madame Ho's eyes, dared not raise her head. "No. Not at all." The Ruyang Marquis, caught between his beloved and his cherished daughter, felt anger rise within him. "Enough! After all this commotion, are you still not satisfied?" His reproach was clearly directed at Madame Ho. She raised her voice. "Am I the one causing the turmoil? Are you not aware of the misdeeds of your precious daughter? She has brought ruin upon the entire Ho residence. With such a daughter, how will you stand in the court? When I step outside, how will I face the other noblewomen? What will they say about our Ruyang Marquis?" The weight of her retort was deafening. "Have you ever considered this?" At that moment, the Ruyang Marquis found himself at a loss for words, and the room fell into a heavy silence. Madame Ho closed her eyes, suppressing her fury, and declared, "In my opinion, we should send her to the temple for reflection tomorrow, to demonstrate our resolve as the Ruyang Marquis and salvage a modicum of dignity." The Ruyang Marquis glanced between Madame Ho and young Wanru, lost in contemplation. It was then that young Wanru's concubine mother, her voice tinged with grievance, spoke up. "But, at the beginning of life, human nature is inherently good. Why, little Ruer was merely 2 years old when she was taken to your side for upbringing. All these years it has been your guidance as a mother. Now, when little Ruer has erred, can it not be said that it is your failure in nurturing her?" Upon hearing this, Madame Ho's eyes widened with rage as she glared at the concubine, wishing she could pounce upon her and exact vengeance. Young Wanru's concubine mother lowered her head, tightly clutching her child, embodying a fierce resolve to protect her. "Though I may not be well versed in the grand texts, I understand one principle. A child's failure is the fault of the parent. Why little Ruer has become this way under your care. You cannot place all the blame upon my child. Moreover, for such a significant matter, over such an extended period, your failure to intervene suggests you have deliberately allowed this situation to escalate in order to target my little Ruer." The Ruyang Marquis immediately questioned, "As the matriarch of the Marquis, overseeing the household, how could you be unaware of such a grave situation?" Madame Ho waved her hand dismissively. "How could I know? The banquet was organized by her, without my consultation, and even the cooking was handled by her maidservants. How was I to be informed?" The Ruyang Marquis stared at her intently. "Then it is your incompetence that has led to this oversight. In my view, the management of the household should be entrusted to Ruer's concubine mother, who can oversee it directly. Of course, Ruer has her faults as well. I will confine her to the ancestral hall for a month as punishment." "Would that satisfy you?" Madame Ho, incredulous, exclaimed. "The one at fault is young Wanru? Yet you intend to penalize me, and you wish to transfer my authority to her concubine mother. Yang Ding, what do you take me for? How dare you treat me this way?" The more she spoke, the more furious she became, directly addressing the Ruyang Marquis by name and seizing his clothing in a frenzy. "Yang Ding, answer me, why do you treat me like this? Why?" The Ruyang Marquis, with a cold demeanor, forcefully pushed her away, causing Madame Ho to tumble to the ground, rendering her far more disheveled than either young Wanru or her concubine mother. The earlier adage rang true. A child's failure is the fault of the parent, and this applied to her as well. Ruer, raised in your presence, has become who she is today, indicating your failure to nurture her properly. Madame Ho shouted. "A base-born child conceived from cousin incest is worthy of my care? I have shown her great leniency by not demanding her life. What more do you want from me?" Upon hearing this, the Ruyang Marquis swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap to her face. Silence. At that moment, the young heir of the Ho family burst through the door, rushing to his mother's side, and with a serious tone, admonished his father. "You, a grown man, should not lay a hand on a woman, especially your own wife." Stung by his son's reproach, the Ruyang Marquis was consumed by anger. Be quiet. This is not your place to speak. Madame Ho pushed her son behind her, spat out the blood that had pooled in her mouth, and wiped the corner of her lips with the back of her hand. With a cold laugh, she retorted, "Have I spoken wrongly? I entered your Ruyang Marquise in March, and by April, the He family had entered. By August, this base-born child was born. Is it not the result of incest? Ah, what a pair of loving cousins." The Ruyang Marquis' shame was utterly exposed, and his anger escalated. "You shameless woman, you are unworthy to be the matriarch of my household." Madame Ho replied, "Do you think I would covet your marquisate? Were it not for the arrangement of our parents, would I have considered you? You possess neither beauty nor talent, lacking both literary and martial accomplishments. The only reason you hold the position of Ruyang Marquis is due to the blessings of our ancestors. Without their achievements, you are nothing. A beggar, when hungry, may solicit alms, and if granted, might even utter a few auspicious words. I have aided you in numerous ways, and yet you have never expressed gratitude, and now you wish to strip me of my authority. You are even less than a beggar." Madame Ho's words ignited the Ruyang Marquis' fury, and disregarding all else, he lunged to strike her. The young heir swiftly intervened to block his father, resulting in the Marquis' fist landing squarely on the heir instead. As a dutiful son, he bore the brunt of the blow while shielding his mother. Witnessing her beloved son being struck, Madame Ho could not bear the sight and rushed to assist him, her fists raining down upon the Ruyang Marquis, one of which fortuitously landed on his nose, causing blood to flow freely. The three became embroiled in a chaotic scuffle, prompting young Wanru to spring up, eager to join the fray, only to be yanked back by He Shi, who warned, "You must not go. Concubine mother, be obedient. I do this for your own good." "Very well." Thus, the mother and daughter, who were unwilling to relent, stood by and watched as the Ruyang Marquis faced a 2-on-1 assault, enduring a severe beating. Just then, the voice of the old matriarch of the Ho family rang out. "Stop! What kind of decorum is this, causing such a ruckus?" The farcical scene came to an abrupt halt with the arrival of the old matriarch. Chapter 21. Resolution. The old matriarch took a seat, her cane tapping rhythmically against the floor. "Look at the chaos you have created. One is the Marquis, one is the matriarch, and another is the heir." "What sort of propriety is this?" Madame Ho, still seething with anger, retorted. "Now that you are here, mother, please adjudicate. Young Wanru's foolish actions have brought disgrace upon our Ruyang Marquisate. I must discipline her so she understands her misdeeds." As she spoke, tears streamed from her eyes. But your dear son intervenes and seeks to strip me of my authority." The Ruyang Marquis, holding his nose, stated, "You have raised Ruer, yet failed to guide her properly. When young Wanru erred, you did not act promptly to prevent it. If it were not for you, Ruer would not have committed such a grave mistake." The old matriarch struck the ground with her cane, commanding, "Be silent, mother." After a brief pause, the old matriarch continued, "In this matter, both sides bear responsibility. Ruer, at such a tender age, has gone astray, sacrificing her own reputation for the sake of a maidservant, and thus deserves punishment. As the matriarch, you have allowed matters to escalate without intervention, and you too should face consequences." After addressing the two ladies, the old matriarch turned her gaze to the Lord of Ruyang and remarked, "And you, too, deserve punishment for your inability to discern character and your unreasonable submission to others. As a husband, how could you lay hands upon your lawful wife and son? You have acted with great folly as a husband." Despite the Lord of Ruyang's imposing presence outside, when confronted with his mother's reproach, he could only bow his head in silence. After a brief pause, the old matriarch continued, "The lady of the Marquis has poorly managed her household. She shall be punished by being relieved of her duties for 3 months, during which I shall personally oversee the domestic affairs. As for young Wanru, to salvage the reputation of the Marquisate, she shall be sent to a nunnery outside the city for 3 months to cultivate her temperament." Upon hearing this, the most vehement reaction came from the concubine. She immediately knelt and pleaded, "I beg you, esteemed matriarch, have mercy. Ruer is at the prime age for marriage negotiations and cannot be sent to a nunnery. How will she find a suitable match if she goes?" The old matriarch, unfazed, replied, "If she does not go to the nunnery, she will never find a suitable match. There is still a glimmer of hope if she does." He, unwilling to let her precious daughter be sent to such a place, wept and implored against young Wanru's departure. Growing weary of his pleas, the old matriarch retorted, "As a concubine, it is best for you to know your place." This was a direct threat, leaving he to gaze helplessly at the Lord of Ruyang. Mustering his courage, he interjected, "Mother, is it not excessive to send her to the nunnery? Perhaps a punishment of kneeling in the ancestral hall for 3 months would suffice." The old matriarch scoffed, "Rest assured. The ancestral hall is not for you to kneel in. Do you think I am doing this to make things difficult for her? I am simply ensuring that others in the capital see our stance." "Mother," the Lord of Ruyang began, but the old matriarch's expression turned stern. "Silence. Though I may be old, this marquisate is still under my command." "Yes," he replied, disappointment etched on his face as he clutched Yang Wanru tightly. "Esteemed matriarch, I implore you to spare her a chance," he pleaded. "You have always cared for her, and she is but a young girl who cannot endure such a fate." The old matriarch replied with a smile that held no warmth. "I cherish those who are obedient. As for those who act foolishly and bring calamity upon the family, I cannot afford to indulge." Yang Wanru looked at her grandmother in disbelief. Grandmother, at that moment? Her heart felt as if it were pierced by the frigid winds of winter, chilling and desolate. Where had the loving grandmother gone who had once vowed to cherish her as the sole granddaughter? "Grandmother, how can you be so heartless?" Ignoring the reactions of those around her, the old matriarch declared, "Tomorrow morning, send her away. Make a scene when she departs so that the people of the capital can witness the severity of her punishment." The Lord of Ruyang, still unwilling, protested, "Mother, let us discuss this matter further." The old matriarch dismissed him, rising from her seat. As she approached the door, her gaze swept over the Lord of Ruyang, whose nose was still stained with blood, the disheveled lady of the marquis, and the disheveled heir who bore the marks of a beating. She turned her attention to he and Yang Wanru. "You ought to understand the principle that harmony within the family leads to prosperity in all endeavors. Your true family consists solely of me, your wife, and your heir. All others, especially those two behind you, are beneath contempt. You should be well aware of this." Unable to restrain himself, the Lord of Ruyang protested, "Mother, how can you say such things?" The old matriarch offered a smile devoid of warmth. "Am I wrong? He is merely your concubine, akin to a slave, and Yang Wanru is but a child born of a concubine. If you favor he, there are countless others outside eager to enter the marquisate and obey you. If you desire a daughter, you can take additional concubines. Surely, one will be compliant." She then cast a meaningful glance at the lady of the marquis, who, taken aback, quickly grasped the implication. "Mother," the old matriarch spoke earnestly, "do not hang all your hopes on a single tree." The Lord of Ruyang fell silent, while Yang Wanru glared at the old matriarch with resentment. With the old matriarch's intervention, the matter reached a conclusion. The lady of the marquis took her son and left, while the Lord of Ruyang lingered behind. He turned to he and Yang Wanru, saying, "It has come to this. Ruer, you must go for 3 months. When the time is up, I shall personally fetch you." Yang Wanru sobbed, tears streaming, "I will not go, father. I do not wish to go. Please save me. Plead with grandmother on my behalf. I am the only daughter of the marquisate. If I am lost, you will have no daughter left." He collapsed in tears against the Lord of Ruyang, pleading pitifully, "My lord, no matter what the old matriarch says of me, I endure it. However, our little rueress marriage has not yet been settled. She cannot go. Moreover, a nunnery is a place where one cannot eat or sleep well. It is unfit for human habitation." As she spoke, she knelt down, her soft frame collapsing. "My lord, I beg you, save our child. She truly cannot go." The Lord of Ruyang found himself in a dilemma, torn between his mother and his beloved daughter. Finally, he hastily uttered, "I will think of another way." Yang Wanru buried her face in his embrace, whispering, "Mother, save me. I do not want to go." Fear not, fear not. I will devise a plan," he reassured her. The chaos within the Lord of Ruyang's household continued through the night. Before either the Lord of Ruyang or he could devise a solution, dawn broke, and soon after, 3 burly matrons arrived for Yang Wanru. With forced smiles they said, "Miss, it is time for you to depart." Yang Wanru cried out in terror, "No, I will not go. This is the old matriarch's command. Please do not resist," they urged. Yang Wanru remained unmoved. Clutching his hand tightly, "I will not go, mother. Save me, save me." However, neither the frail he nor the young Yang Wanru stood a chance against the matrons, and they were quickly separated. Dragged away, Yang Wanru cried out as he followed after them. The commotion within the marquisate reaching a fever pitch. Chapter 22. Wine in the front courtyard. A sedan chair had already been prepared, surrounded by several maids and matrons. along with bearers. The matron escorting young Wanru approached to force her into the chair. But she struggled desperately. I will not go. Let me go. Miss, please forgive us. This is the old matriarch's command. It would be wise to comply and avoid incurring her displeasure. He rushed to protect young Wanru. Just then, the old matriarch arrived. Since you cannot bear to part with her, then you may go together. It is better for you both to look after each other. Both he and young Wanru were taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. The old matriarch lowered her voice. What are you waiting for? At her command, the maids and matrons surged forward, forcing both mother and daughter into the sedan chair, which departed immediately. Once they had left, the matrons began to spread the news at the old matriarch's behest, claiming that the Lord of Ruyang had sent the disgraced young lady to a nunnery. News traveled swiftly in the capital. It was not long before the entire city was abuzz with the story. By that afternoon, Guyu, who had remained at the Wang residence, had heard of the incident. The following day, even more sensational news broke. The lady of Ruyang was demanding a divorce, citing that her husband favored a concubine over his wife, even resorting to violence against the lady and the heir for the sake of a concubine and an illegitimate daughter. Listening to the gossip among the maids in the room, Guyu felt a surge of excitement. Her opportunity had arrived. The current turmoil within the Lord of Ruyang's household presented an ideal chance to take advantage of the chaos. Guyu quietly pinned a letter of accusation, using her left hand to conceal her identity. Once finished, she approached the princess to request a leave of absence. Your Highness, I wish to go out for half a day tomorrow. May I? The princess regarded her. If you go out now and are discovered by someone from the Lord of Ruyang's household, you may find yourself in trouble. Jiuyu smiled slightly. Your Highness, I will be discreet, and with all the commotion in the marquisate, I doubt anyone will pay attention to a mere maid. The princess scrutinized her thoughtfully. You do not intend to seek revenge, do you? Guyu forced a smile. Your Highness, I am but a maid. How could I possibly contend with the marquisate? The princess leaned in closer. So you do not wish for revenge? Guyu deliberately displayed a facade of helplessness. Your Highness, I am merely a maid. Then what do you intend to do outside at this time? I heard that many foreign merchants have come to the south of the city with an array of spices. I merely wish to see if there is anything suitable for cooking. If you need any spices, simply inform the purchasing steward. He will procure them for you. Jiuyu feigned shyness. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. The princess sighed. It is not that I do not wish to let you go. It is my mother's order. Jiuyu was taken aback, not expecting the princess's mother to issue a direct prohibition. This? The princess pondered for a moment and finally said, Very well, I have not been out for a long while either. I shall accompany you to the south of the city. Jiuyu had not anticipated such a turn of events, but she still replied, I thank you, Your Highness. Thus, the group set out for the south of the city, where, as Guyu had claimed, many foreign merchants had gathered. Numerous stalls were set up with peculiar items spread across cloths laid on the ground, and the merchants began to call out their wares. Jiuyu was preoccupied with her thoughts, yet she decided to take a look since she was already there. The matter of delivering the letter could wait until later. She glanced around, observing the various goods sold by the foreign merchants, many of which she did not recognize, until she followed the princess to a particular stall. At a glance, Guyu noticed golden yellow grains displayed on the stall, and she approached with excitement, picking one up to examine closely, her delight growing with each passing moment. Wasn't this corn? Although the grains were small and shriveled, she was certain that this was indeed corn. The princess, observing her reaction, inquired, Do you recognize this? After a moment's thought, Guyu nodded and replied, Your Highness, I believe I have seen this in a dream. A dream? Don't you usually dream of cooking? The princess asked. I humbly report, Your Highness, that I dreamt of an old man using this to cook. Then let us buy some. You can prepare it for me to taste. With a wave of her hand, the princess bought up all the corn grains the merchant had, albeit just a small bag. Soon after, she spotted another foreign merchant selling wine, which astonishingly cost 10 taels of gold per cup. And the cup itself was exceedingly small, likely meant only for sampling. Despite this, the stall was surrounded by eager patrons, many of whom were eager to purchase a few cups to taste, not wanting to miss the excitement. The princess squeezed through the crowd and exclaimed, What sort of wine commands 10 taels of gold? The merchant puffed up with pride, declaring, My wine is a unique nectar of unparalleled quality. A young gentleman, dressed elegantly, immediately interjected, You say it is, but I shall not believe it without tasting. I pride myself in my knowledge of wines. I dare say I have sampled every nameable vintage. The princess's maid leaned over and whispered, Your Highness, it seems this gentleman is the third son of the Minister of Revenue. The princess nodded in acknowledgement. The merchant replied, Sir, my wine is priced at 10 taels of gold per cup. As long as the payment is forthcoming, you may drink as much as you desire. The third son of the Minister of Revenue snapped open his folding fan and said, Then that is simple. At his gesture, a servant produced a silver note. Here is 100 taels. The merchant promptly accepted the note and poured the wine into a cup. Gu curiously observed, and the more she looked, the more peculiar the wine's color appeared. It was purple. She quickly realized, this must be grape wine. However, just from the color, it could also be something else. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the third son tilted his head back and downed the cup in one gulp, then closed his eyes to savor the taste. It resembles fruit wine. This is clearly fruit wine, he declared. The merchant, with a smile, suggested, Why not try some more? Bring it forth. The third son then took 5 quick gulps and remarked, Strange, this flavor is akin to fruit wine, yet I cannot discern what fruit it is. As he indulged, the aroma wafted with the breeze towards Gu, who seized the moment to inhale deeply. It was a familiar scent. Indeed, it was grape wine. She quietly asked, Your Highness, have you ever eaten grapes? The princess looked at her quizzically. What are grapes? Gu was taken aback. Could it be that there were no grapes here? They are simply clusters of purple or black fruits, with some being green. The princess pondered for a moment and replied, No, I have never tasted them. Chapter 23. Delivering the letter. Gu was truly perplexed. From her observations since arriving in this narrative, it seemed the backdrop of the book was akin to a fictional dynasty resembling the Tang dynasty. Historically, grapes had already been introduced during the Tang era. Could it be that the author of this tale had overlooked this detail? Noticing Gu Yu's bewilderment, the princess's eyes sparkled with realization. Could this so-called nectar be made from those grapes you mentioned? Just moments ago, the third son had remarked how it resembled fruit wine, and Gu Yu had inquired about grapes. It was hard not to connect the two notions. Gu Yu, recognizing the princess's perceptive gaze, lowered her voice and said, If we had those grapes, I could concoct this wine. The princess's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Gu Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The method of making grape wine is not particularly complex. I learned it in modern times. Even without retrieving the recipe from the space, I could still manage it. In fact, I once brewed grape wine to sell. The princess, brimming with excitement, responded, Then I shall buy a cup to confirm it once more. It would be more prudent. Raising her hand, the princess called out loudly, Here, I want a cup. All eyes turned towards her, only to find it was a young girl. Some well-meaning citizens chimed in, Little girl, you ought not to indulge in wine. It may hinder your prospects for marriage. Those daring enough to jest with the princess were clearly unaware of her identity. Others joined in, Indeed, young lady, it would be wise to return home. This is no place for you to linger. Their warnings were valid. It would be unwise for a young girl to remain, lest she fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals. Hearing this, the princess brandished her whip and struck it down, instantly cracking the stone pavement before everyone's eyes. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the princess's crisp voice. Let us see who dares. The first to speak raised his hands in surrender. Young lady, you are most formidable. At this juncture, the third son of the Minister of Revenue recognized the princess and approached her, bowing slightly. Your Highness wishes to taste this wine? The princess lifted her chin. Yes, I still have 2 cups left from my earlier purchase, which I can offer to your Highness. The princess turned her head, stating, No need. This princess has money. With that, she strode forward a few paces to buy wine, and as she passed, the crowd parted respectfully. The earlier mention of her title had been overheard by many, and among all the princesses in the capital, only the princess of Duanyang carried a whip. She had been recognized. Furthermore, the third son of the Minister of Revenue, unaware of the princess's displeasure at his revelation of her identity, had inadvertently forfeited any semblance of favor with her. The merchant, keenly observant, noted the princess's elevated status and promptly offered the wine jug with utmost respect. Upon receiving the jug, the princess first inspected it closely, then poured a cup, not for herself, but personally handed it to a maid. All present were taken aback by this display. How could the esteemed Princess Duanyang, who had once bested several royal princesses at the tender age of 7, offer wine to a mere maid? Gu Yu deftly accepted the cup, first inhaling its aroma before taking a sip. The onlookers speculated, Is she concerned about poison, testing it first? Perhaps so. Once Gu Yu had consumed the wine, the princess inquired, How is it? Gu Yu reported, I humbly inform your Highness, This is indeed grape wine. The princess clapped her hands, then it settled. Without further ado, she disregarded the crowd and led Gu Yu and her maidens away. Once they departed, murmurs erupted, and the princess's fame soared anew in the capital, while Gu Yu too became the subject of speculation as the bold maid who had dared to accuse the Ruyang Marquis's household at the Dali Temple. For this reason, Gu Yu, like the princess, gained notoriety throughout the capital. Once seated at a tavern, the princess began to inquire in detail about the grape wine. Is this grape wine truly something you can produce? Gu Yu confidently affirmed, as long as we have the raw grapes, I can brew it. The princess furrowed her brow, but I have never even seen these grapes. Where shall we find them? Gu Yu smiled. Your Highness, since the foreign merchants possess grape wine, we should simply ascertain where they procure their grapes. I will arrange for someone to investigate upon my return. Noticing the princess had no further queries, Gu Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, my earring has fallen." The princess replied nonchalantly, "If it's lost, then it's lost. I will get you a few pairs when we return." Gu Yu, in a state of urgency, insisted, "This earring was a gift from the princess. It cannot be lost. I must go look for it. A gift from my mother." "Indeed, Your Highness, I must search for it." The princess waved her hand dismissively. "Go ahead. Do you need anyone to assist you?" "No need, Your Highness. Your attendants are required to serve you." After exiting the tavern, Gu Yu took a winding path to an isolated alley, where she retrieved a voluminous, dark-colored garment typically worn by elderly women from her space, designed to envelop her entirely, along with a pair of shoes. She donned the attire over her own clothes, ensuring it concealed her form completely, and changed into the shoes as well. Since her space could not store items, she had to find a hidden spot to stash her original shoes. Next, she produced a charcoal pencil from her pocket to darken her eyebrows, found some ash on the ground to smear on her face, and even added a large black mole to her cheek. After removing her headpiece, she wrapped her hair in a dark scarf. As she hunched over, coughing slightly, she transformed from a young girl into an old woman. She wandered through the alleys, searching tirelessly for beggars, until at last she spotted one lying on the ground. Gu Yu approached him and, in a hoarse voice, asked, "Hello, do you desire money?" The beggar immediately sat up, exclaiming, "What?" Gu Yu produced a letter, saying, "Deliver this letter into the hands of Lord Li Guang at the Dali Temple." The beggar remained silent, fixating his gaze upon her. She tremulously revealed a silver note, stating, "If you can assist me in delivering this letter, these 50 taels of silver shall be yours." The generous sum was compensation for the beggar, as her letter was a missive of treachery concerning the Duke of Ruyang's household, which was bound to attract scrutiny. Once the beggar returned, she would hand him the 50 taels and instruct him to leave the capital at once, ensuring he had funds and a place to settle down. The beggar accepted the letter, affirming, "Your word is law." These beggars, who roamed the city daily, were undoubtedly familiar with the shortcuts of the capital. However, Gu Yu did not wait long before the beggar returned, extending his grimy hands and demanding, "The letter has been delivered. Where's my money?" Gu Yu gazed quietly into the beggar's eyes, questioning, "Did you truly deliver it?" Given the brief time span, even if the beggar knew some shortcuts, it was implausible for him to complete the round trip so swiftly. The beggar's gaze faltered, his tone unnaturally defensive. "Of course. I delivered it. Are you certain?" "I am absolutely certain. Hurry and give me the money." Gu Yu scoffed coldly, "You have not delivered the letter at all. Return it to me." The beggar's demeanor shifted instantly. "If you do not give me the money, I shall tear your letter apart." Gu Yu took a few steps back, calling out, "Help! A beggar is attempting to rob this old woman." Upon hearing her cries, passers-by turned their attention to the scene. Causing the beggar to panic, he discarded the letter and fled in haste. Gu Yu swiftly retrieved her letter, which had passed through the beggar's filthy hands, now marred with dark fingerprints and emitting an unpleasant odor. She sighed deeply within, thanked a few onlookers who had come to investigate, and hurried away. The beggar's route had proven fruitless, and she needed to contemplate alternative strategies. However, having been absent for too long, she feared that the Princess of Duanyang might misconstrue her absence as an attempt to escape. She quickly returned to the deserted alley, restored her attire and hairstyle, and sought her shoes, relieved to find them still in place. After washing her face to remove the grime, she hastened toward the tavern. Just when she thought she would have to wait for another opportunity, she spotted the third son of the Minister of Revenue and his servant, who she had encountered earlier. Narrowing her eyes, a brilliant idea struck her. Gu Yu recalled passages from certain books that described a rift between the Minister of Revenue and the Duke of Ruyang. In the narratives, the minister had gone to great lengths to assist the male protagonist during his investigations, If that were the case, could she not exploit the minister's son to deliver her letter into the minister's hands? Once it reached him, he would undoubtedly pursue the matter with vigor. Acting on her thoughts, she lowered her head and jogged a few steps, feigning a search for something, and collided with the servant accompanying the third son. Seizing the moment, she swiftly slipped the letter into his possession. The servant immediately protested. "Are you blind when walking?" Gu Yu sincerely apologized. "My sincerest apologies." At that moment, the young master spoke. "I remember you. You are the maidservant of the Princess of Duanyang." "Indeed. May I ask what instructions you have, my lord?" The third son directly inquired. "Is your princess nearby?" Gu Yu shook her head. "In response to your inquiry, my lord, the princess is not here." "Then take me to her." "I cannot make such decisions, my lord. I command you to take me." "Do not waste words," his servant added. "Our master deems you worthy of being led. Do not be ungrateful." Gu Yu hesitated. "My lord, please do not put me in a difficult position." The young master's servant retorted. "How is it difficult? Our master asking you to lead is a mark of respect. Do not be so ungracious." Gu Yu remained steadfast, unwilling to budge. The third son shot a glance at his servant, who reluctantly produced a pouch from his pocket, retrieving 10 taels of silver. "Here, if you guide my master, this 10 taels will be yours." Gu Yu shook her head. "My lord, it is not about the silver. You and our princess do not seem well acquainted. I truly cannot lead you to her." Perhaps Gu Yu had struck a nerve, as the third son erupted in anger. "Silence! The nature of my relationship with the Princess of Duanyang is not for a lowly servant like you to speculate upon." Gu Yu lowered her head. Just as the third son was about to escalate matters, the true master of the situation arrived. "Gu Yu, why are you dawdling here instead of searching for me?" The arrival of Duanyang saved Gu Yu. She swiftly dashed behind Duanyang. Her protector had come. "Why, princess, after locating the lost earring, I hurried back, but encountered this young master who insisted I lead him to you. I was unwilling, and we have been at an impasse." Duanyang crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance at the third son of the Minister of Revenue, remarking, "Am I a mere object for you to see at your whim?" The third son pretended to adjust his sleeve, fanning himself with a fan, believing himself to be quite the gentleman as he approached. "Princess, I have long admired you. Encountering you at last, I was unable to restrain my feelings." Gu Yu's expression shifted immediately. This young master, with his declarations of long-standing admiration and inability to control himself, did so publicly. What would happen when word spread? Would the reputation of the Princess of Duanyang withstand such scandal? Simultaneously, she felt profound regret. Had she not purposely approached him for her own letter, Duanyang would not have been ensnared by such a repugnant leech. Noticing onlookers gathering to witness the spectacle, Gu Yu hastily interjected. "Please, my lord, tread carefully with your words. Today marks merely the first meeting between my mistress and yourself. To slander her thus is malicious." She realized that her ongoing conversation had likely attracted the attention of many. Fearing that some might not believe her words, suspecting they were already acquainted. Thus, she continued, "My lord, it was I who bumped into your servant. I am the one who has offended you. If you desire to chastise someone, direct your wrath toward me, rather than tarnishing my mistress's reputation." Behind Gu Yu, the Princess of Duanyang stepped forward, her gaze fierce as she declared, "You wretched toad, do you dare covet a swan? Watch as I strike you down." In a swift motion, she drew her whip and lashed it toward the third son. The whip struck his chest with full force, tearing through the fabric of his outer garment with a single blow. Another whip followed. "I command you to restrain your feelings." When the second whip came, the third son turned to evade, yet it landed upon his back, leaving him bloodied. His pained cry echoed as his servant hurried to shield him. But Gu Yu positioned herself as an obstacle, blocking their escape. The relentless whip of the princess continued, striking without pause, while the trio sought refuge but were thwarted by Gu Yu. Finally, the third son, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed, "Princess Duanyang, I was wrong. I should not have spoken to offend you. Please, cease this." At last, the princess halted her assault, discreetly rotating her wrist as she retracted her whip, lamenting inwardly that it had indeed been a long time since she had practiced. In the past, one lash would have left him searching for his teeth. Duanyang regarded him with contempt. "What? No longer enamored with me? No longer unable to contain yourself?" At that moment, the third son bore no resemblance to the dapper gentleman he had been. He was a disheveled mess, his clothes in tatters, covered in dust. Clutching his wounds, he shook his head in fear. "You had best pray that we do not cross paths again. I shall strike you whenever I see you." The third son involuntarily trembled. With a final cold huff, the princess turned to leave, with Gu Yu trailing closely behind, sighing once more. The earlier incident involved the son of the Minister of Revenue, and it was certain that the minister would not take this matter lightly. Even if the princess's actions were provoked by his unrefined remarks, her involvement was not insignificant. After all, it was she who had first approached him, and the chain of events had been set into motion by her own selfish desires. Had she kept her distance, none of this would have transpired. She composed herself and addressed the princess. "My lady, it was my fault. I was the one who bumped into that young master's servant, leading to this recognition." The princess waved her hand dismissively, stating, "I have only met that toad a second time. Yet he approaches me with such filth. Surely he had premeditated intentions. It has nothing to do with you." She then inquired, "Have you found your earrings?" "Yes," she replied, producing the earrings for her to see, one of which was noticeably cracked. Perhaps it had been stepped on, leaving a slight fracture. Duanyang waved her hand graciously. "Well, I shall have someone deliver a few pairs to you later." "This servant thanks the princess," came the reply. Upon returning to the royal residence, Duanyang immediately dashed to the courtyard of the Zhou to lodge a complaint. The specifics of what Duanyang relayed to the prince and princess remain unknown to Gu Yu, who promptly returned to the small kitchen to attend to her own affairs. However, the following day, Gu Yu overheard some gossip among the maidservants, stating that the Minister of Revenue had come to the royal residence to apologize, carrying his son with him. It was said that after returning home, that young master had been given a sound beating by his father, though whether it was genuine or feigned was known only to the minister's household. Nevertheless, the next day, when the minister himself came to the royal residence to express his apologies, that young master was indeed seen being carried away by the servants, a sight witnessed by many. With the Minister of Revenue having gone to such lengths, and Duanyang having already vented her anger the previous day, it was only reasonable that the royal residence did not persist in the matter. Thus, the incident drew to a close, with both families reaching an amicable resolution. As anticipated, Gu Yu was summoned by the Zhou Fei, who was accompanied by the Zhou himself. Upon her arrival, Gu Yu behaved appropriately. Casting a brief glance at the seated prince and princess, she was well acquainted with the princess, yet this was her first encounter with the Zhou. It must be said, he was indeed deserving of the title of the most handsome man in the capital. Even now, with age upon him, a mere glance was enough to leave her momentarily dazzled. Regardless of her inner thoughts, she maintained her decorum, bowing respectfully. This servant pays her respects to the prince and princess. The princess wore a stern expression, offering no command for her to rise. However, the Zhou, in a friendly tone, said, "You may rise. I have a few questions to ask you." Gu Yu instinctively glanced at the princess, their eyes meeting momentarily. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear the prince's words?" With that, Gu Yu stood up. The Zhou continued, "I called you here merely to inquire about the events of yesterday on the street. You need not be anxious. Yes. Please recount the events that transpired while you accompanied the princess yesterday." Gu Yu recounted every detail diligently, from their departure from the royal residence to their return, leaving nothing unmentioned. After she finished speaking, silence enveloped the room, while the Zhou tapped the closed fan rhythmically against the table. Yet Gu Yu felt as if each tap struck her very heart. After a moment, he asked, "Did you collide with his servant? Was there any fault on your part?" Gu Yu's heart tightened as she replied, "This servant does not comprehend the prince's meaning. Did you collide on your own accord? Or were you pushed?" Gu Yu's heart raced. The Zhou inquiry indicated he had discerned something. She quickly responded, in answer to the prince, "It was I who, in my haste, collided with him." The Zhou fixed his gaze upon her. "Oh, is that so?" He then added, "I have another question for you. It would be best if you answer truthfully." "Yes, this servant will speak without reservation." The Zhou commanded, "Lift your head and look at me." Gu Yu had no choice but to comply, locking eyes with the Zhou. Despite his amiable demeanor, he was still a prince, and Gu Yu felt a twinge of guilt within her. Meeting his gaze made the pressure feel overwhelming. Unable to bear it, she briefly averted her eyes. The Zhou stern voice immediately rang out, "Look into my eyes and answer my question." A shiver ran through Gu Yu as she redirected her gaze back to him. Realizing he sought to gauge her honesty through her eyes, the Zhou opened his fan and spoke slowly. "I have heard you experienced an extraordinary event," recalling the excuse she had crafted regarding her space. Gu Yu replied, "Yes, perhaps it is true that good deeds are rewarded. I gave my only biscuit to an elderly man and went hungry myself, thus I dreamed of him cooking at night, and I followed suit to learn." Fearing they might exploit this matter against her, she paused before continuing, "However, since I last mentioned this, I have not dreamt of any cooking scenes again. The Zhou Wang maintained his previous expression, and after a few seconds, he declared, "You are lying." Cold sweat broke out on Gu Yu's back, instantly soaking her. The existence of her space must remain a secret. She could only resolutely deny it. "Prince, every word I speak is the truth." The Zhou Wang fanned himself lightly, remaining silent. The princess, glancing between Gu Yu and the Zhou Wang, seemingly wary of disrupting his contemplation, also chose to remain quiet. The Zhou Wang continued to scrutinize Gu Yu, his eyes unblinking, while Gu Yu, for her life's sake, also fixed her gaze on him. Time dragged on unbearably, but she understood that she could not falter, for even a moment's hesitation would lead her to an abyss of despair. Gu Yu recognized that with the Zhou Wang's extensive experience, he would likely not take her words at face value. Yet this was her only recourse. Chapter 26 Analysis. The two masters remained silent, and Gu Yu understood the wisdom of saying little. Thus the room fell into a profound stillness. After a while, the Zhou Wang finally spoke. "One last question. Did you place that letter on the third young master's servant?" Gu Yu's heart plummeted. Having only recently committed the act, it was now uncovered. She could only blame her own eagerness for being so conspicuous. Moreover, as a prince who maintained his position in the capital, unlike other princes relegated to their fiefs, he was undoubtedly shrewd. Her actions, careless and overt, could not escape his keen eyes. After a moment of silence, she summoned her courage and declared, "It was I who did it." The reaction was most pronounced from the Zhou Wang Fei. "You dare to embroil our Zhou Wang Fu in such a predicament?" At that moment, the Zhou Wang's countenance turned cold, losing all friendliness. How does a mere maid know of such significant matters in the letter? Clearly, the minister's visit was not solely for an apology. He must have brought the letter to confront the Zhou Wang. Gu Yu could only say, "I overheard it while delivering a meal." The Zhou Wang stood and leisurely approached her. Squatting down to scrutinize her closely, "You are still lying." The princess, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Had I known you would be such a source of trouble, I should have let you perish in the Ruyang Marquis's residence." Gu Yu was at a loss for words. The truth of her transmigration was utterly unshareable. She could only cling to the excuses she had concocted. The Zhou Wang straightened up, stating, "You would do well to think carefully before you answer. Every word I say is the truth. I heard it while delivering her meal." The Zhou Wang replied, "You are still lying." At this moment, the princess interjected, "Prince, why not leave her to me? I have ways to extract the truth from her." Gu Yu's heart sank to the depths. Summoning her resolve, she said, "Why must the prince pursue this matter so relentlessly? After all, I have exposed the Ruyang Marquis's affairs, and now that our royal residence has severed ties with them, should they fall, it would eliminate an adversary for us, which is beneficial. Moreover, I delivered the letter to the minister, who already had grievances with the Ruyang Marquis. Given the current financial strains, upon discovering such a significant gold mine, he would surely be tempted to act. Therefore, whether out of vengeance or to bolster the treasury, the minister will undoubtedly take the initiative to investigate this matter thoroughly. Even if the minister suspects I was the one who provided the letter, as long as the prince remains steadfast in his denial, he cannot implicate you. Furthermore, the prince may even gain the minister's friendship, as having allies in court facilitates matters. A friend like the minister is indeed advantageous. Additionally, the Ruyang Marquis's gold mine was covertly exploited. He would not dare to openly recruit miners, thus he must have committed unspeakable acts, abducting impoverished citizens to toil in the mines. Once this matter is clarified, it would restore justice for those citizens, which is a meritorious deed. So, Prince, why must you cling to me? Ultimately, this situation is of great benefit to you, is it not? After delivering this statement in one breath, she quietly observed the Zhou Wang. Rather than showing anger, a smile crept onto his face. "You are quite astute, aware of the treasury's plight. It seems I have underestimated you. Prince, I swear upon heaven, I have never acted against the interests of the royal residence. Nor will I in the future. When I was in the Ruyang Marquis's residence, I nearly lost my life, and it was Duanyang who rescued me. The Zhou Wang Fu provided me with refuge. I would never betray it." The princess slammed her hand on the table, rising in anger. "You claim that you haven't? You have entangled our royal residence in the conflict between the minister and the Ruyang Marquis. Is that not detrimental?" Gu Yu bowed her head and said, "Then you may hand me over, for I harbor enmity against the whole residence, and I have ample justification for my reckless revenge." Zhou Wang chuckled lightly. "With such a righteous demeanor, are you not afraid of death?" "Indeed, I fear death. Who among the living wishes to perish?" Gu Yu replied. Zhou Wang sneered, "Bring her in," and confine her to await her fate. Thus, Gu Yu was escorted by 2 guards to the dungeons of the royal palace, where she was imprisoned, with several guards stationed outside to keep watch over her. Gu Yu waited until the night grew deep and the guards appeared less vigilant than before. Then quietly delved into her consciousness, searching for any means of escape. Fortune smiled upon her as she discovered a potion that induced a state of apparent death. As its name implies, this miraculous elixir would render one devoid of heartbeat and pulse, yet revive them 7 days later. Upon her initial glance, Gu Yu was incredulous. How could a living being survive without sustenance for 7 days? After all, a person without a heartbeat was as good as dead. Yet, she recalled her own inexplicable transmigration into a book and the existence of her wondrous space. A veritable golden finger of sorts. In this space, one could exchange items for points, which could then be used to procure personal belongings. To her, this space resembled a marketplace of sorts. All that had transpired had already transcended the bounds of reason, lacking any factual basis. Now, with the potion available for exchange within her space, it no longer seemed like an impossibility. However, acquiring this potion was not a simple task. She had previously exchanged only trivial culinary recipes, for which she needed merely a decent cup or some trinkets to trade. Yet this potion's price was exorbitantly higher, 1,000-fold compared to those recipes. Even if she were free, exchanging all her possessions would likely fall short of the required points. Moreover, there was no telling whether she would be devoured by wolves in the mass grave within 7 days, rendering the path of feigned death unfeasible. What to do? Relying on Zhou Wang and the princess's mercy seemed increasingly impossible, although she had just enumerated the benefits her actions brought to the royal house. The truth remained that she had calculated against them. She was dancing atop Zhou Wang and the princess's heads. Thus, the hope of leniency from the royal residence was dashed. Her prior notion of saving money to redeem herself was equally futile. The road of escaping like a cicada shedding its shell was closed off as well. Gu Yu spent the night contemplating how to resolve her predicament, but by dawn, when the guards came to change shifts, she still had not devised a solution. In the ensuing days, she remained imprisoned in the dungeon, seeing only the guards. As her time in confinement lengthened, her temperament grew increasingly irritable. Did she truly have to perish in this dungeon? She attempted to converse with the guards, but they paid her no heed, and each day passed as she counted the hours. The royal residence's inaction hung over her like a sword of Damocles, keeping her perpetually on edge, fearing when that sword would finally descend. Under such psychological strain, Gu Yu's ability to refrain from madness was a testament to her restraint. Thus, a full month of torment passed, until one day a guard opened the cell door and commanded, "Come out." Gu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The burden that had hung over her finally lifted. She had not seen sunlight for an entire month, and as she stepped out of the dungeon, the blinding light momentarily pained her eyes, prompting her to shield them instinctively. The guard pushed her forcefully, causing her to stumble almost to the ground. Lowering her hand from her eyes, she gradually adjusted to the brightness outside. She had never perceived the sky as so blue, nor the flowers and grass as so dazzling. Even the bricks of the buildings appeared pleasing to the eye. Gu Yu was escorted before Zhou Wang, who was stroking a piece of jade and scrutinizing her. Gu Yu knelt submissively, her gaze lowered. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Wang remarked, "What you said before is indeed correct. This matter holds great advantages for me, however. Your unilateral actions, calculating against me, render your merits and demerits equal." Upon hearing this, a wave of joy surged within Gu Yu. It seemed Zhou Wang was somewhat reasonable, and she might escape calamity. Yet Zhou Wang continued, "However, you can no longer remain in the royal residence. I shall send you to a better place." The joy on Gu Yu's face froze. What could this better place entail? Suddenly, she recalled the mass grave the princess had mentioned and the dream she had experienced. A shiver ran down her spine. Was Zhou Wang intending to silence her? His command left no room for resistance, and guards swiftly moved to seize her. Gu Yu hurriedly interjected, "My lord, I wish to see the princess. I implore you to show mercy." Zhou Wang scoffed. At this juncture, "You still wish to exploit Duanyang's compassion? Your audacity knows no bounds." "No, my lord. I have yet to repay the princess's life-saving grace." Zhou Wang bellowed, "Take her away at once." The 2 guards at the side immediately seized her. In truth, Gu Yu had no intention of exploiting the princess. She merely wished to leave her culinary recipes with her, as the princess had saved her numerous times. She had taken 3 apprentices, and these recipes would likely reach their hands, honoring their dedication. Furthermore, with the 3 apprentices, Princess Duanyang could continue to enjoy exquisite dishes. However, It now seemed there would be no opportunity for that. Her sorrow dissipated the moment she was taken to the courtyard and beheld the princess, who looked markedly different than before. Jiyu was about to speak when she noticed the princess's darkened expression. Her mouth opened but then fell silent. At that moment, Princess Duanyang wore a scowl. Her arms crossed as she silently stared at Guyu, who stood before her. After a long pause, the princess spoke. "You have been plotting against me from the very beginning." Guyu shook her head vehemently. "No, I only deceived you regarding the earrings." Princess Duanyang turned her face away in disdain. Jiyu continued, "Princess, I am about to leave. I fear I will never have the chance to repay your life-saving grace. In the room where I resided, beneath the bedboard, lie all my culinary recipes. I have taken 3 apprentices in the kitchen. With these recipes, they can replicate those dishes, and you shall have them whenever you wish." Princess Duanyang, with reddened eyes, retorted angrily, "Spare me your pretenses. If I wish to eat, I have a wealth of delicacies awaiting me." Jiyu sighed. Princess Duanyang was a person who would not tolerate any slight. When she cared for someone, she genuinely held them dear and would stand up for them. Yet, the moment there was a hint of wrongdoing, she would completely disregard them, casting them aside. One of the guards escorting Guyu interjected. "Princess, this is the prince's command. Please do not make it difficult for us." Princess Duanyang shot Guyu one last glare before turning and fleeing. Jiyu was forcefully pushed forward by the guards, and the two parted ways, going in opposite directions. Once outside, Guyu's eyes were blindfolded, and she was placed into a carriage. As the carriage transitioned from smooth to bumpy, she surmised she must have left the capital. The journey continued with relentless jolting, causing Guyu to sway within. Suddenly, the horses halted, and in her anxious state, she heard a familiar voice before someone entered. Though her eyes remained covered, she recognized it was one of Princess Duanyang's maidservants by the sound of her voice. The maidservant entered and pressed something into Guyu's hand, saying, "The recipes you mentioned have been retrieved by the princess. She said it is a trade. You leave her the recipes, and she shall give you something in return." Guyu grasped the object in her hand. It felt warm and smooth, resembling a small animal figurine. Speaking toward the direction of the maidservant, she said, "Please convey my gratitude to the princess. Tell her I thank her. And if there is a next life, I shall certainly repay her as a devoted servant." The maidservant quickly departed, and the carriage resumed its journey. After a lengthy bout of jolting, the carriage came to another halt, and she was pushed out by the guards. When the blindfold was finally removed, Guyu's first sight was of a figure clad in black. Upon seeing this person, her pupils dilated in fear. Wasn't this the very attire one would associate with those who silenced others? At that moment, Guyu felt genuine terror. In the midst of her fear, the figure in black nodded to the guards, who promptly blindfolded her again. She was then handed over to the figure in black, who grasped her shoulder and began to lead her away. Jiyu stumbled along, and by the feel of her surroundings, she surmised they were in a forest. When the blindfold was finally lifted, she found herself indeed in a valley. Chapter 28. Fortunate the figure in black spoke to her, by the prince's command. "You have been brought to this forest, granted a chance at survival. Whether you can escape depends solely on your own fortune." Guyu's heart, once lifted high, began to settle. She found herself grateful for the lingering thread of life that spared her from a direct demise. The task of the cloaked figure was now complete. He discarded Guyu amidst the mountains and woods and departed. Unbeknownst to her, the original intention of King Zhou had been to send her to the Dark Guard training camp to be molded into a covert pawn. However, due to the culinary recipes she had provided to Princess Duanyang, which prompted the princess to plead with King Zhou, he ultimately reconsidered his decision out of respect for her. Once the cloaked figure vanished, Guyu commenced her wanderings through the forest, a realm far more perilous than the modern woods, where wolves, jackals, tigers, and leopards might lurk, not to mention her greatest fear, snakes. Another pressing concern was that the daylight was waning. The forest would inevitably become more treacherous after dark, so it was prudent to exit as soon as possible. Surrounding her were an abundance of trees and grass, and being deep within the forest without a path, Guyu could only wield a stick to tap the ground ahead, startling any concealed creatures while clearing her way. She glanced around, observing the dense foliage, then looked up to find the sky obscured by an intricate canopy of leaves. With no other option, she chose a direction at random and trudged onward. To her astonishment, amidst her clumsy journey, she spotted a plume of smoke rising into the air. Overcome with joy, she wept tears of relief. Smoke did not appear haphazardly in the wilderness. It was surely the work of human hands. Immediately, she altered her course towards the smoke, which continued to billow steadily. As she drew nearer, she instinctively quieted her movements. Approaching with caution, surely, no ordinary person would be wandering here at such an hour. Hiding behind a tree, she peered out to observe the scene. Upon closer inspection, she exhaled a sigh of relief. The smoke was emanating from a group of individuals dressed as common folk, who were inexplicably burning fresh leaves and recently felled branches. Finding their actions peculiar, Gu Yu remained concealed, silently watching as their expressions shifted from anticipation to disappointment, eventually leading to their departure. Once they had traversed a considerable distance, Gu Yu stealthily followed, using the remnants of their passage through the underbrush to ascertain their direction. These individuals had entered in a group, suggesting they knew the way out. As twilight deepened, Gu Yu successfully navigated out of the dense woods, her gaze falling upon a village in the distance, with wisps of smoke curling upward. Elated, she pressed forward, eager to find shelter before night enveloped the land completely. Having expended most of her energy in the forest, she now relied solely on sheer willpower, her steps mechanical as she focused on the village ahead. As darkness fully descended, her feet crossed the threshold of the village. She approached a nearby house and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No sooner had she finished than a woman's voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and the door creaked open. Gu Yu beheld a robust middle-aged woman, who regarded her with curiosity. "Who are you looking for?" With a smile, Gu Yu replied, "Dear sister, could I trouble you for a sip of water?" The woman leaned in slightly to scrutinize her, asking, "Are you a beggar?" The words caused Gu Yu's expression to falter, and she instinctively tugged at her tattered clothing. It was no surprise that the woman had misjudged her. After a month of confinement in a dungeon, followed by wandering the woods, her appearance was undoubtedly disheveled. Feeling embarrassed, Gu Yu explained, "I initially came seeking a relative, but they have moved away, and I am unable to find them. I have no place to stay, and have indeed been wandering outside for several days." At that moment, an elderly man, with a kindly visage, entered the yard, asking, "Who has come?" The middle-aged woman recounted Gu Yu's situation to him. The elder scrutinized Gu Yu from head to toe and then remarked, "Young lady, would you like me to find you a place to stay?" At these words, Gu Yu's guard went up, and she replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but that won't be necessary." As she turned to leave, the elder called after her, "Wait a moment, young lady. Please, hear me out." Sensing the family's demeanor did not suggest malice, she paused. The elder continued gently, "In our village, there is an elderly woman named Granny Lu. She lives alone now, and at her age, she has no one to care for her. If you are willing, you could go to her." The middle-aged woman chimed in, "Indeed, young lady, if you go there, you will have a roof over your head instead of wandering the streets. In return, you could assist Granny Lu. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement." Gu Yu hesitated. Her plan was to return home once freed from her servitude, both to honor the life she had usurped and to facilitate the resolution of her household registration. "I appreciate your goodwill, but I must return to my hometown," Gu Yu replied. The elder sighed, "Very well, if you are unwilling, we shall not press the matter." As he turned to leave, he cast one last glance at her. The middle-aged woman lingered, saying, "You likely have nowhere else to stay in our entire village. Only Granny Lu has an available room for you. Allow me to guide you there." Gu Yu nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." As she departed from the family, she clutched half a biscuit in her left hand and a piece of burning wood in her right, following the direction indicated by the woman. After confirming the features of the entrance, Gu Yu raised her hand to knock. Perhaps the elder's hearing was poor, for she knocked for quite some time without a response. However, her commotion stirred a neighbor, a young man who emerged with an oil lamp to investigate. Eyeing Gu Yu warily, he asked, "Who are you? What are you doing at Granny Lu's door at this hour?" Chapter 29. Granny Lu. Gu Yu promptly recounted the events that had transpired at the village entrance. The young man regarded her with skepticism, ultimately calling forth another young child to watch her while he rushed towards the village in trance to verify her claims. Clearly, he did not trust her words. Having walked through the forest all day, fatigue weighed heavily on Gu Yu. She found a stone by the roadside to sit upon, consuming the biscuit she held. The young child, sent to observe her, quietly swallowed hard, but the darkness concealed his reaction. Before long, the young man returned, his expression considerably softened as he addressed Gu Yu. "Granny Lu is hard of hearing and sleeps early. Please wait a moment. I will call her from the back window." Gu Yu nodded. "Thank you very much." Shortly thereafter, sounds emerged from the yard as an elderly woman with graying hair opened the door and peered outside. Upon seeing Gu Yu standing by the road, her eyes lit up, and she slowly approached. You must be the one coming to stay with me. Yu nodded and reiterated the story she had shared at the village entrance. After she finished, Granny Lu regarded her with compassion. Good child, you have endured much. Come, let us get you settled in my home. With that, Granny Lu extended her frail hand, guiding Yu into the yard. She led her directly to a room, saying, this room is freshly prepared. Perhaps it was fate that I tidied it just before your arrival. As Yu surveyed her surroundings, she noted a bed, a wardrobe, and a stool, albeit sparsely furnished. The space was clean and orderly. Granny Lu trembled as she opened the large wardrobe, revealing neatly folded quilts inside. Yu promptly stepped forward to retrieve one. While Granny Lu smiled warmly, watching her, do not worry, dear. This quilt was just washed. Yu sincerely thanked her. Thank you, Granny Lu. There's no need for thanks. It is merely our shared fate that brought you here just as I was tidying up. Yu reciprocated her smile. Now, you sit and rest. I will boil some water for you to wash up. Yu, unwilling to let someone of Granny Lu's age toil for her, quickly replied, Granny Lu? It's getting late. Just tell me where the water is, and I will manage it myself. You should rest. No, I am quite pleased. If you let me sleep, I might not be able to. Seeing the genuine joy in the elder's eyes, Yu ceased her insistence and said, if you cannot sleep, then please guide me to where I can boil the water. All right, I shall take you there. Granny Lu's kitchen, like the room, was modestly furnished but impeccably clean and organized. Under the guidance of Old Lady Lu, Yu began to kindle a fire to boil water. Thanks to her previous experience with an earthen stove in modern times, she was not daunted by the task of starting a fire. She had not tidied up for an entire month, and knowing that one wash would not suffice, she shyly informed Old Lady Lu, Old Lady Lu, I fear I must boil more water for a bath. I shall fill the water tank tomorrow. Old Lady Lu, an elderly woman who could manage to walk but would struggle to fetch water, regarded water as an essential resource in her humble abode. With a warm smile, she replied, go ahead, use it freely, don't be shy. Once the water was boiled, Yu, under Old Lady Lu's direction, moved a large wooden tub over, and Old Lady Lu even offered Yu a set of her own clothes to wear temporarily. After expressing her gratitude, Yu commenced her bath. While her body was relatively clean with just a few scrubs, her hair proved to be a more challenging affair. What had once been neatly arranged was now a tangled mess. Utterly unmanageable, lacking the modern conveniences of slippery shampoo, Old Lady Lu's modest home only provided her with a handful of plant ash for washing. This was the norm for ordinary households, where bathing products like soap beans were considered luxuries, affordable only to the affluent. After struggling for quite some time with her unruly hair, Yu contemplated a drastic measure, cutting it all off, when Old Lady Lu knocked at the door, asking, good child, are you done washing yet? Although the weather is warm, lingering too long might invite a chill. Feeling embarrassed, Yu replied, I can't seem to untangle my hair. It may take a little longer though, your hair. Let me help you with that, suggested Old Lady Liu. Yu instinctively shook her head in refusal, saying, no need, I can manage it slowly. You should go to bed. Not at all, I can't sleep either. I will wait for you outside, Old Lady Lu insisted. With such determination from her, Yu had no choice but to hasten her efforts. Defeated, she dressed hastily, opened the door, and invited Old Lady Lu in to assist with her hair. Old Lady Lu, pleased, instructed Yu to sit while she stood behind her, gently working through the knots. After inadvertently pulling a few strands free, she expressed her concern, oh dear, I've pulled out some of your hair. It's fine. Please continue. I'm not afraid, Yu reassured her. After a moment's thought, Old Lady Lu said, wait for me. When she returned, she held an oil flask in her hand. Yu felt a wave of dread wash over her. Old Lady Lu, what is that for? I'm afraid your hair won't untangle as it is. A little oil will make it slippery and manageable, Old Lady Lu replied with a sigh. Yu vehemently declined. No, that oil is precious. How can it be used for hair? It's all right. Just sit still and I will help you, insisted Old Lady Lu. Absolutely not. I would rather cut my hair than use your oil. Yet, Old Lady Lu persisted, and eventually, Yu, a young woman, found herself yielding to Old Lady Lu's insistence, allowing her to pour the oil onto her hair. With the addition of oil, the troublesome knot soon unraveled. Old Lady Lu exhaled in relief, saying, in the future, never mention cutting your hair again. Your body and hair are gifts from your parents, and should not be treated lightly. Moreover, a young girl should be adorned with beautiful hair. Yu listened quietly, responding with a simple, amen. At that moment, her eyes brimmed with emotion. Since her arrival in this world, she had been relegated to the role of a servant, a mere slave. Aside from Princess Duanyang, who treated her with kindness, the others regarded her as an object, bestowing favors when pleased but capable of inflicting harm at will. Yet now, in her hour of desperation, it was old Lady Lu who took her in, even offering her the precious oil for her hair. You felt a swell of gratitude. Chapter 30. Vigilance. With old Lady Lu's assistance, Yu soon finished her tasks. Upon returning after emptying the bathwater, she was surprised to find old Lady Lu washing her clothes. Yu hurriedly intervened. Old Lady Lu, let me do it myself. Old Lady Lu did not insist further, replying, all right, then you wash them. Yu quickly completed the washing, and by the time she finished, it was well past midnight. She first escorted old Lady Lu back to her room before returning to her own. That night marked the most restful evening Yu had experienced in a month. She had gained her freedom and no longer felt like a guest in someone else's abode. Her life was no longer in jeopardy, and all her shackles were lifted in that moment. Consequently, she enjoyed the most comfortable sleep since her arrival in this world. Upon awakening, she found the morning light streaming in. Instinctively, she sat up, and only after surveying her surroundings did she remember that she was no longer a servant. After tidying herself up, she stepped outside to find old Lady Lu cheerfully seated on a stool, preparing to cook. Glancing up, Yu noticed that it was already quite late, around 10 in the morning by modern standards. Since becoming a servant, she had been accustomed to rising at 5 or 6 in the morning, making this her first late start. After greeting old Lady Lu, she quickly washed up and began searching for a bucket to fetch water. Having used up the last of it during her bath the previous day, old Lady Lu, with a smile, informed her, you need not fetch water. The young lad next door has already brought some over for me. Embarrassed, Yu approached, took the task from old Lady Lu's hands, and set about preparing the meal. Old Lady Lu's smile widened as she followed Yu, watching her work with a tender gaze. Before long, Yu had prepared the meal, and after tasting it, old Lady Lu praised, delicious. Having only eaten a single flatbread given by a villager the day before, Yu was famished. She did not hesitate to dig in, quickly savoring the meal. Although old Lady Lu lived a modest life, she was no freeloader. Yu had resolved in her heart to repay her kindness many times over. Once they finished eating, old Lady Lu inquired, good child, what is your name? Yu paused, realizing she had yet to introduce herself. Now that she had regained her freedom, she could once again use her name. With a radiant smile, she replied, old Lady Lu, my surname is Li. My name is Li Qiu-chi. Li Qiu-chi not only reflected her own name, but also happened to be that of the original owner of this body. Yu suspected that her transmigration might be linked to this name. Old Lady Lu nodded approvingly, a beautiful name, truly a lovely name. From now on, I shall call you Qiu girl. Just as their conversation concluded, someone knocked at the gate, calling, old Lady Lu, are you at home? Old Lady Lu responded, yes, I am, and made her way to open the door. Li Qiu-chi hurried forward, saying, allow me to open the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by two familiar figures, one older and one younger, bearing a striking resemblance to one another, like father and son. These were the same individuals she had encountered in the valley yesterday, and they were, by extension, her saviors. Now fully embodying her identity as Li Qiu-chi, she greeted them with a friendly smile and opened the door wide. Stepping aside, old Lady Lu is in the courtyard. Please, come in. As they entered, the two men scrutinized Li Qiu-chi. She quickly deduced that their visit was related to her. Approaching the courtyard, they walked straight to old Lady Lu and remarked, we heard that you have taken in a stranger. We came to have a look. After this statement, the older man turned to Li Qiu-chi and inquired, may I ask where this young lady hails from and how she came to find herself in our village? Li Qiu-chi replied, I am from Taohua village in Dayang County. She then reiterated the story she had shared with the villager earlier. The elder responded, I am the village chief, and this is my son. Please present your household registration for me to review. Li Qiu-chi stiffened. She had been taken from the Wang residence without her documentation. Without contemplating long, she explained to the village chief, I apologize. My household registration was in my belongings, which were lost, and if I had it, I would have returned home long ago. It was evident that the village chief and his son regarded her with suspicion. The village chief asked sternly, then why have you not applied for a new registration? I lost my money as well. Without funds, the officials would not assist me, and I feared being mistaken for a vagrant and sent to work in the mines. So I have not applied, Li Qiu-chi replied. The village chief's expression turned cold. Without a household registration, we cannot take you in. Please leave our village immediately. Before Li Qiu-chi could respond, old Lady Lu interjected. No, she is just a young girl. She cannot be cast out to beg on the streets. The village chief addressed Granny Lu. Granny Lu, it is not my intention to trouble her. Rather, a person without household registration raises significant suspicion. What if she is a fugitive wanted by the authorities, or perhaps an escaped slave from a wealthy family, or even a runaway concubine? If she has enemies tracking her down to our village, the consequences could be dire. Upon realizing that the village chief had discerned her origins, Li Qiu-chi was immediately drenched in cold sweat, her heart racing with anxiety. What if the village chief captured her and turned her in for a reward? Granny Lu firmly disagreed. No, Qiu-chan is a good person. I must keep her. Seeing that Granny Lu was resolute, the village chief exchanged a glance with his son. The village chief's son promptly approached Li Qiu-chi and said, "Our village does not welcome you. Please leave at once." Li Qiu-chi's plan was to return to her hometown, and she had no intention of lingering in this village. Thus, she replied, "Very well, I will go change my clothes before I leave." Granny Lu hurried over, grasping her hand. "No, you cannot go." Li Qiu-chi looked at Granny Lu helplessly, while Granny Lu held her hand tightly. Just then, a middle-aged woman entered from outside. "Oh, what is happening here?" The village chief succinctly recounted the situation to her, and the woman stepped in front of Granny Lu, forcibly prying their hands apart. "Granny Lu, the village chief is right. This girl has no household registration. No one knows if she is good or bad. It is best to let her go. You have already shown great kindness by sheltering her for a night." Chapter 31. Departure. No, Qiu-chan cannot leave. Li Qiu-chi sighed as she took her clothes down from the drying pole, cradling them as she went inside. She quickly donned her garments, tidied her hair, and stowed away the jewelry she had previously worn, opting for a simpler, less conspicuous appearance before stepping outside. The few people in the courtyard were momentarily dazzled upon seeing Li Qiu-chi, even though she had made an effort to remain low-key. The attire she wore was that she had donned during her time as a maid. Although she had once been a servant, her clothing had been tailored to fit her perfectly and was of a finer quality than that worn by ordinary folk. Thus, in the eyes of the villagers, Li Qiu-chi's beauty and poise were nothing short of remarkable. Approaching Granny Lu, she presented a pair of earrings, saying, "Granny Lu, these are the earrings I have on me. Please accept them as a token of gratitude for your hospitality last night." Granny Lu once again grasped Li Qiu-chi's hand. "No, you must not go. Stay with us." Li Qiu-chi smiled at her and pressed the earrings into her palm. "I wish to return to my hometown. You have traveled such a great distance to seek refuge with relatives. Surely that indicates your hometown is difficult for you. If you return, it would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Nevertheless, it is still my hometown." Granny Lu was momentarily taken aback by Li Qiu-chi's words. The village chief, upon seeing Li Qiu-chi emerge in her new attire, became even more determined to drive her away. Observing her demeanor and elegance, he surmised she was no ordinary person. If she remained in the village, it was likely to disrupt the peace. Li Qiu-chi bowed to Granny Lu and immediately turned to leave. With the village chief's son trailing behind, prepared to escort her out, Granny Lu's hoarse voice called out, "Qiu-chan." As Li Qiu-chi reached the gate of the courtyard, she could not resist glancing back. Summoning her resolve, she stepped outside, leaving behind Granny Lu, who continued to call her name. Instinctively, Li Qiu-chi quickened her pace until Granny Lu's voice faded into silence. As she walked, she encountered several villagers, all of whom regarded her with curiosity and sought to inquire about her from the village chief's son, but he rebuffed their questions. Upon reaching the village entrance, she came across the household that had given her cakes the previous night. The elderly resident looked at her with surprise. "Are you leaving?" Li Qiu-chi nodded. "Yes. Granny Lu has long wished for a granddaughter. You would be quite suitable." "Why must you go?" the village chief's son interjected. "This is my father's decision, and he has his reasons. Granny Jean, I must escort her out of the village, so I cannot linger." After expressing her gratitude, Li Qiu-chi departed. Granny Jean gazed after her with a look of regret until she vanished from sight. Li Qiu-chi followed the village chief's son for quite a distance until they reached a wide road. "This is the official road. If you are heading south, just walk to your right." "Thank you very much. You should hurry. If all goes well, you will reach the post station before nightfall. Otherwise, you will have to sleep outdoors. I will make my departure now." Just before she left, the village chief's son called out to her, advising, "Be sure to stick to the official road. Avoid the smaller paths. The official road is frequented by many travelers and is far safer." Li Qiu-chi smiled at him. "Thank you for your warning. I shall remember it." With that, she set forth on her journey home. Following the village chief's son's advice, she remained on the official road. As he had indicated, there were indeed many travelers, and even those who cast her ill-intentioned glances did not act upon them. Throughout the day, Li Qiu-chi pressed on, flanked by trees lining the official road, with occasional wild fruit trees that had already been stripped bare by passers-by. Fortunately, she still had her space, allowing her to exchange for food and drink, sparing her from the pangs of hunger. However, her points had dwindled significantly due to her previous exchanges, and now, aside from her attire and jewelry, she possessed little else, necessitating her to be frugal. Step by step, she arrived at the post station before nightfall. The post station was quite accommodating. Not only could officials rest there, but anyone willing to pay a sufficient sum could also take a respite. Li Qiu-chi, lacking money, had only her jewelry from when she had been imprisoned. The earrings had been gifted to Granny Lu, leaving her with a valuable white jade hairpin, a reward from the princess, and a brass butterfly-shaped ornament of lesser value. Before entering the post station, she discreetly exchanged her 2 remaining pieces of jewelry for points, which she then converted into silver coins. The white jade hairpin fetched her a substantial 50 taels, while the brass accessory, due to its craftsmanship, garnered 5 taels, amounting to 5,001. Once all her preparations were complete, she entered the post station and inquired with the cashier about the cost of a night's stay. The cashier scrutinized her before asking, "Are you alone?" Li Qiu-chi nodded. The cashier replied, "The post station charges based on the quality of the rooms. There are premium, standard, and inferior accommodations. It depends on what you wish to stay in." Upon hearing this, Li Qiu-chi pondered and asked, "What are the rates?" The cashier, growing impatient, responded, "The premium room is 801 per night. The standard is 501, and the inferior is 101. However, you can only stay in the premium." "Why is that?" The cashier smirked slightly. "The 501 standard room is a dormitory for 10 people, while the 201 inferior room accommodates 20. Li Qiu-chi hesitated, realizing that as a young woman, she could not stay in a dormitory. However, she quickly seized upon a flaw in the cashier's words. "You mentioned that the price is based on the room. What if there are several people staying inside? Do they each have to pay?" The cashier chuckled. "The price of the room remains the same. If there are multiple occupants, they simply share the cost." "That is more reasonable." The cashier, now increasingly impatient, snapped, "Are you going to stay or not? If not, leave quickly. Lingering here could attract trouble." Li Qiu-chi counted out 801. "Of course I wish to stay." After the cashier counted the coins, he demanded, "Let me see your household registration." A sense of dread washed over Li Qiu-chi. "I lost my household registration along with my belongings." "What? You aren't a fugitive, are you?" Li Qiu-chi waved her hands in denial. No. Do I look like a fugitive? If I were one, I wouldn't dare come here. I truly lost my household registration." The cashier replied, "Without household registration, the post station cannot accommodate you." Li Qiu-chi's eyes widened. "I have already paid. That doesn't matter. If you cannot stay, then you cannot stay." She never anticipated that household registration would be so stringently enforced at this moment. Akin to a modern identification card, without it, many matters could not be resolved. Chapter 32. Deception. "Then please return my money." The cashier glared. "For someone without household registration, I am doing you a favor by not having you arrested. You dare ask for your money back? Do you believe that if I shout, you won't suffer the consequences?" Li Qiu-chi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She had already escaped from servitude, yet was still being threatened. The most vexing part was that Li Qiu-chi had no choice but to acquiesce to his threats. She had become entangled in the affairs of the Ruyang Marquis's residence, the Minister of Revenue, and the Zhou royal house, and it was a rare stroke of luck that the Zhou prince had spared her. If she were captured and her origins uncovered, the Ruyang Marquis's residence would seek revenge against her. Despite their diminished capacity for retribution, the Marquis still had other relatives and connections that could easily eliminate her, like squashing an ant. "Surely I can exchange something for food." The official spoke as if he were bestowing a charitable gift, saying, "You are fortunate to have encountered a kind-hearted person like myself, who shall grant you 5 steamed buns." Li Qiu-chi was so infuriated that she almost laughed. He had extorted 801 from her, yet only offered her 5 buns in return. It was evident that he was devoid of any compassion, his heart as black as coal. Angrily, Li Qiu-chi departed from the station with her meager 5 buns in hand. Thus, she found herself crouching in a corner of the station, spending the entire night there. The mosquitoes were relentless, leaving welts on her exposed skin. Her hands, ears, and face were all bitten. Once again, she was perplexed as to why the space only provided a redemption function at present. How much more convenient it would be to access the space directly. At the break of dawn, as the first light began to illuminate the sky, Li Qiu-chi rose, shaking out her limbs in preparation for the journey ahead. As she ambled from the corner of the station toward the entrance, she overheard 2 individuals, dressed as servants, conversing in hushed tones. Alas, the young master has not dined properly for 2 days now. What could be the reason? Isn't it obvious? The young master is accustomed to delicacies and has little regard for the pig's will we are currently eating. What pig's will? If what is served to the young master is pig's will, then what are we consuming? That was not my intention. The exchange between the two piqued Li Qiu-chi's interest, igniting a flicker of hope within her. What was her forte? Culinary skills. She could cook, approaching them. She interjected, "Gentlemen, I overheard your conversation regarding your master's lack of appetite. I am quite adept at cooking. Would you allow me the opportunity to demonstrate?" One of them waved her away dismissively. "Begone. Our young master is not someone any common creature can approach. Please, I assure you, I possess culinary talent. All I ask is for a chance to prove myself. Leave, quickly," with no choice but to retreat. Li Qiu-chi was disheartened. Her initial plan had been to blend in with the group, hoping to go unnoticed while at the station, but it seemed that route was now blocked. Although she had access to the space for exchanges, the absence of a household registration made matters exceedingly complicated. She had attempted to exchange for a registration, only to find that the space, which could conjure even miraculous items, could not provide a household registration due to specialized identification measures that could not be replicated. The pressing concern was to acquire a registration, but she also needed to keep moving. Continuing along the official road, the sun rose, casting a warm glow upon her. At that moment, a young boy came rushing after her. "Wait. You there? Hold on." Li Qiu-chi halted and turned to look back. "Are you calling me? What is it?" The boy hurried over and said, "I heard from my uncle that you lack a household registration." Li Qiu-chi immediately grew wary. The only person in the vicinity who knew of her lack of registration was the official who had extorted 801 from her the previous night. "I have a registration. You must have mistaken me for someone else." The boy scratched his head and replied, "It is you. My uncle described you as wearing a lake blue garment and being quite attractive." Li Qiu-chi scrutinized the boy's expression and found it to be quite ordinary, prompting her to inquire, "What do you want from me?" He stepped closer and said, "I have a business proposal for you." Li Qiu-chi felt a sense of disbelief, pausing before responding. "I am merely a traveler. What business could I possibly engage in? You have the wrong person. You don't have a registration. I can take you to obtain one. But there will be a fee involved, which you surely understand." Li Qiu-chi's heart raced at the prospect. Was this genuine, or merely a trap? Sensing her hesitation, the boy quickly added, "Without a registration, you cannot leave Liang City." Li Qiu-chi cautiously asked, "Where do I go to obtain it? How much will it cost?" "Naturally, the county office asks for the payment. I will take you there, but you must give me a little something. And the person helping you with the registration will also expect a token of gratitude. Oh, and my uncle, who sent me, will also want a share. It is only fair." Mentioning the official from the previous night reignited Li Qiu-chi's anger. Having extorted 801 from her was one thing, but now he was leveraging her need for a household registration to demand even more. So, how much are we talking about? Not much, merely 30 taels of silver. Li Qiu-chi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why don't you just rob me instead? 30 taels is an exorbitant sum. A common person would take 30 years to save that amount. With 30 taels, one could build 2 houses, or at the very least, a well-constructed courtyard residence." The boy's opening offer was as outrageous as that of his uncle, aimed solely at extorting money. Li Qiu-chi turned on her heel and declared, "I have no money. I shan't be obtaining a registration. I speak the truth. Without a registration, you truly cannot leave, and you might even be seized and forced into labor." Li Qiu-chi continued on her path. Ignoring him entirely, the boy slapped his thigh in frustration. "Then let us settle for 20 taels. After this opportunity, there may not be another." "I said I have no money," she retorted, dismissing him. "20 taels is already a bargain. You must understand the risks involved in helping you obtain a registration. One misstep could cost us our lives." Li Qiu-chi remained unmoved, repeating, "I have no money." Unwilling to give up, the boy trailed behind her, incessantly chattering. Eventually, he conceded, 15 taels, that is my final offer." Li Qiu-chi breathed a sigh of relief, though she concealed her relief well. "Even if it is 15 taels, I still cannot afford it. If I obtain a registration, I will have no money left for food, and I would rather not starve." Though 15 taels was well within her means, she was cautious. Traveling alone necessitated that she keep her wealth hidden to avoid unnecessary troubles. If this boy were to discover her financial situation and divulge it upon returning, she would surely find herself in dire straits. The boy grew impatient. "Without a registration, you will find it impossible to proceed." Feigning distress, Li Qiu-chi replied, "I have already explained my situation. If I secure a registration, I will be left without funds for sustenance. Her words conveyed a subtle message to the boy. She had the 15 taels for the registration, but nothing beyond that. Chapter 33. Rescued. The boy detected the nuance in her tone and immediately intensified his persuasion for her to obtain the registration. Li Qiu-chi played along, pretending to be swayed by his arguments. Elated, the boy led her to the county office to finalize the registration. When it came time to pay, Li Qiu-chi feigned extreme reluctance. She first produced a banknote of 10 taels from her shoe, presenting it amidst their incredulous gazes. Then, she rummaged through her clothing, extracting 2 taels in broken silver from her sleeve and another 2 from her bosom. Finally, she began counting out copper coins, only to find that she was short by over 201. With a mournful expression, she lamented, "This won't do. I lack sufficient funds. Perhaps I should forego the registration." As she spoke, she reached for the money on the table, but the official swiftly swiped it all to his side. What a farce! The money was right in front of them. They would never let it go. The official chuckled. Everyone faces hardships. The shortfall of over 201 is inconsequential. Li Qiu-chi continued to feign her intention to abandon the registration. "No, I cannot afford food. Please return my money, for without sustenance, a registration would be of no use to me." The official and the boy, who had coaxed her earlier, began to weave their persuasive web around her. Li Qiu-chi kept up her act, eventually pretending to relent. "You make a valid point. With a registration, I could at least beg for food, which would be preferable to being apprehended as a vagrant and forced into labor." Seeing her wavering, the official hastened to process her registration, fearing she might change her mind. Following her account, he swiftly completed the paperwork, detailing her name, the reason for needing a new registration due to her stolen belongings, and her journey to this place to seek refuge with relatives. Most importantly, the registration indicated her original hometown, Taohua Village in Dayang County. With this registration in hand, her subsequent travels would be considerably easier, eliminating the risk of being turned away from lodgings or unable to find shelter at the station. Furthermore, with the space at her disposal, she could discreetly exchange items to address her food needs. As long as she remained cautious on her journey, she should be able to return to Taohua Village in Dayang County safely, a quarter of an hour later, holding her newly stamped registration with the red official seal. Li Qiu-chi stood outside the county office. Once the boy completed his task, he dashed away in a hurry. Numerous curious eyes from passers-by were fixed upon her, but she did not linger and walked away directly. After navigating a series of twists and turns to ensure she was not followed, she hurried to a tailor shop and purchased a set of men's clothing. Then she visited a cosmetics shop, acquiring some basic makeup supplies before checking into an inn. After a night of rest, Li Qiu-chi emerged the next day transformed into a male figure, clad in the men's attire she had purchased. And with her makeup skills, she had crafted a more masculine appearance. She purchased a few provisions for the road and arrived early at the city gate, waiting in line to exit the city. With her registration in hand, she was able to leave the city without impediment and continued along the official road. As she anticipated that today would proceed as smoothly as the previous 2 days. She was taken aback by an unexpected turn of events. She found herself confronted by a gang of towering brigands brandishing knives, encircling her menacingly. "This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll," they chanted in a rhyme that seemed tailored for robbers. Li Qiu-chi stared at them in disbelief. Was this rhyme a customary incantation for thieves? Before she could ponder further, the leader of the bandits swiftly pressed his knife against her neck, demanding, "Hand over all your money." Li Qiu-chi replied, "My good sir, I truly have no money on me." "Impossible. Speak again, and I'll send you straight to the underworld." "I genuinely have no money." Just as the brigand was about to further torment her, a stone suddenly struck his hand, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. "Who dares to sneak attack? Show yourself." A figure clad in a fitted outfit emerged before them. "You dare to rob in broad daylight? You possess quite the audacity." The leader of the bandits seethed with rage. "You seek death." Several thugs, under the leader's command, surrounded the newcomer, who, unfazed, unsheathed his own weapon and nonchalantly declared, "Come at me all together." Thus, a fierce confrontation ensued. Li Qiu-chi, frightened, quickly found refuge behind a nearby tree, peeking out to observe the unfolding battle. The man in the fitted attire, evidently formidable, seemed to dispatch the brigands with ease, eventually driving them all away. Only then did Li Qiu-chi step out, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, valiant hero, for your timely rescue." The man appraised her with a glance, responding, "They merely obstructed our path. Li Qiu-chi was taken aback as she noticed a convoy approaching, marked by a flag emblazoned with the words Yong'an Escort Agency. It turned out that the convoy was transporting goods, and the man in the fitted outfit had come ahead to clear the way. This escort team, composed entirely of men, exuded a distinct aura of the martial world. After thanking them, Li Qiu-chi continued on her way, seizing the opportunity to follow closely behind. That evening, they arrived at an inn, and Li Qiu-chi followed them inside. She observed the leader engaging in jovial conversation with the innkeeper, surmising that they must be acquainted. After the escort team retired for the night, Li Qiu-chi approached the innkeeper to inquire about the escort agency. The innkeeper, quite generous, remarked, "Ah, the Yong'an Escort Agency. They have been resting here for nearly 3 years. They are decent folk, and they take their duties seriously. I have yet to hear of a lost cargo under their watch." After expressing her gratitude to the innkeeper, Li Qiu-chi retired to her room. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after her departure, the innkeeper sought out the leader of the escort team, relaying her inquiries. The leader merely chuckled, "No matter, she has been following us for a day. She is merely a woman disguised as a man, posing no significant threat." The innkeeper was astonished. "Ah, she is a woman? I thought she was merely a young lad." The leader laughed heartily. "Oh, oldly, after running an inn for over a decade, interacting with countless patrons. And yet you could not discern this? I run an inn, true, but I am not always present, and besides, I have no penchant for scrutinizing others." The leader remained silent, and the innkeeper, with a resigned smile, replied, "As long as you are aware, that suffices. I shall take my leave." Chapter 34. Employment. The following day, Li Qiu-chi rose early, freshened up, and partook of a light meal before waiting in the inn's hall for the escort team. It was not long before they emerged, and as they set off, Li Qiu-chi trailed behind them. For the next 3 days, she accompanied them, and even though they were aware of her presence, they made no effort to dismiss her. They merely cast curious glances her way from time to time. During this period, Li Qiu-chi carefully observed the team, noting their integrity and the absence of any dubious behavior. She resolved to approach them during a rest period, inquiring, "How are your escort fees determined?" The leader scrutinized her intently, responding, "What business is it of an outsider to question the affairs of our escort agency?" Apologizing, Li Qiu-chi clarified, "My apologies for not being clear earlier. I wish to hire you to escort me back to my hometown. How much will it cost?" Her question drew the attention of the others. The leader, maintaining his composure, asked, "Where do you wish to go?" Li Qiu-chi replied, "Taohua Village in Dayang County." The leader turned to the group, inquiring, "Does anyone know the location of Taohua Village in Dayang County, and which state it belongs to?" The man who had rescued her from the brigands spoke up. "Boss, I know. Dayang County is in Tianshan State." The leader contemplated for a moment before stating, "Tianshan State lies to the south, quite a distance away. Ordinarily, it would require a substantial fee, but since your journey aligns with ours, we need not dispatch additional personnel for your escort. Therefore, the cost will be a minimum of 20 taels. This is the price for you to walk back safely on your own. If you prefer not to walk, and wish to be escorted with us covering your food and lodging, the price will be 35 taels. The choice is yours." Without hesitation, Li Qiu-chi declared, "I choose the 20 taels option. I can walk, as long as I can ensure my safety by following you." Her funds were limited. Having already expended a considerable amount on her household registration, every bit she could save mattered. Upon hearing her decision, the leader's demeanor softened considerably. He instructed one of his men to fetch ink and paper, drafting a contract before her eyes. After completing the document, he handed it to Li Qiu-chi, asking, "Can you read?" She nodded, accepting the contract and replying, "I can." Li Qiu-chi then meticulously examined the contract, ensuring there were no discrepancies. After confirming a second copy was also in order, she affixed her handprint. With the assistance of the escort team, Li Qiu-chi felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. She no longer had to live in constant fear of unforeseen dangers. Moreover, they were intimately familiar with the route, aware of clean water sources, resting tea houses, and relay stations, allowing her to simply follow their lead. They fetched water, and she accompanied them. They rested, and she rested as well. After 10 days of travel, Li Qiu-chi found herself utterly exhausted. Each day was a mechanical march, and her legs felt as if they belonged to someone else. Most painfully, her feet were covered in blisters, each step sending sharp pangs through her body. Meanwhile, the escort team, tasked with transporting goods, maintained a brisk pace without pause. Being the sole woman among them, the men largely refrained from engaging her in conversation, and she still had not learned any of their names. This sense of estrangement exacerbated her situation, as they showed little regard for her struggles. Marching ahead at a relentless speed in the last few days, She had nearly been unable to keep up in desperation. She approached the leader once more, addressing him as boss, as the others had done. I truly cannot continue, she confessed. The leader replied, my surname is Yang. I am not boss. If you cannot walk, you may pay more, and then you will not have to walk. Li Qiu-chi stated, that is precisely why I have come to speak with you. I would like to pay more. Very well, I shall rewrite the contract. As she prepared to pay, her heart felt as though it were bleeding. She had exchanged jewelry, leaving her with only 55 taels of silver. She had been swindled out of 800 won by the station's officials, spent 14 taels and 700 won for her household registration, and 500 won on disguising herself as a man. Now, upgrading her escort fee to 35 taels meant she was left with a mere 4 taels of silver. The only solace was that with the increased fee, the escort team would provide her meals. However, from her observations over the past 10 days, it appeared they subsisted on rather coarse fare. She carefully folded the new contract and sighed deeply, realizing that her circumstances epitomized the adage about the impoverished needing to spend lavishly to travel. On the day of departure, the man familiar with Dayong County approached her, saying, you may sit atop the cargo. The goods being transported were loaded onto a cart, which, unlike a horse-drawn carriage, lacked sides and a roof, merely a flat surface upon which goods were placed. Drawn by 2 horses, Li Qiu-chi endured the pain in her feet as she painstakingly climbed onto a sturdy pile of goods. With everything in place, the caravan set off for the first time. Li Qiu-chi felt truly at ease, sitting atop the cart, feeling the gentle breeze. A sensation akin to soaring from the ground to the heavens, utterly delightful. Thus, they journeyed, stopping intermittently, making their way southward. Throughout the journey, Li Qiu-chi experienced the stark contrast between the north and south, differences in climate, culinary traditions, dialects, and even physical features. What struck her most profoundly was the disparity in wealth between the north and south. In the northern regions, even the most ordinary folk, though not affluent, could manage to scrape by. Yet as she ventured further south, she encountered an increasing number of impoverished individuals. This destitution was evident in the worn faces of the southern populace, who rarely bore smiles, their bodies often emaciated. She asked in confusion, Young Lauda, while the climate in the south is somewhat better than that of the north, why do the people in the south seem to live in greater hardship than those in the north? Young Lauda replied, this is a case of enjoying the shade under a big tree. The capital is in the north, and the areas closer to it are somewhat sheltered, whereas in the south, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Those officials with a conscience merely fulfill their duties steadily, while the unscrupulous ones are capable of committing all manner of heinous acts. Li Qiu-chi, puzzled, inquired, what about Jiangnan? Isn't it a land of fish and rice? Does the capital not regard it with importance? Young Lauda looked at her with curiosity and said, what is Jiangnan? I have never heard of it. Chapter 35. An unexpected encounter. It is a place with favorable climate, abundant rivers, and plentiful harvests. After pondering for a moment, Young Lauda said, I do not know of the Jiangnan you speak of, but I am aware of a place called Baofeng City. Just as you mentioned, in Baofeng City, there are many rivers, and the people cultivate a great deal of grain. It is indeed very prosperous and also located in the south. Oh, Li Qiu-chi thought of her own situation. She had traversed into a book, set in a fictional dynasty, although it seemed that the author had borrowed elements from Chinese history when writing. Thus, everything here felt both familiar and foreign to her. Yang Lauda continued, Baofeng City is the only affluent place in the south, yet compared to those cities in the north, it still falls significantly short. We will arrive at Baofeng City in 3 days to rest, and you may explore it then. All right, thank you. After 3 days of jostling in the carriage, they reached Baofeng City as planned. Just as Young Lauda had said, in Li Qiu-chi's eyes, Baofeng City paled in comparison to the cities in the north and fell far short of her impression of Jiangnan. Historically known for its wealth, after placing her luggage at the inn, she eagerly ventured out to explore, but the more she wandered, the more disappointment she felt. Although the area was indeed rich in rivers and water, the inhabitants seemed to live much like those in the north. Upon returning to the inn, she casually approached a waiter and asked, excuse me, young man, may I inquire about something? Of course, honored guest, he replied. Given the favorable climate and geographical conditions of Baofeng City, why does it seem that the residents do not live well? The waiter immediately hushed her, indicating for her to lower her voice. Li Qiu-chi sensed that there was something more to this. The waiter leaned in and whispered, if you are merely passing through, it is best not to pry too much into local matters. If you are staying in Baofeng City, you need not inquire too much. You will gradually learn the truth. I see. Thank you for the warning. The next day, they continued on their journey. Shortly after leaving the city, She noticed a magnificent palace shimmering in gold and jade on a distant mountain, which was quite substantial and dominated the mountaintop. Curiously, she asked, "What is that place?" Young Lauda glanced at it, then at Li Qiu-chi. Before replying, "That is the den of demons." Li Qiu-chi was astounded. "Isn't that a palace? How can it be called a den of demons?" Young Lauda explained, "That is where the Taishang Huang resides. The taxes from the 3 southern cities are all directed to support him, not to mention those from Baofeng City." Regarding the Taishang Huang, nothing had been mentioned in the book. Perhaps this was due to the protagonists being primarily active in the capital. With Young Lauda's explanation, she finally understood why Baofeng City, despite its prime geographical position, lacked significant wealth. This is something you should know but refrain from broadcasting widely. Be cautious not to attract trouble, understand? Li Qiu-chi nodded. "We are merely passing through. We have said nothing." Seeing her understanding demeanor, Young Lauda nodded with satisfaction. "Exactly." They quietly departed from Baofeng City and continued their journey. 10 days later, they entered the territory of Tianshan Prefecture. After passing through 2 county towns, they reached the 3rd county town where they would part ways. Young Lauda selected someone knowledgeable about Dayang County to escort Li Qiu-chi back. Although it was just one person, Li Qiu-chi felt reassured, for this individual was the one who had saved her from bandits. His surname was Zhao, and he was known among the group as Inhu. He was quite capable, and after observing him throughout the journey, she found him to be upright and reserved, which put her mind at ease. Once the group separated, Li Qiu-chi found herself without a carriage, so she followed Zhao Inhu as he led the way. The two of them gradually walking toward Dayang County. The closer they got, the more anxious Li Qiu-chi felt. According to her memories of the original owner, that family did not seem overly unreasonable. The original owner had sold herself due to the family's dire circumstances, and her parents had pursued the horse-drawn carriage, deeply reluctant to part with her. Though she was not the original owner, the saying that a girl changes drastically at 18 was reasonable. Her personality had indeed altered, so she should not arouse suspicion. After all, she had taken over another's body, and although it was not her choice, since the situation had come to pass, fulfilling a filial duty for the original owner could be seen as settling an outstanding debt of karma. 3 days later, Zhao Inhu brought her to Dayang County. "Here we are, Dayang County. You can ask for directions to return on your OWN. Li Qiu-chi was taken aback. "When I spoke with Young Lauda, I mentioned Taohua Village in Dayang County. Shouldn't you have taken me there?" Zhao Inhu paused for a moment and replied, "Isn't this Dayang County? The boss did not mention Taohua Village when he gave me instructions." Li Qiu-chi produced both contracts, saying, "Look, it is clearly stated on the contract that it is indeed Taohua Village in Dayang County." After Li Qiu-chi's insistence, Zhao Inhu relented, "Then let us go." Zhao Inhu inquired about the location of Taohua Village, but received unfortunate news. 5 years prior, the village had been flooded and was now deserted. Many had perished, and those who survived had fled, leaving Taohua Village abandoned. Li Qiu-chi found herself in a dilemma. Where should she search for the original owner's family amidst the vast sea of people? Zhao Inhu said, "Since Taohua Village is deserted, I will take you to Anku Town, which was once part of Taohua Village, and you can inquire there." She replied helplessly, "I suppose that is the only option." The following afternoon, she was taken to Anku Town, and Zhao Inhu quickly left without looking back at Li Qiu-chi, burdened with her luggage, stepped into this unfamiliar town. The location was remote, and the citizens appeared to be in dire poverty. Many were scantily clad, and there were several beggars on the streets. Even those who seemed a bit wealthier were dressed in clothes that were inferior to those of ordinary citizens in the capital. As she entered, she drew the attention of numerous onlookers, and Li Qiu-chi understood the reason. It was simply because of her attire, which, though casually purchased, was made of fabric far superior to that of the local populace. She approached a kindly-looking elderly woman and asked, "Excuse me, do you happen to know where the people from Taohua Village have gone?" "Why do you ask about Taohua Village?" "I have relatives there. I came to check on them. Taohua Village was flooded, and no one remains there. Many perished at that time. I cannot say whether your relatives are alive or dead." Chapter 36. Robbery. Li Qiu-chi maintained a stoic expression and replied, "Well, I want to know unless I look for them, will I? Do you know where the other survivors might have gone?" "The survivors? I believe that was arranged by the government. What do I, an old woman nearing the grave? No? Then I shall seek others for more information." As soon as she finished speaking, someone approached saying, "I know where they are. I can take you there." He gestured for her to pay him. Li Qiu-chi considered for a moment and said, "If you can take me there, I will give you 3-1. The man's eyes immediately lit up. "It's a deal." Another person nearby chimed in, eagerly addressing Li Qiu-chi, "You can hire me. I only need 2-1. The first man instantly grew irate. "Get lost. I was the first to negotiate with her." The second man persisted, trying to persuade Li Qiu-chi that he only required 2-1. Seeing their heated argument, she sighed, realizing that this place was even poorer than she had imagined. Listen, both of you. There is a principle of first come, first served. I have already agreed on a price with this older brother, so I shall choose him. The second man, feeling embarrassed, walked away. The first man became notably more cordial, leading the way as he introduced himself. Young lady, I am Wang San, and I live at the edge of the town. If you need help finding others in the future, just come find me there. All right, I will remember that. I will seek you out if I need assistance again. Throughout their journey, Wang San chattered away, explaining that after the flood in Taohua village, the survivors had either sought refuge with relatives or been relocated by the government to Yanglu village, Huaishu village, and Hutto village. Once we leave the town, we will pass by Hutto village, Yanglu village, and Huaishu village in order. I will first take you to Hutto village to inquire. Thank you very much. As they walked halfway, a group of people suddenly appeared before them, their faces concealed with cloths, brandishing wooden sticks, hammers, and other implements. The leader of the group wielded a hoe, seemingly crafted from stone, which appeared to be the most formidable weapon among them. Li Qiu-chi, who had once encountered real bandits bearing sabers, maintained a semblance of composure in the face of this unexpected turn of events. However, Wang San's expression darkened as he addressed Li Qiu-chi. Young master, when I engage with them, you must run with all your might and not look back. Li Qiu-chi, filled with concern, inquired, who are they? Wang San let out a cold laugh. They are the local ruffians. It seems that your trifling expenditure of 3-1 to hire a guide has circulated, along with the fine garments you wear, making you a target for their thievery. She nodded, confirming her suspicions. The leader pointed at Li Qiu-chi and commanded, hand over all your money, or face death. Wang San retorted fiercely, if you wish to rob my patron, you must first step over my corpse. With that, he charged into the fray, unarmed and resolute, while exhorting Li Qiu-chi to flee. Run swiftly, do not look back. Li Qiu-chi, a young woman, had already exhausted most of her strength on the journey and was no match for these thugs. Remaining would only serve to complicate matters for Wang San. Thus, she turned and fled. Retracing the path they had traveled, behind her, pursuers emerged, but Wang San stood firm, declaring, as long as I am here, none shall pass. Prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this, Li Qiu-chi glanced back just in time to see Wang San's fist collide with one of the assailants. Although he too had taken a few hits, it appeared that Wang San was momentarily gaining the upper hand. Not daring to linger, Li Qiu-chi quickened her pace, calling out, help, someone, please. In her heart, she resolved that if she did not encounter anyone soon, she would return to surrender her money to rescue Wang San. Just as she contemplated abandoning her search, fortune smiled upon her as she spotted a robust figure. She dashed over, exclaiming, brave sir, please help. The man halted, questioning, what is the matter? What has happened? Up ahead, there are robbers blocking the road, and someone has been injured. I beg you, please save him. The man immediately inquired, are you one of those wealthy newcomers? Li Qiu-chi, taken aback, responded, what do you mean? The burly man continued, is the one injured named Wang San? Yes, do you know him? The man quickened his pace, stating, he is my brother. I have come specifically to find him. Li Qiu-chi hurried after him, breathless and unable to articulate a word. The man turned to her, saying, I will rush ahead to provide assistance. You can follow at your own pace. Without waiting for her reply, he sprinted off with surprising speed despite his considerable bulk. By the time Li Qiu-chi caught up, she discovered only Wang San and the robust man remaining, as the other robbers had fled. Brother Wang, how do you fare? Do you need a doctor? Wang San, with a bruised and battered visage, managed to smile. I am fine. I've been fighting since childhood. These few ruffians are hardly a challenge. Li Qiu-chi, observing the bloodstains on him, insisted, no, you must see a doctor. I refuse. I am unscathed. Wang San countered. The robust man interjected, you should indeed seek treatment. With so many attacking you alone, even if you emerged victorious, you are likely injured. Li Qiu-chi quickly asserted, you fought to save me. I will cover your medical expenses. Come, let us go see a doctor. Wang San remained obstinate, yet Li Qiu-chi persisted, and the sturdy man took it upon himself to assist Wang San, leading their trio back to the town. Along the way, she learned that this man was named Li Daniu. Inwardly, she chuckled at the name, as it perfectly suited his imposing figure, akin to a bull, exuding an undeniable presence. From their conversation, she realized that news of her trifling expenditure to hire a guide had spread rapidly throughout Ankou town. Furthermore, due to her persistent male attire, she had been mistaken for an affluent young master. a misconception perpetuated by a rival of Wang San's who harbored resentment, leading to their ambush. Wang San, nursing his bruised lip, vowed, "Mark my words, I shall not rest until I avenge this wrong." Li Qiu-chi questioned. "How could I be labeled a wealthy young master for merely offering 3-1? In the capital, the scions of affluent families do not part with less than 100 taels to reward a courtesan." Wang San and Li Daniu exchanged glances, incredulous. "Young master," Wang San remarked, "wealth must be concealed. You were fortunate to encounter us. Had it been others, you would likely have been stripped bare before reaching He2 village." Li Daniu added, "I toil carrying sacks, earning but 5-1 a day, though merely guide you for 3-1 is a small fortune. Now you see why you attracted attention." Li Qiu-chi nodded. Speechless, Daniu's words underscore the abject poverty of this place, leading her to ponder the conditions of the original owner's family. Would they welcome her return? Though the memories of the original owner suggested her parents were deeply attached, over a decade had passed. Time could alter many things. What if they had forgotten her, or their feelings had waned? After all, the dire poverty here indicated that had her family been well off, she would not have resorted to selling herself. As Li Qiu-chi's heavy heart weighed upon her, they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard in search of assistance. Inside, an elderly man engaged in carpentry caught her off guard. "Aren't we here to find a doctor? Why is there a carpenter?" The old man glanced up at her, but it was Li Daniu who clarified, "He is the doctor." Understanding dawned on Li Qiu-chi. Both Wang San and Li Daniu, being locals, were well acquainted with these matters. She offered a shy smile to the elderly physician, who grunted dismissively, as if to scorn her lack of discernment. Wang San, evidently a familiar face, prompted the old man to check his pulse. "Why does your pulse seem weaker than the last time? And you still lack a wife?" Wang San withdrew his hand, gritting his teeth. "Why do you always say that when I come? I have no time for this." "You haven't even let me finish examining you," the old man retorted. Wang San squatted down again, urging, "Hurry up then." The old man complied without further ado, examining Wang San's injuries. Upon pressing his chest, Wang San's countenance shifted dramatically. "Ouch, that hurts." The old man pressed harder, and Wang San's face paled. "You old fool, there are better ways to take revenge." The old man began rummaging through his supplies. "You've broken 2 ribs, yet you still act tough." A hush fell over the room. Li Qiu-chi, quick to respond, declared, "Doctor, prescribe whatever medicine he needs. I will cover the costs." The old man appraised her, noting, "You are quite generous, young lady." Li Qiu-chi froze, realizing that throughout her journey south, aside from the guards who recognized her disguise, no one had discerned her true identity until this moment. Just then, Li Daniu, previously standing beside her, jumped back in alarm as if struck by lightning. "What's wrong with you?" Li Qiu-chi asked, bewildered by his reaction. You are a woman?" he stammered, visibly shaken. This towering figure, once imposing, now quaked with fear. Was her identity truly that terrifying? Why should a grown man tremble so? Daniu attempted to hide behind Wang San, but his sizable frame remained fully visible, a comical attempt at concealment. Wang San, now more courteous, explained, "Forgive him. My brother is afraid of women. Do not take offense." Li Qiu-chi regarded Li Daniu with exasperation. He was a mountain of a man, his fists likely thicker than her thighs. What was there to fear? She certainly did not resemble a fearsome beast. At that moment, the old man interrupted their awkward exchange, announcing, "The cost of the medicine is 10-1. Hand it over, and remember, his ribs won't heal with just 1 dose. He will require at least 10 treatments, totaling 100 WEN." Li Qiu-chi regained her composure and retrieved her purse, producing a small piece of silver. "Will this suffice?" The old man quickly accepted the silver, weighing it in his hands. "This is adequate." Wang San stared in disbelief. "Silver?" The old man pocketed the silver with a swift motion. "This is your medical fee. Just ensure you return for your medicine regularly." Wang San glanced around cautiously, ensuring that no one was in sight before he spoke to Li Qiu-chi. "I have just advised you to keep your wealth concealed. Yet you," Li Qiu-chi smiled reassuringly, "it matters not. I can discern that you are all upright individuals." Given Wang San's injuries, it was best for him to remain still, thus the task of seeking assistance fell to Li Daniu. Initially, no matter how Wang San implored, Li Daniu was adamantly unwilling. Finally, Wang San stated plainly, "All you need to do is guide her, and you will receive 3-1. Only then did Li Daniu acquiesce. Throughout their journey, Li Daniu walked a considerable distance ahead, with Li Qiu-chi trailing behind. After traversing silently for some time, they eventually arrived at the first village, Hutto village. She proactively entered the village and inquired of the villagers, "Are there any families with the surname Li who have moved here from Taohua village?" The villager replied directly, "Most people from Taohua village are surnamed Li. You must provide a name," Li Qiu-chi responded. "There is a daughter in her family who sold herself, named Li Qiu-chi." The villager shrugged. Taohua village was once the poorest in this area. Many daughters were sold, especially after the flood. Li Qiu-chi racked her brain to recall the names of her original parents, but could not remember, nor could she recall other relatives. After confirming once more with the villager, she departed and, under Li Daniu's guidance, made her way to the next village, Yanglu village. True to its name, Yanglu village was replete with willow trees. She approached a large willow and found an elderly man, repeating her previous inquiry. Unfortunately, the elder was too old and struggled to articulate his words. Reluctantly, she sought another young man, whose answer was equally vague. Leaving this place, she proceeded to the final village, Huaishu village. Upon reaching the village entrance, Li Daniu surprisingly halted, declaring, "I've completed my part. Pay me." Without hesitation, Li Qiu-chi produced 3 won and offered it to him. Yet Li Daniu refused, stating, "Leave it on the ground. I will collect it myself." With a sigh, she placed the money on the ground, exclaiming, "Must you be so obstinate?" Ignoring her, Li Daniu picked up the coins and walked into the village. Li Qiu-chi could hardly contain her amusement. If Li Daniu continued in this manner, finding a wife would be a miraculous feat indeed. She quickly dismissed him from her thoughts, for finding people was of utmost importance. Chapter 38. Discovery. Huaishu village, much like Yanglu village, was filled with numerous locust trees. As Li Qiu-chi wandered among them, she felt a peculiar unease. From a feng shui perspective, locust trees are associated with the yin, suggesting an excess of darkness that can lead to misfortune within the household. Moreover, the characters themselves imply ominous connotations, as they denote spirits lurking beneath the trees. Yet, this village was saturated with locust trees. Was it possible that the locals disregarded such metaphysical principles? From a distance, the village appeared significantly smaller than the previous two, with only a scattering of homes. Li Qiu-chi counted approximately 20 thatched cottages, suggesting no more than 20 families resided here. After wandering for quite some time without encountering anyone, she hesitated, contemplating which household to approach, when she finally spotted an individual. It was an elderly scholar. Dressed in pale, worn clothing, his white hair combed meticulously, walking at a steady pace with an upright posture, Li Qiu-chi hastily approached him. "Excuse me, sir, may I trouble you for a moment? I seek information." The elder regarded her with mild curiosity. "What is it? Might there be a family in this village who has relocated from Taohua village? They have a daughter who sold herself, named Li Qiu-chi." The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment before replying. "That name rings a bell." Sensing a glimmer of hope, Li Qiu-chi pressed on. "That girl sold herself shortly after her mother gave birth to twins." The elder's expression shifted as he recalled, "Ah, I remember now. I was the one who named that girl at that moment." Li Qiu-chi felt as though the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. She followed up eagerly, "Do you know where her family resides?" The elder scrutinized her closely. "What do you seek with that family?" "Because I am that very daughter who sold herself," Li Qiu-chi declared. The elder was taken aback, shaking his head. You don't resemble them." Li Qiu-chi chuckled lightly. "Sir, there is a saying, a girl transforms greatly by the age of 18. Regardless of how I may appear, your demeanor does not suggest a background of servitude. You seem more akin to a child raised in a respectable household." Li Qiu-chi fell silent. The elder examined her once more, adding, upon closer inspection, "Your features bear some resemblance." Li Qiu-chi's spirits lifted at his words. "I truly am Li Qiu-chi. Otherwise, I would not have traveled such a distance from the capital." The elder regarded her warily. "Are you an escaped servant from the capital?" "No, I was released by my master." "I did not escape," she clarified. "Let me see your household registration." Li Qiu-chi produced the document and handed it to him. After examining it, the elder's suspicion grew. The registration stated she was traveling to visit relatives. Li Qiu-chi had not anticipated this oversight and replied helplessly, "When I was released, my master did not process my registration. I procured this document myself. Alone in the world, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I merely concealed my previous identity as a maid. I truly am Li Qiu-chi. If you doubt me, allow me to confront my family, and they will confirm my identity." At that moment, Li Qiu-chi felt an overwhelming discomfort. One lie necessitated countless others to maintain the facade, a feeling she found disheartening. The elder scrutinized the registration once more, even bringing it closer to his nose to discern the scent. The ink used for this registration is indeed genuine. Li Qiu-chi realized then that the red ink had a unique fragrance, indicative of authenticity. The elder returned the document to her. Very well, I shall accompany you. Thank you, kind sir, she replied gratefully. The elder walked ahead, hands clasped behind his back. Should you indeed be of that family? You should call me fourth uncle, not merely sir. To her surprise, he turned out to be a relative of her original self, of the grandfather's generation. Following him, Li Qiu-chi arrived at a cluster of thatched cottages, where she spotted a familiar figure, Li Qiu, carrying a load of water, laboring diligently. Upon seeing her, Li Qiu called out, "What brings you to my home? You can't possibly intend to stay. If you dare enter, I will throw you out." Li Qiu-chi felt a wave of frustration. This was her original family's home, and with Li Qiu working here, it was evident that he was likely a relative of her former self, her future kin. The elder chuckled. "Qiu, do you recognize her?" Li Qiu responded defensively. "I brought her here to our Huaishu village." At that moment, an air of confusion enveloped them, as if the flood had washed away the recognition of kin. Just then, a woman emerged from the thatched cottage. Li Qiu-chi felt an uncanny familiarity as she observed her closely and realized this was her mother, as remembered from her original self's memories. Chasing after a cart, however, the woman now appeared considerably older and frilier than in her recollection. Stepping into the yard, she awkwardly wiped her hands and greeted, "Fourth uncle, please come inside." The elder waved his hand dismissively. "I encountered this girl, claiming to be the child who left your family years ago, so I brought her here." The woman's smile faltered, replaced by a mix of excitement and disappointment. "My child is a girl?" "Not a boy," Li Qiu-chi quickly clarified. "I am a girl, but I disguised myself as a boy for convenience." The woman still regarded her with disbelief. Frustrated, Li Qiu-chi continued, "On the day I left, I was in a cart, and you and another man, presumably my father, were chasing after us. Along the roadside, there were small white flowers in bloom. You shouted to me to remember to return home to Taohua village, and then you fell, injuring your left hand, which prevented you from catching up." As soon as Li Qiu-chi finished speaking, she was abruptly pulled into a tight embrace by the woman, who sobbed, "My child, you are truly my child." To be honest, the embrace was not particularly comforting. The woman was frail, and her grip was so tight that it caused Li Qiu-chi discomfort. Overwhelmed by the woman's not-so-pleasant scent, Li Qiu-chi felt her heart ache, tears streaming down her cheeks, as an inexplicable sadness washed over her. Logically, the woman before her was not her true mother, yet it seemed that by inhabiting the original's body, she had inherited the emotions tied to it. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if this person before her was indeed her mother. Chapter 39. The second sister. The two embraced and wept for an extended period, their sorrowful atmosphere abruptly interrupted by Li Qiu's loud voice. "Fourth uncle, where are you going?" It was only then that they released each other, hastily wiping their tears and sniffling. In this moment, they strangely synchronized their actions. Fourth uncle sighed. "Where can I go?" "Naturally, I must return home. The sun is nearly set." Qian, the original owner's mother, hurried forward. "Fourth uncle, thank you for bringing the children back. Please, come in for a glass of water. I shall not drink today." "I will come again another time," he replied, turning to leave. Qian turned back, grasping Li Qiu-chi's hand, pulling her into the house to sit down. "You must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you." Li Qiu-chi, having been on the go all day, felt famished and did not hesitate. "All right." Once she stepped outside, only Li Qiu-chi remained in the room. She surveyed her surroundings and realized that this home was indeed impoverished. The walls were made of mud, quite rudimentary, and the exposed earthen foundation was visible, while the roof was thatched. The lighting within the house was poor. With dusk approaching, half of the room was already dimly lit, revealing that the space was small and sparsely furnished. After a while, a head appeared at the entrance, and upon seeing it, Li Qiu-chi smiled. It was Li Qiu. "Aren't you coming in?" Li Qiu shyly shuffled inside, awkwardly calling out, "Elder sister." Li Qiu-chi, bemused, responded, "You, a tall and robust man. Why are you acting this way? You were so imposing when I first laid eyes on you." Li Qiu sheepishly scratched his head. "I am a bit afraid of women." This quirk seemed rather pronounced. "You are even afraid of me." "I was afraid before, but I am not now. I know you are my elder sister." "My family," Li Qiu-chi replied with a blank expression. "Oda." Li Qiu cautiously observed her. "Elder sister, are you angry?" "No," she replied. Li Qiu began to fidget with his head again. Just then, Qian entered with a chipped bowl, announcing, "Come, It's time to eat. Li Qiu-chi did not hesitate. Upon receiving the bowl, she discovered it contained a bowl of dumpling soup. She took a sip. It was merely salted and bore a hint of firewood flavor due to being cooked over an open flame. She did not mind, savoring the contents of the bowl. Li Daniku stood beside her, eyeing her bowl, swallowing hard, while Qianshi watched Li Qiu-chi eat with rapt attention. Under their scrutiny, Li Qiu-chi found it difficult to continue eating and paused. Li Daniu immediately asked, "Elder sister, can't you finish? If you don't want it, I'll eat the leftovers." Qianshi swiftly smacked his back with a resounding slap. "This is your sister's. You are not permitted to eat it." Li Daniu winced. "I understand. I won't eat." Qianshi then smiled at Li Qiu-chi. "Hurry, eat up. This is all yours. No one will take it from you." Aware of her good intentions, Li Qiu-chi quickened her pace and resumed eating. Just as she finished and had no time to wipe her mouth, a frail girl bounced into the room, exclaiming, "What are you eating?" She wrinkled her nose, taking in the air, and confidently declared, "Dumpling soup. You are eating dumpling soup." The little girl fixed her piercing gaze on Li Qiu-chi, frowning as she asked, "Who are you?" Qianshi pulled her to Li Qiu-chi's side. "This is your elder sister. Greet her." The little girl regarded her curiously, remaining silent despite Qianshi's encouragement. Noticing Qianshi's change in demeanor as she prepared to scold the girl, Li Qiu-chi quickly intervened. "No worries, if she doesn't wish to call out, there is no need to pressure her." The little girl shot her a glance before darting out of the room. Qianshi awkwardly remarked, "That was your little sister. She is quite unruly. Please don't mind." Li Qiu-chi shook her head. "It's fine." She attempted to wash the bowl, but Qianshi stopped her. "Let me do it. You just sit and rest." Li Qiu-chi, unable to resist Qianshi's insistence, allowed her to take over. Just as Qianshi finished washing the bowl, several people approached from outside the fence. Leading them was the little sister who had just run off, accompanied by another boy of similar age and a weary-looking man. Li Qiu-chi surmised they were all relatives of the original owner. From the original memories, she recalled being the eldest sister with younger siblings. When she had sold herself into servitude, Qianshi had just given birth to twins. Thus, there were 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters. The 2 younger ones must be the twins, while Li Daniu was either the second or third brother, leaving the older sister's ranking uncertain. The little sister tugged at the middle-aged man, leading him to Li Qiu-chi. "Father, it's her." Li Qiu-chi smiled at the little sister and confidently met the gaze of the original owner as father, Li Qiu-chi. Under Qianshi's explanation, this taciturn man accepted Li Qiu-chi, stating, "Since you have returned, let us live together as a family." The little sister immediately interjected, "Second sister hasn't returned. Our family isn't complete." Her words plunged everyone into silence, especially Qianshi, whose eyes brimmed with tears. Li Qiu-chi speculated that the second sister must have encountered some trouble. Tentatively, she inquired, "What has happened to her?" Before Li Qiu-chi and Qianshi could respond, the little sister clutched Li Qiu-chi's trousers, crying out, "Elder sister, you are dressed so well. You must have money. Can you spare 3 taels of silver to rescue second sister?" As Li Qiu-chi was about to respond, the little sister was snatched away by Qianshi. "What nonsense are you saying in front of your elder sister?" the little sister protested. "Why can't I say it? The Zhang family beats second sister every day. I want her back." Qianshi hurriedly covered the little sister's mouth, offering an awkward smile to Li Qiu-chi. Something about this situation felt amiss. Li Qiu-chi's expression hardened, her demeanor shifting to one of authority. What exactly is going on? During her time in the capital, although Li Qiu-chi had been a maid, she was of a respectable household, and her presence commanded attention. Her words, once spoken, evoked fear in everyone except the oblivious Li Daniu, particularly in Qianshi. Ultimately, the little sister managed to wriggle free from Qianshi's grasp and ran to Li Qiu-chi, clinging to her leg and sobbing uncontrollably. "Elder sister, last year I fell ill, and second sister spent 501 to save me by selling herself to the Zhang family in Lu Shu village as a child bride. The Zhang family bullies and beats her every day, stating that if we wish for second sister to return, we must provide 3 taels of silver for her ransom." The little sister then shook Li Qiu-chi's leg. "Elder sister, I beg you, please save second sister." Chapter 40. The ransom. Li Qiu-chi gently patted her head. "Do not worry. I will definitely rescue her." Immediately, the little brother chimed in, "A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's." Li Qiu-chi smiled. Upon closer examination, one could discern that the boy bore a resemblance to the 4th uncle who had brought her here, clearly emulating him in a childish manner. With her assurance, the family gathered in the house, some seated and others standing, to discuss the matter. From Qianshi, Li Qiu-chi learned more about the circumstances surrounding the second sister. just as the little sister had recounted. She had fallen ill and needed money for treatment. Tio Help, the second sister, following Li Qiu-chi's example, had sold herself to a family named Zhang as a child bride. The Zhang family consisted of an elderly widow and 3 widowed daughters-in-law, caring for a grandson. The death of her 3 sons had provided them with some wealth, and they were not lacking in food or clothing. However, once the second sister arrived, her role as a child bride turned into that of a slave. She was burdened with endless chores and was made to serve the entire Zhang family. The Zhang family did not regard her as a human being, often resorting to beatings and insults. Previously, Li Daniu had stood up for her, causing a ruckus at the Zhang household and even striking some of its members. But after they departed, the Zhang family retaliated against the second sister by denying her food, resulting in her being starved for 5 days, nearly costing her life. Li Daniu had returned to the Zhang household, only to be driven away by the second sister herself. She forbade the Li family from visiting her. Afterward, the Li family could only secretly care for her, providing her with food whenever she emerged to work. However, the heartless Zhang family discovered this and began to further isolate the second sister, forbidding her any contact with the Li family. This situation led to the second sister suffering even more hardships, and the Li family was eventually deterred, fearing to seek her out and only daring to inquire about her well-being in whispers. Li Qiu-chi, having experienced the life of a slave herself, understood the depths of suffering that such an existence entailed. Without hesitation, she declared, "I still have 3 taels of silver left. It is just enough. Let us go and rescue her first." Li Juju sighed, clearly feeling uncomfortable as he was now reliant on his daughter. Qian Shi, tears streaming down her face, grasped Li Qiu-chi's hand. "Good child, we have wronged you." Li Qiu-chi patted her hand in a gesture of comfort. With the plan established, they each took a moment to wash up before retiring for the night in a household of such poverty. They hesitated to light the oil lamp, and gathering firewood was no easy task. Li Qiu-chi was assigned to share a room with the little sister, sleeping in the space that had belonged to the second sister. As night fell, the younger sister, with a slight sway, nestled beside Li Qiu-chi and cautiously inquired, "Elder sister, are you asleep?" Li Qiu-chi gently patted her and replied, "Not yet." The younger sister continued, "Elder sister, will you truly use money to rescue our second sister?" "Yes, we shall go first thing tomorrow morning." The younger sister hesitated, but 3 taels of silver is quite a sum. Li Qiu-chi continued to softly pat her back. "Do not worry. It seems to be fate. I just so happen to have 3 taels of silver, and our second sister just happens to need it for her release." The younger sister beamed, "Elder sister, you must be a fairy sent by the heavens to save our second sister." Li Qiu-chi shifted the topic, "Speaking of which, I do not yet know your name." "What is it?" The younger sister pouted and replied, "My nickname is Tao Hua, and my full name is Li Qiu-tao." "What about the others in the family?" "I have been away from home for so long that I can hardly remember. Could you assist me by telling me?" The younger sister, Tao Hua, cheerfully said, "Our second sister is named Ho-hot. Her full name is Li Qiu-gui. Our third brother's nickname is Daniu. His full name is Li Qiu-yang, but everyone calls him Li Daniu." Tao Hua continued, "Our fourth brother's nickname is Xiao Baozi. His full name is Li Qiuju. He was sick every day when he was younger, so our father called him Xiao Baozi, hoping he would grow up healthy. I see. Both you and our second sister have flower-themed nicknames. What about mine? What is my nickname?" Tao Hua hesitated, her voice tinged with guilt. I don't know. Whenever our parents mention you, they are very sad. Mother cries every time, and I dare not ask." Never mind. It is getting late. Let us sleep." Tao Hua nodded eagerly. They slept soundly until dawn. When Li Qiu-chi was awakened by Tao Hua shaking her, elder sister, it is time to rise. We must go rescue our second sister." Li Qiu-chi sat up, initially intending to change back into her female attire, but hesitated when she saw the fabric's patterns. This garment had come from the Zhou royal residence. Although it was merely a maid's outfit, the material far surpassed anything available here. She understood the wisdom of not flaunting wealth and pondered before saying to her younger sister, "Could you find our mother to lend me a change of clothes?" Tao Hua looked at her in confusion. "Your dress is so beautiful. Why not wear it?" Li Qiu-chi patiently explained, "If I wear something so fine, it may attract unwanted attention." Tao Hua's eyes lit up. "I understand. Just like when Fat Nyo's family eats meat, they have to hide to eat secretly." "Yes, precisely," Li Qiu-chi confirmed. Tao Hua jumped out of bed and left. Li Qiu-chi assumed she would return promptly, but she was gone for quite a while, leaving Li Qiu-chi wondering what could have delayed her. Eventually, Tao Hua returned empty-handed. "Elder sister, mother's clothes are all tattered. There's only one decent set, and she is currently wearing it." "Very well, then I shall wear my own clothes." She should have anticipated this outcome. Their family was quite impoverished. Their third brother, Li Qiu-chi, would often seek work to help support the family, and there were two younger siblings to care for. Li Qiu-chi quickly donned her attire. Taohua's eyes sparkled as she gazed at her. Wow, elder sister. You look so beautiful and your clothes are lovely. Li Qiu-chi smiled broadly and took her outside. As they entered the courtyard, Taohua chattered, Mother, look at elder sister's clothes. They have patterns and shine. So beautiful. Upon seeing Li Qiu-chi's appearance, everyone in the yard fell silent, all gazing intently at her attire. After a long pause, Qianshi finally remarked, Xiao Qiao, your clothes. Li Qiu-chi, unable to stifle her annoyance about her nickname, replied, These are the clothes I wore while serving as a maid. A maid? If a maid's clothing is this fine, just imagine how wealthy your employer must be. Li Qiu-chi chuckled softly. In the capital, there are many affluent people. My employer is from a noble family. Her father, Li Qiu-chi, asked, Are they wealthier than the county magistrate? Li Qiu-chi nodded, Indeed. Qianshi quickly beckoned her. Come wash your face. As Li Qiu-chi approached to wash her face, Qianshi interrupted, Wait, hold on. Li Qiu-chi paused. Qianshi took the wash basin and began cleaning it, awkwardly saying, The basin is dirty. Let me wash it for you. Li Qiu-chi sighed. It's really not that dirty. I can wash it myself. Chapter 41. Fainting Qianshi gazed at her delicate hands. No, I can do it. Li Qiu-chi found herself unable to argue. Qianshi scrubbed the basin inside and out 3 times before Li Qiu-chi could finally wash her face. Once she and Taohua were presentable, Li Qiu-chi solemnly declared, Let us depart to bring Ho-hot home. Thus, the family set out in an orderly manner towards the Zhang family. Along the way, Li Qiu-chi pondered and took the 3 taels of silver from her hand, offering it to Li Qiu-chi. What is this? Li Qiu-chi explained. As the head of the family, you shall present the ransom to the Zhang family. Li Qiu-chi looked at her, moved, and accepted the silver. Soon, they arrived at Willow Tree Village, where Taohua pointed to a path. Elder sister, the Zhang family is just ahead. Li Qiu-chi nodded, and then asked Li Qiu-chi, Shall we go directly to the Zhang family? He nodded in affirmation. Li Qiu-chi suggested, I believe before we visit the Zhang family, we should first seek out someone in Willow Tree Village who can speak on our behalf as a witness. Li Qiu-chi's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, we need someone to vouch for us. Let us seek out the village chief. On their way to find someone, Li Qiu-chi advised Li Qiu-chi, Let us not mention the 3 taels of silver just yet. We should first see what the Zhang family has to say. If they discover we have money, they may raise the price. Li Qiu-chi looked at her in confusion. What does raise the price mean? Youngest brother Xiao Baozi chimed in. It means they will arbitrarily increase the price. If they initially asked for 3 taels, they might demand 6 or 7, Li Qiu-chi retorted. You, who have hardly studied, how would you know what raise the price means? Xiao Baozi looked up at Li Qiu-chi with wide eyes. Elder sister, am I wrong? Li Qiu-chi quickly patted his head. You are correct. That is precisely what it means. Xiao Baozi beamed with pride, while Taohua remained indifferent. Before long, the family reached the village chief's home, where they found him at home. After explaining their purpose, the village chief hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He then accompanied them to the Zhang clan's elder. But their progress was not smooth. They visited 3 clan elders in succession, all of whom were unwilling to assist, subtly implying that the Li family should offer them some form of incentive. The Li family felt quite troubled, as they were already impoverished. Li Qiu-chi had only the 3 taels left, and while she had her spatial abilities, she lacked anything to exchange with them. As for the item sent by Princess Duanyang, Li Qiu-chi recognized it as a token from the princess. She was reluctant to directly exchange it for space and wished to keep it. She would not resort to using that item unless absolutely necessary. After being dismissed by the last elder, Li Qiu-chi glanced at the closed door of the Zhang household, contemplating that a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold, hoping that the old man would not find himself in her grasp someday. With no other option, they took only the village chief to the Zhang family. Along the way, they encountered some villagers from Willow Tree Village who followed out of curiosity. Halfway there, a villager rushed over. Panting, Chief, I was just about to find you. Thankfully you arrived. What is it? Just now, the Zhang family killed that child bride and said they are going to dump her in the back mountains. When I went out to deliver the news, they were already wrapping her in straw mats. What? Everyone was stunned, especially the Li family. Li Qiu-chi immediately urged, Daniu, hurry, we must rescue our second sister. Daniu dashed out like a gust of wind. With Li Qiu-chi and Qianshi sprinting behind him, Li Qiu-chi noticed that Xiao Baozi and Taohua were struggling to keep up, so she scooped one up in each arm and continued the pursuit. As they ran, Li Qiu-chi recalled the agony she felt after being beaten at the Ruyang Marquis' residence, so close to the brink of the underworld. She ran even faster. In the past, she observed from a distance that a considerable crowd had gathered on the main road, leaving a central area vacant. In the midst of it all, Qian Shi was cradling a woman whose face was obscured, presumably the second sister, Ho-hot. On the other side, Li Daniu and Li Qiu-chi were restraining two women, who seemed utterly defenseless against their aggression. It is generally frowned upon for men to strike women. However, the individuals from the Zhang family were truly despicable. As Li Daniu and Li Qiu-chi assaulted the women, the villagers of Lushu village merely stood by, not a single soul stepping forward to intervene. This clearly indicated the extent of disdain the Zhang family had incurred within the village, as no one wished to involve themselves. Li Qiu-chi hurriedly squeezed her way through the throng, placing down two children before immediately checking Ho-hot's pulse. Calming herself, she attentively listened to the rhythm of her heart against her chest. Discovering a faint heartbeat, she was still alive, merely in a state of unconsciousness. Then, she called out loudly to those surrounding her. "Is there a doctor? She is still alive. Is there a doctor?" At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, declaring, "I am a barefoot doctor, possessing some knowledge of medicine. Allow me to take a look." Li Qiu-chi promptly made way, saying, "I appreciate your assistance." The man squatted down, also checking the pulse, and remarked, "There is a pulse. She is still alive." This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. Kyo consider sending her away while still alive. Was that not tantamount to murder? Indeed, the Zhang family had gone too far. It must be said that Ho-hot was a pitiable soul. Qian Shi fell to her knees, pleading, "Doctor, I beseech you, save my Ho-hot." The doctor, visibly troubled, replied, "It is not that I do not wish to help, but my abilities are limited." Without hesitation, Li Qiu-chi asserted, "Take her to the town." Yesterday, she had accompanied Li Daniu and Wang San to seek out a doctor who appeared quite skilled. She stood up and inquired, "Which family has a cart? Please lend it to us. I implore you, there shall be generous recompense in the future." The barefoot doctor immediately interjected, "That will not do. The cart is too bumpy, and she may sustain further internal injuries. It would be best to carry her, as it would be more stable." Li Daniu said, "I am strong. I will carry her." Li Qiu-chi felt a sudden clarity. Her worry had led to confusion. Upon seeing them prepare to leave, the Zhang family members immediately raised their voices. "You cannot leave. After assaulting someone, you think you can simply walk away? Not a chance." Chapter 42. Awakening upon hearing the Zhang family's words, Li Qiu-chi promptly stood up and declared loudly, "Hand over the 2 taels of silver we prepared for them." Li Qiu-chi, bewildered, exclaimed, "They nearly beat Ho-hot to death, and you still wish to give them money?" Li Qiu-chi asserted emphatically, "It is true that we took 501 from their family. We shall return it double. This includes the medical expenses for the assault. Let this be a clean break. From this moment forth, my second sister shall have no further ties with the Zhang family. Should they dare to harm any member of the Li family again, there will be no distinction between life and death." Her words cast a profound silence over the previously clamorous scene. No one anticipated that the Li family would genuinely produce money for a ransom, and notably, 2 taels. The Zhang family was indeed poised to prosper. Sacrificing 501 to retrieve a laborer for a year, only to gain back 2 taels of silver. Though this included medical expenses, the 2 assaulted individuals appeared to be less injured than Ho-hot, likely not even suffering a tenth of her wounds. Just from this sum, they had already quadrupled their investment. All eyes were fixed intently upon the Zhang family. Those with malicious intent silently calculated whether they could partake in this windfall. Considering that apart from a 5-year-old boy, the Zhang family had no other male heirs, could a few women protect 2 taels of silver? The Zhang family members were momentarily speechless, gazing at them in a state of bewilderment. Clearly unprepared for the Li family's directness, Li Qiu-chi snorted derisively, pulling out 2 taels of silver from his pocket and tossing it to the ground, declaring, "From now on, my Ho-hot has no connections with your Zhang family. Should you trouble us again," he paused, emulating Li Qiu-chi's commanding tone, and added, "there will be no distinction between life and death." Li Daniu also proclaimed, "From this day forth, if you dare to harass my second sister again, I will end you." Several women from the Zhang family instinctively lunged for the money on the ground. The leading one, with drooping eyes, was the first to seize it, while the others immediately attempted to pry it from her grasp. An elderly woman with a sharp face declared, "I am the head of the household. Give me the money." The woman who had obtained the coins was unwilling to relinquish them, leading to a chaotic struggle among the Zhang family members. The Li family paid no mind to the ensuing commotion. Li Daniu approached, while Li Qiu-chi and Qian Shi gently lifted Ho-hot and placed her on Li Daniu's back. He securely carried her. his steps steady as he moved toward the exit. As they emerged from the crowd, a scholar-like figure immediately offered, "Miss, I have a cart that can take you to the town." Li Qiu-chi looked at him in confusion, asking, "Did you just arrive?" "Yes, I have only just arrived." Nearby, a man chuckled, "Gu Xiucai, that poor girl is too gravely injured to ride in a cart. The jolting would be detrimental." Understanding dawned upon the scholar. "I see. I nearly made a grave mistake." Li Qiu-chi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness." By this time, Li Daniu had already passed by the cart, with others trailing behind. The scholar, amiable in demeanor, remarked, "I had a lapse in judgment, nearly causing a life to be lost." "You need not thank me." Li Qiu-chi hurried to catch up, nodding at him while carrying a child in her arms. Behind her, the scholar remained, gazing at her retreating figure, lost in thought. Li Qiu-chi, feeling fatigued, found it increasingly difficult to manage both children, Tao Hua and Xiao Bao, who, despite their seemingly frail appearances, quickly darted ahead. She began to pant heavily. Xiao Bao urged, "Sister, let me down. I can run by myself." Tao Hua chimed in, "Sister, I can run too." Reluctantly, Li Qiu-chi set them down, and they dashed ahead, nearly leaving her behind. She rubbed her forehead in exasperation, realizing that her worries were unfounded. She had overthought the situation. Upon reaching the town, they found no trace of Li Daniu and the others. Xiao Bao, anxious, asked, "Sister, where shall we find them?" Li Qiu-chi pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us first check a certain place. If they are not there, we will search other medical establishments." Thus, she led the two little ones to the place where they had sought help for Wang San yesterday, and indeed, they found them. Ho-Hot remained unconscious. While the expressions of the other three were grave, even the once jovial doctor now furrowed his brow. After a while, he spoke, "Her injuries are severe. If she receives proper care, she might live for several more years. But if she does not, I fear she may not survive the winter." Li Qiu-chi's heart sank at this revelation, and she inquired, "Doctor, what care does she require?" "What care?" "Simply provide her with nourishing food and drink." Of course, she must not lack in medicine. Providing her with nourishing food was not an issue, but what medicines must she take? "Can you prescribe them?" The elderly doctor regarded her and replied, "She is at a critical state now. She cannot do without ginseng, and as for other medicinal herbs, they must be of high quality." Upon hearing this, Qian-shi burst into tears, lamenting, "What shall we do?" At that moment, Ho-Hot, lying there, suddenly stirred, blood spilling from her mouth. Qian-shi, in a panic, reached out to embrace her but was stopped by the doctor. "Do not touch her just yet. She has several broken bones. If you apply pressure unevenly, you could worsen her condition." Terrified, Qian-shi withdrew her hand, watching Ho-Hot weep silently, while Xiao Bao and Tao Hua followed suit, also crying. Particularly, Tao Hua wailed, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't fallen ill, second sister would not have gone to the Zhang family to save me. It's all my fault. I harmed my second sister." Li Qiu-chi approached and gently patted her head, saying, "It is not your fault. Illness is something that happens to everyone." Li Qiu-chi squatted on the ground, his expression one of deep sorrow. "This 2 taels of silver may not even be enough to buy ginseng." Li Qiu-chi turned to the doctor and asked, "Doctor, how much money is required to save her?" The elderly doctor stroked his beard and replied, "At the very least, 20 taels. With that, she may live for a few more years. I could prescribe cheaper herbs, but then she would only survive for a few months." Just then, Ho-Hot, who had been lying down, opened her eyes and, with great effort, weakly murmured, "Do not treat me. I want to go home." Upon seeing her awake, everyone gathered around, including Li Qiu-chi. She asked, "How do you feel?" Ho-Hot stared at her intently. "Who are you?" Tao Hua immediately exclaimed, "Second sister. This is our elder sister." Hearing this, Ho-Hot managed a faint smile, but due to her injuries, the smile appeared more grotesque than warm. She softly called out, "Elder sister, it is wonderful that you have returned." Li Qiu-chi fought back tears, suppressing the bitterness in her heart, and said, "Do not fear. I will find a way to heal you." Ho-Hot once again forced a painful smile. Then, in broken phrases, said, "I cannot live. I do not wish to go back to the Zhang family and suffer. Let me die." Li Qiu-chi, a robust man, could not restrain his tears as they fell. "Ho-Hot, it is I who have wronged you, but remember, you shall never have to return to the Zhang family again." Xiao Baozi wiped her tears and replied, "Yes, second sister, we have come to bring you home. We have already redeemed you." Ho-Hot, in disbelief, stammered, You? Chapter 43. Homecoming. Qian-shi grasped her hand and said, We have given the Zhang family 2 taels of silver. From now on, you need not return to them." This time, Ho-Hat's smile was devoid of the previous malevolence, as she murmured, "How wonderful, truly wonderful." Then, she closed her eyes, startling everyone. "Doctor, doctor," the old physician, after examining her, stated, "She is not dead. She has merely fainted again." He then fixed his gaze upon Li Qiu-chi and asked, "So, what are your plans?" In this brief moment, the seasoned physician discerned that among the Li family, it was Li Qiu-chi who held the most authority. Without hesitation, Li Qiu-chi replied, "Treat her as needed. I will handle the finances. There are various qualities of medicinal formulas. Which do you prefer?" Li Qiu-chi promptly responded, "I want the most effective. The most potent medicine is also the most expensive. Have you considered this?" "Yes, I want the best." Understanding her resolve, the old physician began diligently composing the prescription. After completing it, he handed it to Li Qiu-chi, saying, "I only have inexpensive herbs here. Some of the ingredients in this prescription are unavailable, and you'll need to procure them from other pharmacies." "Thank you, doctor." Observing this, Li Qiu-chi swiftly produced the remaining 1 tael of silver to give to Li Qiu-chi. She accepted it without hesitation, saying, "I will fetch the medicine. Wait for me here." Xiao Baozi and Xiao Taohua wished to accompany her, but were declined by Li Qiu-chi, who hurried alone down the path indicated by the old physician. She reached an isolated corner and retrieved an item sent to her by Princess Duanyang, a white jade statue of a white tiger. The base inscribed with the characters for Duanyang. The princess's zodiac sign is the tiger, hence the gift. Even someone like Li Qiu-chi, who was not well versed in jade, could sense the extraordinary nature of this white tiger statue. Furthermore, this item served as a token from Duanyang, potentially a guarantee for their future reunion, making it exceedingly precious. Initially, she intended to keep it as a memento, possibly for future use, but given Ho-Hat's urgent condition, there was no time for delay. Without proper treatment, she would not survive for long. Finally, with a determined resolve, Li Qiu-chi exchanged the white tiger in her space for money. The statue was genuinely valuable, yielding 500 taels of silver. Previously, her white jade hairpin had only fetched 50 taels. This white tiger, appearing similar to white jade, must possess a value far exceeding that of ordinary jade. With the funds acquired from the statue, tears brimmed in Li Qiu-chi's eyes. She truly felt remorse towards Princess Duanyang. After wiping her tears and composing herself, she hurried into a pharmacy to gather the necessary herbs. Perhaps due to the high cost of the materials listed on the prescription, the pharmacy staff treated her as a valued customer, offering her the best tea and water. Li Qiu-chi took a polite sip of water, and after securing the herbs, she hastily departed. The pharmacy attendant, having witnessed her spend a full 3 taels of silver, called out cheerfully, "Take care, and we welcome your next visit." Unable to suppress her displeasure, Li Qiu-chi frowned. Who would willingly visit a pharmacy if not for illness? The attendant's cheerful remark, implying joy at another's misfortune, was hardly appropriate. Naturally, the attendant received a scolding from the physician for his inappropriate comment. Li Qiu-chi paid no mind to this and quickly passed by a fabric shop, only to turn back and enter. Not long after, when she emerged, her attire had transformed into that of ordinary fabric, having pawned her previous clothing. Upon reaching the old physician's courtyard, everyone awaited her return. Upon seeing her new clothes, Qian-shi could not contain her emotions and began to weep. Everyone guessed that Li Qiu-chi had pawned her garments. The old physician examined the herbs Li Qiu-chi had purchased and nodded. "Indeed, these are all necessary." Due to Ho-Hat's critical condition, the old physician promptly brewed a decoction for her to consume. Once her condition stabilized, he allowed them to leave. Before they departed, the old physician called out to Li Qiu-chi, saying, "She needs proper care. Besides nourishing food and drink, she requires ginseng to restore her health. If you wish to buy ginseng, you must go to the county town." "Understood. Thank you for the reminder," the physician continued. "Ginseng should be purchased based on age. Your sister should acquire one that is around 50 years old, costing about 5 taels of silver each. Be cautious not to be deceived into paying more." Li Qiu-chi bowed sincerely to the old physician. "Thank you." As they walked, Li Qiu-chi hesitated, scratching his head in frustration. Meanwhile, Qian-shi, her voice hoarse, inquired, "Xiao Chao, how much did the medicine cost?" Li Qiu-chi hesitated, thinking how delightful it would be if both her younger sisters had names as lovely as Ho-Hat and Taohua. Why was she the only one called Xiao Chao? Nevertheless, she replied, 2 taels of silver. Except for Ho-Hat, who remained unconscious, everyone gasped in shock. Having only procured 4 doses of medicine, the expense for a month's supply was already 2 taels. Not to mention the 5 taels for each ginseng root. Li Qiu-chi smiled and reassured them, "No worries. Where there's a will, There's a way. As long as we strive, there will surely be a solution. Li Qiu-chi walked dejectedly beside them, consumed by guilt for being unable to protect his children, now burdening his recently returned daughter with worries. He felt as though he had lived in vain. Li Qiu-chi, holding the hands of her younger sisters, was oblivious to Li Qiu's expression, while Qianshi was too preoccupied with caring for Li Daniu and Ho-hot to notice him. He continued to wallow in self-reproach until they reached the vicinity of Huai Tree Village, where he encountered villagers greeting him, which lifted his spirits. "Zhuzi, you've returned." The villagers greeted him warmly, their eyes drawn to Li Qiu-chi with curiosity. Li Qiu nodded. "Yes, I have returned. Ho-hot is a poor girl. Thankfully, she's left that devouring place. You all should go home and rest well. Yes, we shall take our leave." Clearly, the events in Lushu village had spread rapidly to Huai Tree Village. Along the way, they encountered many people who greeted the Li family. Their words, laden with concern for Ho-hot, appeared that the Li family held a respectable reputation in the village and had maintained good relations with the other villagers. Naturally, everyone's attention was fixated on Li Qiu-chi, who walked along under the inquisitive gazes of the villagers. Before long, they returned home, carefully settling Ho-hot in a comfortable spot. After a brief respite and a few sips of water, villagers began to arrive at their doorstep. Most of the visitors were women, who entered in small groups, each carrying something. Some brought an egg, others a cabbage, a small handful of rice, or a bit of flour. Some even carried a small bundle of firewood. Their purpose was solely to see Ho-hot. Qianshi opened the door, and upon a brief glance, the women remained silent, refraining from disturbing her rest, instead quietly conversing with Qianshi and Li Qiu in the courtyard. Li Qiu-chi found herself once again the center of attention, but she gradually grew accustomed to it, perceiving only curiosity in their gazes. Chapter 44. A visit with Qianshi and Li Qiu welcoming and bidding farewell to the guests. The younger generation had little to do. Li Qiu-chi sent Xiao Baozi and Xiao Taohua to guard Ho-hot's bedside while she took Li Daniu to the kitchen to heat water and brew tea. Since the visitors arrived bearing gifts, it would be remiss not to offer them tea. Watching the flames flicker in the stove and inhaling the aroma of the low-quality tea leaves, Li Qiu-chi felt a sense of calm settle within her. Listening to the gentle chatter between Qianshi and the village women, she realized that this place was not so bad after all. Though impoverished, she had encountered robbery and seen the wretchedness of the Zhang family. The majority of people here were quite genuine. Even in their own poverty, they arrived with gifts, however modest. Once the water was boiled, lacking cups, she found bowls to serve the tea. With a bright smile, she handed a bowl to a young woman, sweetly saying, "Auntie, please enjoy some tea." That moment, Qianshi, rarely smiling, remarked, "Do not call her auntie. You should refer to her as sister-in-law." Li Qiu-chi quickly corrected herself. "Sister-in-law, my apologies." The woman graciously accepted the tea. "Oh, there's no need for apologies. It's only natural not to recognize someone on your first meeting." Li Qiu-chi continued to serve tea to each guest, who happily accepted it, showering her with compliments. Meanwhile, she focused on serving tea and washing the bowls for Li Daniu, completely oblivious to Li Qiu's pained expression. But those tea leaves had been hidden away for 2 years, and he had only dared to brew a few leaves during festivals to satisfy his cravings. Who would have thought that this young girl would unearth them and brew so many bowls? I fear she has exhausted all the tea leaves. Poor Li Qiu, having to greet so many guests with a smile, while forcing himself to appear cheerful in this impoverished little mountain village of Huaishu. Oil, salt, sugar, and tea are all precious commodities. One must understand that the purpose of tea leaves is merely to brew water. It would be wiser to spend money on food that can fill the belly. Due to this mindset, most families are reluctant to purchase tea leaves, and those that Li Qiu possesses were bought 3 years ago, as he couldn't bear to part with them until now. This tea, generally, is something most people would hesitate to drink. Even if they did, it would only be the men of the household who would partake, leaving no room for the women. Yet, Li Qiu-chi not only served them tea but offered them a large bowl. For those women who merely came to make an appearance for social niceties, sipping from their bowls brought them a sense of comfort. Thus, Qianshi and Li Qiu attended to the guests, while Xiao Baozi and Xiao Taohua smiled at those visiting Ho-hot, and Li Qiu-chi busied herself with boiling water and serving tea. By the time darkness descended, they finally bid farewell to the last guest. Except for Li Daniu, the rest of the family sank into their seats, too weary to rise. Xiao Taohua rubbed her little face and remarked, "My cheeks are sore from smiling." Xiao Baozi nodded in agreement. Li Qiu cautiously inquired, "Xiao Chao, have you used up all the tea leaves?" Li Qiu-chi nodded. "I'll buy some more next time we go to the market." Li Qiu winced at the thought. "Those tea leaves are too expensive. We need only a little." Not a whole lot. Qianshi playfully slapped the back of his head. As a grown man, you're asking your daughter for things. How shameless. Li Qiu-chi gave Li Qiu-chi an embarrassed smile. I was just joking. If it's used, then it's used. No need to buy more. Li Qiu-chi merely smiled in silence. That evening, the family gathered around the fire, each with a bowl of thick porridge, discussing their future plans. When Li Qiu-chi was a maid in the capital, it was customary to refrain from speaking while eating, so she found it somewhat uncomfortable to converse while consuming her food. However, she did not voice her discomfort, quietly sipping her porridge. Li Qiu-chi stated, since the doctor said Ho-hot should be well taken care of, let us ensure she doesn't have to work anymore. Qianshi nodded, though with a hint of despondency. That's true, but the doctor also mentioned she needs good food and drink, which we might struggle to provide. Li Qiu-chi proposed, tomorrow, let us stew the old hen at home to nourish her. Qianshi nodded, yet her silence this time bore a sense of melancholy. Xiao Taohua, however, raised her voice, I'll do my second sister's chores, so she can rest and recover. Xiao Baozi, determined not to be outdone, declared, I will work hard to earn money to support my second sister. Qianshi finally smiled, stroking their heads, good, you are both my obedient children. At this moment, Li Qiu-chi had finished her porridge. She set down her bowl, wiped her mouth, and remarked, in the future, we will have many expenses, so we must find ways to increase our income and save. The family looked at her, bewildered, until Xiao Baozi quickly responded, elder sister, what does increase income and save mean? Li Qiu-chi patiently explained, literally, it means to develop a water source and control its flow. Metaphorically, it signifies increasing revenue while curbing expenditure, allowing money to gradually accumulate. Wow, elder sister, you're amazing. You know so much. You know more than the teachers at school, exclaimed Xiao Baozi. Li Qiu-chi smiled and ruffled his hair. Turning to Li Qiu-chi, who wore a worried frown, we cannot give up on Ho-hot. We must take good care of her, and we cannot skimp on her food. Furthermore, we cannot live in a thatched hut forever. At the very least, we need to build a proper brick house. Other family expenses must be accounted for as well, such as the cost for Li Daniu's marriage, Xiao Baozi's schooling, and eventually, Xiao Taohua's dowry when she grows up. All of these require substantial sums. Thus, we need to find ways to earn more. Qianshi gazed at her in astonishment. What about you, Xiao Chao? UVE calculated everyone's needs, but neglected your OWN. Li Qiu-chi was taken aback, smiling slightly. I don't mind, Li Qiu-chi anxiously exclaimed. How can you not mind? You are part of this family. You are not young anymore. Don't you have plans to marry? Li Qiu-chi replied. I currently have no intentions of marrying. Let us discuss that later. Before anyone could respond, she continued, do any of you have ways to earn money? Li Qiu-chi, defeated, replied, I've farmed my whole life and haven't earned much. If there were a way, I wouldn't have burdened you and Ho-hot. Chapter 45. The Way Out. Qianshi added. When we lived in Taohua village, we had a few good plots of land, and after tending to them, we could barely make ends meet after paying taxes. But now, Taohua village has been submerged, and after moving to Huaishu village, the land we received is all barren, filled with stones, with hardly any soil to speak of, let alone grow crops. Otherwise, when Taohua fell ill last year, Ho-hot wouldn't have had to sell herself for money. At this, Xiao Taohua lowered her head in guilt, and upon noticing, Li Qiu-chi gently patted her shoulder, asking, Taohua, let me ask you, if it had been your second sister who fell ill last year, would you have been willing to sell yourself to the Zhang family? Taohua looked up. I would. If my second sister needed money for treatment, I would sell myself to save her. See, your heart and Ho-hot's heart are the same. You would sacrifice for her, and she would sacrifice for you. So there's no need for you to feel guilty, as your second sister acted willingly. Taohua stared at her, bewildered. She continued, let the past remain in the past. Ho-hot is back now, and your duty is to take good care of her and repay her, understood? Taohua's eyes brightened. I understand. I will repay my second sister well. I will earn money to care for her. I will take care of her. Her innocent words brought laughter to the family, dispelling the gloom in the room. Unbeknownst to them, in the next room, Ho-hot, now awake, had overheard their conversation and silently wept. In that moment, she finally felt as though she had truly come back to life, no longer needing to rely on others and endure their disdain. She was home, back in the main room. Li Qiu-chi sought to continue the earlier discussion, asking in a different manner, what skills do you all possess? Li Qiu-chi replied, farming. Qianshi added, I can farm too, and I can raise chickens. Besides that, I handle most of the household chores, and I can sew and mend. Xiao Baozi felt it was his turn to speak but blushed, struggling to find something he could claim as his own skill. Naturally frail and sickly, he was smaller than his twin sister, Xiao Taohua, who was already petite for her age. With a reddened face, he stammered, I don't know how to do anything, Li Qiu-chi. Noticing his nervousness as he fidgeted with his fingers, quickly encouraged, you can recite poetry. Remember that verse about the gentleman? Xiao Baozi's eyes lit up immediately. Yi is like a gentleman, suitable for all places. Yes, that's the one. Well done, Xiao Baozi. Her praise dispelled his anxiety. Children are often easily uplifted by a few kind words. Xiao Taohua boasted, I can wash dishes, I can water the vegetable garden, I can pull weeds. And I can fight. I've made the bullies cry. Xiao Baozi quickly chimed in, I can too. I can too. After a pause, he added, except for fighting. I can't do that. Li Qiu-chi couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Baozi's earnestness. All right, you're all impressive. After calming the two younger ones, Li Qiu-chi turned her attention to the towering figure of Li Daniel. He scratched his head, appearing a bit dim-witted. I'm strong. I can carry heavy loads to earn money. At this point, Li Qiu-chi had a general understanding of their capabilities. She pondered for a moment before asking Li Qiu-chi, how do you farm? Li Qiu-chi looked at her quizzically. You loosen the soil, toss in the seeds, and water them regularly. Isn't that how it's done? Don't you fertilize or breed the seeds? Fertilize? Breed seeds? What is that? Li Qiu-chi found it challenging to explain at that moment. So she inquired, where do your seeds come from? Where else would they come from? The grains we save from our own harvest. Hearing this, Li Qiu-chi understood why their harvests were poor. It stemmed from their lack of proper farming practices. As she observed her surroundings, she noted that the climate here resembled that of the southern regions in modern times, suggesting that under such favorable conditions, the yield should be substantial. But where were the high-yield seeds? Were they available for purchase? Li Qiu-chi sighed, good seeds are indeed available, but we simply cannot afford them. Li Qiu-chi immediately grasped the implications of Li Qiu-chi's words. In this place, where the populace regards food as paramount, agriculture stands as the utmost priority. The wealthy, driven by their self-interest, naturally hoard superior seeds. The common folk lack connections, and even if they had any, the impoverished cannot afford them. As Li Qiu-chi pondered, a profound silence enveloped everyone, broken only by the crackling of burning firewood. After a considerable pause, she declared, we cannot abandon farming. Allow me to contemplate ways to enhance our grain yield. This matter was one she approached with great confidence, for she had recently exchanged 500 taels of silver, spending merely 3 taels on medicine. She had bartered her garments, acquiring 501 in return, and subsequently spent 61 on new attire. Even if the Li family did not labor, her 500 taels would suffice to sustain them for a time. However, this was clearly impractical, which Li Qiu-chi was unwilling to accept. Moreover, to utilize the funds from her space, she needed a plausible justification and a source of income to discreetly navigate the situation. She recalled her culinary skills. During my time in the capital, I learned several recipes. I shall inquire whether they can be sold for some money. After a moment's thought, she turned to Qianshi, asking, you mentioned you can raise chickens. How proficient are you? Qianshi confidently replied, I am the best chicken keeper in our village. The chickens I raise are undoubtedly plump, and my hens sometimes lay 2 eggs in a day. Li Qiu-chi's interest was piqued, and she exclaimed, in that case, we can embark on raising chickens. If we breed them, we can sell the surplus chickens and eggs for profit. Qianshi hesitated, saying, I am willing to raise chickens, but what if they contract avian flu? That would be a loss. As long as we maintain proper hygiene, we can mitigate the risk of illness to a certain extent. However, we currently lack the funds to purchase chicks. The eggs from our hens cannot hatch into chicks. I shall devise another way to secure funds. Raising chickens can be our future objective. At this juncture, the family realized that it was quite late, and the 2 younger ones were yawning, on the verge of sleep. Continuing the discussion would yield no further clarity, so they dispersed to prepare for rest. Chapter 46. Observing the land, Li Qiu-chi took the 2 younger ones to wash up. Little Leopard, anxious, inquired, Sister, is it true that you want me to attend school? Indeed, when I earn enough money, I will send you to study. But education costs a lot. That is of no consequence. Acquiring knowledge is invaluable, no matter the expense. What does wise mean? Li Qiu-chi explained succinctly, it means becoming smarter. Little Leopard, with a determined look on his frail face, said, Sister, I will repay you in the future. You are my greatest benefactor. She playfully replied, very well, I shall await your gratitude. By giving him a goal, he could strive towards it, which was far better than living aimlessly. Of course, achieving these goals necessitated ample financial support, and the immediate priority was to exchange her culinary recipes for some money. Upon entering the house with Xiao Taohua, Li Qiu-chi spotted the waking Ho-hot. Her eyes bleary and slightly swollen, clearly having cried recently. Taohua joyfully dashed over. "Second sister, you're awake." Ho-hot nodded vigorously, then turned her gaze towards Li Qiu-chi. She approached, asking, "How are you feeling now?" "Much better. I wish to sit up." Li Qiu-chi intervened. "You must not move. Wait a few more days until you are fully healed." Ho-hot nodded. "Sister, thank you. Without you, It was evident that, even without anyone recounting the events, she had surmised that everything stemmed from the person before her. She realized that the ransom for her freedom amounted to 2 taels of silver, a sum that clearly Li Qiu-chi and Qian-shi could not muster. Had they been able, she would not have endured such suffering. The most significant change at home was the return of her elder sister, and upon first seeing her, Ho-hot noted that her sister's attire was anything but ordinary. Li Qiu-chi grasped her hand, asking, "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat before resting?" Ho-hot shook her head. "I am not hungry. I have spent a lot of money and will refrain from eating." Li Qiu-chi, exasperated, replied, "Wait here. I will prepare some porridge for you. It is essential to eat well to recover quickly." Ho-hot felt guilty and reluctant to eat more, yet recuperation inherently required proper nourishment. One could not afford to starve. As she made her way to the kitchen, Qian-shi quickly approached. "Xiao Chao, what are you doing?" "Ho-hot has awakened, so I am cooking some porridge for her." Qian-shi entered, asking, "Can you cook?" "If not, I can do it that I can. When I was a maid in the capital, I worked in the kitchen preparing meals." "Very well, I shall check on Ho-hot." Li Qiu-chi moved swiftly. While in the capital she could add various ingredients, the Li family's kitchen lacked many provisions, so she simply prepared plain porridge, adding nothing but a pinch of salt. Upon entering, Qian-shi took the bowl of porridge and spoon-fed it to Ho-hot. Initially reluctant to eat, Ho-hot was persuaded by their collective urging to open her mouth. But after only a few bites, she claimed to be full, wanting to save the remainder for Xiao Taohua. The considerate Taohua repeatedly declined. "I'm not hungry. I don't want any. I don't like porridge." Li Qiu-chi, with a hint of resignation, insisted, "This was specially prepared for you. Please eat, as it will help you recover faster. Don't you wish to sit up?" Ultimately, all the porridge was consumed by Ho-hot. By this time, it was deep into the night. Li Qiu-chi placed Taohua against the wall to sleep, while she took her place between Taohua and Ho-hot. Having learned that Taohua was an active sleeper, often tossing and turning, she was concerned about her disturbing Ho-hot. After a long day, Li Qiu-chi soon closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Without dreams, she awoke at the crowing of roosters the next morning, sitting up to find both Ho-hot and Taohua still asleep. Moving quietly, she rose stealthily in the courtyard. Li Qiu-chi carried a hoe over his shoulder, while Li Daniu wielded a sickle. Their attire indicated they were heading to the fields, while Qian-shi was busy feeding the chickens. "Wait for me. I too shall go check on the fields." Prior to speaking, Li Qiu-chi should have addressed him as father or dad, but having just returned, she felt somewhat unfamiliar with them and found it difficult to voice it. However, Li Qiu-chi did not notice this and paused to wait for her. Accompanying her out once she had finished washing up. On their way, they encountered several villagers, similarly en route to the fields. They greeted Li Qiu-chi. "Are you heading to the fields as well?" Li Qiu-chi, smiling, responded, "Indeed. I am going to check on the crops and see if the weeds have grown tall. It is high time for that. The weeds have been sprouting taller than people lately, but yours should be fine. You are always diligent. You are also quite industrious." One villager then remarked, "Speaking of weeds, I heard that your eldest daughter has returned. I believe her name is Xiao Chao?" Li Qiu-chi's smile widened. "Yes, this is her, Xiao Chao." The man openly appraised Li Qiu-chi. Previously, it was said that the daughter of Lu Dizu from Lushu village was the village flower. It seems the title may now pass to someone else. Another woman chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. Xiao Chao is so lovely. She must be the most beautiful in the area." Li Qiu-chi, you should prepare for suitors to trample your doorstep. Indeed, Li Qiu-chi, recalling Li Qiu-chi's earlier statement about not intending to marry, said, "My daughter has only just returned. I wouldn't dare marry her off so soon. She must stay at home for a while." "Oh, marrying early or late is still marrying. If you prolong it, she may become an old maid." A somewhat plump woman chimed in. "I have a nephew who is a shopkeeper in the county. He is still unmarried, I believe you, and that lad would be a perfect match." Someone teased, "Isn't your nephew interested in marrying someone from the city? How does he suddenly fancy Li Qiu-chi Xiao Chao?" The plump woman, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Isn't it that Xiao Chao is even prettier than the city girls?" Li Qiu-chi finally spoke, "Thank you, auntie, for your concern about my marriage. I fear I am not worthy of such a remarkable nephew." Her words subtly conveyed a rejection. The plump woman, undeterred, insisted, "My nephew is quite handsome, earning 200 a month. You should really consider it." Chapter 47. Soybeans. Li Qiu-chi shot a helpless glance at Li Qiu-chi, who immediately stepped in to separate her from the plump woman, saying, "I have already mentioned, my Xiao Chao is not considering marriage at this time." With Li Qiu-chi's intervention, the plump woman ceased her pursuit of Li Qiu-chi. After Li Qiu-chi followed Li Qiu-chi out of the village and walked quite a distance, Li Qiu-chi finally pointed toward a plot of land in the distance and said, "Look there, that piece of land is our family's." She raised her head to glance at the crops, which appeared to be slightly better than those of other families, yet still fell short when compared to the fields she had seen along the way. "Our family moved to Huai Tree Village later, and we were allocated only this small piece of land, most of which is wasteland. It is only through my diligent efforts that we have been able to yield some harvest." Li Qiu-chi nodded in understanding and silently approached the ridge of the field, where she could finally see that it was planted with yellow beans. At present, the yellow beans were beginning to turn yellow, and soon they would be ready for harvest. However, perhaps due to the poor quality of the soil, the growth of the beans was not very impressive. Each plant bore only a few beans, and a mere glance revealed that the beans were likely to be small in size. Li Qiu-chi gazed pensively at the yellow beans in the field. "The court has exempted us from land tax for 3 years, and this year is the last. From next year onward, we will have to pay taxes, and I fear that there won't be much left after that." Li Qiu-chi comforted him. "Father, you are already doing much better than others. Look at the fields of other families. Their yellow beans are nowhere near as plentiful as ours." This finally brought a hint of a smile to Li Qiu-chi's face. "On their way back?" Li Qiu-chi inquired, "Does our family have any other land?" "Yes, I will take you there," he replied. Thus, she followed Li Qiu-chi on a long journey to another location adjacent to the mountain, where there was another field, also planted with yellow beans. "Why is it all yellow beans?" she asked. "When we bought seeds, yellow bean seeds were the cheapest. Here, perhaps due to its proximity to the foothills, the yellow beans thrived much better than those in the previous field." "Are there any other plots?" "No, we only have these 2 pieces of land." Li Qiu-chi was incredulous. "With so many people in our family, how can we survive on such a small area?" Li Qiu-chi nodded helplessly. "There is no more. We did clear a piece of land ourselves, but the soil there is too poor. I scattered a great deal of seeds, yet only a few sprouts emerged, so I gave up." At that moment, Li Qiu-chi felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders grow heavier. No wonder the Li family was so impoverished. It turned out that they produced too little grain from their land while having a large population. Gazing at the yellow beans in the field, Li Qiu-chi fell into deep contemplation. The plan she had mentioned last night seemed a bit fanciful now. With their limited land, relying solely on farming was clearly insufficient. She could not continue selling cooking recipes. It would be best to find a livelihood for the Li family as a side business. Raising chickens, which she had previously mentioned, seemed quite promising. She had seen those plump chickens earlier that morning. However, raising chickens was not without its challenges. A small number would not be worthwhile, while a larger number would lack a market. From her observations, nearly every household had a couple of chickens, and if they could not sell them, the eggs would likely end up in their hands. Aside from chickens and ducks, what else could they raise? She subsequently asked Li Qiu-chi, "In addition to raising chickens and sheep, what else do families here raise?" Li Qiu-chi replied without hesitation, "Pigs." Li Qiu-chi's thoughts suddenly became clear. "Right, pigs can be raised." Li Qiu-chi squatted down, mimicking Li Qiu-chi, and said, "Raising pigs isn't something just any family can afford. Pigs require a lot of grain. In all of Huai Tree Village, only your 4th grandfather's family can afford to raise pigs." Li Qiu-chi immediately thought of the old man who had brought her to the Li family. "Your 4th grandfather can read and has opened a school. His family is wealthier than ours, so they can afford pigs." This conversation circled back to the matter of money, and at that moment, Li Qiu-chi truly understood the phrase "a penny can defeat a hero." On the way back, Li Qiu-chi asked, "What will we do with the yellow beans once harvested? Will we keep them for ourselves?" Li Qiu-chi shook his head, "Not entirely. We will see how many we can sell, and only the lesser quality ones will be kept for ourselves. Starting next year, we will have to pay taxes, and there won't be much left. How much tax do we have to pay? 1/5 of whatever is grown in the field. That is the land tax. Additionally, there is a head tax of 51 per person per year." 51 per person? That means the Li family will have to pay 351 a year, Li Qiu-chi remarked. "With just these 2 pieces of land, our family surely cannot survive. I will look for work during my free time. Most of it involves hard labor. Daniel hardly stays at home and is always out looking for work, so we won't starve." Li Qiu-chi nodded in understanding. Li Qiu-chi was diligent in farming, which is why their yellow bean yield was significantly higher than that of others. This was their only consolation. However, with many families in the village growing yellow beans, selling them would likely yield little profit. As she walked, she pondered how to resolve their current situation, knowing that the money she had recently brought back from the space could not be used carelessly. She had just returned and had already spent a considerable sum to redeem the osmanthus flowers. It seemed the entire village was now watching her family, so she had to remain low-key. After much thought, she considered tofu. Tofu is made from yellow beans, and producing tofu could consume the existing yellow beans, allowing for some labor in exchange for a better return than simply selling the beans. She asked, "Is tofu expensive?" "Tofu? I don't know. I've only heard of it but never tasted it. I suppose it must be quite expensive. You can ask your mother when you get home. Your maternal grandparents are wealthy, and she might have eaten it before." Li Qiu-chi continued. "Do you want to eat tofu? If you want to buy it, you would have to go to the county town. It's too far, and by the time we return, the tofu would likely spoil." Hearing Li Qiu-chi's words, Li Qiu-chi was taken aback. A man in his 30s had never eaten tofu? It was a concept that one had to travel to the county town to purchase tofu? In her time, tofu was everywhere and quite inexpensive, yet here it was unattainable. "I'm not looking to eat it. I just thought of it since yellow beans can be used to make tofu." So I asked Dato. "Tofu is made from yellow beans?" "Yes." "Xiao Qiao, you are impressive. You know so much that I've lived for so many years and only knew of tofu. I didn't realize it was made from yellow beans." Each time Li Qiu-chi heard the name Xiao Qiao, she felt slightly embarrassed. It was such a casual name. "Well, let us hurry back for dinner." Chapter 48. Elmwood. As soon as she finished speaking, a rumbling sound from behind caught her attention. She realized that Li Daniu was with them. Li Qiu-chi sighed and rubbed her forehead. "Daniu, why didn't you say anything? I nearly overlooked you." Li Daniu scratched his head. "I didn't know what to say. I'm fine just listening to you." She helplessly changed the subject, asking Li Qiu-chi, "May I ask why I'm called Xiao Qiao?" "Your name was given by your fourth grandfather. You and your 4 siblings all have names bestowed by him. But why am I called Qiao while my 2 younger sisters are named Osmanthus and Peach Blossom? The difference is quite stark. At the time your name was chosen, your 4th grandfather was reading poetry, something along the lines of burning wild grass that never dies," Li Qiu-chi recalled. "Is it the poem about wildfires that cannot burn out? And spring winds that bring forth life again? I don't remember if it is that one." Li Qiu-chi concluded that topic, saying, "We're almost home." The 3 of them instinctively quickened their pace and soon returned home. It was still the same thatched cottage, but Qian-shi's face appeared much warmer than when she first met her. The family, except for the still sleeping osmanthus, gathered around a very worn table to eat. Although it was called a meal, there was no rice. They were eating the same porridge as last night, accompanied by a bowl of wild vegetables boiled in water with minimal salt and no oil. The wild vegetables were unfamiliar to Li Qiu-chi and tasted particularly bitter. Upon her first bite, she was taken aback by the bitterness, making her face contort. Qian-shi, noticing this, felt quite guilty. "You probably haven't eaten anything this bitter before. Have you? These are foraged wild vegetables. There is nothing else to eat, so we can only have this. Please, don't take offense." Unlike other girls her age, Li Qiu-chi had a well-proportioned figure, not at all frail. And she looked quite tall, with fair skin and a healthy glow, clearly someone who had not experienced hardship. She swallowed the wild vegetables and replied, "No worries. It's just that I'm not used to it this first time. I'll get accustomed to it with more eating." Qian-shi continued to look at Li Qiu-chi with regret and quickly finished her portion to feed osmanthus. After the meal, Li Qiu-chi felt as though she might lose her composure, needing to drink plenty of water to wash away the bitterness lingering in her mouth. At tea that moment, Li Daniu announced he had to leave to continue looking for work in town for his own sustenance. Li Qiu-chi quickly called out to him, "I need to go to the county town tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" Tao Hua looked at her curiously. "Elder sister, what do you need to go to the county town for?" "I have a few cooking recipes. I want to see if there are any inns willing to buy them, so I can earn some money." Tao Hua's smile slowly faded, and the rest of the Li family looked at her with guilt. Since her return, she had been busy attending to the family's needs. In truth, for Li Qiu-chi, undertaking all these endeavors is not solely for the Li family, but also for herself. She is unwilling to lead a hand-to-mouth existence akin to theirs, and aspires to enrich her life through her own efforts. At the break of dawn the following day, as the first light began to illuminate the sky, she was roused by the boisterous voice of Li Daniu. "Elder sister, rise and shine. We are off." With bleary eyes, Li Qiu-chi sat up, mechanically donned her clothes until her senses returned, and splashed her face with cold water before setting off with Li Daniu as they departed. Li Qiu-ju, Qian-shi, and Little Leopard all came out to see the siblings off, only turning back once they reached the village entrance. Especially Little Leopard, who, ever since Li Qiu-chi had mentioned taking him to school, had been watching her with hopeful eyes. He understood that his elder sister was a capable individual who could indeed bring money home, yet with their second sister in need of funds for her illness, he was uncertain whether there would be any surplus for him to pursue his dream of education. The family's poverty weighed heavily on him, preventing him from sleeping soundly these past few nights. He had placed all his hopes upon Li Qiu-chi. Li Daniu's pace was brisk, and although Li Qiu-chi managed to keep up initially, soon she found herself lagging behind. Frustrated, she called out, "Li Daniu." He turned to her. Bewildered, "What is it? Could you please slow down a bit and wait for me?" Li Daniu frowned. "If we don't hurry, we want to make it back before dark. Just hold on a little longer and quicken your pace." Faced with Li Daniu's stubbornness, Li Qiu-chi maintained her expressionless demeanor. "Do you not think we could spend a night in the county?" Her words were laced with sarcasm, yet Li Daniu failed to grasp the implication. No way. Li Qiu-chi, exasperated by his thick-headedness, fell silent. Li Daniu continued to urge her. "Elder sister, you need to keep moving, don't be lazy." Thus, Li Qiu-chi trudged along behind him, panting heavily as if that were not enough. Li Daniu complained about her slow pace throughout their journey, urging her to quicken her steps. Even when walking with the escort group, she had never experienced such pressure to hurry. Spotting a stone by the roadside, she dragged her weary feet over, sat down, and to her annoyance, Li Daniu hadn't even realized she had stopped. Lost in his own thoughts as he continued on, Li Qiu-chi laughed in exasperation. "Li Daniu, you foolish ox, did you not notice I stopped?" He halted, exasperated. "Elder sister, are you slacking off again?" Li Qiu-chi gritted her teeth. "Can you not see that my stamina pales in comparison to yours?" Li Daniu nodded earnestly. "You are too weak." Li Qiu-chi was once again infuriated. "I can't go on like this. Let us slow down. Besides, the tasks I need to accomplish cannot be completed in a day. We are destined to spend a night in the county." Li Daniu shrugged. "I have no money that I do," she replied. "I will handle the accommodation, so, can we take it slow?" "Fine. I'll walk slower and wait for you." After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. However, Li Daniu's version of walking slower meant he would hastily cover some distance, then sit at the roadside waiting for Li Qiu-chi, only to repeat this cycle of quick walks and stops in silence. Li Qiu-chi remarked sternly, "If you were to marry, it would surely be a miracle." Li Daniu scratched his head. "Elder sister, are you not aware that the sun rises in the east? Besides, I have no intention of marrying." Li Qiu-chi trembled with indignation. "You dare suggest that I am deranged?" Li Daniu looked at her as if it were common knowledge, further aggravating her frustration. "What shall we do with your thick skull? Moreover, with your aversion to women, will you ever find a wife? Will you be doomed to a life of solitude? In your current state, will you not be taken advantage of while working?" Chapter 49. Prices after a long day of travel. Li Qiu-chi and Li Daniu finally arrived in the county. Though the county appeared dilapidated, it was still a vast improvement over their town, particularly due to the abundance of people and various shops. Upon entering the county, Li Daniu continued to charge ahead, prompting Li Qiu-chi to pull him back. "Stay behind me and do not wander off." She then clutched her stomach and led him to a noodle shop. Intending to have a meal, "Waiter, 2 bowls of noodles, please." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." It seemed to be Li Daniu's first visit to a noodle shop. He fidgeted uncomfortably on his seat while Li Qiu-chi, still miffed at his obliviousness, sipped her water. When the waiter finally brought their 2 bowls of noodles, Li Daniu took a bite and began to eat voraciously, finally calming down. Just as Li Qiu-chi managed to eat a few mouthfuls, Li Daniu raised his bowl, draining the soup in a single gulp. Setting the bowl down, his eyes sparkled as he looked at Li Qiu-chi. "I'm still hungry. Order as much as you want. Just tell the waiter, I will cover the cost." "Can I really have as many bowls as I like?" "Yes, eat until you are full." Li Daniu's voice boomed. "Waiter, bring me 3 more bowls." The waiter smiled cheerily. "Coming right up." He returned shortly with 3 bowls of noodles. "Here are your noodles." To Li Qiu-chi's astonishment, Li Daniu devoured one bowl after another with astonishing speed, finishing all 3 in no time. Noticing Li Qiu-chi's lack of appetite, he kindly offered, "Elder sister, are you not going to eat?" "I can help you finish." Li Qiu-chi replied sternly, "That's mine. I am not full yet. If you want more, order it yourself." Li Daniu, excited, rubbed his hands together. "Can we really order more? If you're not full, go ahead and order. But if you are, exercise some restraint and don't overindulge if you enjoy it." "I'll bring you here again." Li Daniu, patting his stomach, lamented, "I'm full now." "Are we really coming back tomorrow?" Li Qiu-chi swallowed her noodles and replied, "Yes." Observing Li Daniu's delight over a few bowls of noodles, she sighed once more at the misfortunes of the common folk. When it came time to settle the bill, the waiter cheerfully announced, "Each bowl of noodles costs 5 won. You've ordered 5 bowls?" Which totals 25 won. Upon hearing this, the jovial expression on Li Daniu's face vanished. "Are you trying to cheat us?" He clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, startling everyone in the vicinity. The waiter glared at him suspiciously. "What, are you trying to dine and dash?" Li Qiu-chi quickly stepped in front of Li Daniu. "Calm down. Do not cause a scene." She turned to the waiter with an apologetic smile. "I will pay you now." Quickly, she produced 25 won and placed it on the table, forcefully pulling the still disgruntled Li Daniu outside. Once they reached a secluded alley, she finally released him, and Li Daniu bounded away. No physical contact between men and women. "You cannot swindle me or hold me accountable." Li Qiu-chi's forehead throbbed with anger. "Li Daniu, I am your sister. What could I possibly swindle or hold you accountable for?" Li Daniu pouted, "But you are still a woman." She clutched her chest, repeatedly telling herself to remain calm. "What were you thinking back there? Did you intend to cause a ruckus?" "Humph, noodles in the town cost only 2 won a bowl. And here they charge 5 won, clearly trying to extort us," Li Qiu-chi patiently explained. "Those are the town prices. We are now in the county, where prices are inherently higher." Seeing Li Daniu still unconvinced, she posed a question. "Tell me, were the noodles in the town more plentiful? Did they have as much meat as those we just had? Most importantly, was the taste superior to that of the ones we just enjoyed?" Li Daniu smacked his lips in contemplation, shaking his head. "No, none of them were." "Then that settles it. You get what you pay for. The noodles we had were more delicious and abundant, so it is only natural that they are a bit pricier." Finally, Li Daniu accepted the county's noodle prices. All right then. Having had their fill, Li Daniu was now more compliant under her guidance, allowing them to focus on their main objective. She began inquiring with passers-by, locating 3 of the larger taverns in the county. They stood outside for a while to observe, then feigned interest while gossiping with some locals about these establishments. Merely gathering this information consumed the rest of the afternoon. And as dusk approached, she led Li Daniu to an inn for the night. Initially, upon hearing the innkeeper quote 21 for a room, Li Daniu vehemently refused to stay, insisting they could simply find a place on the street to sleep. Sensing the innkeeper's subtle gaze, Li Qiu-chi took him outside and, after much persuasion and effort, managed to secure 2 rooms. Finally, as they lay down for the night, Li Qiu-chi felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Li Daniu's obstinacy was truly remarkable. Yet, she could not entirely blame him. Having lived a life of hardship, his stubbornness was perhaps ingrained in him. Fortunately, he was receptive to reason, and as long as she communicated with him sensibly, he could be swayed. In the dead of night, Li Qiu-chi was abruptly roused by a cacophony of sounds. Just as she was grappling with her bewilderment, the noise erupted once more, now accompanied by the voice of Li Daniu shouting, "Where do you think you're running off to?" Li Qiu-chi sprang upright, embodying the very essence of someone startled from a deathbed. In a flurry of motion, she hastily donned her outer garments and slipped on her shoes before dashing outside. At that moment, other guests of the inn were likewise awakened, their lamps flickering to life one by one. Upon reaching the lobby, Li Qiu-chi beheld Li Daniu restraining a bruised individual, demanding, "Hand over the items you stole." Before Li Qiu-chi could utter a word, a guard approached and commanded, "Surrender the goods." The thief, pinned down and utterly immobilized, was subjected to a thorough search by the guard, who soon produced a pouch from the scoundrel's clothing. Exclaiming, "Indeed, it is yours!" the guard commenced a brutal assault upon the thief. Li Daniu released his grip, and upon witnessing this, Li Qiu-chi swiftly pulled him close, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Li Daniu shook his head and grinned. "No, I'm just fine." At that moment, a magnificently dressed individual, exuding an imposing presence, was escorted by guards and took possession of the pouch, inspecting its contents. "These are indeed my belongings." Observing the man's attire, it was clear he was no ordinary figure. Eager to avoid any further complications, Li Qiu-chi grasped Li Daniu and attempted to slip away unnoticed. However, her plans were abruptly interrupted by the thief's defiant question. "Which esteemed faction do you belong to?" The thief, still pinned down, glared vehemently at Li Daniu. Li Qiu-chi discreetly pinched Li Daniu's arm, prompting a grimace. Yet he soon resumed his stoic demeanor. Li Daniu's formidable stature combined with his impassive expression was indeed intimidating. Had she not known the extent of his simplicity, Li Qiu-chi might have struggled to recognize him. With a disdainful snort, Li Daniu retorted, "Why should I answer your questions? You are unworthy." This statement altered Li Qiu-chi's perception of him entirely. She had not anticipated such pride from Li Qiu. Clearly, she had underestimated this hulking figure. It was not long ago that she had first encountered him, believing he could aid her in rescuing Wang San. The thief, begrudgingly subdued, was approached by the victim of the theft, who bowed in gratitude towards Li Qiu, saying, "Thank you, brave hero, for your assistance." Li Qiu waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trifling matter. Not worth mentioning. Li Qiu-chi's eyes widened in awe. Once again, Li Qiu had impressed her with his capabilities. The grateful man expressed his thanks repeatedly, while Li Qiu maintained his dignified demeanor. Eventually, the man signaled to one of his guards, who promptly produced a silver ingot and presented it to Li Qiu. "Hero, this is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept." Li Qiu's eyes flickered with interest at the sight of the silver. Yet he shook his head, declaring, "There is no need. It was but a simple act of kindness." However, the victim was insistent, determined to bestow the payment upon Li Qiu. Finally, he remarked, "A hero regards wealth as mere refuse. But your family surely needs silver. Accepting it to provide for them is a noble act." Li Qiu recalled his elder sister, Ho-hot, who lay at home, and only then did he accept the money. With the situation nearing its conclusion, it was time to disperse. Li Qiu-chi hastily led Li Qiu away, leaving the curious glances behind them. As they parted ways to their respective rooms, Li Qiu-chi hesitated, wishing to caution Li Qiu about safety, yet his prowess far surpassed her own. Ultimately, she managed to advise, "Many in the inn witnessed you receiving 10 taels of silver. Be vigilant, as wealth attracts attention." Without further ado, Li Qiu extracted the silver ingot and handed it to Li Qiu-chi, stating, "Keep it safe for me." She protested, "This is your money. You should keep it. Take it. Use it to buy medicine for my sister." He insisted, "No, you should hold on to it. You are far stronger than I. It is safer in your possession," she replied. Li Qiu conceded, "Very well. I shall take it out when you need it." The remainder of the night passed in a haze for Li Qiu-chi, who dared not fully succumb to sleep, resulting in dark circles adorning her eyes by morning. After a swift tidying up, she descended to breakfast, quickly realizing that many guests bore similar panda-like appearances, indicating they too had spent a restless night. Due to the previous night's incident, the innkeeper and servers were particularly cautious in their dealings with the guests. The inn offered meals at half the usual price to appease the patrons, and even the lodging fees were similarly reduced. Li Qiu-chi patiently waited for Li Qiu to finish his meal before eagerly approaching the innkeeper to request a refund, mindful of her family's financial struggles. Upon her approach, the innkeeper and servers treated her with heightened respect, exclaiming, "Miss, we owe our gratitude to your brother for apprehending the thief. You are benefactors of this inn, and we will not charge you." Li Qiu-chi had no grounds to refuse and readily accepted, "Thank you." In addition to refunding her payment, the innkeeper presented her with a pouch containing 500 won. "What is this?" she inquired. "This is a token of appreciation for your brother's assistance last night." Li Qiu-chi beckoned Li Qiu over and handed him the pouch, saying, "This is for you from the innkeeper." The innkeeper reiterated his earlier sentiments, and this time, Li Qiu did not decline. He simply tucked the pouch into his clothing. The two were escorted out of the inn by the innkeeper and all the staff. After some contemplation, Li Qiu-chi inquired, "Innkeeper, do you happen to know which restaurant in this county has a good reputation?" Having already identified a distinguished establishment through her observations, she sought confirmation. For restaurants, the best reputation belongs to Li Fu Restaurant," the innkeeper replied. Li Qiu-chi glanced at the inn sign. "Li Fu Inn. Are they affiliated?" she asked. The innkeeper chuckled, "Not quite. Li Fu Inn and Li Fu Restaurant are owned by different proprietors. Though both share the name Li Fu, one is a restaurant and the other an inn. Thus they are distinct." The innkeeper's description matched her findings, alleviating her concerns about the potential value of her recipes. After expressing her thanks, she and Li Qiu headed straight for Li Fu Restaurant. Upon entering, they found it significantly quieter than the other establishments, with only a few scattered tables occupied, a clear indication of its declining business. Their modest attire marked them as impoverished, contrasting starkly with the other diners. A server approached them, displaying no hint of disdain. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, take a seat inside." Li Qiu-chi wasted no time and directly stated her intentions. "I am here to discuss business with your restaurant. Is the manager available?" The server respectfully ushered them inside. "The young master happens to be here today. Please wait a moment." They were led to a private room, and shortly thereafter, a disheartened young man entered, introducing himself. "I am Lin Kai, the young master of Li Fu Restaurant. Are you here to purchase it? How much can you offer?" Li Qiu-chi was taken aback by his question, Is Li Fu restaurant for sale? Lin Kai frowned. Aren't you here to negotiate a purchase? A thought sparked within Li Qiu-chi. If she could own a restaurant. May I inquire about your base price? 1,500 taels of silver, with the condition that the current staff remain and continue receiving their wages. Li Qiu-chi's enthusiasm was quickly doused. She only possessed 500 taels, far from sufficient to buy it. With a smile, she proposed, I have several recipes for dishes. Would the young master be interested? Recipes? Lin Kai stood up, visibly excited. Are they your own culinary creations or written recipes? I possess decent culinary skills myself. Might I request a demonstration? Certainly. She was soon led to the kitchen, where she was allocated a cooking station. The young master thoughtfully cleared the kitchen of other staff members to avoid any bias. Li Qiu-chi retained Li Qiu to assist her with the fire, leaving just the two of them in the kitchen. Li Qiu-chi swiftly surveyed the ingredients available in the kitchen, determining the dishes she would prepare based on what was at hand. She intended to create a meal consisting of 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. The meat dishes would include braised pork and crispy fried meat, the former rich and savory, perfect for pairing with rice or wine, a dish sure to find its market once introduced in the restaurant. The crispy fried meat, when cooked, would be delightfully crunchy and aromatic, also serving as an excellent accompaniment for drinks. The vegetable offerings would feature garlic sauteed cabbage and a spicy stir-fried eggplant. One light and refreshing, the other bold and robust. The soup would simply be a leafy green broth, yet prepared according to the ratios she had learned during her time in the royal residence, yielding a flavor far superior to ordinary soups. Her movements were swift, and with Li Qiu's obedient assistance, whether instructed to use high heat or low heat, everything proceeded with remarkable efficiency. As she cooked, Li Qiu-chi praised him. You manage the heat splendidly. It's how my mother taught me. I used to stoke the fire for her every day, Li Qiu replied. When they presented the dishes to the anxious patrons waiting outside, a wave of rich aroma wafted through the air. The young master's eyes widened in delight as he eagerly picked up his chopsticks to sample each dish. With every bite, his excitement grew, transforming his previously despondent demeanor into one filled with hope. The other 2 chefs and the manager of the restaurant also tasted the offerings, exchanging glances that conveyed their fervent belief. Young master. With these dishes, our restaurant has a chance. The young master nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. The remaining staff, however, could only watch with envy, though they too understood that hope had arrived for the establishment. Just then, a head peeked in. What are you all eating? It smells exquisite. Li Qiu-chi recognized the individual as a regular patron of the restaurant, someone well known to the staff. The young master Lin Kai's eyes sparkled with interest as he said, These are our restaurant's new dishes, currently in the tasting phase. The patron boldly stepped inside. New dishes? When can we order? Or could I have a serving today to taste? Lin Kai immediately turned his fervent gaze to Li Qiu-chi, silently asking if she could prepare another portion. She nodded in affirmation, understanding that Lin Kai had already proclaimed these dishes as the restaurant's new offerings, indicating his intent to promote them. They could discuss prices later. Securing a positive response from this patron was paramount to ensuring the success of her recipes. Li Qiu-chi re-entered the kitchen, this time accompanied by the 2 head chefs of the restaurant. As she prepared the dishes, she generously shared her culinary techniques with them, and they respectfully assisted her, attentive to her instructions. Once the 5 dishes were completed and served, Li Qiu-chi was invited to the private room where they began to negotiate the price for her recipes. Throughout this, Li Qiu shadowed her closely, providing a protective presence. Lin Kai initiated the conversation. Miss Li, I can offer you 25 taels of silver for these 5 dishes. What do you think? Li Qiu-chi promptly inquired. How is that figure determined? To be frank, Miss Li, the 5 dishes you prepared are quite ordinary. Their flavor relies heavily on cooking technique, and they are easily replicated. Thus, while these dishes may address our restaurant's immediate needs, they won't become signature dishes that would revive our establishment. The braised pork and crispy fried meat can be valued at 10 and 5 taels, respectively, while the garlic cabbage and spicy eggplant are worth 2 and 5 taels, and the soup can only be priced at 1 tael. Therefore, the total for the recipes is 23 taels, with an additional 2 taels as a token of gratitude for your assistance during our restaurant's difficult times. Li Qiu-chi contemplated this in her mind, recognizing that the offered price was fair. 25 taels was indeed a considerable sum for her family. Moreover, Lin Kai's assessment was not incorrect. Her 5 dishes were indeed quite homely. After some thought, she replied, I also have other recipes, specifically from the capital's cuisine, but I lacked the time earlier and you may not have had sufficient ingredients. Lin Kai jumped up excitedly, the chair behind him scraping loudly against the floor. Really? Li Qiu-chi reached into her sleeve, pretending to search for something, but discreetly retrieving 2 recipes she had exchanged for from her space. She handed the paper to Lin Kai, who accepted it with trembling hands. Upon reading it, he slammed his palm on the table. I want these 2 recipes as well. The recipes she provided were for imperial tofu and 3-knot sticking. The method for imperial tofu involves peeling the tofu, hollowing it out, and filling it with a mixture of finely chopped mushrooms, bamboo shoots, dried scallops, sea cucumbers, pork, and shrimp, before steaming it and drenching it in a light sauce adorned with garnishes. The finished tofu appears golden and tempting, with a tender texture and a subtly sweet sauce. Most importantly, this dish is relatively simple, with the key being the filling. As for 3-knot sticking, it is a renowned dish in modern times, named for its unique characteristic of not sticking to plates, chopsticks, or teeth. The preparation involves only 3 ingredients: eggs, starch, and sugar, with the secret to its non-stick nature lying in the technique. This dish was once a celebrated delicacy in the Qing dynasty's imperial kitchen, resembling both porridge and cake, with a delightful sweet flavor. Li Qiu-chi inquired. What price do you intend to offer for these 2 dishes? Lin Kai countered. How much do you wish for? Given that these dishes are from the capital, leveraging the royal connection should ensure good sales. I propose 40 taels of silver for both. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Daniu gasped beside her at the negotiating table, but Li Qiu-chi paid him no mind. Miss Li, 40 taels seems rather steep. Would you consider 35? She firmly replied, 38 taels. To be honest, our county cannot compare to others, and there are not many wealthy patrons here. The ingredients for imperial tofu, including dried scallops, sea cucumbers, pork, and shrimp, are quite extravagant. I would need to source these rare ingredients from scratch, and if I set a high price, they may not sell. Thus, my profit margin would be quite slim. Li Qiu-chi remained resolute. 38 taels, not a single tael less, and no matter how Lin Kai argued, she stood firm, and ultimately, he had no choice but to concede. They drafted a contract, affixed their seals, and Lin Kai paid her a total of 63 taels of silver in full. As Li Qiu-chi and Li Daniu exited the restaurant, having walked a short distance, Li Daniu exclaimed, Sister, you earned so much money all at once. That's impressive. She smiled. You did well too. Thanks to your vigilance last night, we not only avoided paying rent but also gained over 10 taels of silver. You were quite remarkable. Li Daniu scratched his head. That was just luck. I happened to be in the right place at the right time. He then continued, by the way, your performance last night was different from usual. Your skills? How did you become so adept? Did someone teach you? He nodded, lowering his voice mysteriously. I'll tell you in secret, but you mustn't share it. How intriguing! Rest assured, I won't divulge anything. You guessed it right. Someone did teach me, but he forbade me from discussing it, so you must keep it quiet. Li Qiu-chi sighed. If it must remain a secret, why mention it to me? As soon as she spoke, she realized it was her own curiosity that prompted the question, leading Li Daniu to reveal this information. I misspoke. If it's a secret, you should keep it to yourself, and I will respect that. Li Daniu nodded vigorously. Li Qiu-chi continued. I previously misunderstood you, so I owe you an apology. What did you misinterpret about me? Embarrassed, she replied. It was when you left too quickly yesterday, not waiting for me, which annoyed me, and I remarked that you would struggle to find a wife in the future. However, it appears you are far more capable than I initially thought. I apologize for my earlier judgment. Li Daniu shrugged nonchalantly. It's all right. I've always been like this. People called me foolish when I was young. Those people simply lacked vision. You are anything but foolish. Am I truly not foolish? Not at all. You are quite impressive, just like last night. And when you rescued Wang San that day, you were remarkable. Upon hearing her words, Li Daniu's grin widened, revealing his endearing naivety. Yet, she now recognized his true worth. His demeanor might be different from others, but when faced with challenges, Li Daniu proved to be quite reliable. Sister, are we heading home now? Clearly, Li Qiu-chi's display of skill in the restaurant had solidified Li Daniu's trust in her. Li Qiu-chi shook her head and said, Let us first proceed to the apothecary to procure some medicine for Ho-hot, and then we shall visit the seed shop to see if there are any superior seeds available for purchase. The yellow beans in the field will soon be ready for harvest, after which we can plant something else. The two of them made their way to a bustling apothecary, where the queue extended out the door. Li Qiu-chi surmised that this establishment must be of higher quality than others, given the throng of patrons. Thus, she joined the line. Although the crowd was large, the service was swift, and before long, it was their turn. A young attendant inquired, Are you here for medication or consultation? To buy medicine, Li Qiu-chi replied. The attendant directed, For purchasing medicine, please proceed to your left. Li Qiu-chi admired the efficient organization of the apothecary. This division of labor significantly alleviated the chaos within. Inside, a middle-aged man, presumably a knowledgeable physician, kindly asked, "Please present your prescription, and I shall prepare the medicine accordingly." Li Qiu-chi shook her head. "I do not have a prescription. I am here to purchase ginseng." The pharmacist's demeanor became noticeably serious. "How many years do you require?" Recalling the old physician's words in the town, Li Qiu-chi replied, 50 years. The pharmacist responded, "We do not have precisely 50-year ginseng, but we have 45-year and 60-year options. The medicinal efficacy of ginseng increases with age. Which one do you prefer?" "I will take the 60-year variety. The price is 7 taels of silver for one." "Is there any chance for a lower price?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Miss, you may inquire about our apothecary. We have always charged fairly and will not inflate prices arbitrarily. What I offer you is already a reasonable rate." Li Qiu-chi remembered that the old physician had mentioned that 50-year ginseng was around 5 taels of silver, so the 7-tael asking price for the 60-year variety seemed acceptable. However, she did not rush to make the purchase. "I would like some time to consider. Is that all right?" The middle-aged man nodded. Of course. Li Qiu-chi exited the apothecary with Li Qiu. "Sister, shall we explore other places?" "Yes, let us inquire about prices. Comparing offers might save us some money." Subsequently, the two scoured nearly every apothecary in the county, only to find that either they had none or the prices were significantly higher than at the previous shop. After much wandering, they returned to the original apothecary. "Doctor, I have come to purchase the 60-year ginseng we discussed earlier." The pharmacist smiled knowingly. "I told you our apothecary offers the most reasonable prices." Li Qiu-chi smiled sheepishly in response. The doctor carefully retrieved a box from the counter and opened it for her inspection. "This is the 60-year ginseng." Although Li Qiu-chi was not well versed in ginseng, she had learned during her visits to other apothecaries that the reputation of this Qingchun Tang was indeed the finest in the county, and she felt reassured that they would not deceive her. "That will be 7 taels of silver," the doctor stated. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qiu produced a 10-tael silver ingot and declared, "I will pay with my money." Li Qiu-chi made no effort to contest him and accepted the silver ingot for payment. Having already spent a considerable amount of time at the apothecaries, she suggested, "Let us have a meal first, and after dining, we can buy seeds and then find an inn to rest for the night, so we can set off early tomorrow morning to return home." Li Qiu showed no signs of dissent. "All right." Li Qiu-chi inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "It's on me. Noodles, as we had yesterday." "Very well, let us go for noodles." The young waiter from yesterday eyed them warily, but Li Qiu-chi greeted him with a friendly smile. "Young man, please serve us the same quantity as yesterday." "Just a moment," he replied. The two quickly finished their meal, paid, and then inquired about the location of a seed shop. This seed shop was quite reputable in the county, spacious, and offered a wide variety of seeds. As autumn approached, it was time to buy seeds that could thrive in winter. She asked the welcoming shopkeeper, "What seeds do you have that can be planted in autumn and grow well in winter?" The shopkeeper replied, "We have quite a selection. Do you need grain seeds or vegetable seeds?" Without hesitation, Li Qiu-chi answered, "Grain." The shopkeeper led her to the section for wheat seeds. "We have good quality wheat." Upon closer inspection, Li Qiu-chi noted that the wheat seeds were not particularly plump and contained some shriveled grains. "Is this the best quality wheat?" "Yes, the ones beside it are of ordinary quality. Feel free to take a look." Li Qiu-chi examined several bags of other seeds, and indeed, none matched the quality of the previous offerings. She sighed inwardly. This wheat was vastly inferior compared to modern standards. It seemed she could only purchase a small amount of seeds here as a cover and then exchange for better ones from her own storage. "Are there any other grain seeds available?" "Not many, but we also have rapeseed. The oil extracted from it is quite expensive, but if cultivated well, it could yield a profit." Just as the shopkeeper finished speaking, Li Qiu tugged at Li Qiu-chi's sleeve. "Sister, we cannot buy rapeseed. Father tried planting it once, and it all died." Li Qiu-chi nodded. "Understood." The two fields of the Li family were quite barren, and growing rapeseed could result in a loss. The shopkeeper remained calm and unperturbed. "Aside from that, we have a variety of vegetable seeds. Chives, spinach, radishes, cilantro, cabbage, red carrots, lettuce, and garlic." Li Qiu tugged her sleeve again. "We already have vegetable seeds at home. Mother will keep them well." The shopkeeper calmly glanced at Li Qiu before turning his focus back to Li Qiu-chi. "What would you like to purchase?" After contemplating for a moment, she said, "I will buy the wheat seeds." "How much for the best quality?" 3 won per tael. "How much do you need?" This price was indeed steep. 3 won could accomplish many things in the village, and 1 tael would only buy a small quantity. A pound would cost 30 won, quite a considerable sum in the village. She inquired, "What about the inferior and medium quality?" "The inferior is 1 won for 2 taels, and the medium is 1 won for 1 tael." Then I shall purchase the medium quality. How much do you wish to buy? Li Qiu-chi had no concept of how much seed to buy, so she turned to Li Daniu. How much land do we have? A little over 2.5 mu. The shopkeeper interjected, you will need 25 pounds of wheat seeds for 2.5 mu. Li Qiu-chi's eyes widened in surprise. Is it really that much? 10 pounds of seeds are required per mu. She looked at Li Daniu, who nodded. Father used to buy 1 pound of seeds per mu. The seed seller smiled and advised, Miss, if you purchase quality seeds, you will reap a bountiful harvest. The money spent on seeds will be recouped after the wheat is harvested, and you can even make a profit. Wheat is indeed valuable and can fetch a good price. He continued, moreover, I heard from this young man that someone in your family knows how to preserve seeds. Vegetable and grain seeds can be preserved using the same method. You only need to buy once. And you can save seeds for years to come, allowing for continuous planting. Li Qiu-chi made up her mind. All right, I will buy 25 pounds of medium-quality wheat seeds. After all, she had her own storage. Even if the wheat seeds saved for next year were not satisfactory, she could quietly replace them with those exchanged from her space. The shopkeeper asked, would you like to look at other seeds? Once you've made your selection, I can package everything for you. Yes, I will take a look around. The shopkeeper followed closely behind, explaining various types of seeds, but she merely glanced at them before moving on. After browsing the entire store, she found nothing else that piqued her interest. Looking at the myriad of seeds, she suddenly recalled a time when she accompanied Princess Duanyang, due to a single remark from her. The princess had purchased a small pouch of corn seeds at a high price from foreign merchants. She inquired, do you have corn here? The kind with golden yellow kernels. Are you referring to yellow beans? Wheat or rice? None of those. Corn grows like a cob, with kernels arranged neatly in rows. As she spoke, she gestured to illustrate the size, about this big. The shopkeeper chuckled. Miss, I have been buying seeds for decades. And I know various grains, vegetables, flowers, and herbs, but I have never heard of what you are describing. Although Li Qiu-chi, having her own space, felt a tinge of disappointment, she said, well, if there is no corn, do you have potatoes? Potatoes? I have not heard of them. They are oval-shaped with eyes on the skin, mostly yellow, but when they sprout, the skin turns green. After hearing her description, the shopkeeper fell into deep thought, and Li Qiu-chi felt a glimmer of hope. After a long pause, the shopkeeper said, I believe I have seen something like that. Do you have any in the store? The shopkeeper shook his head decisively. No, please think carefully about where you might have seen it. The shopkeeper suddenly slapped his forehead. I remember now. A few months ago, a hunter brought that thing to me, saying he found it in the mountains and wanted to sell it to me. But I didn't recognize it, so I declined. Later, that hunter ate it himself and got poisoned, nearly losing his life. Li Qiu-chi's eyes brightened. Do you know where that hunter is? It seems that his family resides in the southern part of the city. The incident regarding him consuming something of unknown origin and subsequently falling ill has certainly spread far and wide. You might want to inquire with someone about it. Very well, thank you. Boss, is the young lady interested in purchasing any other seeds? If not, I shall weigh out the wheat seeds for you. No, I won't buy any more. Please proceed with the weighing. The boss, beaming with delight, replied, all right then, please hold on for a moment. Chapter 54. Potatoes. Li Qiu-chi purchased medium-quality seeds at the price of 1 won per 2 liang. Having bought 25 jin, it amounted to 250 wen. That moment, she truly grasped what Li Qiu-chi meant about the inability to afford seeds. 251 for just enough seeds to plant 2 mu of land is indeed not a sum that the destitute common folk can manage. This predicament contributes to the inability of the people to purchase quality seeds and, consequently, to cultivate abundant crops, leading them into deeper poverty. Having procured the seeds, it was already growing late, and she would have to postpone her inquiries about the potatoes with the hunter until the following day. Brother, let us first find an inn to rest. We can seek out that hunter in the south of the city tomorrow and then return. All right, I will follow your lead. The next morning, the two arose early, having a light meal to sustain them before heading towards the southern part of the city. As the seed merchant had indicated, this matter appeared to be significant. They casually asked a passerby and soon located the hunter's courtyard. Standing outside, Li Qiu-chi was astonished, realizing that anyone who owned a house in the county was certainly not an ordinary hunter. Li Qiu-chi knocked on the door, and a woman opened it, regarding them with curiosity. Who are you looking for? We wish to inquire whether your family still possesses the item that caused someone to fall ill after consuming it. The woman's expression darkened. What do you mean by still possess? I threw it away long ago. As she attempted to close the door, Li Qiu-chi swiftly blocked it. Might I ask where it was discovered? The woman was about to shut the door again when a tall man approached. What is going on? The woman shot him a glare and huffed as she walked away. Li Qiu-chi surmised that this man was the hunter who had discovered the potatoes. "Excuse me, sir. We would like to know where you found that poisonous item. You all already know that it is poisonous, yet you still seek it. Are you planning to do something unspeakable?" "No, you misunderstand. I have seen such things in the capital. It is called a potato and is edible. The reason for your poisoning was due to consuming sprouted poisonous potatoes. The unsprouted ones are safe to eat. Is what you say true? If you doubt my words, you can conduct an experiment yourself. Find a mouse. Give one a sprouted potato and the other an unsprouted one, and observe the results." The hunter stroked his chin, pondering for a long while, then said, "Very well. I discarded the potatoes I dug up outside the city. Since I have nothing to do, I can take you there, though I cannot guarantee they will still be there. Thank you very much, sir." Regardless of whether any remained, as long as she had the name, she could exchange them from her space. Under the hunter's guidance, they quickly arrived at the place where he had discarded the items. To Li Qiu-chi's delight, there were numerous yellowing potato leaves. She plucked a handful to examine and smell. "These are potato sprouts, and the potatoes are buried in the soil." Li Qiu set down the sack of wheat seeds he was carrying. "I will dig." Li Qiu-chi, overcome with excitement, joined in, and the hunter, not wanting to be idle, helped them as well. He exclaimed, "How can there be so many? I remember throwing away only a little over tien." Li Qiu-chi beamed as she saw the roots of the potato sprouts adorned with a large cluster of potatoes. It appeared that the quality of these potatoes exceeded her expectations. In the end, they unearthed a substantial pile of potatoes, leaving Li Qiu-chi overjoyed. Potatoes can be cultivated in 2 seasons each year, and they do not require particularly fertile soil. Most importantly, they yield abundantly. With these potatoes, the Li family would no longer have to subsist on wild vegetables daily. She envisioned numerous dishes that could be made with potatoes: braised ribs with potatoes, old granny's potatoes, potato cakes, peppered potato shreds, potato beef stew, spicy and sour potato shreds, and so forth, causing her mouth to water. Li Qiu-chi offered the hunter some potatoes, but he, still fearful from the poisoning, repeatedly declined. Thus, she and Li Qiu joyfully made their way home with the potatoes they had unearthed. After walking a considerable distance, Li Qiu-chi reached for the sack of wheat seeds that Li Qiu was carrying. "Let me carry it for a while." He refused. "No need. I am strong enough to manage it. You can walk at your own pace." All the potatoes and quality seeds were carried by Li Qiu, and he would not allow her to take any. With no other option, Li Qiu-chi could only follow beside him empty-handed. Li Qiu, burdened with the load, slowed his pace, but Li Qiu-chi felt at ease and did not have to hurry. They paused briefly only during meal times and continued on their journey. As dusk approached, they had only just reached the town. If they were to return that night, they would have to navigate in the dark. "Qiu, let us stay in town for the night and depart in the morning. It is unsafe to travel in the dark. No, if we hurry, we can make it back. Besides, there are no inns in town. Then we must at least get a torch. Otherwise, it will be completely dark, and we could easily stumble. Come, I will take you to borrow a torch from Wang San." Under Li Qiu's lead, they soon arrived at Wang San's doorstep. Li Qiu knocked loudly. "Wang San, it's me." "Li Qiu, are you there? Open the door." Coming. Wang San quickly opened the door. "I say, brother, why are you seeking me at such a late hour?" "I came to borrow a torch to return to Huai Tree Village. It is quite late. Why not rest here for the night and depart tomorrow?" "That one do. My sister is with me, and I cannot stay at your house." After Li Qiu's reminder, Wang San finally noticed Li Qiu-chi standing behind him. Obscured by the dim light, "It wouldn't be proper for me, a single man, to host you. Wait a moment while I prepare some torches for you." Wang San moved swiftly, and before long, he returned with 3 torches, one already lit, and the other 2 unlit. Li Qiu, freeing one of his hands, reached out to grab one, but Li Qiu-chi was quicker and took it first. "You've been carrying and hauling all day. I will take this torch." Li Qiu scratched his head. "All right." After bidding farewell to Wang San, they set off on their journey home once more, grateful for the torch provided by Wang San. The two relied on this solitary source of light as they made their way back to Huai Tree Village, stepping carefully through the darkness as they neared the outskirts of Li's home. The 3rd torch was burning low, yet they successfully returned to the fence surrounding the Li family residence. Peering inside, they saw it was pitch black. Presumably, everyone had already gone to bed. Li Qiu raised his voice and called out, "Father, Mother, open the door. We have returned, soon." A faint light flickered to life inside, and with the exception of Ho-hot, everyone hurried to greet them. Li Qiu-chi took the items carried by Li Qiu, while Qian Shi held up a lamp for illumination, and Xiao Taozi grasped Li Qiu-chi's hand. "Xiao Baozi, noticing that he was the only one left idle, extended his hand to tug at the hem of Li Qiu-chi's garment. Chapter 55. Bittersweet, they were ushered into the house. And Li Qiu-chi set down the sack of quality seeds, inquiring, "What have you brought?" "It seems quite heavy," Li Qiu, rarely secretive, replied with an air of mystery, "Good things." Qianshi approached. "Let me see what good things you have." Upon opening it, they discovered golden wheat seeds, leaving Qianshi stammering. This is, after a considerable pause, Li Qiu-chi leaned in. "What could possibly render you so speechless?" Li Qiu-chi, trembling, pointed at the sack. "Wheat, wheat, wheat." Clearly, he too was at a loss for words. Li Qiu-chi smiled and explained, "These are wheat seeds, specially purchased. We can plant them after the soybeans in the field are harvested." Li Qiu-chi, trembling as he tied the sack securely, asked, "How much did this cost?" "How much?" Li Qiu, with his simple-mindedness, replied, 251. Qianshi raised her voice. "What did you say, 251? She gasped in shock. "Quick, hide it away. We mustn't let others know." Li Qiu-chi then watched as Li Qiu-chi and Qianshi hurriedly concealed the wheat seeds, stashing them in hidden corners to protect them from rodents, placing them into the jars used for storing food, and ultimately moving the seeds to their own bed. "We'll guard them while we sleep." This somewhat comical scene caused a pang of bitterness in Li Qiu-chi's heart in the grand households of the capital. Even the serving maids enjoyed dignity, with no lack in their food, clothing, or shelter. Yet ordinary folk regarded over 200 worth of quality seeds as treasures, hiding them away here and there, fearful of this and that. Though the social classes were delineated, the lives of the common people remained forever at the bottom. After securing the wheat seeds, their attention turned to another sack. "What is this?" Li Qiu-chi approached and revealed the contents. "This is called a potato. It can serve as both food and vegetable, is quite delicious, and can grow even in poor soil." Li Qiu-chi picked one up to examine. "I have farmed my entire life. Yet I have never heard of this. I encountered it while in the capital. We were fortunate to find some and brought a few back," Li Qiu-chi remarked, "but I do not know how to cultivate this." "Do you?" Li Qiu-chi nodded. "I do, and it is not difficult. I will teach you when the time comes." Good. Qianshi observed the two. "Are you hungry? Let me prepare something for you to eat." The two individuals nodded in unison, declaring, "We have already dined. No need for further preparations." "Very well." Then, Li Qiu-chi produced the ginseng she had been carrying, stating, "This is the ginseng purchased for Ho-hot. Tomorrow, we shall seek out the town's doctor to inquire how it should be utilized." Both Li Qiu-chi and Qianshi hesitated to take this precious item, exchanging cautious glances before inquiring, "How much did this cost?" Li Qiu-chi intended to downplay the price, hoping to alleviate their burden slightly. But before she could utter a word, Li Qiu boisterously announced, 7.5 taels of silver. That was my contribution." This revelation caused not only Li Qiu-chi and Qianshi to gasp, but even the two young ones followed suit. Xiao Taohua exclaimed, "Wow, that's a substantial sum, even more than what was needed to redeem second sister." Xiao Baozi remained silent, yet his grip on Li Qiu-chi's sleeve tightened. At the tender age of 7 or 8, he had developed an understanding of the world. He recognized that scholars were esteemed individuals, and he harbored aspirations towards education. Previously, their family's financial constraints had forced him to furtively learn a word or two. Now, the child saw a glimmer of hope, though he refrained from voicing his desire to study. His maturity rendered him unable to articulate his longing for education. Instead, he merely clutched his sister's garment. Overwhelmed by youthful excitement, Li Qiu-chi gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, prompting Xiao Baozi to relax. Qianshi murmured, gazing at the ginseng, "Did the doctor not say it would cost around 5 taels of silver? How is it that you purchased it for over 7 taels? That is quite a fortune." The esteemed doctor spoke of a ginseng of 50 years. "However, we acquired one that is 60 years old. The medicinal properties of the 60-year variety surpass those of the 50-year, and thus the price is correspondingly higher." Li Qiu-chi and Qianshi exchanged bewildered glances once more. Li Qiu-chi remarked, "It is getting late. Let us defer any further discussions until tomorrow. We should retire for the night." Qianshi nodded repeatedly, "Indeed." After a brief wash, Li Qiu-chi entered her room. Inside, Xiao Taohua and Ho-hot were both wide-eyed, watching her. However, while Xiao Taohua's eyes sparkled with excitement, Ho-hot's were red-rimmed, evidently having just wept. She leaned closer to Ho-hot, asking, "Do you feel any better today?" Ho-hot nodded, her voice thick with nasal congestion. "Much improved, that's good to hear. Elder sister, please do not concern yourselves with me. If I were to perish, so be it." Li Qiu-chi adjusted the thin quilt around her. "What nonsense are you speaking? Simply focus on your recovery and do not dwell on anything else. Tears spilled from Ho-Hat's eyes. I heard you bought ginseng for over 7 taels. As someone on the brink of death, I do not deserve such a precious item. What do you mean by deserving? Since I have purchased it, it is meant for you. If you do not deserve to consume it, then who does? Elder sister, please return the item and use the money to help Daniu marry. Rest assured, we can gradually save for Dania's wedding. Your health is paramount, so we shall prioritize you. I do not deserve it. Elder sister, truly, do not trouble yourself with me. I am already content to leave the Zhang family. At that moment, the previously cheerful Xiao Taohua began to silently shed tears. It is all my fault. With the eldest still not consoled, the youngest resumed crying, leaving Li Qiu-chi feeling utterly helpless. It took her some time to soothe both of them into a peaceful sleep. Children have short memories, and soon after the lights went out, Xiao Taohua timidly inquired, Elder sister, is the county town fun? Li Qiu-chi pretended to ponder before replying, Daniu and I went there on business. So we did not explore much. However, there are many people and houses, all quite splendid, though the items there are rather expensive. After a pause, she continued, the journey there takes half a day, and if one walks slowly, it could take a full day so far. Indeed, it is somewhat distant. Did you eat anything delicious? We had 2 servings of noodles, which were quite tasty, though they were rather pricey. Xiao Taohua eagerly pressed, were they delicious? What did they taste like? Were there any ingredients besides the noodles? Li Qiu-chi distinctly heard her gulping in anticipation, and she chuckled, realizing that Xiao Taohua had quite the appetite. The noodles were a simple broth with some leafy greens and seasonings. Once mixed with the broth, it was fragrant and delightful. Your brother Daniu thoroughly enjoyed them. You could ask him tomorrow how they tasted. Xiao Taohua excitedly continued, is there more? What else did you eat that was delicious? Aside from that, we had steamed buns. Xiao Taohua squeezed herself into Li Qiu-chi's embrace. Are the buns in the county town tasty? Are they better than those in the town? Li Qiu-chi gently patted her back. The flavors are quite similar, however, the ones in the county town are a bit larger. When our wheat is harvested next year, I will make you some buns. But I have to wait a whole year. Do not worry, the next time I visit the town, I shall buy you some. Xiao Taohua whispered shyly, actually, I do not particularly crave buns. What I truly desire is candied hawthorn. The last 3 words were almost a whisper. But Li Qiu-chi was close enough to hear. She stroked Xiao Taohua's head. Next time I go to the town, I will buy you candied hawthorn. All right, thank you, elder sister. Li Qiu-chi smiled silently. This little girl had initially shown some resistance towards her. Not even addressing her by name on their first meeting, it was only after she promised to pay for Ho-Hat's redemption that she called her elder sister. Now, having promised to buy her candied hawthorn, she had elevated her title to elder sister. After a restful night, Li Qiu-chi awoke to the crowing of roosters. After washing up, she noticed Qian-shi busily feeding the chickens, so she approached to observe. The chickens in their yard had only drawn her cursory attention before. She merely noted their plumpness. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered that the plumage of these chickens was unlike that of ordinary ones, resembling more of a mountain chicken. Moreover, their legs were all robust, indicating to even an inexperienced observer like her that these chickens were of exceptional quality. Are these mountain chickens? Indeed. Your father came across a chicken nest while gathering firewood on the mountain last year and brought back the eggs. Seeing that they were viable for hatching, I refrained from consuming them and decided to hatch them all. You have quite the skill. It is merely hatching chicken eggs. Many in the village can do that. Yet, it is still quite impressive. Qian-shi was diligent, rising early to tend to the chickens, sweep the yard, and prepare meals, leaving Li Qiu-chi momentarily at a loss for tasks. Eventually, noticing some weeds beneath the fence, she bent down to pull them, but upon uprooting the first, she was greeted by the familiar scent of scallions. Upon examining the root, she realized it resembled a small scallion bulb. Embarrassed, she quickly replanted the scallions. Xiao Taohua's laughter rang out, elder sister, those are wild scallions, not weeds. You pulled them up by mistake. Li Qiu-chi stood up, brushing the dirt from her hands. I have only seen regular scallions. This is my first encounter with wild ones. I thought they were mere weeds. She meandered through the vegetable patch, noticing that the weeds had already been cleared and the soil appeared to have been watered in advance. Li Qiu-chi found herself completely idle, with no chores to attend to in the household, and instead spent time with the 2 little ones, listening to Xiao Taohua chatter on about various topics. It was not until mealtime approached that Xiao Taohua finally paused, leaving Li Qiu-chi's head buzzing from the incessant chatter of the young child, who recounted even her recent fright from a worm with great enthusiasm. In stark contrast, Xiao Baozi remained silently seated since morning. Though he did not speak, he was content to listen to Xiao Taohua's tales, maintaining this silent camaraderie throughout the morning. They were fraternal twins, born moments apart, with Xiao Taohua emerging as the healthier of the two. Which was why Li Qiu-chi had given him the name Baozi, hoping for strength. The differences in their personalities and physiques were evident, with Xiao Taohua clearly outshining her brother. If one were to describe them, Xiao Taohua was like a blazing sun, while Xiao Baozi embodied the quiet elegance of moonlight. At mealtime, they were served a bowl of familiar wild vegetables, vibrant green in color. Qianshi remarked, since wild vegetables are plentiful at the moment, let us indulge. Once they are no longer available, we shall rely on our cultivated crops. This was also a form of frugality. Wild vegetables grow naturally and require only a bit of labor to harvest, while cultivated vegetables demand much more effort, thus one should take advantage of the opportunity. Li Qiu-chi found the second serving unexpectedly better than the first, with less bitterness. Observing her improved demeanor compared to the first tasting, Qianshi's worries eased. I blanched the wild vegetables 5 times today. Is it more palatable? Li Qiu-chi nodded. The taste is much improved. Li Daniu slurped down his bowl, commenting, Mother, why did you not blanch them 5 times before? Qianshi playfully smacked his head. Having something to eat is already fortunate. Do not be so picky. Xiao Taohua giggled. I know. It's because elder sister cannot tolerate too much bitterness, so mother made it less bitter this time. The palm of Qian landed once more on Xiao Taohua's back. Eating won't silence your tongue. Li Qiu-chi sincerely expressed his gratitude to Qian. Thank you very much. Qian waved her hands repeatedly. No need for thanks. This is what I ought to do. You've just returned and are already busying about. I can only ensure you enjoy your meal a bit more, as I am unable to do anything else. I must also thank you for considering my feelings. Li Qiu-chi stepped in to mediate. We are all family here, so let's refrain from speaking as if we were strangers. After finishing their meal, Li Daniu placed the remaining money on the table. This is the money I have left. It's all for you. The other members of the Li family quietly gazed at the coins on the table. After a moment, Li Qiu-chi inquired. This money belongs to your elder sister, doesn't it? No, I earned it myself. I made 10 taels of silver, bought ginseng, and what's left is right here. Last night, Li Daniu had mentioned that the ginseng was his purchase, but they had assumed it was bought with Li Qiu-chi's money, and he merely ran the errand. They were astonished to find out that the money was indeed his own earnings. Li Qiu-chi remarked, Daniu, it's fine if our family is a bit poor, but you must not engage in dishonest dealings to earn ill-gotten gains. Li Daniu shook his head vigorously. I haven't done anything wrong. Li Qiu-chi stepped forward to vouch for him. This money was indeed earned by him. I witnessed it myself, and there were no underhanded methods involved. Seeing their skepticism, Li Qiu-chi recounted the events of that night in detail. Chapter 57. The plan. They were all incredulous, with Li Daniu exclaiming, Are you really that capable? Li Qiu-chi emphasized, Daniu is genuinely remarkable. This money was offered by the very owner of the stolen goods. Li Daniu had received 10 taels of silver, spent 7.5 taels on ginseng, leaving 2.5 taels altogether. Once the matter was clarified, Li Qiu-chi accepted the money but only took 2 taels. This 2 taels shall be considered your contribution to our family. Keep the remaining 501 for yourself, and do not spend it recklessly. No, it should all go to you. Use it to buy meat for second sister to nourish her health. Li Daniu was quite stubborn, and even though Li Qiu-chi was reluctant to take it all, he ultimately had no choice but to accept the entirety. Then, Li Qiu-chi brought forth 10 taels of silver. I sold 8 prescriptions and earned quite a bit. I'll put forth 10 taels for household expenses, and I'll keep the rest for myself, to be taken out when needed. The entire Li family fell into silence once more. Qian stammered. Is it really that easy to earn money? How come both children can produce 10 taels just like that? Eventually, Li Qiu-chi accepted Li Qiu-chi's money as well. This 10 taels shall be solely for treating Hohat's ailments, not to be used for anything else. We shall utilize Dania's funds for household needs. Li Qiu-chi nodded. All right, if the money runs short, you can come to me. At this moment, Li Qiu-chi could be considered a small wealthy woman. Previously, she had exchanged the white jade tiger given by Princess Duanyang for 500 taels of silver. And after selling prescriptions in the county, she had earned over 60 taels more. The funds for the ginseng came from Li Daniu. Her own money merely amounted to 3 taels from a month's worth of medicinal herbs, which could be offset by the small change from selling vegetable prescriptions. Thus, her little treasury now held approximately 560 taels. Relying solely on her funds, it would be sufficient for the Li family to change their fortunes. Even if the entire Li family were to refrain from work, they could afford to hire help. However, Li Qiu-chi clearly did not harbor such thoughts. The Li family needed to stand on their own. She would merely play a supportive and guiding role. While her wealth could certainly spare the Li family from countless hardships, she pondered whether this was truly the best course of action. Her money would eventually run out, and what then for the Li family? Hence, the most prudent approach would be to assist them in establishing some side businesses, teaching them to fish rather than simply providing fish. Although raising chickens came with its own concerns, Qian's skills should not go to waste. They could start with a small number of chickens and expand their breeding once they found other avenues. As for farming, that task would be entrusted to Li Qiu-chi. After all, she had already procured the wheat seeds, and she had the advantage of space, making the issue of quality seeds easily solvable. With good seeds, combined with Li Qiu-chi's diligent cultivation, they could expect a bountiful harvest, though substantial yields would require sufficient land. Currently, they had only 2.5 acres, which would yield little grain. The matters of clearing land or purchasing additional plots needed to be prioritized. If they acted swiftly, they might still catch the autumn planting season. Furthermore, the potatoes she had brought back could also be planted in the fall. This was the south, where winter temperatures were not as harsh as in the north, and while the potatoes she had brought back were not particularly cold-resistant, she could exchange for high-quality potato seeds from her space. Additionally, the idea of producing tofu that she had previously considered could also be prepared. Although life has its 3 hardships, rowing boats, blacksmithing, and selling tofu, making tofu was indeed labor-intensive, but Li Qiu was not idle. His robust physique made him well-suited for tasks such as pushing the stone mill to grind soybeans. Meanwhile, she would guide Li Qiu in farming, assist Qian in raising chickens, and take charge of the tofu business. Li Qiu could handle the heavy labor, but selling goods and collecting payments might prove challenging for him. As for the 2 younger ones, Xiao Baozi would be sent to school, while Xiao Taohua could accompany her. Assisting with manageable tasks, Li Qiu-chi articulated her plans one by one, receiving unanimous agreement from the family, with not a single refusal. Li Qiu thumped his chest confidently. I will cultivate the land diligently. Qian chimed in excitedly. I will take good care of the chickens. Xiao Taohua, not to be outdone. I can help with watering the fields and feeding the chickens. When you go to sell tofu, I can help collect the money. Li Qiu scratched his head, observing the others' commitments, and followed suit. I will also grind the beans well. Xiao Baozi's eyes sparkled as he looked at Li Qiu-chi. I will study hard and strive to become a scholar. So we can be exempt from taxes. In this place, scholars held a high status, and merely being exempt from taxes on land under a scholar's name was enough to draw many aspiring students. Though few could afford an education, Li Qiu-chi smiled. Very well, let us further plan how to proceed. She surveyed the gathered family members. Let us begin with farming. After pausing, she asked, Father, what are your thoughts on farming? Li Qiu pondered seriously for a moment and replied, Our first task must be to clear land. If we want to buy land, it seems unlikely. Thus, we will have to clear it ourselves. However, the more accessible, fertile lands had already been claimed, rendering this task rather challenging. The family fell into silence, realizing their first undertaking had encountered difficulty. Li Qiu-chi asked, Is there truly no opportunity to purchase land? Li Qiu explained, Everyone relies on the grain from their fields for sustenance, and the government collects taxes based on a portion of the grain grown. If we were to farm, we might not even be able to pay the grain tax. Land can be considered the lifeblood of the common people. No one would sell it casually, so we must resort to clearing land ourselves. Li Qiu-chi contemplated for a long time. Then we shall exert some effort to clear land and find ways to enrich the soil. Li Qiu questioned, Isn't the soil's fertility inherent? How can it be increased? Li Qiu-chi was taken aback. Don't we apply fertilizer when farming? What is fertilizer? Li Qiu-chi was astonished. It was no wonder yields were poor if they did not use fertilizer. How do you even farm, then? Before planting, we turn the soil, dig holes to place the seeds, water them regularly, weed them, and simply harvest when they are ripe. Isn't that sufficient? Li Qiu-chi reflected and organized her thoughts before speaking. The soil's fertility is limited. If we farm year after year without adding fertilizer, the soil's fertility will diminish. When the soil lacks fertility, it is akin to a person not having enough to eat and thus failing to grow. Therefore, we must apply fertilizer in advance when farming and continue to fertilize during the crop's growth. With sufficient nutrients, the crops will flourish. After explaining the basic principles, Li Qiu still looked at her in confusion. I don't understand. She pondered for a moment and asked, Have you ever noticed that the same piece of land produces less grain each year? Chapter 58. The task. Li Qiu nodded. It does seem to be the case. So how do we obtain this fertilizer? In modern times, various types of fertilizers could be synthesized, but here there were no conditions for chemical fertilizers, leaving only farmyard manure as an option. Fortunately, she had studied agricultural sciences in modern times and was well versed in these matters. They could begin by using farmyard manure to enrich the soil, utilizing weeds, leftover straw roots, and other materials to create fertilizer through methods of soaking and burning. Additionally, the dung from livestock and humans could serve as fertilizer. They could also construct a small pond, mixing crop straw, leaves, and grass, then adding livestock and human dung along with water to create compost, which could be applied to the fields during the crop's growth phase. Li Dazhu and Qian exchanged glances, having never encountered such a method before. Could this truly work? In any case, we need to clear the land, so we can apply this method on the newly cleared land and then compare the vegetables grown this way with those cultivated by conventional means. Li Zhuzhu's expression relaxed. The grain from the fields was vital for their family's sustenance, and he could not afford to take risks by blindly following Li Qiu-chi's suggestions. Upon hearing that they could plant vegetables first and engage in a friendly competition without harming the crops, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Very well, let it be so, Li Qiu-chi continued. Additionally, I intend to plant the potatoes I brought back, though the quantity is small. I will find a patch of land in the yard to cultivate them. Li Zhuzhi inquired, will the potatoes you mentioned survive the winter? We mustn't allow them to freeze. She replied emphatically, they will. The seed potatoes from Quan Space are certainly resilient against the cold. Having concluded the discussion regarding the crops, the focus shifted to the livestock, primarily overseen by Qian. She addressed Qian, you are skilled in raising chickens. How many do you plan to keep? And what will your methods be? Do you have any thoughts on this matter? Qian cleared her throat and said, I've already considered this since you first mentioned it. Raising chickens is no issue, but the challenge lies in their feed. To ensure the chickens grow plump, we must pay attention to their diet. When I raised them before, I would cut grass to feed them and also catch insects for their nourishment. If we raise a larger number, I fear I won't be able to catch enough insects alone. Li Qiu-chi asked, isn't free range an option? How can we let them roam free? These chickens are for meat. If they are released, they might be caught and eaten by others. She nodded in agreement, acknowledging the point. In modern chicken farms, they primarily use feed, but here we have none. So we must resort to traditional methods of raising chickens, as you suggested, feeding them insects, grass, and such. Insects are a nutrient-rich food source for chickens. But catching them one by one is impractical. We need to devise a way to harvest them in bulk. After some contemplation, she thought of insect farming. What kinds of insects do the chickens eat? She inquired. Oh, quite a variety. Chickens will eat any insects they can find. I usually catch caterpillars from the vegetable leaves, and they will also dig in the soil to find earthworms. Li Qiu-chi found the term earthworm familiar, but couldn't quite place it. What is an earthworm? It's a kind of worm, she clarified. With this explanation, Li Qiu-chi understood that earthworms were indeed what she referred to. She smiled, saying, that resolves the issue of insects quite nicely. Didn't I mention earlier that we would pile up manure? There will be plenty of earthworms in the manure, and we can drive the chickens over in batches to let them find their own earthworms to eat. Furthermore, even without using manure, we can use soil-rich and decaying leaves for their nourishment. Qian clapped her hands in delight. You are absolutely right. Chickens that consume plenty of insects will lay many eggs. Li Qiu-chi added, moreover, I must address the issue of hygiene in chicken farming. We need to regularly clean the chicken droppings and tidy the coop, as this significantly reduces the likelihood of disease. Otherwise, if chicken plague strikes, it could lead to widespread fatalities. Rest assured, I am diligent. When I previously raised chickens, I kept everything spotless. Li Qiu-chi knew this to be true, having visited Qian's chicken coop several times. Next, they needed to discuss acquiring chicks or hatching them, which was up to Qian. After some thought, she remarked, eggs capable of hatching are somewhat difficult to come by, as most are kept for hatching purposes. It would be best to buy chicks directly. Very well, do as you see fit. With the chicken raising plan settled, it was time to talk about tofu production. She turned her attention to Li Daniu, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister, I'm all ears. Li Qiu-chi smiled and said, to make tofu, the primary ingredient required is soybeans. 5 voices echoed in unison. Ah? You didn't know tofu is made from soybeans? We only heard of tofu. Li Qiu-chi suppressed her exasperation, explaining, indeed, tofu is made from soybeans. First, soak the soybeans to soften them, then grind them into soy milk, filter it, and cook it in a pot. Once it's cooked, we can curdle the soy milk, and when it sets, it will be ready. Currently, they lacked soybeans at home, so tofu production would have to wait until the soybeans in the field were harvested. In the meantime, they could prepare the necessary items. Grinding the beans is labor-intensive, so I will assign that task to you, Daniu, while I handle the rest. You can assist. Li Daniu thumped his chest proudly. Leave it to me. Finally, Li Qiu-chi summarized, Father will primarily oversee the farming, Mother will be in charge of raising the chickens, and tofu production will be handled by Daniu and me, while Xiao Baozi and Xiao Taohua will assist with various tasks as needed. Just then, a weak voice called from the doorway, What about me? What can I do? Everyone turned to see Ho-Hot, who should have been resting in bed. Qian quickly stood. Why are you up? Didn't I tell you to lie down and recuperate? Oh dear, I forgot to bring you your meal. That's my fault. Ho-Hot smiled gently. I'm not in a rush to eat. I just wanted to hear what you all were discussing. Li Qiu-chi moved closer to support her other arm, helping her sit down slowly. Be careful, take your time. Once Ho-Hot was settled, she eagerly looked at Li Qiu-chi. What can I do? Li Qiu-chi replied. You don't need to do anything. Just focus on getting better. She protested anxiously. No, I can't just do nothing. Li Qiu-chi smiled reassuringly. Who said you could be idle? The whole family is working hard. How can we allow you to slack off alone? Xiao Taohua chimed in. I'll help. I'll take care of what second sister needs. Li Qiu-chi patted her head. Rest assured, everyone in the family has their tasks. Ho-Hot's role would be to recover her health and then take on some household chores, such as cooking and cleaning. The old doctor had advised that while Ho-Hot needed to recuperate, she should not remain inactive all day. Light daily activities would be beneficial for her health. Cooking and cleaning were not strenuous tasks, just trivial ones that needed to be done every day, making them suitable for Ho-Hot, allowing her to contribute without overexerting herself. Thus, Ho-Hot's primary task now was to diligently follow her meal and medication schedule to regain her strength. Ho-Hot responded enthusiastically. All right, I will take good care of myself. Thus, the first family meeting of the Li household came to a close. Li Qiu-chi rushed to wash the dishes instead of preparing a meal. Li Qiu-chi went back to check on the soybeans. Qian tidied the chicken coop and prepared the chicks' nests, and Li Daniu took the ginseng to find the old doctor for treatment before giving it to Ho-Hot. Ho-Hot was gently returned to bed, accompanied by Xiao Baozi and Xiao Taohua for conversation. Early the next morning, Qian rose to go to another village to buy chicks, and upon learning this, Li Qiu-chi accompanied her. On the way, although Qian walked quickly, she was still slower than Li Daniu, so Li Qiu-chi found the pace quite manageable. The destination was Willow Tree Village, not far away, and they arrived swiftly. Perhaps due to the unpleasant memories of Ho-Hot's struggles in that village, Qian wore a stern expression as they entered Willow Tree Village. She led the way in silence, and Li Qiu-chi followed suit, choosing not to speak. After a short distance, they noticed the Zhang family's entrance was surrounded, evidently indicating some lively commotion there. Qian's demeanor soured further as she approached, initially intending to avoid the scene. However, the vendor selling chicks was also present. Qian approached and spoke to the vendor, Aunt Wang. Do you still have chicks for sale? The vendor, Aunt Wang, turned to see Qian and exclaimed, Oh, isn't this the mother of Ho-Hot? Her loud voice drew the attention of onlookers, as the nearby villages were closely knit, and many recognized one another. Given their families' frequent visits to Willow Tree Village due to Ho-Hot's situation, the villagers were well acquainted with the Li family. One villager asked, Are you here to witness the Zhang family's misfortune? Indeed, they deserve to face the consequences of today's events, another chimed in. Just think about how they mistreated that girl, Ho-Hot, nearly to the point of death. This retribution is only fitting. Qian felt discomfort at the thought of Ho-Hot's suffering and had no desire to be entangled with the Zhang family any further. No, I am here to buy chicks, she clarified. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang moved closer to Qian. How many do you wish to purchase? 30, Qian replied. Aunt Wang's eyes lit up. Come, I'll take you to see the chicks. The ones I've hatched are all lively and energetic. With that, Aunt Wang took Qian's hand and led her away, with Li Qiu-chi following suit, equally uninterested in the Zhang family's affairs. Along the way, Aunt Wang was exceedingly enthusiastic, likely eager to please Qian, her potential big customer, and she regaled them with the latest gossip about the Zhang family. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. The Zhang family has been arguing daily over that 2 taels of silver. Didn't that second daughter-in-law manage to grab the money? And then the mother-in-law wouldn't have it, creating a ruckus at home. Afterward, the second daughter-in-law gave 1 tael back, leading the other daughters-in-law to protest, igniting further disputes. Not only did they create a disturbance, but they also resorted to physical altercations. You should have seen it. Several individuals were clutching at my clothing while I was pulling at your hair, and we were all caught up in a brawl. It so happens that news of their family's wealth spread, and last night they were besieged by bandits who broke into their home, not only stealing their money but also brutally assaulting the second daughter-in-law, leaving her incapacitated. The Zhang family erupted into chaos in the dead of night, but due to their notorious behavior, no one dared to intervene. The members of the Zhang family did not seek assistance either. Everyone pretended not to notice, and the night passed in this manner. Even after the second daughter-in-law was beaten, no one came to her aid. When the village head learned of the incident and arrived at the Zhang household with a torch, he discovered her lifeless body still sprawled on the ground, unmoved. Upon checking for signs of life, it was evident that she had passed away. Subsequently, the Zhang family attempted to hold the village head accountable, claiming that his neglect led to her death and demanding compensation of 5 taels of silver. They even asserted that she was still alive when he arrived, insisting that it was his presence that caused her demise. This infuriated the village head, who protested that she was already lifeless when he arrived, thus absolving himself of any responsibility. Then, the sole heir of the Zhang family accused her third and fifth aunts of suffocating her to death while covering her face. Such a bizarre series of events. Thankfully, your Ho-hot departed early. Otherwise, she would have surely suffered even more. Qianshi walked with her head lowered, refusing to engage with Aunt Wang, who sold chicks, while Li Qiu-chi, unfamiliar with her, remained silent. Consequently, Aunt Wang recounted the events without further elaboration. Soon, they arrived at Aunt Wang's home, and as they entered the courtyard, Li Qiu-chi was greeted by the cheerful chirping of numerous chicks. It was indeed fortuitous timing. Last month, several chicks had just hatched, with some having grown larger, while this month's batch was still rather small. Feel free to pick whichever you fancy. Li Qiu-chi, lacking knowledge on how to select chicks, followed closely behind Qianshi and observed that, as Aunt Wang had mentioned, there were 2 groups of chicks in the coop, one larger and one smaller. In truth, the groups were not very large, consisting of perhaps 20 or 30 chicks each. Aunt Wang sighed, lamenting that selling chicks had become increasingly difficult. Many families had begun hatching their own, resulting in fewer customers seeking her out. As she had previously stated, their timing was impeccable. She did not intend to hatch any more chicks, and once these 2 groups were sold, she would cease her business altogether. Qianshi, while selecting chicks, remarked, "These years have been tough. Everyone's lives have been rather unsatisfactory." Aunt Wang looked at Li Qiu-chi and said, "Your family is different. Your daughter returns with a substantial amount of silver and now buys 30 chicks in one go. Surely, your family's fortunes will soon flourish." Chapter 60. The scholar Li Qiu-chi immediately detected the subtle probing in Aunt Wang's words. She replied, "Indeed, these are trying times. My former employer could no longer afford to keep us on, so they sent us back. Fortunately, during the years I worked, I toiled day and night, and after 7 or 8 years, I managed to save 2 taels of silver. It seems heaven has favored me, as I can now use that silver to redeem Ho-hot." Aunt Wang agreed, "Yes, it appears that this is all part of heaven's arrangement. Given your remarkable abilities, I suspect you have saved more than just 2 taels," Li Qiu-chi explained. "I primarily cooked for my employer, rarely even catching a glimpse of them. This 2 taels is what I saved from my rations. There hasn't been any surplus." Aunt Wang glanced at the chicks Qianshi had selected and inquired, "Then what about the money for the chicks?" Li Qiu-chi responded, "Not long ago, I sold my clothes, which allowed me to gather a few coins. The doctor advised that Ho-hot needs nourishing food to recover, so I thought to buy a few chicks to raise for her sustenance." Her implication was clear. Their family was also short on funds, and the only significant sum they had brought back had already been used to redeem Ho-hot. The money for the chicks now came from selling clothes, leaving them with little remaining, especially with someone requiring special care. When she accompanied the Li family to redeem Ho-hot, she had worn clothes from her time at the Wang residence, which many recognized as being distinct. Selling her clothing was a desperate measure, also serving to obscure their financial situation. Aunt Wang chuckled awkwardly. Every family has its own burdens to bear. Qianshi selected all the chicks she desired, and when it came time to negotiate the price, she said, "Aunt Wang, it appears our funds are insufficient. Could we possibly defer part of the payment until after the soybean harvest?" Aunt Wang hesitated, replying, "You see, my family also needs money. It would be best if you could pay in full." Qianshi was equally troubled. "But your chicks used to cost 1 coin for 3. Now I wish to buy 30, and I only brought 10 coins. The price has changed to 1 coin for 2. Leaving us short, Li Qiu-chi interjected, "Aunt Wang, why the price increase? Are your chicks of better quality this time?" Aunt Wang sighed, "I do not wish to raise prices, but others have done so, and I must follow suit. Besides, look at our chicks. They are all healthy. You won't lose out." Qianshi stated, "If that's the case, we'll settle for 20 chicks." Saying this, she returned 1 chick to the coop. Aunt Wang, seeing this, quickly retrieved the chick she had just put back, saying, "You've spent so long picking. Returning it now would be a waste of effort. If you say you wish to defer payment, then we can do that. Whenever you have the money, just pay me back. It's all the same." Qianshi remained firm in her stance, reaching in to grab another chick, returning it as well. "We will only buy 20. We only have 10 coins for chicks, nothing more." Aunt Wang repeated her earlier action, retrieving the chick once more. "How about this? Let us meet halfway. You take 30 chicks and pay me 13 coins. I'll let you have 2 coins off. How does that sound?" After much back and forth, they eventually settled on a price of 13 coins for 30 chicks. Aunt Wang accompanied them outside, eager to witness the ongoing commotion. Li Qiu-chi asked, "Surely the ruckus has ended by now?" Aunt Wang chuckled, "Not a chance. The Zhang family's disturbances never last less than half a day. Moreover, this incident is quite significant. It won't cease before nightfall, and I suspect it will continue into tomorrow as well. It seems the Zhang family is genuinely a spectacle. As their only route out of the village led past the Zhang household. They were compelled to pass by once more indeed, as Aunt Wang had stated." The commotion persisted, with clusters of villagers gathered outside, and the wailing of several widows could be heard from within. Qian Shi and Li Qiu-chi hurriedly navigated through the crowd, eager to leave, as Qian Shi seemed to find even a glance at the scene distasteful. The two returned to Huai Tree Village with 30 chirping chicks, and upon entering the village, they encountered familiar faces. Li Qiu-chi recognized a woman who had previously visited them with 2 heads of green cabbage to see Ho-hot. Qian Shi quickly approached her, her expression considerably brighter than it had been at Lu Tree Village. She warmly greeted Li Qiu-chi. "This is your Aunt Zhao. She is the eldest daughter-in-law of your 4th grandfather." The 4th grandfather was the elderly scholar who had brought Li Qiu-chi to the village and was the only educated man in the area. Little Leopard held him in the highest regard. Li Qiu-chi approached and called out, "Aunt Zhao." Aunt Zhao warmly grasped Li Qiu-chi's hand, saying, "Is this little Chow? I didn't get a good look at you last time." Upon closer inspection, she remarked, "You truly are a radiant beauty." "It would be hard to find another as lovely within a 10-mile radius," Li Qiu-chi quickly replied. "Oh, no, Aunt Zhao, you flatter me." Aunt Zhao held onto her hand, reluctant to let go. "I heard you've been working in a prominent household in the capital? It must have been quite arduous for you." Li Qiu-chi smiled. "That was in the past. I was fortunate enough to return." Aunt Zhao patted her hand in reassurance. "Indeed, that's what we call hardship leading to fortune. From now on, it will be smooth sailing." Li Qiu-chi maintained a warm smile. "Yes." Qian Shi interjected, "Sister, where are you headed?" Aunt Zhao replied, "What a coincidence. I was just on my way to your home. Come, let us chat as we walk." Only then did Aunt Zhao release Li Qiu-chi's hand to help carry the chicks. Li Qiu-chi found herself unable to resist as Aunt Zhao took the bamboo basket filled with chicks. Leaving her to carry the burden as Li Qiu-chi's own basket was absent, she attempted to take the one from Qian Shi, but Aunt Zhao insisted, "I'll carry it. You just focus on walking." Thus, Qian Shi and Aunt Zhao each carried a basket. Conversing animatedly as Li Qiu-chi followed behind empty-handed, Qian Shi inquired, "What brings you to my home?" "It's that scholar, Gu Wenxing, from Lu Tree Village. He is my father-in-law's student and came to visit today. I thought to buy a chicken to properly host him, for he is a true talent." Aunt Zhao was in high spirits, drawing close to Mrs. Qian. "Ah, have you seen him? You wouldn't believe it. When he left 2 years ago, he wasn't particularly striking, but after these 2 years, he has grown exceedingly handsome." Mrs. Qian reminisced. "It seems we encountered him when we went to fetch Ho-hot, but at that time, I was so preoccupied with Ho-hot that I hardly noticed him. I'll put it this way. Gu Wenxing is the most handsome person I have encountered in my 30-plus years of life." Aunt Zhao declared. Mrs. Qian muttered to herself, "Is he truly that good-looking?" "Absolutely. You must come back with me later to take a look," Aunt Zhao insisted. Mrs. Qian shook her head in protest. "How can that be? What would people think of me?" Aunt Zhao chuckled heartily. "Oh, that's nothing. Ever since he arrived, our doorstep has been bustling with people. It's not just young girls, but also wives, aunts, and mothers-in-law." Mrs. Qian, incredulous, exclaimed, "How can there be so many? Perhaps all the women in the village have come. Indeed. You must understand that Gu Wenxing is the only scholar in our town who is still unmarried. My father-in-law is also a scholar, but he's been one for many years and has a whole family." Mrs. Qian nodded in agreement. "That's true. Gu Wenxing is indeed a rarity." As they approached home, Li Qiu-chi hurried ahead to open the door, allowing them to enter. After placing the chick cage down, Mrs. Qian took Aunt Zhao to see the chickens, but Aunt Zhao needed to rush back to prepare dinner. She selected the largest and plumpest one and hurried off. Inside the house, only Little Leopard and Ho-hot remained. Once Aunt Zhao left, Little Leopard emerged with a large bowl, evidently just having brought water to Ho-hot. Upon seeing the chicks, he forgot about the bowl and eagerly approached. "Sister, look at the lovely chicks." Li Qiu-chi, releasing the chicks one by one, engaged him. "Now, can you count how many there are?" Little Leopard blushed. I can only count to 10. I don't know beyond that." Observing his bashful demeanor, with his head lowered and bowl clutched tightly, Li Qiu-chi quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, I'll teach you." Little Leopard's eyes brightened as he looked up. "Really, sister, can you count?" "Yes, I can." "Come, let me teach you right now." Little Leopard eagerly ran to Li Qiu-chi's feet, watching her with excitement. "First, recite the numbers you know for me." All right, 1, 2, 3. Once he reached 10, he paused. Li Qiu-chi explained. After 10 comes 11, 12. You can count up to 20 like this. Now you try. Little leopard bit his lip and began. 11, 12, then hesitantly added. 13. Li Qiu-chi encouraged him. Correct, that's 13. Now, can you guess what comes after 13? Little leopard's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed. 14, 15, 16, 20. Li Qiu-chi clapped her hands. Wow, little leopard, you're amazing. The numbers after that follow the same pattern as 11. What was just 10 is now 20. I understand. After 10 is 11. So after 20 comes 21. Little leopard exclaimed, beaming with pride. Wow, our little leopard is so clever. I've only taught you once, and you've grasped it so well as time passed. Little leopard mimicked Li Qiu-chi's instructions and counted all the way to 99. However, when he reached 99, he faltered, unable to determine what came next. At that moment, Li Qiu-chi had finished releasing all the chicks and was busy feeding them water. After 99, it's 100. Little leopard chimed in. 99, 100, sister. Is 100 the largest? Not quite. Above 100, there's 200, 300. Hundreds make 1,000, and 10,000s make 10,000. Dio, you know how many one there are in a liang of silver? Little leopard shook his head. No, I don't. 1 liang of silver equals 1,001, which is 10 hundreds. Wow, that is a lot of money. 10 hundreds is far more than just 100. So let us master 100 first before moving on to the others. Now, can you count how many chickens we have here? With enthusiasm, little leopard pressed his hands against the chicken coop's fence. Poking his head through to begin counting the numbers he had just learned as the chicks scurried about, he found himself counting and recounting. Finally, he joyfully approached Li Qiu-chi. Sister, we have a total of 64 chickens. Before Li Qiu-chi could respond, Li Qiu-chi's voice rang out. Why did you buy so many? I thought we were only getting 30. It turned out the rest of the family had returned. Mrs. Qian sighed. There are not 64. We bought only 30. Little leopard stood in shock, glancing at the fluffy, lively chicks in the coop, then at the smiling Li Qiu-chi. Tears welled up in his eyes. Threatening to spill over, Li Qiu-chi approached, gently patting his head. Little leopard, did you count the chicks again? With a raspy voice and a quivering lip, he admitted. I don't know. They were running around. Don't worry, let us count them once more. So, the family, excluding the bedridden Ho-hot, gathered around the chicken coop, amusedly watching Li Qiu-chi teach little leopard to count. Little leopard was quick-witted. After Li Qiu-chi's guidance, he successfully counted on his second attempt. The tears in his eyes receded, replaced by a shy smile. Sister, I finally got it right. You can practice more, and once you master counting within 100, I will teach you how to count beyond that. All right, thank you, sister. After dinner, Li Qiu-chi called for Li Qiu-chi to join him in the fields. I found a piece of wasteland. Come with me to see if we can use that fertilization method you mentioned to enhance the soil quality. Sure. Upon arriving at the barren land Li Qiu-chi had mentioned, they found it overgrown with weeds. After Li Qiu-chi pulled a few weeds, she noticed numerous stones scattered throughout the ground. She examined a few other spots, all revealing the same issue. Li Qiu-chi anxiously inquired. So, can we cultivate this land? Li Qiu-chi nodded. Yes, we certainly can. Look at how many weeds there are. It's clear that something can grow here. However, there are far too many stones. We will need to remove them. That's not a problem. It will just require some effort. In the past, we couldn't afford seeds and were afraid nothing would grow. Since you say it's feasible, I'll take Dinyo to cultivate the land. All right, not just Dinyo. I'll help too. Li Qiu-chi waved his hands. This is a labor-intensive task. You shouldn't be involved. With Dinyo's help, it will suffice. After harvesting the soybeans, you'll be making tofu, so you can start preparing what you need for that. Considering Li Dania's robust figure, Li Qiu-chi conceded, fine. I will prepare everything as soon as possible. Chapter 62. A slip-up concerned that her recollection of the tofu-making process might be incomplete, Li Qiu-chi secretly exchanged for a book dedicated to making various soy products from her space. Looking for opportunities to study it discreetly, when she first arrived at the Li household, she had only brought a single bundle containing a set of clothes. The astute Xiao Taohua had already observed her closely. During her earlier trip to the county with Li Daniu, she hadn't purchased any books, leaving her unable to take the book out openly, so she could only study it in secret. The book was comprehensive, detailing not just one method for making tofu, but also covering the production of northern tofu, southern tofu, and silken tofu. Li Qiu-chi read attentively, noting that northern tofu uses brine as a coagulant, while southern tofu uses gypsum and silken tofu employs glucono-deltalactone as a coagulant. Clearly, the last method was not feasible under her current conditions, so she would have to choose between the first two. Depending on what was available and convenient in the area. As she continued, she found recipes for a plethora of soy products including hairy tofu, natto, stinky tofu, fermented tofu, soybean paste, fermented black beans, soy sauce, soybean milk, dried tofu, and tofu skin. Li Qiu-chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was truly a book that could lead her to wealth. Anything from this book, if executed well, could surely yield profit. While she sat beneath a tree on the back mountain, engrossed in her reading, a frail little head leaned over her shoulder. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the book in her hands, his breathing quickening with anticipation. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Li Qiu-chi had deliberately come to the back mountain alone under the pretense of gathering firewood, seeking solitude. With no one else around, what was this huffing sound on her shoulder? The village of Huai Tree was filled with these trees, and they were often associated with mischievous spirits. Suddenly, with a startled exclamation, Li Qiu-chi sprang to her feet, closing her eyes tightly. The book in her hand became a weapon as she swung it forcefully behind her. She felt her hand connect with something warm, which emitted a startled cry. Realizing it was a person's voice, she opened her eyes to see a familiar child tumbling down the hillside. As Li Qiu-chi took a closer look, she recognized the familiar child. It was unmistakably the little leopard. Startled, she hurriedly chased after him, relieved that the slope was not too steep, allowing her to catch up to the little leopard swiftly. She nervously cradled him in her arms, feeling a layer of skin enveloping fragile bones, which made her hands ache, and despite being a diminutive bundle, he felt remarkably frail. In that moment, Li Qiu-chi truly sensed the little leopard's vulnerability. Far more distressing than she had initially perceived. She gently inquired, "Little leopard, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself anywhere?" The little leopard lifted his head to gaze at her, pursing his lips and shaking his head silently. His eyes brimming with tears, Li Qiu-chi began to examine his body for any injuries, apologizing. "I'm sorry, little leopard. I didn't realize it was you behind me. I sincerely apologize." The little leopard shook his head once more. Still silent, Li Qiu-chi set him down, asking, "Can you take a few steps and see if anything hurts?" The little leopard paused, took a step, and then leaned to one side. Li Qiu-chi's heart tightened, and she quickly scooped him up again. Overwhelmed with guilt, she exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. I'll take you to see a doctor in town right away." The little leopard clutched her clothing tightly, protesting, "No, I'm fine. I don't want medicine. Give the money to my second sister for the medicine." With one arm holding him close and the other gathering a few sticks of firewood she had collected, she hurried back. The little leopard wrapped his arms around her neck, asking, "Elder sister, what about the book from earlier?" Li Qiu-chi halted in her tracks. "The book? You saw it." "Elder sister, your book has so many characters. Can you teach me to read?" Seeing the hope in the little leopard's eyes, she agreed, "All right, I will teach you to read, but can you keep the matter of the book a secret?" "Don't worry, it won't be for long," he replied eagerly. "Okay, I'll help you keep it a secret, and you will teach me to read." Only upon mentioning the book did Li Qiu-chi realize its absence. The little leopard, clearly anxious, urged, "Elder sister, your book is gone. Hurry back to find it, or someone might take it." Li Qiu-chi gazed at him. "But your leg," the little leopard insisted anxiously. "My leg is fine. It doesn't hurt. Let us hurry back to find the book." She carried the little leopard back to the spot they had just been. But despite searching everywhere, the book was nowhere to be found. Li Qiu-chi, perplexed, wondered aloud, where could it have gone? The little leopard craned his neck to look with her, and when they still found nothing, he grew increasingly distressed. "Elder sister, let me down. I want to help." Look, Li Qiu-chi shook her head. "Your leg is injured. You mustn't move around too much. I will find it myself." She searched thoroughly, even where the little leopard had tumbled down, but inexplicably, the book remained elusive. "Where is my book? That entire volume of my book?" Finally, unable to find it, Li Qiu-chi sighed, cradling the little leopard as she decided, "Your leg is more important. We shall set aside the book for now and take you home to tend to your injury." The little leopard, feeling guilty, murmured, "Elder sister, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." "You did nothing wrong. Don't feel guilty. It's my fault for not holding on to it properly. You are not to blame." Tears that the little leopard had been holding back finally spilled over, and he buried his head in Li Qiu-chi's shoulder, sobbing softly. Li Qiu-chi, feeling compelled to comfort him, discarded the firewood in her other hand, holding him close and soothing him. "Listen, the book was lost due to my carelessness. It has nothing to do with you." The little leopard choked out, "A book costs a lot of money." Li Qiu-chi patted his back, reassuring him, "Do not worry. If one is lost, I can simply purchase another. It is of no consequence." The little leopard gazed up at her with red-rimmed eyes. Sniffling, Li Qiu-chi stroked his head and encouraged, "Be brave. Our little leopard is a little hero and mustn't cry like a girl." With that, the little leopard ceased his sobs, resting against Li Qiu-chi's shoulder as she carried him back. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qianshi approached them, exclaiming, "Leopard is 3 years old and shouldn't be carried anymore. How is it you brought him back?" Li Qiu-chi, feeling sheepish, explained, "I accidentally pushed him a bit too hard, and he hurt his leg. I'm taking him to see a doctor in town." Qianshi, concerned, leaned in closer. "Let me see." Li Qiu-chi handed the little leopard over, and Qianshi examined his leg, declaring, "It doesn't seem too severe. Let us take him to Tang the hunter in our village first." "Does Tang the hunter know medicine?" "Not exactly, but he can set bones. Let us see if he can help." "Very well." Chapter 63. Fracture. The two took the little leopard to Tang the hunter, whose appearance was fitting for his role, scruffy and robust, adorned with an item crafted from animal fur. After explaining their purpose, Tang the hunter wasted no time. He examined the little leopard's leg. "The bones are not misaligned and do not require resetting, but I suspect it is fractured. You should take him to town for a proper examination." After bidding farewell to Tang the hunter, they returned to inform Ho-Hot before hurriedly taking the little leopard away. Upon reaching town, Li Qiu-chi led the way to the old doctor. Not only did Li Daniu and Wang San trust him, but Ho-Hot had also improved significantly after taking his medicine, indicating his skill. Arriving at the old doctor's courtyard, they unexpectedly encountered Wang San, who was energetically practicing martial arts in the yard. "Ha. Dearly, look at me. I'm already well. I don't need to take medicine anymore." It was only then that Li Qiu-chi recalled the old doctor's surname was Li. She had been unaware of his name all this time. Li emerged, scolding, "You reckless little rascal. If you're not afraid of your bones aching when the sky darkens, then don't take any more medicine." Upon seeing Li Qiu-chi and her companions, Dr. Li softened his demeanor, warmly saying, "You've come at just the right time. I've prepared the ginseng for your family. You may take it back now." The ginseng they had previously purchased was an entire root, and they had no idea how to use it or preserve its medicinal properties, so they had brought it to Li for assistance. Li Qiu-chi approached him, saying, "Dr. Li, my younger brother has injured his leg. Could you please take a look? Come in." Inside, Qianshi set the little leopard down as Li examined him, pressing and probing while asking if it hurt. When he reached the injury, the little leopard could no longer hold back his tears. His voice hoarse, he said, "It hurts. It hurts a lot. It's not a serious issue. It's fractured, but it can be treated." "Thank you, Dr. Li. Please tell us how to proceed, and we will cooperate fully." Li cast an appreciative glance at Li Qiu-chi. Evidently pleased with her response, he worked swiftly, first stabilizing the little leopard's leg with wooden splints, then writing out a prescription. While waiting, Wang San approached Li Qiu-chi, asking, "Miss Li, Daniu hasn't come to town in a while. What is he up to?" "My family is clearing land, so he stayed home to help." "Did you need to find him?" Wang San nodded. "I see. I just wanted to ask. I'll take my leave now." "All right." Fortunately, all the medicinal herbs needed for the little leopard were available here, eliminating the need for another trip to the market. Soon, they had the medicine and were on their way back with the little leopard. On their way, they encountered a vendor selling steamed buns. Li Qiu-chi noticed the little leopard sneaking glances at the white buns, his little nose twitching, clearly trying to catch a whiff of their aroma. She paused. "Wait a moment." Then, approaching the vendor, she inquired, "How much for the buns?" The vendor, beaming with delight, replied, "Meat buns are 3 each, vegetable buns are 2, and I also have steamed buns for just 1. How many would you like, miss?" Without hesitation, Li Qiu-chi declared, "I want 6, no, 7, meat buns, all of them." Qianshi chimed in, Chow, these buns are too expensive. Let us endure and eat at home instead." Upon hearing Qianshi's words, the vendor hurriedly added, "Madam, my buns are made with fine white flour, filled with generous portions of meat." He promptly handed the buns to Li Qiu-chi, saying, "Miss, that will be 21. Qianshi attempted to return the buns. "No, that's too expensive." Li Qiu-chi accepted the buns, producing the money. "Mother, it's been a while since we've had meat. A meat bun will lift our spirits and add a bit of richness to our meals." Seeing that the money had already exchanged hands, Qianshi could only relent. Li Qiu-chi handed a bun to the little leopard, saying, "Here, this bun is my treat for you." The little leopard refused. "I want to eat with everyone." Li Qiu-chi insisted, pushing the bun into his hands. "Everyone else will have theirs. Look, I just bought 7. You can have 2, eat 1 now, and later, when we get home, you can have another." The little leopard gazed at the meat bun, Swallowing hard, Li Qiu-chi, with a mischievous smile, pushed the bun towards his mouth, and he took a bite. Having had that first taste, the little leopard cautiously devoured the bun, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. The two individuals hurriedly made their way home, just in time before darkness enveloped the sky. They fortuitously arrived as dinner was being served. Without hesitation, they approached and gently placed the little leopard down. Xiao Taohua, holding a bowl of rice, leaned closer to the little leopard and exclaimed loudly, "You've eaten meat." It was a statement of certainty. Li Qiu-chi chuckled softly and set all the steamed buns on the table. Xiao Taohua's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly reached out a hand, deftly seizing a bun to grip in her hand. However, this action caught Li Qiu-chi's attention, revealing something amiss with Xiao Taohua's arm. She pulled Taohua's hand closer for inspection, discovering it covered in numerous bruises, and upon closer examination of her face, she noticed a faint scar. "Why do you have so many injuries? Has someone been bullying you?" Xiao Taohua nonchalantly replied, "I got into a fight today. Don't let my injuries fool you. The others are hurt even worse than I am." Li Qiu-chi expressed her concern. "A fight? Children usually engage in playful scuffles. But how could you sustain such serious injuries?" Xiao Taohua proudly declared, "Big sister, even though they were 5 against 1, they couldn't overpower me. I was quite formidable today. All the other village children praised my prowess." Li Qiu-chi, munching on a bun, chimed in, "Don't underestimate Taohua just because she is a girl. She is quite the fighter. She has been brawling since she was young and has never faced any severe consequences." Li Daniu nodded in agreement. "Sister, our little sister has never lost a fight. The kids who tried to bully her today ended up in tears." Li Qiu-chi was at a loss for words. How could they not take the bruises on Taohua seriously? After enjoying a delicious meal of meat buns, the family contentedly retired for the night. As Li Qiu-chi led Xiao Taohua into the house, she spotted Hohat leaning against the wall, a bun in hand. "Oh, you can sit up now," she exclaimed in surprise. Hohat smiled shyly. "I managed to sit up this afternoon, after sleeping for so many days. I could hardly bear to lie down any longer." "That is understandable. Do you feel any discomfort now?" Hohat shook her head. "No, I'm perfectly fine." Li Qiu-chi nodded in relief. "That is good to hear." Chapter 64. Upgrade. Xiao Taohua climbed onto the bed and immediately attempted to sleep, only to be called to attention by Li Qiu-chi. "Don't sleep just yet. I need to apply some medicine to your bruises." Sitting up abruptly, Taohua asked, "What medicine?" "For the bruises on your body." Taohua waved her hand dismissively. "No need to waste medicine. It'll heal in a few days." Just like before, Li Qiu-chi retrieved the medicine she had discreetly exchanged from her space and pulled Taohua closer. Intending to remove her clothing, Taohua clung tightly to her clothes, resisting. "Big sister, I really don't need it. I'm perfectly fine." Li Qiu-chi was relentless, firmly grasping her clothing. "If you want to eat meat buns again, you must listen. Let me apply the medicine first, and I'll buy you some." Taohua hesitated. "Really? Indeed. I'll also get you candied hawthorn." Taohua swallowed hard and finally relented. "All right then." Li Qiu-chi lifted her clothing, revealing a shocking array of bruises on Taohua's body, a mix of blue and purple. Both she and Hohat were taken aback. "How could this happen? Doesn't it hurt?" Taohua looked at them, puzzled. "It doesn't hurt at all." Li Qiu-chi sighed as she began to apply the medicine. "What prompted you to fight today?" Taohua huffed. "I caught a fish, and they tried to steal it from me. So I fought back. When they realized they couldn't win, they attempted to run off with my fish, but I chased them down and reclaimed it, tossing it back into the water." Taohua clenched her fists. "Humph, they tried to steal my fish, but I thwarted their hopes." Li Qiu-chi spoke with exasperation. "If they want the fish, you could have just given it to them. What if they hurt you badly in return? It wouldn't be worth it. That is not an option. Even a clay figurine has some spirit. If I let them bully me this time, they'll do it again next time." Li Qiu-chi paused, astonished by Xiao Taohua's insight. Her understanding surpassed that of many in the world. She sighed. "You make a valid point, but sometimes it's wiser to outsmart them and conserve our strength." Xiao Taohua's interest piqued. "How would one do that? Let me ask you, were there any adults nearby when they tried to rob you?" "None close by, but there were adults working in the fields farther away." "In that case, at the start, you could resist a little if they are determined to steal from you. Let them take the fish, then go find an adult nearby and explain the situation, asking for their help in retrieving your fish." Taohua immediately retorted, "What if they refuse to help me?" "That's all right. Just run back crying and call for an adult as assistance. The more adults you encounter, the more likely one will help you. This way, the whole village will know they stole your fish, and then our family can go reclaim it for you." That child won't dare refuse to return it. Tao Hua continued to question. But what if they've already eaten the fish? Li Qiu-chi laughed mischievously. Those children are learning bad habits at such a young age, resorting to thievery. Their parents will be embarrassed, and they'll surely face consequences. Tao Hua pondered this for a moment, growing increasingly excited, and exclaimed, Big sister, you're so clever. While they spoke, Li Qiu-chi had swiftly finished applying the medicine and helped her dress. This is how one uses intelligence. Resorting to violence is often the least desirable approach. We should use our wits whenever possible. Think about it. If you had followed my advice, wouldn't you have avoided a few punches? Tao Hua laid down asleep, not just a few, but a whole lot. Li Qiu-chi tucked her in. So remember to think things through more in the future, big sister. I will remember. After ensuring Hohat was settled, Li Qiu-chi extinguished the oil lamp and prepared for bed. However, late into the night, she found herself unable to sleep, as her mind was preoccupied with thoughts from the day. She recalled the book she had never let go of, yet found it missing from her possession. Despite searching the floor thoroughly, it was nowhere to be found. This was exceedingly strange. The book was large and thick, and she had even turned over the grass but still could not locate it. The more she pondered, the more restless she became, tossing and turning in bed, unable to comprehend the situation. Eventually, she drifted into a deep slumber, only to be abruptly awakened by a sudden headache. The pain struck her unexpectedly, making her feel as if her head might explode. Gripping her head tightly, she bit her lip to stifle any cries of anguish. Her distress awakened both Hohat and Xiao Taohua, who hurriedly lit the oil lamp. Hohat struggled to reach her side, repeatedly calling her name. Despite Hohat's persistent efforts, Li Qiu-chi remained unresponsive, trembling and suffering in silence, as all her senses were consumed by the throbbing pain in her head. Just when Li Qiu-chi thought she might succumb to the pain, it vanished in an instant, replaced by a mechanical electronic voice in her mind. Space has upgraded to level 1, storage function activated. Li Qiu-chi, still dazed from the previous discomfort, found the voice in her mind surreal and dreamlike. At that moment, the worried calls from Hohat and Taohua reached her ears, and she could hear them clearly. Shaking her head and lowering her hands, she realized she was drenched in sweat. With a pale face, she answered their calls. I'm fine now. It was just a sudden headache. Hohat looked at her with concern. Are you still in pain? Li Qiu-chi shook her head after a careful assessment. It doesn't hurt anymore. The commotion had drawn the attention of Qian Shi outside, who inquired anxiously, what is going on? Taohua quickly replied, Big sister suddenly had a headache. Li Zhuji's voice followed. Should we go to the town to see a doctor? Li Qiu-chi raised her voice. No need. I'm perfectly fine now. After her repeated assurances of her well-being, they finally returned to their own spaces, leaving Li Qiu-chi's room once again cloaked in darkness. This time, her heart was filled not with confusion, but with excitement. Having read several novels, she was aware that the protagonists often possess their own unique abilities. When Li Qiu-chi first arrived in this world and discovered her own golden finger in the form of space, she had been puzzled as to why it lacked a storage function, offering only a seemingly irrelevant exchange feature. Given that there was an exchange function, why not simply call it a marketplace instead of referring to it as space? It seemed that space truly was space, capable of holding items. Amidst her excitement, new questions arose. How should she utilize this space? Chapter 65. Success. She recalled the novel she had read, envisioning the method of thinking about an item and then silently wishing for it to appear. She decided to experiment with a scrap of cloth she found nearby. Yet, it ended in failure. She tried repeatedly, but none of her attempts succeeded. Li Qiu-chi felt incredibly frustrated. Having a treasure trove yet being unable to utilize it was disheartening. Until she figured this out, she had no desire to sleep. After toiling throughout the night without a single success, Li Qiu-chi began to suspect that the system was merely toying with her. The space had been upgraded, yet she was not even provided with a method of usage. Listening to the crowing of the roosters in the yard, she resignedly uttered, "Open sesame, open sesame." Then, a miraculous event transpired. The strips of cloth she had been pinching all night suddenly vanished. Li Qiu-chi's eyes widened in astonishment as she clenched her fists and felt around, confirming that the cloth strips were indeed gone. In disbelief, she murmured, "Is it truly this haphazard?" She then softly called out again, "Open sesame, open sesame." To her delight, a strip of cloth reappeared in her hand, reminding her of the wealth book that had vanished during the day. With that book in mind, she whispered, "Open sesame, open sesame." Suddenly, a thick and heavy tome appeared atop her abdomen, catching her completely off guard and causing her pain. Noticing some commotion from Hohat's direction, Li Qiu-chi quickly recited Open Sesame once more. And the book on her stomach vanished, leaving her feeling remarkably lighter. Ho-hot approached, asking, "Sister, what were you saying? Is your head hurting again?" Li Qiu-chi replied, "I was just mentioning that the roosters are crowing. Shouldn't I be getting up? Besides, my headache has subsided, it's not yet dawn. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Li Qiu-chi, having spent the entire night experimenting with her space, felt a weight lift from her heart, and exhaustion washed over her. With a soft hum, she closed her eyes, ready to drift off once more. However, her body's internal clock awakened her after only a short while. The first thing she did upon waking was to store her silver in the space. After a brief wash, she inquired of Qian Shi, "Mother, where can I buy wooden basins, tubs, and large pots? Are you beginning to prepare to make tofu?" "Yes, I've already delayed far too long. It's time to get ready. Once the yellow soybeans from the field are harvested, I will start. You will need to go to the town to purchase those." "All right, I shall make a trip to the town to fetch the items. Let Daniu accompany you. His strength is considerable, and he can carry anything you cannot. Isn't he supposed to be clearing the fields? I heard from your father that the first plot of land is nearly cleared." "Very well, I will seek him out." When Li Qiu-chi called for Daniu, Zaidawawa overheard and immediately tugged at her sleeve, flashing a charming smile. "Big sister, I wish to go too." Before she could say more, Tao Hua continued, "I promised to listen to you and not run around or ask for things." Li Qiu-chi chuckled lightly. "I never said I wouldn't take you along." Hearing this, Tao Hua promptly hugged Li Qiu-chi's leg tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you, big sister." A little leopard, seated on a small stool, gazed at them enviously, catching Li Qiu-chi's attention. Recalling her promise from yesterday, she approached the little leopard and asked, "Would you like to start learning characters today?" He nodded eagerly. Li Qiu-chi thought for a moment and replied, "I will teach you some simple characters. I will write them on the ground, and you can memorize them slowly." "Okay." Li Qiu-chi went outside to fetch some soil and spread it on the ground, meticulously writing 5 simple characters, 1 through 5. After teaching him what each character represented, she settled him before setting off to the town with Daniu and Tao Hua. Throughout the journey, Daniu walked silently ahead, while Li Qiu-chi and Tao Hua followed closely. Tao Hua chattered excitedly about her heroic exploits the day before, recounting how she had bested several boys who had bullied her. Li Qiu-chi listened with a buzzing mind. Daniu, being quite familiar with the town, led Li Qiu-chi directly to a carpenter's shop. Upon entering, they were greeted by an array of wooden items, ranging from beds to chopsticks. A young man approached them, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests. What can I assist you with? We have everything here. If it's not available, just name it, and we can craft it." Daniu, now serious, introduced, "Sister, this is the best carpenter in our town." The young man beamed at the acknowledgement. "Indeed, my craftsmanship is unparalleled. Items from my shop will last you 10 or even 8 years without issue." Li Qiu-chi, not one for small talk, stated directly, "I require 4 basins, 2 pairs of tubs, and 2 long-handled ladles." The young man, clearly pleased, led her to view the items she requested while explaining their features. Li Qiu-chi examined the goods carefully and found them satisfactory. They soon began negotiating the price, but she quickly realized that the quality came at a cost. After attempting to haggle unsuccessfully, she conceded and paid the asking price of 35 coins, carrying her purchases away, with Tao Hua helping to carry a basin and 2 ladles. "We also need to buy gauze for filtering." Dania remarked, "I am unsure where gauze is sold, and no matter, let us first inquire at the fabric shop." After successfully purchasing the gauze, the 3 of them made their way toward the outskirts of the town. However, as they walked, Li Qiu-chi noticed Tao Hua lagging a few steps behind, her gaze fixated on a candied hawthorn stall. Li Qiu-chi called for Daniu to wait and retraced her steps to buy 2 skewers of candied hawthorns, handing one to Tao Hua and keeping the other for the little leopard. Contemplating their heavy load, she suggested to Daniu, "Our burden is quite substantial. Why don't you take the items to the roadside and wait for me while I buy some meat?" Tao Hua's eyes sparkled as she licked her candied hawthorn. "I want to go too, big sister. Let me accompany you to buy the meat." "Very well, we shall go together." Daniu nodded, and the 3 of them carried their goods to the roadside before Li Qiu-chi and Tao Hua turned back to purchase meat. Tao Hua hopped ahead, leading the way. "Big sister, the meat vendor is just ahead. Let us hurry." Li Qiu-chi obediently quickened her pace. "All right, coming." Upon arriving at the meat stall, Tao Hua, being petite, jumped up to glimpse the pork displayed on the wooden board. The butcher, a plump man, greeted them with a smile. "The stones on the side will give you a better view. Just stand on them." Tao Hua swiftly climbed up and positioned herself, while Li Qiu-chi noted the stone was large and stable. So she paid no mind to her. Seeing Li Qiu-chi approach, the butcher cheerfully inquired, "Are you looking to buy pork?" Young lady? All of it was freshly slaughtered this morning, so it is quite fresh. Since the butcher was amiable, Li Qiu-chi responded with a smile. What are your prices? It depends on what you desire. Tao Hua immediately pointed to a large piece of fatty meat, exclaiming, Big sister, let us buy that one. Li Qiu-chi observed the excessive fat with a sigh. That one is all fat. We should avoid it. Then what shall we buy? She asked. Li Qiu-chi replied, We'll get a mix of fatty and lean meat. And also some bones for broth, plus a little lean meat. Just as she finished speaking, the butcher placed 3 suitable pieces of meat before her, along with 2 bones. How do these look, miss? Li Qiu-chi inspected them and found them satisfactory. I will take all of these. Excellent. I will weigh them for you. As the butcher weighed the meat, he announced the total. That will be 52 coins, but you may pay 50 as it's my opening day. Do come again. Thank you very much. Lacking bags, the butcher tied the meat with straw for them to carry. As they walked, Li Qiu-chi and Tao Hua attracted curious glances from passers. Li Qiu-chi recalled her first day in town when she had encountered a robbery and thought, We cannot be so brazen, big sister. Should we hide the meat? Tao Hua inquired. Yes, I know a place that sells baskets. Let us go. Though Li Qiu-chi's space now had storage capabilities, allowing her to store the meat directly, Tao Hua's keen gaze made it impossible for her to find an opportunity. Even after purchasing a basket, Li Qiu-chi still sensed an unsettling scrutiny, realizing, It's my fault for forgetting there are robbers around. I let my guard down. Tao Hua edged closer to Li Qiu-chi, asking, Big sister, what should we do? Will our meat be stolen? Li Qiu-chi patted her shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, Daniu is with us. He is quite capable. I am also very capable, big sister. You should hide behind me. I will protect you. Seeing Tao Hua's confident smile, Li Qiu-chi felt a swell of pride, realizing her affection for the girl was not in vain. The trio soon arrived at the roadside outside the town, where Daniu awaited them. Li Qiu-chi, feeling anxious, confided, I think someone was watching me while I was buying meat. Daniu glanced back and indeed spotted a few familiar faces. Upon seeing him, they turned to leave. No worries, I'm here, he assured her. The rest of the journey proceeded smoothly, with no one tailing them or attempting robbery, and they successfully returned to the village. Just before entering the house, Li Qiu-chi asked, Why did those watchers leave upon seeing you? Li Daniu still bore that honest demeanor. Those individuals could all be considered acquaintances of mine, having either fought alongside me or having been on the receiving end of my blows in the past. Li Qiu-chi expressed her astonishment. So, they are genuinely afraid of you. Indeed, upon seeing you converse with me, they recognize that you are under my protection and henceforth, no one would dare to harbor ill intentions towards you. Wow, you are quite formidable. Of course, Sangu is impressive. He even teaches me how to fight. I was just wondering how a young girl like you could be so adept at fighting. It turns out you have an exceptional mentor. As they engaged in conversation, they arrived home. Tao Hua dashed inside, exclaiming, Big sister, I'm back with the meat. We have meat to eat today. Little Baozi poked his head out from the door. Big sister. Li Qiu-chi smiled at him, placing the basket she carried inside the room, then retrieving a candied hawthorn skewer. Here, this is for you. Little Baozi hesitated to take it at first, glancing at Tao Hua, who said, I've already eaten mine. Only then did little Baozi gingerly accept it, savoring the skewer with reluctance to chew. With Li Zhuzi and Qian Shi, the heads of the household, absent, Li Qiu-chi glanced at the time and ventured into the kitchen to commence dinner preparations. While cooking, she did not skimp on ingredients, opting for a mix of fatty and lean meat to prepare braised pork, using seasonings exchanged from her space. The lean meat was sautéed with some scallions to create scallion stir-fried meat, while the bones were simmered into a hearty bone broth. Before long, the aroma wafted through their courtyard, and Tao Hua eagerly awaited in the kitchen, while little Baozi, who had been scribbling in the dirt, could no longer resist and limped over to sit outside the kitchen door. Their neighboring families had noticed the enticing scent the moment it emerged. The few younger children had already rushed onto the road, heading towards their home, only to be swiftly pulled back by their elders. Don't embarrass yourselves, hurry back. From a distance, Li Zhuzi and Qian Shi, on their way back from the fields, caught a whiff of the delicious aroma. Li Zhuzi exclaimed, Oh dear, the children haven't had meat in ages. Perhaps we should get some to satisfy their cravings. Qian Shi shot him a glare. You just want to eat it yourself? Have you forgotten how much work little Chow has already done? She has done more than enough, so let us not burden her further. Li Zhuzi rubbed his nose sheepishly. I was just saying. As they walked, the scent grew more intense, and upon reaching the fence, it became overwhelmingly fragrant. Li Zhuzi unconsciously swallowed, uncertainly remarking, Could it be that this delightful aroma is from our home? They exchanged glances, pushed the door open, and upon seeing Li Qiu-chi, Tao Hua, and little Baozi lingering at the kitchen door, it all made sense. Once they stepped inside, they beheld bowls brimming with meat on the table. Qianshi stammered. "How much meat did you buy?" Little Tao Hua excitedly dashed over. "Mama, big sister bought a whole lot of meat and has already prepared it." Li Qiu-chi joyfully called out to Qianshi. "Quick, wash your hands and let us eat." Once everyone was seated, Li Qiu-chi remembered Ho-hot, who had been able to sit up since last night and should be able to join them. She called for Qianshi to help carefully bring Ho-hot out and seat her at the table. Having meat to eat was already a cause for great joy, and with Ho-hot able to join them, the happiness multiplied, and the family feasted merrily. Although Qianshi felt a pang at the thought of so much meat being consumed in one sitting, seeing her family relish the meal soothed her heartache. Chapter 67. The foolishness. Tao Hua devoured her meat with delight, exclaiming, "Big sister, this meat is delicious, especially this dark piece. It's my favorite. That dark piece you adore is called braised pork. If you like it, I shall make it for you again." Little Baozi swallowed his piece of rib and neatly set the bone on the ground. "I love ribs. They are so tasty." "All right, I'll make those for you too." Li Qiu lifted his head, poured his rice into his bowl, casually chewed and said, "I enjoy everything." Qianshi's expression darkened slightly. "That's enough. It's fine to indulge occasionally, but not every day." At her words, the three who had just voiced their opinions obediently focused on their meal, suggesting they had likely faced her reprimands before. After finishing their meal, Li Qiu-chi turned to Li Qiu-chi. "The 2 plots of wasteland we selected have been mostly cleared. Would you like to take a look?" "Sure. I'll go check it out." Li Qiu-chi followed Li Qiu-chi to the newly opened plots of land, and unlike the first impression, the areas had now been tidied. The weeds were gone, and the larger stones had been removed. However, the soil appeared rather barren. "What do you think?" Li Qiu-chi nodded vigorously. "It's excellent. Of course, I've been working the field since I was 7 or 8. Following your grandparents, I can confidently say I'm the best farmer in the village. Indeed impressive. Now we just need to spread some manure so we can plant crops in the spring. We have to wait until next year?" "Yes, these plots are too poor and require heavy fertilization. If we plant directly, the seedlings will perish." Li Qiu-chi rubbed his hands together, eager. "So can we begin preparing the manure you mentioned?" "Not just yet. The weather is still too warm for that. We should wait for the autumn heat to pass and for it to cool down a bit." Li Qiu-chi was taken aback. "Oh? We can't start yet?" Li Qiu-chi apologetically replied. "I'm sorry. I should have explained better. When I came to inspect these plots earlier, I thought clearing them would be challenging, but I didn't expect you all to do it so quickly. It's all right. These tasks will need to be done sooner or later, so we'll wait for the weather to cool, and we'll begin when you say it's time." "That sounds good. By the way, we're in the south. During winter, it shouldn't get cold enough to freeze the ground, right?" Li Qiu-chi chuckled. "Snow is quite rare, but it does get cold. When the wind blows, it feels as if it penetrates to the bone. As long as it doesn't get so cold that the ground freezes, we can just turn the prepared manure into the soil then." "All right, we'll wait for winter." On their way back, they passed by the field where Li's family grew soybeans. Observing the yellowing plants, Li Qiu-chi inquired, "Are they nearly ready for harvest?" Li Qiu-chi nodded in understanding. "It will take a few more days. Only a small portion has ripened, and we'll wait until most of it is ready." As they continued home, Li Qiu-chi asked, "Have you prepared everything needed for making tofu?" "I bought everything early this morning. Now we just need the soybeans. However, I also need to gather more firewood while we have time. As we will need a lot, I've nearly finished the fieldwork, so I'll take Qiu along to help you find firewood." "I have no issues with that. I'll join you too. The more we can gather, the better." "All right, let us bring Tao Hua along as well, to keep her from getting into fights all day." Upon returning home, Li Qiu-chi requested Li Qiu-chi to rebuild a clay stove specifically for making tofu. Li Qiu-chi was quite skilled. In addition to his prowess in fieldwork, he constructed the stove efficiently, completing it before nightfall. As the day swiftly passed, on the following day, Li Qiu-chi accompanied them to collect firewood from the mountains. Lacking the strength of the other two, she gathered some twigs nearby while Li Qiu-chi and Li Qiu wielded axes to chop wood. While searching, Li Qiu-chi stumbled upon something familiar and upon closer inspection, realized it was a mushroom, a wild fungus, to be precise. Are there still wild mushrooms in this season? Isn't it true that wild forest fungi only grow after the summer rains? Approaching and examining closely, she confirmed it was indeed wild fungus, particularly recognizable as Qingtu mushrooms, each appearing quite fresh and plump. She pondered, this is rather strange. Yet, considering her own circumstances of traversing a book with an accompanying space, The occurrence of summer wild mushrooms emerging in autumn didn't seem impossible. After contemplating for a while, she decided to walk away without picking any. When things seem out of the ordinary, there's often something amiss. Better to exercise caution. She was there to collect firewood, so she focused on that task. Shortly thereafter, she encountered another patch of Qingtu mushrooms and again walked past it. Having gathered a sizable bundle of dry branches that was somewhat cumbersome, she recalled her space, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then began to chant, "Open sesame, open sesame." The bundle of dry wood vanished from the ground, and she continued her search for more wood. Once more, she stumbled upon a cluster of wild fungi, still Qingtu mushrooms. This time, Li Qiu-chi did not simply walk past. After some thought, she retrieved a high-tech product she had exchanged from her space, intended for testing toxins. After confirming that the mushrooms were safe, she picked all of them, including those she had previously passed by. The more she gathered, the more puzzled she became. When did I become so foolish? However, it was merely a wild mushroom she recognized herself, and yet, due to the differing season of growth, she hesitated to collect it directly. Sitting on the ground, she was utterly perplexed. Ultimately, it was the voice of Li Qiu calling her that roused her from her thoughts. She returned to the two men with the firewood and mushrooms she had gathered. Upon seeing the wild mushrooms in her hands, Li Qiu was taken aback. "These are poisonous. Toss them away." Li Qiu, quick as a flash, swatted the mushrooms from Li Qiu-chi's grasp. Li Qiu-chi could only watch helplessly as the once intact mushrooms fell to the ground, shattering, and were further crushed under the relentless feet of the undeterred Li Qiu. With a clap of her hands, she suddenly understood why she had foolishly refrained from collecting them upon seeing them multiple times earlier. It would have been futile, just like now, as her harvest had been ruined. She sighed, "These are not poisonous. Xiao Qiao, such things are all toxic. There have been instances of people dying from them in the village before. The ones I collected are familiar to me, I assure you. They are truly safe," Li Qiu insisted gravely. "Xiao Qiao, listen to me, these are poisonous. It doesn't matter what color they are hazardous." Li Qiu-chi shrugged. "Well, now that the mushrooms are destroyed, there's no point in debating. If we find more next time, we can feed them to the chickens first and see if there's any reaction." Li Qiu interjected immediately, "We cannot feed them to the chickens, they will die." "All right, no chickens then. We can give them to something else." The three then made their way home with the firewood. Chapter 68. A visit. Upon returning home, Li Qiu-chi was unexpectedly greeted by Aunt Zhao, who was holding a chicken, clearly one from their own household. "Aunt Zhao, do you have guests at home again?" Aunt Zhao nodded, exclaiming with resignation, "Yes, that Gu Xiucai has come again. I don't know what his deal is. He has already visited twice, and today marks his third." Qian Shi remarked, "Well, both Gu Xiucai and your father-in-law are scholars. It must be something academic." Aunt Zhao shook her head, "That's unlikely. My father-in-law has mentioned that his knowledge now surpasses Gu's. So what could they possibly discuss? The affairs of scholars are beyond the comprehension of us simple folk. Since there are already guests, I won't keep you any longer. Do return home quickly and come visit us another day." Yes, I should be going to." Li Qiu-chi refrained from interjecting during the conversation between Aunt Zhao and Qian Shi, as she had little interest in the so-called Gu Xiucai, Gu Wenxing in the afternoon, while teaching Little Leopard to read in the yard. Aunt Zhao returned with a bookish-looking man. With a sheepish smile, Aunt Zhao told Li Qiu-chi, "This Gu Xiucai said your family's chicken is delicious and wanted to buy one." The Li family held great respect for Gu Wenxing, especially Qian Shi and Li Qiu, who hurriedly emerged to welcome him into the house. Li Qiu stood awkwardly to the side. "Gu Xiucai, please come inside." Qian Shi was even more enthusiastic, hastily wiping down a stool with her sleeve. "Gu Xiucai, please, come in." Li Qiu-chi gained a new perspective on the respect afforded to scholars by those around her. Fortunately, Gu Wenxing was quite amiable, repeatedly gesturing for them not to fuss. "There's no need for such formality. I merely came to buy a chicken." However, now that he was in the yard, Li Qiu would not heed his words. With boldness, he grasped Gu Xiucai's arm and insisted he enter. Li Qiu-chi then prepared to brew tea. But having exhausted their tea supply previously, she had not replenished it. Reluctantly, she exchanged for a small quantity of tea from her space, knowing it was of lesser quality. She was not concerned about not being able to host properly. It would be odd for people like them to present fine tea unexpectedly, so this lesser tea was entirely reasonable in the Li household. Her cautious habits formed during her days as a maid in the capital mint, she always considered her actions carefully. Inside the house, after Li Qiu brought Gu Xiucai in, he found himself at a loss for topics to discuss with Gu Wenxing and regretted it. Fortunately, Gu Wenxing initiated a conversation about farming. allowing them to engage in discussion. When Li Qiu-chi emerged with the tea, she noticed a crowd had gathered around her home, comprising people of all ages, with a few girls who appeared to be dressed up at the forefront. She quietly served the tea. As her figure appeared in the room, Gu Wenxing halted his conversation and instinctively sat up straighter. Li Qiu-chi placed the tea before him, silently retreating. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Wenxing discreetly watched her leave until she was no longer visible. A sense of wistfulness washed over him, but it was quickly interrupted by Li Qiu-chi. Gu Xiucai, drink some tea, haha, please enjoy. Gu Wenxing picked up the cup and began to sip the tea slowly. With Li Qiu-chi accompanying Gu Wenxing, Li Qiu-chi had little else to do after serving the tea. She called to Little Leopard, who was lingering outside with an injured leg while attempting to sneak a look at Gu Xiucai. Little Leopard, come here. At her call, Little Leopard reluctantly approached. Noticing his struggle to walk, she picked him up after a few steps. His face flushed with excitement. Big sister, did you see? Gu Xiucai came to our house. Of course I saw. How could I not see such a tall person? Now, let us continue. Big sister, I will study hard. I want to become a scholar too. All right, once your leg is healed, I will have father take you there. Just as Li Qiu-chi taught him a character, the people inside emerged, with Qian Shi leading Gu Xiucai to the chicken coop to let him choose one for himself. Ji Wenxing casually pointed to one that caught his eye, and Qian Shi personally caught it for him. They exchanged the chicken for money, and thus, the refined Gu Wenxing left the Li household holding a flapping chicken, escorted by the Li family, except for Ho-hot and Little Leopard, who struggled to walk. Amusingly, not far from the home, the chicken wriggled free from his grasp and began to run chaotically down the road. Li Qiu-chi witnessed this scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter, as did the nearby onlookers who had come to see Gu Xiucai. Truly, he was a man of letters unaccustomed to the mundane, as evidenced by his awkward handling of the chicken, clearly a first for him. Fortunately, Aunt Zhao was walking alongside him and quickly retrieved the chicken with deftness. From a distance, Gu Wenxing stole a glance back at the Li household, only to find them standing neatly at the doorway. His face flushed crimson, along with his ears and neck. He wished to reclaim the chicken, but Aunt Zhao wouldn't allow it, assisting him all the way back with the poultry. The event of Gu Wenxing purchasing a chicken brought renewed liveliness to the Li household. It was noteworthy that Gu Xiucai had previously only visited the old scholar's home in their village and had never been to another. Now, the Li family was honored to become the second household, after the old scholars, to receive a visit from Gu Xiucai. Consequently, the modest courtyard of the Li family was filled with villagers drawn by the commotion. Li Qiu-chi, having had close contact with Gu Xiucai, found himself surrounded by curious men from the village. Excitedly, he recounted the events that had transpired, detailing even the number of sips Gu Xiucai had taken from his tea. Meanwhile, Qian Shi was surrounded by a group of women eager to inspect the chickens in the coop, all curious about how the chicken chosen by Gu Xiucai was raised. Among the visitors to the Li household were several young girls, who naturally gravitated towards Li Qiu-chi. Tea was the first encounter for these girls with her, and after exchanging glances, they pushed forward a taller girl among them. That girl smiled brightly at Li Qiu-chi. I heard they call you Xiao Qiao? Li Qiu-chi nodded. Yes, my nickname is Xiao Qiao. My given name is Li Qiu-chi. I am Hongying. I live in the third courtyard at the end of the village. With Hongying's introduction, the other girls began to introduce themselves in turn. Chapter 69. Tofu I'm Ryue. Said a frail girl. I'm Qiuhong. Said a girl with very dark hair. I'm Tsuehua. Said a lean girl, not very tall with dry, yellowish hair. I share a name with your sister. I'm also called Taohua. This Taohua, both in appearance and attire, surpassed the earlier girls by a considerable margin. Noticing her name was the same, Li Qiu-chi observed her closely. Taohua immediately sensed something amiss in Li Qiu-chi's gaze. Yet Li Qiu-chi feigned ignorance. With a warm smile, she greeted them. Hello. The Li family had limited seating, mostly occupied by the adults, leaving the younger ones standing. The Taohua spoke first. Did you meet Gu Xiucai? Li Qiu-chi nodded. Yes, I saw him. Not only I, but you all saw him too. Taohua, unwilling to relent, pressed. Did you speak with him? What do you think of him? Li Qiu-chi noted Taohua's discontent and realized that she seemed to harbor feelings for Gu Xiucai. She shrugged and said, I didn't mention it. I merely went out to fetch some water and returned. You were outside and I just went in and came back out. After a brief pause, she continued. As for your inquiry about my perspective, there is nothing particularly remarkable to observe. Aside from being somewhat more adept at studying, I am just like anyone else, 2 eyes, 1 mouth, and 2 legs. The large peach blossom regarded Li Qiu-chi with a scrutinizing gaze. Yet Li Qiu-chi opted to ignore her and engaged in conversation with several other young women. These young ladies were purely innocent, merely wishing to catch a glimpse of the scholar without any ulterior motives. Li Qiu-chi found their conversation quite enjoyable. The girls, though still in their youth, were already capable of shouldering many household responsibilities. They did not linger for long, soon departing with the excuse of needing to attend to chores such as cooking, washing clothes, and tending to the fields. Once everyone had left, the Li household fell into a tranquil silence. Li Juju and Qian Shi took hearty gulps of water, finishing 2 large bowls before exclaiming, "Finally, they've left. If they had stayed any longer, I fear my throat would have given out." Indeed, it was quite plausible, given that there were only the 2 of them facing dozens of visitors, which undoubtedly strained their voices. After the revelry, it was time to harvest the soybeans, which are the essential ingredient for tofu. Hence, everyone in the family capable of work headed to the fields. With many hands and little land, they managed to gather all the soybeans within 3 days and spent several more days drying them. After reaping the first sack of soybeans, Li Qiu-chi began soaking them according to the tofu-making recipe. As they watched the soybeans swell, the entire family grew anxious. Even the mischievous little peach blossom, who usually roamed freely, was fidgety. "Elder sister, can we really make tofu?" "Rest assured, we can indeed, and if the first attempt doesn't succeed, we can simply try again." Early the next morning, the family rose bright and early, standing neatly in the courtyard, awaiting Li Qiu-chi's instructions. She wasted no time in assigning tasks. "Father, you and Dinyo take these soaked soybeans to grind into soy milk and bring it back. Mother, you go feed the chickens first. Once Father and Dinyo return with the soy milk, we will start boiling it and proceed to make tofu. For now, that will suffice. We will arrange the rest later." Huai Tree Village has a stone mill, the only one located in the village center, where villagers go to grind their goods. For the first grinding of soy milk, Li Qiu-chi accompanied the 2 men to ensure everything went smoothly. Shortly after their arrival at the stone mill, a throng of villagers gathered, drawn by the news of the Li family grinding soybeans. An elderly man approached and inquired, "Juzi, what are you grinding soybeans for?" Li Juzi replied without hesitation, "To make tofu." The onlookers, some familiar with tofu and others not, began to murmur among themselves. The elderly man, puzzled, remarked, "Tofu is something from the county. Can your family actually make it?" Li Juzi chuckled and said, "Haha, my daughter learned how to do it while she was away. Our family is indeed struggling, so we thought we'd give it a try." The murmurs grew louder, and even those holding sickles, intending to head to the fields, lingered to watch Li Daniu worked diligently without a word, while the stone mill whirred under his labor. Li Juzi added soybeans, and soon they were all bustling about. By the time they had ground all the soaked soybeans, a crowd had formed around the stone mill, with layers of villagers watching intently. Li Daniu carried a newly purchased bucket, filled with the freshly ground soy milk, while Li Juzi and Li Qiu-chi followed him homeward. The villagers behind them marveled at the sight of the 3, whispering among themselves, "It seems the Li family is about to strike it rich." Indeed, Li Juzi was once just like everyone else, but now that his eldest daughter has returned, things look promising. The saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Who can predict what the future holds? Some will prosper. Upon returning home, under Li Qiu-chi's leadership, the family began the tofu-making process. "Mother, light the fire and place the pot on. We need to boil some water first." With the flames roaring, the water boiled swiftly, and Li Qiu-chi proceeded to the next step as described in the book. She poured steaming hot water over the soy milk, akin to a waterfall, stirring it as she let it settle until the soy milk no longer clumped together but reached a suitable consistency. Next came the filtration. She had already procured the cheesecloth, and with several people working together, they quickly filtered a pot full. Now, we must pay attention to the heat while boiling the soy milk. During this process, we need to skim off the foam as it rises. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the soy milk soon reached a boil. Li Qiu-chi filled several bowls with it for tasting. The boiled soy milk was ready to drink, and everyone eagerly took a sip. Dinyo, unbothered by the heat, casually blew on it before drinking. However, after a taste, Li Juzi frowned and remarked, "I recall someone saying that tofu is a white lump. This soy milk certainly does not resemble a lump at all. It's not fully prepared yet. This soy milk is merely a semi-finished product. Then let us hasten to the next step of making tofu." Li Qiu-chi retrieved some gypsum powder. This is called gypsum, also known as calcium sulfate. I've ground it into a powder, which can be purchased at the pharmacy. She then added a bit of water to dissolve the prepared gypsum powder in a large bucket. She instructed Li Daniu and Li Juzi to carefully pour the boiled soy milk from a height into the bucket containing the gypsum water, ensuring an even mixture. The higher they held the bucket, the better the soy milk and gypsum would blend. Once the soy milk and gypsum water were thoroughly mixed, She covered it and waited patiently for an hour for it to set. The family watched the wooden bucket with eager anticipation. After approximately an hour, Li Qiu-chi lifted the lid, revealing that the soy milk had mostly solidified. Following the method indicated in the book, she gently inserted a chopstick. If it did not sink completely, it had formed. After the test confirmed that the tofu had set, Li Qiu-chi took several bowls and scooped out some of the so-called tofu brain. The family's seasonings were sparse, merely a sprinkle of salt, yet it satisfied everyone, who relished the deliciousness. Little Peach Blossom exclaimed between bites, "This is so tasty. Elder sister, you are amazing." Little Leopard remained silent, yet his actions were swift, indicating just how delightful the tofu brain was. Li Qiu-chi then placed the tofu brain on a wooden board, wrapped it in cheesecloth, covered it with a wooden lid, and placed a heavier stone on top to press the tofu, extracting its moisture. Once completed, she clapped her hands together and declared, "All right, we are past the initial steps. We will wait for the stone to press the moisture out of the tofu brain." The family gazed intently at the pressed tofu, anxiously waiting. With the exception of Li Qiu-chi, she felt no worry, as all her steps and proportions were meticulously followed as laid out in the book, and both the soy milk and tofu brain had turned out successfully. Thus, she surmised that this time, the outcome was unlikely to fail. After estimating the time, she removed the wooden board and stone after 2 hours, gently unwrapping the cheesecloth. The tofu had already taken shape. Everyone gathered around, incredulous, exclaiming, "It turned out like this? That watery soy milk has transformed into tofu just like that? Is it edible?" Li Qiu-chi quickly clarified, "Not yet. There is one final step." She carefully cut the tofu into small blocks and placed each piece into clean water. As she did so, she explained, "This step is crucial. Firstly, it helps the tofu to harden and prevents it from falling apart. Secondly, it allows the gypsum flavor to dissipate, making it healthier to consume." Finally, after Li Qiu-chi announced that it was ready to eat, they once again gathered around. "Is this really it?" "Yes, it is. I will cook a few tofu dishes today." Little Peach Blossom jumped with joy. "Hooray! There will be delicious food." Li Qiu-chi cut a large piece of tofu and began preparing the dishes. The first dish, of course, was mapo tofu, followed by scallion salad with tofu, pan-fried tofu, and tofu stewed with cabbage. With a large family, each dish was prepared in generous portions. With Qianshi assisting her, and the recipes being straightforward, the dishes were soon ready to be served. Despite their simplicity, the tofu dishes brought joy to everyone at the table. A delightful feat in itself, Li Qiu-chi had not anticipated that tofu, so readily available in the modern world, was quite rare here. It can only be said that the knowledge was held by a select few. The inhabitants here primarily engaged in farming and had no opportunity to learn such culinary techniques. It was understandable that no one knew how to make tofu. The meal of tofu dishes left the family thoroughly satisfied. Li Qiu-chi remarked, "Our tofu tastes so good. It will surely sell well." Setting down her bowl, Qianshi asked Li Qiu-chi, "How shall we price this tofu? It is something only available in the county. The price should be quite high. Won't there be no buyers?" "The reason we don't have it here is that no one can make it in reality. Even in the county, tofu isn't particularly expensive." "Then how much should we set as the price?" Li Qiu-chi pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us set the price at 1 for 2 jin." Li Qiu-chi's eyes widened in astonishment. "So cheap? Father, there are many people here, but they are poor. If we set the price too high, it may not sell in our household. We have invested so much, including yellow beans and that gypsum you placed. Along with the firewood we have." Li Qiu-chi fell silent, for indeed, their family had sacrificed greatly. The unspoken toil was considerable, and the materials they had contributed were of significant value. Qianshi, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "What I fear most is that even for a mere penny or two, no one seems inclined to purchase." It was evident that the Li family was already in dire straits, much like many others. Where every cent was stretched to its limits, they were unlikely to part with their money for mere culinary indulgences like tofu. In an instant, the family's earlier excitement dissipated, leaving the room enveloped in a heavy silence. Li Qiu-chi pondered deeply on how to proceed. The path to prosperity lay before them, yet would they squander it so thoughtlessly? After a while, Li Qiu-chi suggested, "What if we take it to the county town to sell?" Li Qiu-chi shook her head, "That won't work. Not only is the journey too far, but there are already tofu vendors in the county town. It is uncertain whether we could sell anything there." She continued, "We can only attempt to sell in the town. Tofu is a novelty here, and I believe some might be willing to buy it for a taste. However, this is not a sustainable solution." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "Moreover, I envision our tofu being accessible to the common folk. Those who frequent the town are but a minority. The majority reside in the surrounding villages. The others looked at her with confusion, prompting her to clarify. What I mean is that I intend to sell tofu to the nearby villages. In other words, I want everyone in the vicinity to know that we have tofu available. Li Qiu-chi expressed disbelief, but the locals typically sell their goods in the town, right? And if you go door to door in the villages, who would be willing to part with a penny for tofu? Suddenly, an idea struck Li Qiu-chi, and she seized upon it. Earning money may be challenging, but there should be grain available. We can barter with grain. Li Qiu-chi exclaimed with joy. We will trade 1 bowl of yellow beans for 1 pound of tofu. By this time, the yellow beans had been gradually harvested, and most households possessed some. They might hesitate to spend a penny, but surely they would part with a bowl of beans. Li Qiu-chi and Qian-shi exchanged glances. Uncertain. Can this really work? Whether it works or not, we should give it a try. Let's consider today as a trial run, and we can prepare more tomorrow. Early the day after, we'll take it to the town to see if we can sell it. Xiao Taohua exclaimed in surprise. Are we not going to sell all this today? We'll make more tomorrow and officially sell it the day after, Li Qiu-chi replied. Then why not just make it today and sell it tomorrow morning? Li Qiu-chi chuckled. The yellow beans we are using today were soaked last night. You can't make tofu without soaking the beans. If we soak them today, do you expect us to work late into the night? That would be quite the sacrifice. Chapter 71. Aspirations. Li Qiu-chi slapped his thigh, declaring, let's make it tonight and sell it tomorrow morning. Are you all not going to sleep? Qian-shi replied, how can we sleep now? All right then, we'll prepare it tonight and take it to sell tomorrow morning. Li Qiu-chi demonstrated how much water to add to the beans, and once they were soaked, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Li Daniu picked up the previously strained bean dregs and headed outside, only to be called back by Li Qiu-chi. Where are you going? You must dispose of that. The dregs were valuable. They could be kept to feed the chickens. Upon hearing this, Qian-shi quickly snatched the bucket from Li Daniu's hands, saying, let me do it. Li Qiu-chi approached and patted Li Daniu on the shoulder. Come. Let's go chop some firewood in the back mountain. Li Qiu-chi wanted to follow but was stopped by the 2 men. Thus, she assisted Qian-shi in feeding the chickens before finally having a moment of respite. Xiao Baozi, seeing that she had some free time, poked his head out and called out, big sister, it's time to learn some characters. Li Qiu-chi washed her hands and replied, all right, I'll be right there. Before teaching him new characters, Li Qiu-chi assessed his retention of the previous ones. Xiao Baozi was quite remarkable. He had written all the characters she had taught him in the dirt without missing a single stroke. Li Qiu-chi patted his head and exclaimed, wow, you are so impressive. I only taught you once, and you can already write them. Xiao Baozi shyly smiled. Does that mean I can learn the next set of characters? Come, I'll teach you 5 more. Previously, she had taught him simple characters with only a few strokes, such as 1, 2, 3, and the basic directions. Today, she began teaching him characters like Zhanghu and Lu Hai. After writing them down, she said to Xiao Baozi, study these for now. Once we sell the tofu, I'll buy you a book, starting with the 1,000-character classic for you to read. Xiao Baozi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is the 1,000-character classic? It's a book for children's literacy, containing 1,000 characters, she explained. Wow, that's a lot of characters. Once we get the book, I'll teach you. When your foot heals, I will send you to study with Uncle C. Okay. Little did Li Qiu-chi know, from a crack in the door, Xiao Taohua was watching the scene unfold. Her lips pursed in discontent before she stomped away. After sending Xiao Baozi on his way, Li Qiu-chi stepped into the courtyard, finding Xiao Taohua with a small hoe, sulking as she weeded the vegetable patch. With nothing else to do, Li Qiu-chi approached and took the hoe from Xiao Taohua's hands. I'll do the weeding. It's hot outside. You go over there and rest. Xiao Taohua refused to budge, crossing her arms defiantly, her actions too evident for Li Qiu-chi to miss. What's wrong with you? Did you have a quarrel with the village children again? Xiao Taohua turned her head away, her pride evident. Humph. Li Qiu-chi squatted in front of her. By the looks of it, did I upset you? Xiao Taohua glanced at her before turning away. Ignoring her, Li Qiu-chi reflected on her actions over the past few days, trying to recall if she had inadvertently offended her. This morning, Xiao Taohua had enjoyed the soybean milk and tofu pudding she had made. During mealtime, everything seemed normal. It was only after the meal that things had changed. After eating, Xiao Taohua had helped feed the chickens and then taught Xiao Baozi to read. Feeding the chickens was fine. Could it be that teaching Xiao Baozi to read had irked her? Do you want to learn to read too? Li Qiu-chi inquired. Not at all. I find reading less enjoyable than fighting. Li Qiu-chi immediately understood. So you heard that I'm buying books for Xiao Baozi, but not for you? And that made you upset? Xiao Taohua, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, began to stomp her feet in the courtyard. Who cares about a book? I don't like reading. I'd much rather fight. Li Qiu-chi, both amused and exasperated, took her hand. All right, you don't care about it. Just listen to me. Xiao Taohua stopped and looked at her. Li Qiu-chi continued. I feel the same way about you and Xiao Baozi. It's just that Xiao Baozi has clearly expressed his desire to learn and read, so I teach him and plan to buy him books. But you often go out to play and aren't home. Apart from knowing that you can fight, I don't know what you want, as a girl. I can't teach you how to fight, so I might overlook you in comparison to him. I apologize. Can you forgive me? Xiao Taohua asked in a hoarse voice. Is it because I'm a girl, a burden? Li Qiu-chi gasped in shock. How could you be a burden? Who told you that? Isn't that what everyone in the village says? Girls are burdens. She gently patted Xiao Taohua's head. That's certainly not true. Our family doesn't believe that. Think about it. Have your father or mother ever said such things to you? Xiao Taohua lowered her head in thought before shaking it. You are a girl and I'm not a girl. Then do you think I'm a burden? Xiao Taohua became anxious. No, big sister is not a burden. Then there you have it. You are not a burden. You are our family's little treasure. Xiao Taohua stared intently at Li Qiu-chi. A treasure? Indeed, a treasure. Finally, the pout that had adorned Xiao Taohua's face faded, replaced by an innocent smile. Seizing the moment, Li Qiu-chi asked, So what do you want to do? Just like Xiao Baozi wants to read, we will strive to send him to school. What do you wish to do? We will also do our utmost to help you achieve your goals. Xiao Taohua declared with conviction, I want to subdue all the children in the village and make them acknowledge me as the leader. Li Qiu-chi couldn't help but laugh. Taohua, you are a girl. You shouldn't resort to violence. Qianshi overheard Xiao Taohua's words and frowned. Taohua, what nonsense are you spouting? At your age, you should be learning properly. Xiao Taohua stuck her tongue out at Qianshi and dashed out of the house before Li Qiu-chi could react. Qianshi rushed to the courtyard gate. Come back here. Let's see if I don't break your legs. Li Qiu-chi watched the scene with a smile, reminiscing about the trepidation she had felt during her days in the capital, which now seemed like a lifetime ago. Qianshi returned, shaking her head in resignation. This Taohua. I wonder whose temperament she inherited, a girl who spends all day fighting. Taohua was indeed unlike the typical girls. Qianshi, with a hint of restraint, spoke to Li Qiu-chi. Xiao, I wish to discuss something with you. It was a rare sight to see Qianshi in such a reserved demeanor. She replied earnestly, What is it? Chapter 72. The proposal it concerns the leftover tofu at home. I intend to take some to the families in the village that are close to us, to let them have a taste. They have lent us a hand during our times of hardship. Is that all? There is no need for concern. You may proceed as you wish, no need to consult me. But this tofu was made from your recipe, and giving it away for free is something I ought to mention, she insisted. Not to worry. Take it all and distribute it. Our family will never lack tofu again. Very well then, I shall take all the remaining tofu to share. I have no pressing matters at the moment. I'll accompany you to deliver the tofu. That sounds splendid. I can introduce you to some people along the way. Thus, Li Qiu-chi followed behind Qianshi. As they visited the families that were close to theirs, Li Qiu-chi called out to people and handed out the tofu. There were, of course, some instances of refusal. Thankfully, with Qianshi by her side, everyone accepted the tofu graciously. Li Qiu-chi also became somewhat acquainted with the homes and families of these villagers. The last household they visited was that of their fourth granduncle, the esteemed old scholar, as they were related to the Li family and would later send Xiao Baozi to study there. Therefore, Qianshi prepared the largest piece of tofu for them as they walked. Qianshi introduced, Your fourth granduncle and your grandfather are full brothers. He has 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom are already married. Your eldest uncle remains in the village, while your 5th uncle works at a wine shop in the county. With his whole family residing there. As for your youngest aunt, she married early, wedded to a wealthy family, and only returns once or twice a year. Then it seems your 4th granduncle's family is quite prosperous. By the way, why haven't I seen anyone else? What about my grandparents? Does my father have any siblings? And what about your side? My uncles and aunts? Qianshi fell silent. Li Qiu-chi cautiously inquired. Am I asking things I shouldn't? It's not that you can't ask, she replied, continuing, Back in the day, I was determined to marry your father, which led to a fallout with my own family. When you were 1 year old, we visited once, but they refused us entry, and since then, I have had no contact with them. As for your grandparents, they have gone to enjoy a life of comfort with your uncle. Seeing Qianshi's expression darken, Li Qiu-chi refrained from further questions and casually shifted the topic. Mother, is that mud brick house ahead your 4th granduncle's? Indeed, it is. Your 4th granduncle, being a scholar, is the wealthiest in the village. As they approached the door, they noticed a horse-drawn carriage parked outside. Qianshi hesitated. Your 4th granduncle might have guests. Let us come back later. All right, let us return for now. Just as they turned to leave, the door of the fourth granduncle's home swung open, and several individuals emerged. Li Qiu-chi caught sight of Gu Shoukai, Gu Wenxing, who also noticed them, his face lighting up with surprise. This expression of delight struck Li Qiu-chi with an unsettling premonition. Aunt Zhao, who had come out to see off the guests, spotted them and immediately called out, "Hold on, don't leave just yet. I need to discuss something with you." The two paused at the roadside, waiting. At that moment, Li Qiu-chi felt a piercing gaze fixate on her. She looked up to find the girl named Tao Hua, whom she had encountered previously, glaring resentfully at her. Li Qiu-chi glared back. She was no pushover and had already tolerated her once before. As Gu Wenxing climbed into the carriage, he stole a subtle glance at Li Qiu-chi, who was engrossed in conversation with her mother and barely acknowledged him, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected. Once Gu Shoukai's carriage departed, Aunt Zhao cheerfully beckoned Qianshi and her daughter, "Come, let us go inside and talk." Upon entering the courtyard, Li Qiu-chi surveyed her fourth granduncle's residence. It was indeed the wealthiest in the village, with numerous well-maintained buildings. Though not comparable to those she had seen outside, it was certainly superior to their thatched cottage. The walls were made of mud, yet the roof was adorned with blue tiles, unlike their own thatched covering. The fourth granduncle's family appeared cheerful, and Li Qiu-chi sensed they must be celebrating some joyous occasion. Once inside, fourth grandmother took Li Qiu-chi's hand, saying, "Indeed, you are quite the enchanting young lady." No wonder Gu Shoukai was captivated at first sight. Alarm bells rang in Li Qiu-chi's mind. Gu Shoukai had taken notice of her? Qianshi looked bewildered. "What are you saying? Who has he taken notice of?" "Why, it's your Xiao Chao, of course." Qianshi's eyes widened in shock. Finally, fourth granduncle spoke up. "Earlier, Gu Shoukai came to see me. Expressing his desire to marry your Xiao Chao, he requested that I first inquire about your family's thoughts. If you are agreeable, he will send someone to formalize the engagement." Aunt Zhao chimed in with a smile. "Oh, what concerns could there be? Just marry her off. You have no idea how many girls have their eyes on Gu Shoukai." Fourth grandmother nodded in agreement. "Indeed, do not hesitate. We should act swiftly. It would be best to have him propose tomorrow, to solidify the arrangement." Qianshi was still in a daze, staring blankly at Li Qiu-chi. Li Qiu-chi quickly interjected, "Wait, I do not agree." Her declaration shattered the smiles on everyone's faces. Fourth grandmother tightened her grip on her hand. "Gu Shoukai is a match that one could scarcely find even with a lantern. Why do you refuse?" Aunt Zhao added, "Indeed, you have met him. He is quite the gentleman. Not only is he handsome, but he is also studying at the academy, with aspirations to take the imperial examination." Fourth granduncle explained, "Gu Wenxing studied under me. After becoming a scholar, he continued his studies at the county academy, and I have watched him grow." He paused before continuing, "Gu Wenxing has always been humble and kind, with a thirst for knowledge, showing promise for success in the upcoming provincial exams." Fourth grandmother quickly added, "Yes, indeed. If he succeeds, even more young ladies will be vying for his attention." "Oh dear, Xiao Chao, are you simply shy? Marriage is a rite of passage for every young woman. There's no need to feel bashful." Li Qiu-chi promptly interrupted them. "I appreciate your intentions, but while Gu Wenxing may indeed be admirable, I do not wish to marry." Fourth grandmother and Aunt Zhao exchanged glances. Ultimately, fourth grandmother asked, "Then, why do you refuse?" Chapter 73. Persuasion to marry. "Because I currently have no intention of marriage, and I have only met Gu Shoukai 2 or 3 times. Tiomi, he is merely someone who excels in his studies." Aunt Zhao subtly nudged Qianshi, urging her to speak. Qianshi looked between Aunt Zhao and Xiao Chao before saying, "Xiao Chao, Gu Shoukai is indeed a rare find. Why not consider accepting, mother? I truly do not wish to marry. Do you not want me to stay at home?" Qianshi shook her head repeatedly. "Oh no, that is not our intention at all. Then I shall not marry." Aunt Zhao immediately countered, "You cannot refuse marriage. If memory serves me correctly, you are already 16, and soon to be 17. If you do not marry now, you may end up an old maid, and then where will you find a Gu Shoukai?" Li Qiu-chi chuckled incredulously. "I'm only 16. 16 is quite an appropriate age. Many girls marry at this age." Afterward, Li Qiu-chi resolutely refused to entertain the idea of marriage. No matter how much they urged her, it was absurd. She was still not of legal age. Finally, fourth grandmother, exasperated, said, "Child, let me speak to you plainly. I, your fourth grandmother, have lived for over 50 years and have the experience to guide you. Marrying Gu Shoukai means becoming a scholar's wife, and I assure you, he comes from a well-off family. If he were not well off, he could not afford to study in the county. Li Qiu-chi's household consists solely of his elderly mother and an unmarried sister. Their background is quite simple, and his mother is known for her gentle nature. You will not face the trials that many brides endure. Heed my advice. As the saying goes, men fear choosing the wrong profession and women fear marrying the wrong man. Selecting the right husband can spare you much suffering. Becoming a scholar's wife means enjoying a life of comfort, unlike other women who must toil alongside their families. Aunt Zhao chimed in, indeed, you will be living a life of ease. What more is there to ponder? Qianshi gazed at her daughter with eager eyes. Yet, Li Qiu-chi remained unmoved, reiterating her stance. I truly do not wish to marry, if it is a life of comfort you speak of. I can earn my own living. Our family can live a life free from worry. At this moment, fourth granduncle interjected. Xiao Chao, tell me truthfully, is it that you have seen too much of the world outside and find Li Qiu-chi lacking? That is not it. I simply do not wish to marry. Not wishing to marry. Does that mean you intend to remain in your parents' home for life? Li Qiu-chi looked at Qianshi and shook her head, saying that won't be the case. To be precise, I currently have no desire to marry. A lack of desire to marry now does not preclude the possibility of marriage in the future. It is merely a matter of time. Why not agree now and set the betrothal? You could still remain at home for another year before marrying, Qianshi suggested. Indeed. Let us establish the betrothal first and address other matters later. Yet, Li Qiu-chi continued to decline. In the end, fourth uncle sighed, Gu Xiu is indeed a fine young man. You should return and ponder this matter thoroughly before making a decision. There is no rush for this day or the next. The two fell into silence as they made their way back. Qianshi attempted once more to persuade Li Qiu-chi, but when she opened her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words. Earlier, so many had tried to sway her, yet none had succeeded. Now, alone, she feared she would fare no better. When Li Zhuzhu returned from chopping wood, Qianshi immediately informed him of the situation, and the two whispered incessantly together. Meanwhile, Li Qiu-chi, as if unperturbed, first checked the yellow beans to see how they had soaked, then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the meal. After the food was ready, Li Qiu-chi and Qianshi silently assisted Ho-ha to the table. Preparing for dinner at the dining table, Li Zhuzhu found the food lacked its usual appeal. Occasionally glancing at her, Li Qiu-chi, understanding, said, Father, I expressed my thoughts at noon. I trust Mother has conveyed them to you as well. Li Zhuzhu sighed, are you truly not willing to reconsider? Gu Xiu is genuinely a fine choice. I truly do not wish to marry. Very well, ponder it further on your own. Your mother and I both hope you will wed Gu Xiu. Ho-ha put down her bowl and asked, Father, Mother, what are you discussing? Qianshi briefly recounted the events of that noon, prompting Ho-ha to begin her own hesitant inquiries. Li Qiu-chi quickly raised her hand. Let us cease this discussion and focus on our meal. The family quietly finished their dinner, afterward returning to their individual tasks. As dusk approached, Li Zhuzhu sought out Li Qiu-chi, and she assumed he intended to discuss marriage. However, he inquired if the yellow beans were ready to be ground, as they needed to take advantage of the remaining daylight. Otherwise, they would have to use torches to grind the soybean milk. Li Qiu-chi inspected the soaked beans. They are indeed ready for grinding. Then, Li Zhuzhu called for Li Daniu, and Li Qiu-chi followed suit to grind the soybean milk. When night fell, all the yellow beans were ground and brought back, and the family appeared more invigorated than fatigued as they enthusiastically prepared tofu. Li Qiu-chi sent the two little leopards and Shout How to bed, also attempting to send the ailing Ho-ha away. But to no avail, all three insisted on staying with them. Reluctantly, she allowed them to sit a bit farther away as they began to cook the soybean milk and make tofu. They labored until midnight, and once all the tofu was prepared, they quickly washed up and hurried to bed for rest. Li Qiu-chi felt she had barely closed her eyes when she was awakened by Qianshi. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the sky had yet to brighten. Li Zhuzhu, while preparing the tofu basket, remarked, I have inquired among the villagers, and to sell goods in town, one must rise early to claim a good spot. Arriving late means no space. Li Qiu-chi splashed cold water on her face, feeling much more awake. This trip to town was merely a trial. They had not made much tofu, just enough to fill one basket, which was to be carried by strongly Daniu. Li Qiu-chi and Li Zhuzhu followed behind empty-handed, and the trio set off. Just as dawn broke, they reached the town, and upon arriving at the vendor area, they found quite a number of people had already gathered, much like them, carrying baskets or pushing carts. The three secured a favorable position and displayed their tofu. Before long, women with baskets began to arrive to purchase vegetables. Li Qiu-chi promptly called out, Tofu, delicious tofu for sale. You can buy 2 pounds for just 1 copper coin. Her clear voice echoed through the street, and the calling proved effective. Many people gathered around, inquiring about the tofu. Li Qiu-chi and Li Qiu stood helplessly behind her, allowing Li Qiu-chi to introduce the tofu to the eager crowd. I would like 2 pounds to try. Certainly. Chapter 74. Business. She produced a simple scale and weighed out 2 pounds for the customer, even adding a small piece as a bonus. To celebrate the opening of our business, here's a little extra. Thank you for supporting our tofu venture. The woman beamed with delight. Delicious. I'll be back for more next time. With this initial success, many curious women began to clamor for their own tofu. Me? I want 2 pounds. I was here first. Let me be served. Little girl, I want 4 pounds. You serve me first. Li Qiu-chi quickly interjected. Everyone, please don't rush. There's enough for everyone, just one at a time. After calming the eager crowd, she turned to Li Qiu-chi. Father, you weigh the tofu. Daniu, you handle the money. Li Daniu immediately protested. No, Li Qiu-chi glanced back to see him nearly pressed against the wall, as if facing some great danger. She sighed. Very well, you can stay back, father. You will take care of the money, and I will do the weighing. Li Qiu-chi nodded helplessly at Li Daniu. All right, we'll follow your lead. Thus, Li Qiu-chi and Li Qiu-chi became busily engaged in serving customers, while Li Qiu-chi anxiously watched from the sidelines, reluctant to step forward. As Li Qiu-chi weighed the tofu, she generously added extra pieces for each customer, sharing simple recipes for tofu dishes with them. Those who came to buy not only received a deal but also learned a couple of cooking tips, leaving each paying customer smiling. Tofu was a rare commodity, and as word spread, more people came to see what the fuss was about. Although the number of buyers was limited, the trio's small batch sold out quickly. Those who arrived later regretted missing out. What? It's all gone. I came here specifically for the tofu, Li Qiu-chi cheerfully replied. We've sold out for today, but we'll return tomorrow morning to sell more. If you wish to try it, please come back then. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Li Dania then approached to help pack up the remaining items. Li Qiu-chi, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Daniu, aren't you most afraid of young girls? Why were you so timid just now with the women? Sensing the scent of gossip, Li Qiu-chi leaned in. Daniu, why do you fear young girls? Because young girls might frame me or cling to me. I cannot afford it. Li Qiu-chi's eyes widened in surprise. What? Li Qiu-chi, unable to contain himself, began recounting Li Daniu's past experience of being framed. It turned out that 4 years ago, although Li Daniu was still young, he had grown tall and strong, leading many to mistakenly believe he was of marrying age. A young and beautiful widow, seeking a new partner, took an interest in him, thinking his strength would make him a good worker. She resorted to devious methods to ensnare him, nearly forcing Li Daniu into an unwanted marriage. From that point on, Li Daniu developed a fear of young women, especially those who were attractive. Li Qiu-chi finally understood why Li Daniu had reacted so strongly to her when he realized she was a girl. He had kept his distance. Disguised as a boy, she likely seemed even more cunning in his eyes. At that moment, Li Daniu, carrying the basket, muttered, the prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is. This statement made Li Qiu-chi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Daniu, you are too amusing. Ha ha ha, dangerous indeed. Ha ha ha. Li Qiu-chi nodded in agreement. Indeed, one should avoid beautiful women. If one must choose, let it be a capable one. Suddenly, Li Qiu-chi's laughter caught in her throat, and her smile faded. Father, what did you just say? Li Qiu-chi glanced at her face, turned his head aside, and quickened his pace, clearly aware that Li Qiu-chi was among the most attractive in their vicinity, thus unintentionally including his daughter in his remarks. After walking a few steps past the pharmacy where they had gathered herbs, Li Qiu-chi remarked, Ho-hada's medicine is nearly finished. Once she completes it, we should bring her back for the old doctor to reassess, in case we need to adjust the prescription. All right, as you say, Li Qiu-chi then inquired, Father, is there anywhere around here that sells grain? Yes, what do you wish to buy? A bit of rice and flour for home. And perhaps some meat as well. Li Qiu-chi hesitated. Buying so much will spend all the money from this morning to its. All right. If it runs out, it runs out. We can return to sell tofu tomorrow morning again. Very well, let me take you to the grain vendor. What was referred to as the grain vendor was merely a small stall, the only one of its kind in the area. After inquiring about prices and confirming the quality was satisfactory, Li Qiu-chi boldly purchased 30 pounds of rice and 20 pounds of flour. The grain seller beamed with delight, eagerly packing the rice and flour for them, even providing 2 bags for free. Li Qiu-chi took the provisions and turned to Li Qiu-chi, Father, it's time to pay. Li Qiu-chi, feeling the pinch, counted out 65 copper coins, double-checking to ensure he hadn't miscounted. This is too expensive. For such a small amount, it costs so much. Although the seller was taken aback by the comment, he remained cheerful. My good sir, I have been selling grain here for over 20 years. and I charge according to the standard prices." The boss cheerfully accepted the money, remarking, "Even though Taohua village suffered a disaster, and many came to buy grain from me, I have never raised my prices even a single coin." Li Qiu-chi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I am originally from Taohua village, and I used to come here to buy grain." The boss continued, "Well, the village may have lost its houses, but as long as the people remain, it is not a significant issue." Thus, Li Qiu-chi engaged in a conversation with the amiable boss, while Li Qiu-chi and Li Daniu exchanged glances and patiently waited for her. After the two had finished discussing, the trio bid farewell to the enthusiastic proprietor. Following this, Li Qiu-chi led the way to the meat stall they had visited previously, purchasing 2 jin of pork belly, 2 jin of lean meat, and likewise 2 jin of ribs, since they had a vegetable garden at home. There was no need to buy any greens. When it came time to pay, Li Qiu-chi, with a mournful expression, produced the remaining coins. "It isn't enough." Li Qiu-chi covered the shortfall. Li Qiu-chi watched in dismay as the coins, not yet warmed in his hands, slipped into the pocket of the meat vendor. The vendor, noticing that Li Qiu-chi was a repeat customer who bought in bulk, generously offered her a pig's liver. "This liver is a gift for you." Li Qiu-chi accepted it with delight. "Thank you, boss. No need for thanks. Simply continue to patronize my business," he replied. As they walked, Li Qiu-chi recounted the events surrounding the flood in Taohua village, as well as the hardships they endured during that time. Their poverty, along with the reason why Ho-hot sold herself, all stemmed from that calamitous flood. Chapter 75. The sequence of events. As Li Qiu-chi spoke, tears glimmered in his eyes. "Our family had actually saved some money. We were living far better than we are now. However, due to the flood, our house and belongings were all lost when we escaped. Aside from the clothes on our backs and the silver your mother desperately managed to bring, we had nothing else. Although the government intervened to provide shelter and exempted them from taxes for a year, they offered no further assistance. The money your mother fought to save was used to build our house, buy grain, and purchase a few pots and pans, which have nearly been exhausted." Coincidentally, during that time, the 2 younger ones, Xiao Baozi and Xiao Taohua, fell ill, and the family's funds were barely sufficient to treat. It was then that Ho-hot decided to sell herself for 500 won without consulting the family. At this point, tears streamed silently down Li Qiu-chi's face. While a woman's weeping may resemble a rain-drenched pear blossom, the silent tears of Li Qiu-chi conveyed a profound sense of sorrow, guilt, and regret. Walking ahead, Li Daniu fell into a deeper silence. He remained the same person, yet one could clearly see the palpable sense of defeat emanating from him. Li Qiu-chi reassured Li Qiu-chi, "Those are all matters of the past. Let bygones be bygones. We must work hard and sell tofu, and our future will undoubtedly improve." Li Qiu-chi wiped his tears away with a flushed face. At over 30, I still find myself crying in front of you. You mustn't tell anyone, especially not your mother. Otherwise, she will say I am disgraceful." "Did you cry just now, father?" "I didn't see it," Li Qiu-chi exclaimed. Li Qiu-chi burst into hearty laughter. "Yes, you saw nothing." Perhaps feeling embarrassed, he hurried ahead to take over Li Daniu's burden. "I'll carry the rest of the way." Li Daniu declined. "You lack strength. I will handle it." Upset by being told he was weak, Li Qiu-chi retorted, "How can you speak to your father like that?" Only then did Li Daniu relent. "Fine, you may have it." Thus, for the remainder of the journey, Li Qiu-chi huffed and puffed as he carried the load ahead, with Li Qiu-chi and Li Daniu trailing behind empty-handed. As they approached the village entrance, a familiar little figure dashed towards them. It was Xiao Taohua. She leaped into Li Qiu-chi's legs, exclaiming, "Big sister, you're back?" "Yes, we are back. Did the tofu sell well?" "It did." Xiao Taohua's eyes were fixed on the load Li Qiu-chi carried. "Did you not sell everything?" "We sold it all," Li Qiu-chi replied. Xiao Taohua's face lit up with surprise. "So the bucket contains the things we bought. Indeed, you'll find out when we return." Thus, throughout the journey, Xiao Taohua's eyes remained glued to the swaying bucket. Along the way, they encountered several villagers, and the news of the Li family's tofu business had spread throughout Huai-Tree village within a day. Each person they met glanced at Li Qiu-chi's burden. Those who understood merely greeted them and moved on, while the less discerning ones bombarded them with questions. Fortunately, such individuals were few. When questioned, Li Qiu-chi simply responded that they had not sold much. In a secluded spot, he cautioned the 3 children, "Our family is doing well now, but we must not boast about our affairs. We need to keep a low profile. Especially you, Xiao Taohua. If anyone inquires about our finances, do not disclose how much money we have, understand?" Xiao Taohua pouted. "Father, I'm not foolish. Mother taught me that wealth should not be flaunted and family matters should not be discussed, as long as you know." He continued, Recently, the Zhang family from Willow Tree Village was robbed, so we must be cautious. Upon returning home, Qianshi hurried out to greet them. Seeing the evident contents of the burden, her face was filled with anxiety. Did you not sell everything? Come inside and discuss. Once inside, avoiding the scrutinizing eyes outside, Li Qiu-chi revealed the 2 cloth bags from the bucket. We bought some rice and flour. Qianshi opened the bags and exclaimed, "This is the finest rice and flour. How much did it cost?" Li Qiu-chi, beaming with joy, revealed the meat he had brought, and look what else we have. Qianshi set down the rice and took the meat. You didn't spend all the money you earned this morning, did you? Li Qiu-chi cleared his throat. We can earn it back tomorrow when we sell tofu. At that moment, he no longer bore the pained expression from earlier in town. Qianshi's demeanor darkened as she sensed he was about to speak again. Li Qiu-chi quickly interjected, "Mother, these are all my purchases. Father and Daniu didn't contribute." Qianshi earnestly advised Li Qiu-chi, "You should only buy a little of what you need. There's no need to buy so much. We need money for everything at home. Spending today's earnings today could leave us unprepared for emergencies." Li Qiu-chi nodded obediently. "All right, I understand. I won't be so extravagant in the future." Her sincere attitude made Qianshi refrain from further admonitions, and she carefully took the meat to the kitchen. Li Qiu-chi followed with the rice and flour. "Mother, let me cook." Qianshi reacted strongly. "No need. Stay outside. I can manage here." Despite her insistence, Qianshi remained resolute in not allowing Li Qiu-chi to help. Ultimately, Li Qiu-chi had no choice but to exit the kitchen. Once outside, she spotted Xiao Baozi gazing at her eagerly, and she froze. "Oh no, she had forgotten to buy the 1,000-character classic for him." Xiao Baozi said, "Big sister, I learned the characters from yesterday. Please teach me new ones." With a twinge of guilt, Li Qiu-chi approached, adhering to their usual routine of reviewing the previous lessons before introducing new ones. Then, feeling sheepish, she confessed, "I'm sorry, big sister forgot to get your book." Xiao Baozi looked up in disbelief. "Huh? What? I mentioned I would buy you the 1,000-character classic, but I forgot." Xiao Baozi regarded her with confusion. "Big sister, did you really sell tofu for 801 this morning?" This left Li Qiu-chi puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Previously, Brother Wenjia had a book that cost 800 yen. Li Qiu-chi gasped. She knew books were expensive, but she hadn't realized they could be that exorbitant. She closed her mouth in shock. "We didn't make that much money this morning." Xiao Baozi flashed a charming smile. "Then let us wait until our family has 801 to spare before you buy it for me." All right. Chapter 76. Frugality. Noticing some weeds in the vegetable garden, Li Qiu-chi walked over to pull them, finding amusement in watching Xiao Taohua flit around the kitchen, occasionally sniffing the delectable aromas wafting through the air. After a while, Qianshi called them to dinner. As usual, Li Qiu-chi carefully assisted Ho-Hot to her seat. Ho-Hot sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Big sister, thank you." Li Qiu-chi smiled. "We are family. There's no need to be so formal. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have long since perished. Those are all matters of the past. Why return at this moment signifies that you are fated to live. Thus, take good care of yourself. I will nurture my health and not waste the medicine I bought. It's not just about medicine. We hope for your swift recovery. Our concern is for your well-being." Ho-Hot's eyes brimmed with tears. "Please, stop crying. Our family has meat to eat today. Make sure to enjoy it." All right. After helping Ho-Hot to sit, Li Qiu-chi glanced at the table, where the dishes were plentiful but the meat sparse, and felt as if she had been slapped in the face. Having just advised Ho-Hot to consume more meat, Li Qiu-chi was dismayed to discover that the meat had been relegated to a mere side dish by Qianshi in the bowl. Only a few scant pieces of meat remained. In that instant, Li Qiu-chi comprehended why Qianshi had insisted on expelling her from the kitchen earlier. Presumably, the fact that she had utilized all the meat in a single meal had startled her. Zaidawawa pouted. "Big sister bought so much meat. Why did you only prepare such a little?" Qianshi smacked Zaidawawa's back, retorting, "It's better to have something to eat than to be picky." Li Qiu-chi and Li Daniu exchanged glances, dutifully consuming their meals. Qianshi regarded Li Qiu-chi, her tone markedly different from that with Zaidawawa, stating, "We just had meat a few days ago. Today, a taste will suffice." Li Qiu-chi sighed. "Mother, I purchased enough to prepare more. And with the recent fierce autumn heat, it might spoil if left unused." Zaidawawa nodded vigorously. Yes, we should eat more to prevent spoilage." Qianshi's warm demeanor faded. "Eat your meal and refrain from speaking." The family finished their meal in silence. While Li Qiu-chi struggled to scoop ash from the earthen stove to wash the dishes, Zaidawawa approached timidly. "Big sister, may I help you wash the dishes?" "No need. I can manage quickly on my own. Step back, or the ash might get in your eyes." Lacking dish soap, Li Qiu-chi resorted to using wood ash to clean the dishes, rinsing them multiple times to ensure cleanliness. As she washed, Zidawa busily assisted, fetching water in bowls with great eagerness. There's something you wish to discuss? Big sister, I didn't have enough meat at lunch. Will you cook for dinner? Realizing it was merely this, Li Qiu-chi replied, I thought it was something significant. It is significant. 2.0? What is it? Do tell. Big sister, please take me to town tomorrow morning. I want to help you sell tofu. We must rise very early and move quickly. I can rise early and keep up. Observing the eager glint in Zidawa's eyes, Li Qiu-chi nodded, very well. I shall take you once. Afterward, Li Qiu-chi and Qian-shi tidied the chicken coop, transferring the manure to the spot Li Qiu-chi had prepared for compost. Noticing the yellow beans had soaked sufficiently, they began making tofu. This time, Li Qiu-chi did not undertake every step herself but guided others in attempting the process. Today's tofu turned out quite successful. As she prepared dinner, she took out all the meat Qian-shi had stored away, preparing it all as before. Midway through, Qian-shi peeked in. Though her face still bore the pain of loss, she said nothing, feigning ignorance. During dinner, the two younger ones were delighted to see a table full of meat, while Qian-shi quietly ate her own portion without comment. Another bustling day passed, and after a night, it was once more the same time as the day before. Li Qiu-chi rose with the sleepy Zidawa, following Li Qiu-chi and Li Qiu towards the town. They returned to their previous spot, only to find it occupied by a familiar woman selling eggs across from them. The group had no choice but to seek another location, but all better spots had been taken early. Consequently, they moved deeper into the market and set up their stall in a more remote area. Due to their location, many shoppers were reluctant to venture in, resulting in poorer sales than the previous day. Li Qiu-chi grew anxious, frequently glancing towards the street entrance. Xiao, what shall we do? Li Qiu-chi, noticing Zidawa observing the commotion, had a bright idea. Let Zidawa stand at the entrance and direct anyone inquiring about tofu to our stall. Most shoppers were women, so Li Qiu was instructed to stay back, unable to overcome his fear, and simply watch over Zidawa to ensure her safety. After briefing Zidawa, she dashed to the entrance with Li Qiu in tow. She had instructed her to only direct those asking about tofu, but Zidawa, eager to help, began asking every passerby, leading them over. With Zidawa's assistance, their business gradually improved. Although it took some time, they managed to sell all the tofu they had brought. Watching Zidawa work diligently, sweating profusely, Li Qiu-chi felt a pang of sympathy and wiped her brow. Is there anything you desire? I shall buy it for you. Zidawa beamed, shaking her head. I want nothing. Li Qiu-chi handed her 2 coins, saying, here, a reward for your hard work this morning. Glancing at Li Qiu-chi, who remained silent, Zidawa accepted the coins, clutching them tightly, and said, thank you, big sister. No need to thank me. This is the result of your diligent help. Having no items to purchase, they packed up and hurried home. In the following days, the Li family repeated their routines of making and selling tofu. After 10 days, Li Qiu-chi gathered everyone to calculate the profits and losses of their tofu business. During this period, they had used nearly 100 pounds of yellow beans, yielding approximately 400 pounds of tofu, as 1 pound of beans produced 4 pounds of tofu. They sold the tofu at 1 coin for 2 pounds, totaling 200 coins. With many families in the vicinity growing yellow beans, the prices were low. Li Qiu-chi learned that yellow beans sold for 1 coin per pound, meaning 100 pounds would cost 100 coins. Additionally, they had to deduct the cost of gypsum. The initial supply came from her space. To conceal its existence, she had purchased some gypsum to use as a cover, then discreetly swapped it for the one from her space. Li Qiu-chi calculated that the gypsum cost around 20 coins. Thus, their profit from 10 days of tofu sales amounted to 80 coins. When she announced this figure, the room fell silent. Qian-shi swallowed hard. So you're saying our family earns 8 coins a day from selling tofu? Li Qiu-chi beamed. Indeed. 8 coins a day means 240 coins a month, which translates to several taels of silver a year. If things remain unchanged, it could be about 3 taels. Zidawa's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, that's a lot of money. Li Qiu-chi interjected, however. Our family has also invested labor. Even the firewood for boiling soy milk was gathered from the mountains. And making and selling tofu is labor-intensive. Just grinding the beans is a strenuous task. In our family, 3 people have been fully dedicated to making tofu. Father, Qiu, and myself, while Mother and Zidawa have also contributed significantly. This means we have invested considerable manpower, yet we are only earning 8 coins a day. She sighed. When you think about it, 8 coins a day is quite meager. All eyes turned to her as Li Qiu-chi remarked. Xiao, 8 coins a day is already a considerable amount. Li Qiu scratched his head. When I used to carry heavy loads, I earned 5 coins at most, and at times only two. Qian with a heartfelt tone, added, earning 8 coins a day is commendable for our family, Xiao Qiao. We must take our time with this. Li Qiu-chi nodded. You're right. I will think of more ways to increase our earnings. The room fell silent once more. With everyone's gaze fixed on Li Qiu-chi, she stated, money is never enough. Every little bit we can earn counts. Li Qiu-chi reassured her. Xiao Qiao, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Our family is already doing much better with the tofu business and wheat to plant. Li Qiu-chi smiled. The next day, upon returning from selling tofu, Fourth Aunt and Aunt Zhao arrived. Fourth Aunt regretfully handed over a letter. We have conveyed your sentiments to Gu Qiu-chi, and he expressed a fondness for you at first sight. What is commonly known as love at first sight. He said it is no issue if you are unwilling now. He is willing to wait. Here, this is a letter he wrote for you. Aunt Zhao added, he originally intended to visit you in person, but I stopped him. Since you have no intention of marrying him, it's best for you two not to grow too close. He knows you can read and wrote this letter for us to deliver. Fourth Aunt pressed the letter into Li Qiu-chi's hands. Read it for yourself and see what he has to say. Li Qiu-chi took the letter and was pushed into a room to read it. The paper bore only a few bold, vigorous characters. Once I pass the imperial examination, I will come to propose. Li Qiu-chi read this line, feeling little stirrings within her heart. Ji Yuanqing, looking frail, had written with such strength. Truly, one's handwriting reflects one's character, and perhaps his personality does not quite align with his delicate appearance. She folded the letter and tucked it away, emerging to find Fourth Aunt gazing at her in surprise. You simply read it? Li Qiu-chi nodded. It was just a line. I have finished reading. That shouldn't be. Gu Qiu-chi took considerable time to write just that one line when he borrowed paper and pen from us. Sighing, Fourth Grandmother remarked, then will you not respond to the letter? Li Qiu-chi pondered for a moment and replied, I shall not reply. Please take this letter back with you. You won't even take the letter? Well, since I have no intention towards him, I ought not to accept anything from him. The letter is unsealed. Please tell him that I have perused its contents, but I shall treat it as though I have seen nothing. Fourth Grandmother lamented. How could it come to this? Li Qiu-chi was resolute. Thus far, she and Gu Yuanqing had only met thrice. The first encounter was when she went to the Zhang family to redeem the osmanthus flowers. He offered to lend her his carriage, which she declined. The second time was when he came to their home to purchase chickens, and the last occasion was when she accompanied the Qian family to deliver tofu to Fourth Grandfather's house. Catching a distant glimpse of him, upon reflection, they had exchanged merely 2 sentences. Li Qiu-chi recalled the day of their first meeting. Due to the osmanthus affair, her family was in disarray, with a multitude of onlookers. Only Gu Yuanqing had inquired if assistance was needed. He had offered to lend her his carriage amidst the chaos surrounding the osmanthus flowers. Their interactions had been limited to this. Observing Li Qiu-chi's steadfastness, Fourth Grandmother pulled Li Zhuju aside, while Aunt Zhao took Qian away, evidently still harboring hopes of persuading Li Qiu-chi through them. Inside the room, Ho Hot looked at Li Qiu-chi in confusion. Elder sister. You? Li Qiu-chi quickly raised her hand. If you intend to persuade me to marry Scholar Gu, then please refrain at once. Ho Hot sighed. Very well, I shall not urge you. May I inquire why you won't marry Scholar Gu? She continued. I have only met him thrice, and we have hardly exchanged words. He does not strike me as exceptional. In other words, I have no feelings for him, and I do not like him. Ah, but he is a scholar, and quite the handsome one at that. How can you not like him? Li Qiu-chi replied. While he may be a scholar, I know not his character, nor whether he harbors any vices, or if he is worthy of my trust. Having lived in the modern world for over 20 years, where information is abundant, she had witnessed numerous failed marriages, and thus approached her own with great caution. Furthermore, while Scholar Gu was indeed a standout here, she had encountered many more admirable men in modern times. Thus, the coveted status of a scholar held little allure for her. More importantly, her unfamiliarity with Gu Yuanqing rendered him nearly a stranger. She would never consider marrying someone she did not know well enough to entrust her life to. Ho Hot sighed. Though I do not fully understand your sentiments, if you are unwilling, then let it be. Li Qiu-chi smiled at her. Thank you for your understanding. Outside, Fourth Grandmother earnestly conversed with Li Zhuju about her concerns. After a lengthy discourse, Li Zhuju simply replied, I cannot take charge of Xiao Cao's affairs. Fourth Grandmother glared at him in exasperation. You are her father. With parental authority and matchmaking, what is there to hesitate about? Li Zhuju shrugged. Fourth Aunt, you know our family's situation. Without Xiao Cao, Ho Hot cannot return home, and our tofu business would be impossible to sustain. Fourth Grandmother fell silent. Chapter 78. Setbacks. Li Zhuju continued. Though Xiao Cao is my daughter, I cannot act ungratefully. She sold herself into servitude at such a young age to provide for our family, and she has suffered outside, never having eaten a morsel of our food. After all her hardships, she has returned and immediately used her money to redeem Ho-Hot. The medicine Ho-Hot took was purchased by her, and it is she who has supported our tofu business. Our family's fortunes are finally improving. If I were to force her into marriage now, would I not be heartless? Fourth grandmother sighed deeply. Realizing even Li Qiu-chi was powerless, leaving the matter to Li Qiu-chi to change her own mind. Very well, since Xiao Qiao has her own plans, let her be. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhao faced a similar defeat. Exchanging glances with fourth grandmother, they were both sent away in disappointment. Aware of Li Qiu-chi's unwillingness, the family ceased to press her to marry Scholar Gu. Meanwhile, Gu Wenxing, anxiously awaiting a response, felt an overwhelming sense of defeat as he not only received no reply from Li Qiu-chi but also had his own letter returned. Sitting alone in his study, he felt despondent, murmuring, "Falling flowers have intentions, yet the flowing water is indifferent to their plight." Suddenly, there was a knock at his door. He snapped back to reality and opened it. "Mother, what troubles you? You shut yourself away upon returning. It is nothing. I am merely contemplating matters of the academy. If something is amiss, you must confide in me. Do not keep it bottled up." "Very well. Please read your book. I shall prepare some chicken soup for you." Ji Yuanqing quickly interjected. "Wait, which chicken will you be using?" "Naturally, the one you brought back. No, mother. Please choose another." His mother, puzzled, asked, "Why change? The chicken you brought is already fatter than the rest. Besides, if we are not to eat it, why did you bring it home?" He stammered, unable to articulate a reason, finally muttering, "In any case, do not eat that chicken." His mother demanded sternly, "What are you hiding from me?" Gu Wenxing finally whispered, "Mother, you need not seek a wife for me any longer." His mother was taken aback. "You have a beloved?" He nodded. Her face brightened immediately. "Which young lady? What is her name? How old is she? Where does she live? When shall we go to propose?" Gu Wenxing sighed. "We have yet to establish anything. Please do not spread the word." His mother, smiling, pulled him into the room. "Come, tell me more." Observing his mother's joy, Gu Wenxing felt a deeper bitterness. He remained rooted to the spot, unable to move him. His mother, noticing his troubled expression, felt a pang of concern. "Does the girl not cherish you?" Gu Wenxing, exasperated, replied, "Mother, it must be that you lack the wit to win her affection, and thus she is uninterested." Ji Yuanqing stood silently, like a wooden statue. "Tell me what has transpired. I shall help you navigate this." Still, Gu Wenxing remained mute. His mother, feeling frustrated by her futile hopes, shot him a glare before leaving. At dinner, the table was sparsely adorned with a few plates of vegetables, devoid of any meat. Ji Yuanqing hesitated. "Did you not say you would make chicken soup?" His mother shot him an exasperated glance. "If you cannot even secure a bride, why bother with chicken soup? Just eat your vegetables." He said no more, picking up his chopsticks and dining quietly. Beside him, his sister, Gu Wenxuan, brightened. "Brother, are you to be married?" Their mother chastised her. "Focus on your meal. Mind your own business." Ji Yuanxuan promptly obeyed, returning to her food. Over the next several days, with the assistance of Li Qiu-chi and Li Daniu, Li Qiu-chi's tofu sales flourished. With their help during tofu production, she was spared from exerting herself too much. A few days later, Li Qiu-chi announced, "Xiao Qiao, tomorrow I must plow the land. We will begin sowing wheat. Let Daniu assist you with tofu making and sales." Li Qiu-chi replied, "Let Daniu join you in the fields. We can make less tofu. I can manage on my own. You, with such a small frame, surely cannot push the stone mill." She smiled nonchalantly. "That matters not. I shall simply grind less. Farming is vital, so let Daniu accompany you." Qianshi proposed, "That is simple. Daniu can help grind the soybean milk before heading to the fields, and the rest we shall handle together. I have observed long enough to give it a try." Thus, this arrangement was settled. Though two strong hands were absent, the collaboration between Li Qiu-chi and Qianshi proved manageable, and they busied themselves for half a day, producing tofu of the same quality as before. The following morning, Li Qiu-chi prepared to carry her load to the town to sell tofu, but Li Daniu took it from her. Surprised, Li Qiu-chi exclaimed, "Aren't you going to the fields? You lack the strength. I will help you carry it to the town and return." Before she could refuse, he silently hoisted the load and departed, leaving Li Qiu-chi to jog after him. Upon reaching the town, Li Daniu set down the load and helped her set up the stall before departing. Li Qiu-chi and Zaidawawa sold tofu together. The tofu had lost its novelty. They had settled into a routine and, with the tofu's reputation growing, Zaidawawa no longer needed to shout for customers. Li Qiu-chi assigned Zai to Wawa to collect the money while she weighed the tofu. With few customers, they managed well together. Before long, a burly man approached the stall, his demeanor imposing. Protection Fe. Li Qiu-chi stared in astonishment. What? The man impatiently thumped a thick stick on the ground. Hurry up. If you don't pay the protection fee, I will make sure your little tofu stall cannot remain standing. Before Li Qiu-chi could utter a word, Xiao Taohua darted forward like a small cannonball, leaping up to deliver a swift kick to the man's abdomen, sending him stumbling back several paces. Do you know who my brother is for daring to extort us? The man, infuriated by being struck by a mere girl, gritted his teeth and spat. I don't care who your brother is. You've offended me today, and I will see to it that you don't leave this street. As he lunged forward, Li Qiu-chi quickly stepped in. If you dare to harm us today, Dainyu will not let you off lightly. This statement proved quite effective, as the man indeed paused. Xiao Taohua chimed in. My brother is Li Dainyu, and I will inform him that you bullied us. The menace on the man's face dissipated, replaced by uncertainty. Are you truly affiliated with Li Dainyu? Believe it or not? It's your choice. The ferocity returned to the man's visage, though it was evident he lacked conviction. Just wait. If I discover you've deceived me, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Chapter 79. Intimidation. Li Qiu-chi was taken aback by the immense power of Li Dainyu's name. She merely recalled how, when she was once being followed, the sight of Li Dainyu had caused those individuals to disperse. A mere tentative remark had sent the man fleeing. Once he departed, Li Qiu-chi adopted a stern demeanor. Taohua, why did you recklessly intervene like that? What if Dainyu truly had no influence? What would that man have done to retaliate against you? Xiao Taohua chuckled. It is precisely because I know third brother is formidable that I dare to strike. You see, third brother told me that if we encounter any ruffians in town, we should simply mention his name. Li Dainyu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to act. From now on, if you're uncertain, don't be so reckless. Exercise caution. All right, I shall remember that. Upon returning home that day, Li Qiu-chi inquired about the situation from Li Dainyu, thus gaining some understanding of the underworld dynamics in the town. There is a saying, where there are people, there are conflicts. Even in such a poor locality, strife existed. Essentially, there were two factions. One was the force under Li Dainyu, which occasionally exhibited brutality, but fundamentally, they were merely a collective striving to make a living. They had a leader who was well informed, always notifying them of available work, predominantly labor-intensive tasks. This leader was quite resourceful, occasionally leading his men to deliver goods, acting as a makeshift escort, albeit without an official escort agency. This required some capable individuals. Li Dainyu had accompanied them once and earned a considerable amount. However, after Li Zhuju and Qian Shi learned of it, they deemed the endeavor too perilous due to rampant banditry and forbade him from participating again. The other faction consisted purely of thugs and rogues, surviving by robbing wealthy outsiders and extorting protection fees from locals, people of the lowest caliber. These two groups frequently clashed over territory and would often arrange brawls in an open space outside the town. Due to his immense strength, Li Dainyu easily dispatched half of the opposing group with a single punch. Consequently, he attended every subsequent altercation, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Over time, nearly everyone from the opposing faction had felt the sting of his fists and learned of his prowess. Leading to the subsequent events, after hearing all this, Li Qiu-chi stood on her tiptoes and patted his shoulder. I never imagined you were such a formidable Li Dainyu. In that moment, she truly grasped the essence of survival. Li Dainyu, although appearing simple-minded, had his own way of living. Li Dainyu, with his endearing demeanor, rubbed his head. When out in the world, strength prevails over reasoning. A black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, is a good cat. As long as you don't suffer losses, that's what matters. Just be cautious and avoid being alone. I can take on 10 of them by myself. A swarm of ants can bring down an elephant. Though you are strong, if they were to mobilize several times your number, even you would find it difficult to contend. Rest assured, I will be careful. Following that incident, Li Qiu-chi's tofu sales flourished remarkably. Even when local thugs attempted to extort protection fees, they would evade her tofu stall, and even the nearby vendors would keep their distance. This led to a daily competition among vendors vying for spots near her stall. This impoverished town, being largely neglected by authorities, had become a haven for thugs and ruffians. On her first day there, Li Qiu-chi inadvertently displayed her wealth and was targeted as an easy mark for robbery. These criminals typically preyed on outsiders, while locals faced petty thefts or minimal protection fees. The locals were impoverished. Their extortion efforts yielded little, but it was better than nothing. Like fleas, they would occasionally bite. Li Qiu-chi sold tofu in the early mornings, quickly selling out and returning just in time to check on the wheat being cultivated by Li Qiu, and the others, Li Qiu-chi, cherished the expensive wheat seeds they had purchased. Dedicating extra time and effort to till the soil, even incorporating chicken manure under Li Qiu-chi's guidance, performing each task with utmost diligence. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qiu-chi discreetly replaced the previously bought seeds with high-quality ones exchanged from her storage space, which were cold-resistant, drought-resistant, and high-yielding. Consequently, when it came time to sow the seeds, Li Qiu-chi scrutinized the seeds in his hands. Li Qiu, holding a bag, asked, "Father, can we begin now?" "Wait a moment." He meticulously examined each seed. Refusing to overlook any detail, "I recall our seeds were not this good. I checked them a few days ago. They weren't this large or plump, and there were many shriveled ones. Why have they all transformed into perfect seeds now?" Li Qiu had not closely inspected the previous seeds, so he could not offer an explanation. Qianshi interjected, "Isn't it a good thing that the seeds have improved? These seeds have been in our house, brought back by Xiao Chao and the others from the county. Perhaps you misremembered. Hurry and plant them. Do not delay." Li Qiu then began sowing the seeds evenly across the ground. Li Qiu-chi felt a pang of anxiety. She hadn't anticipated Li Qiu's keen perception to discern the differences so quickly. Holding a wooden rake, she followed behind Li Qiu, diligently raking the seeds into the loose soil without uttering a word. After Li Qiu-chi and Qianshi completed their tasks, they returned home, leaving the watering duties to Li Qiu and Li Qiu. Upon returning, Qianshi started preparing dinner, while Li Qiu-chi began boiling the soybean milk that Li Qiu had ground, aiming to have a large pot ready before mealtime. Ho-hat's health had significantly improved, and she was now able to walk slowly on her own. Unable to assist in the kitchen, she gradually made her way to Li Qiu-chi's side to help with kindling the fire. "You're not fully recovered yet. It's hot here, I can manage. You should rest." Ho-hat smiled softly, speaking gently, "It's all right. I've been lying down for nearly 2 months. Now, I see the bed and feel afraid." "That's fine. If you feel unwell, just tell me, don't endure it." "Yes, I will speak up." Thus, the two sat together, chatting while working. Ho-hat exuded a tranquil aura, always speaking in a soft and gentle tone. The personalities of the family members were distinct, especially among her younger siblings. The lively Xiao Taohua shone like a radiant sun, while the quiet Xiao Baozi resembled the silent moonlight. The robust Li Qiu lived up to his name, and Ho-hat, upon interaction, truly embodied the essence of osmanthus, offering a serene and gentle presence. Chapter 80. Hence, in the midst of their bustling activities, time flew by swiftly. Within just 4 days, the wheat had been completely sown. A section of the vegetable garden also became available, and Li Qiu-chi decided to plant potatoes there, naturally replacing the seeds with high-quality potato seeds obtained from her storage. Ho-hat had finished her medication, and it was time to take her back to town for a follow-up consultation. Xiao Baozi's leg, having been bandaged for nearly a month, was also due for examination to determine if the bandage could be removed. This time, the entire family would venture to the town. Li Qiu borrowed a cart from the village, allowing him to transport tofu while also accommodating the two injured, Ho-hat and Xiao Baozi. Xiao Taohua, however, declined, insisting, "I can walk on my own." Before dawn, the family readied themselves, all set to depart. Li Qiu lifted the cart. "Let us go." On their journey to the town, the family shared laughter and conversation. They split into 2 groups. First, to drop off the tofu, with Li Qiu-chi and Xiao Taohua handling the sales, while the others sought out Dr. to check on Xiao Baozi and Ho-hat's recovery. The day proved fruitful for tofu sales, and Li Qiu-chi quickly sold out. After tidying up, she asked a kind vegetable vendor nearby to keep an eye on her stall while she and Xiao Taohua ventured off to procure other items. The first priority was meat. It had been several days since they last had any. After purchasing meat, they also acquired some grains, as their previous stocks of rice and flour had dwindled. Once that was settled, she took Xiao Taohua to a fabric shop, for winter clothing preparations were imminent with the cold weather approaching. Under the recommendation of her employer, Li Qiu-chi purchased 4 bolts of fabric, with each bolt sufficient to craft approximately 2 garments. For her family of 7, 4 bolts would suffice. To differentiate, she opted for various colors of fabric. Given the chill of winter, she inquired, "Do you have any cotton?" The shopkeeper shook his head, replying, "I do not have any here. Cotton is something only the merchants possess. The common folk cannot afford it, and I fear that if I stock it, it won't sell and will languish unsold." Li Qiu-chi recalled that historically, cotton indeed seemed not to be a native commodity. The shopkeeper continued, "You might inquire in the county town. There are many wealthy individuals there, so it is likely you will find some for sale." "What, then, do the ordinary folk here use to make warm winter clothing?" Those with some means purchase leather. See those over there? Those are rabbit skins. For those without money, they buy paper garments, layering several pieces for warmth. Li Qiu-chi was taken aback. Paper garments? You mean paper clothing? Despite its name, this clothing is quite durable and provides warmth, and most importantly, it is inexpensive. With a look of curiosity, she watched as the shopkeeper produced a paper garment. Here, this is it. Li Qiu-chi cautiously touched and examined it. Were this item to be placed in a modern museum, it would surely be a remarkable artifact. The shopkeeper inquired, "Would you like to purchase it?" Li Qiu-chi shook her head. No, no. Although it appeared sturdier than ordinary paper. She feared that a mere movement might tear it, so she resolved to seek cotton instead. At that moment, an electronic sound echoed in her mind. Ding, ancient paper garment discovered, redeemable. Li Qiu-chi instinctively widened her eyes. Could this be the voice of the space? Had the space activated its notification feature? She wished to listen again for confirmation, but no further sounds emerged. Zaidawawa vigorously shook her. Big sister, what is the matter? The shopkeeper also regarded her with curiosity. Li Qiu-chi quickly regained her composure. It is nothing, shopkeeper. I will take one of the paper garments. Just one? Yes, just one for now. Zaidawawa cast her a puzzled glance but said nothing. Likely wondering why she was only purchasing a single piece, Li Qiu-chi had her own intentions. She still preferred cotton for winter clothing. The paper garment was merely a result of the recent electronic sound. Since it was redeemable, she decided to buy one and test it out. The fabric cost 81 per bolt, totaling 321 for 4 bolts, while the paper garment was 15 won. After settling the payment, she emerged laden with packages, even Zaidawawa assisting with a bolt of fabric. With so many items, including the heavy rice and flour, Li Qiu-chi longed to exclaim open sesame to store everything in the space. However, with Zaidawawa present, she had to refrain. The girl was astute and observant. She could discern what was in their home merely by scent, and she would notice if a few eggs went missing. Thus, Li Qiu-chi had to bear the burden herself. Upon returning to the tofu seller's place, she found herself breathless from exertion, with Zaidawawa equally fatigued, carrying a bolt of fabric and meat, panting as well. They had barely rested when the rest of the family arrived. Hohot and Zaibazi remained seated in the cart, which had lightened considerably since Zaidawawa had used considerable strength to help, and all the tofu had been sold. On the way home, Li Qiu-chi continued to ponder the earlier events. That electronic sound was likely emitted by the space. Once home, she found an excuse to be alone and plunged her consciousness into the space, meticulously reviewing the space's description once more. Yet, it remained the same. Only detailed functional descriptions were provided, with no guidance on how to upgrade the space, nor any explanation regarding the recent notification. Apart from the 2 unlocked functions of exchange and storage, the notification feature did not belong to any new functionality. Li Qiu-chi frowned, realizing that it was as before. Everything would have to be discovered through her own efforts. With no clear direction, she resolved not to linger on it. Just as the storage function had been unlocked, other functionalities would reveal themselves in due course. She exchanged the paper garment for 500 points. 1 point could be redeemed for 1 won, thus allowing her to convert 500 won from the space, while she had only spent 15 won on it. This exchange proved immensely profitable. Glancing at the cotton exchange, she noted that 30 points were required for 1 pound of cotton. However, she faced a new dilemma. How much cotton was needed to make a garment? According to the shopkeeper, ordinary folk could not afford cotton. It seemed likely that the Qian family had never used it. In her modern life, Li Qiu-chi had always purchased ready-made cotton or down jackets. Reluctantly, she began searching within the space for books on the use of cotton, hoping to find relevant information. Fortunately, the space's functionalities were robust, and she discovered a book dedicated to the making of cotton and down garments. She redeemed it and began to peruse its contents, eager to find the information she sought. It turned out that making a cotton garment for an adult required approximately 1 pound of cotton, with larger sizes necessitating more, while children's garments required half a pound. This figure applied solely to the tops. If cotton trousers were to be included, the amount would need to increase. After some calculations, including her own needs, she redeemed 20 pounds of cotton, allowing each family member to have 2 outfits if used wisely. Chapter 81. An encounter. Then she faced another question. How to take the cotton outside? Would it seem too out of place to wear cotton clothing here? Li Qiu-chi was undeterred. As a southerner, she experienced the damp chill of the south every year, which she despised. It seemed imperative for her to make a trip to the county town, not only to procure cotton, but also to purchase the 1,000-character classic she had promised Zaibazi. Without delay, she resolved to act. With the recent farming tasks completed and ample manpower available, The next day at dawn, while it was still dark, she set out, accompanied by Li Qiu. The task of selling tofu was entrusted to Li Qiu-chi and Qianshi, as Li Qiu-chi had accompanied her on many tofu-selling ventures and had gained experience. Having even sold tofu himself, just like the last time, they traveled until they reached the county town by midday, having walked the entire way. Upon entering the county town, their first priority was to eat and fill their stomachs. Li Qiu expressed a desire for noodles, so they headed to the same establishment they had visited before. The same waiter served them, and once the noodles arrived, they immersed themselves in their meal. After satisfying their hunger, they sought directions to the largest bookshop in the town to purchase the book. True to its reputation, the bookshop was bustling with many readers quietly engrossed in their studies. Before entering, Li Qiu hesitated. "You going alone? Aren't you coming with me?" Li Qiu made his characteristic gesture, scratching his head. "I can't read, and there are many people inside. I'm too large, and it would be cramped." Li Qiu-chi glanced inside and indeed saw numerous individuals standing in the aisles reading, rendering the space quite narrow. "All right, then find a place to sit outside and wait for me." The moment Li Qiu-chi stepped inside, she immediately attracted the attention of several readers, some of whom discreetly shifted aside, creating a spacious path for her. As she walked slowly, she scanned the shelves, which primarily housed books related to the imperial examinations. Familiar titles such as The Great Learning and the Analects were present. Before she could finish browsing a shelf, the shopkeeper approached her. He bowed and said, "May I inquire what book the young lady wishes to purchase?" "The 1,000-character classic for children's enlightenment.it is over there. Please follow me." Upon arriving, the shopkeeper retrieved a book. "This is the 1,000-character classic. Li Qiu-chi opened the first page, flipped through the middle, and checked the back, ensuring everything was in order before asking, "How much for this book?" The shopkeeper smiled and replied, "1 tael of silver. So expensive?" Just then, a derisive laugh erupted. Li Qiu-chi turned to see a rotund man with a plump face clad in scholarly attire. His physique made the elegant robes appear to cling tightly. "Himph, if you cannot afford it, scram. How dare a lowly woman enter such a refined place as a bookshop? What did you say? TSK, is your hearing impaired?" "I said get out." The previously quiet readers turned their heads to observe the commotion. The fat man continued addressing the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, why do you not throw her out? This is a place for scholars. Do you not fear tarnishing the sanctity of our domain?" The shopkeeper attempted to speak, but Li Qiu-chi interrupted him. With a smile, she queried the rotund man, "You deem me lowly? Humph. What of it?" Li Qiu-chi continued. "Is your mother not a woman? Is your grandmother not a woman? Are your sisters not women? Your incessant talk of lowliness implies that, in your eyes, even your own kin are lowly. Moreover, you were born of the very lowly woman you deride. If she is lowly, then what are you? Did your mother labor to bring you into this world only for you to repay her with such disdain? Has your teacher never taught you filial piety? Or do you simply not comprehend it?" The onlookers erupted into laughter. The man, filled with anger and embarrassment, retorted, "I was referring to you, not my family." Li Qiu-chi wore an expression of understanding. "Ah, I see now. You are being petty and targeting me, despite the fact that we have no grievances or enmity. This is our first encounter, and yet you choose to make things difficult for me." She feigned ignorance as she spoke. "As a learned man, why are you so lacking in magnanimity and humility?" The laughter from the crowd grew even louder. The overweight man, gritting his teeth, raised his hand to strike Li Qiu-chi, just as she braced herself to retaliate. Another hand intervened, stopping the attack. To her surprise, it was Gu Wenxing, accompanied by 2 distinguished scholars, presumably his companions. With a serious demeanor, he forcefully shook off the man's hand, declaring, "Indeed, you are petty. How can a grown man raise his hand against a woman?" The man's face flushed with anger as he replied, "Gu Wenxing, do you think I fear you just because you have the backing of the headmaster? Today's events have nothing to do with him. I simply cannot stand by while you bully a weak woman." Gu Wenxing stepped in front of Li Qiu-chi, subtly indicating that he was there to protect her. It was then that Li Qiu-chi witnessed a genuine debate unfold. No matter what the man said, Gu Wenxing was able to cite references, criticizing the man's actions and character, ultimately emerging victorious in the argument. As Li Qiu-chi stood behind him, listening to Gu Wenxing's eloquent and powerful words. She suddenly realized that his success in the examinations was no mere coincidence. At that moment, his image in her mind transformed. The previously fragile aura was diminished, replaced by a brilliance akin to his calligraphy. It was as if she was seeing Gu Wenxing anew, and he appeared remarkably impressive. Quickly, she shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel any unrealistic thoughts. What did it matter if he was delicate or impressive? Such thoughts had no relevance to her. She must not dwell on them. The rotund man, clearly lacking in education, could only retreat in the face of a scholar like Gu Wenxing as he left. He cast a threatening remark, "Just you wait. I will ensure you have a hard time." Gu Wenxing chuckled heartily, "Very well, I shall wait." Once the crowd dispersed, applause erupted around them. The few who were closer approached Gu Wenxing, expressing admiration, "Truly worthy of being the top scholar of Yunshan Academy. Your skills are remarkable." Gu Wenxing humbly responded, "You flatter me." Many others wished to engage him in conversation but were promptly deterred by his timely intervention. "If you wish to discuss scholarship, let us arrange a time to meet in a quiet place. Today, let the shopkeeper attend to his business and not disturb the scholarly atmosphere." "Indeed, let us converse another day," they agreed. Once the crowd had cleared, Gu Wenxing adjusted his sleeves and turned warmly to Li Qiu-chi. "Miss Li, are you here to purchase books?" Li Qiu-chi nodded. "Yes, I am looking for a copy of the 1,000-character classic to enlighten my younger brother." The shopkeeper interjected at the right moment. "Miss, since you have suffered a slight in our establishment today, I shall sell you the book for 80% of its price as compensation." This meant the original price of 1 tael of silver could be reduced to 800 won. However, Li Qiu-chi hesitated, contemplating the possibility of exchanging directly from her space. Chapter 82. Refusal. Gu Wenxing spoke up, "If you find it too expensive, I can offer you the book I used for my own enlightenment. It is still in excellent condition and of no use to me now." Initially hesitant, Li Qiu-chi immediately replied, "No need for that. I will just buy this one." The hope in Gu Wenxing's eyes visibly vanished, leaving him disappointed once more. Her swift refusal made it seem as though he were a formidable threat. She wanted nothing to do with him. Other scholars in the shop continued to read, some casting curious glances their way, their ears perked up despite their focus on their books. After all, tales of heroic rescues were usually found only in stories and legends. Yet, here was a real-life spectacle unfolding before them. And the male protagonist was none other than the top scholar of Yunshan Academy. Such an extraordinary occurrence was rare. Li Qiu-chi sensed the shift in atmosphere and, after thanking Gu Wenxing, quickly paid for her book and prepared to leave. Gu Wenxing followed closely behind her. "I know the county town well. Where else do you need to go?" "I can accompany you." Li Qiu-chi halted. "Thank you for your kindness, but that's not necessary. You should return, as your friends are still waiting for you." Gu Wenxing turned to glance back at his friends, who were looking at him with knowing smiles. "It's no trouble. I can apologize to them later. It's inconvenient for you to be alone. Where are you headed?" "I can take you there." Li Qiu-chi smiled slightly. "Really, it's not a bother. I'm not alone. I came with my brother." As she spoke, she exited the bookshop and spotted Li Qiu munching on a cake as he walked, seemingly returning from a recent purchase. "This is my brother. He is quite capable, and with him around, I feel very safe. Thank you for your timely rescue, but I must say farewell." Gu Wenxing, knowing he wished to marry Li Qiu-chi, was aware of her family situation. He knew that while Li Qiu appeared simple, he was quite formidable, a match for any ordinary person. "Gu Wenxing, I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your assistance earlier." With that, she approached Li Qiu. "Are you hungry again?" Li Qiu produced a freshly baked cake, offering it to her, just out of the oven. "It smells delightful, so I bought one for you. I'm not hungry yet. I'll save it for later. Shall we head to the next place then?" "Yes, let's go." Li Qiu-chi walked away with Li Qiu. Not looking back behind them, Gu Wenxing watched her departing figure with reluctance. His two friends approached, and one clad in blue playfully patted his shoulder, grinning. "No wonder you've been so distracted in class lately. It seems you've developed a crush." The other fanned himself, as the saying goes, "A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal match." "Gu, you're not young anymore. It's time to consider marriage. It's only natural to take an interest in someone you like." The scholar in blue chuckled. "What a pity. It seems that lady harbors some reluctance towards you." The other added gleefully, "Oh my, could it be that Gu also has his day of misfortune?" The blue-clad scholar draped an arm around Gu Wenxing's shoulders. "Who was it just now that said they would apologize to us? There's no time like the present. Let us do it today." With his friends reveling in his predicament, Gu Wenxing's feelings of longing for Li Qiu-chi diminished somewhat, and he shook his head helplessly. "Are you both eavesdropping? How could you hear from so far away?" As the top scholar of Yunshan Academy, completely absorbed in reading, it's only fitting that your first infatuation should be noted. Gu Wenxing sighed in resignation. "Enough of this. Today, I shall treat you both to drinks. Let us enjoy a couple of cups together." Is Gu drowning his sorrows in drink due to matters of the heart? Gu Wenxing returned to his usual demeanor. "Then let us skip the drinks. I'll treat you to a meal instead." "Oh no, let us still go for drinks." The three departed from the bookshop, heading towards the tavern. As they made their way, Gu Wenxing listened to his friends while his eyes scanned the streets, hoping to catch another glimpse of Li Qiu-chi. Unfortunately, by the time they reached the tavern and sat down, he saw no sign of her. Meanwhile, Li Qiu-chi had purchased her book and was now on her way to buy cotton. After inquiring at 4 or 5 fabric shops, she found that the lowest price for cotton was 81 per pound. She quickly refused, as she could exchange it for only 31 in her space. She had no interest in being overcharged in the county town. Li Qiu-chi made an excuse about needing to buy something for girls to briefly send Li Daniu away, instructing him to order their meal at the restaurant. She found a secluded corner and quietly murmured, open sesame, before retrieving the cotton she had exchanged in her space. With a large bag of cotton slung over her back, Li Qiu-chi returned to find Li Daniu, her mind swirling with thoughts about the purpose of her trip to the county town. Why had she come? With her space, she could easily obtain both books and cotton without needing to venture into the town. Her visit was merely a ruse. All she needed was a reasonable excuse. The more she pondered, the more confused she felt about her sudden foolishness. Had her experiences as a maid upon her arrival made her overly timid? Constantly second-guessing herself? The challenging memories of her time in the capital resurfaced in Li Qiu-chi's mind, and in an instant, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her. The cotton, once light, now felt as heavy as lead, and she stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. She stepped to the side of the road, removed the cotton from her back, leaned against a wall, and pressed a hand to her chest as her heart raced. Sitting down in the corner, she observed the bustling crowd around her, yet it felt as though she were still trapped in her past as a maid, and everything appeared surreal. Li Qiu-chi let out a bitter laugh. It seemed the experiences from her time in the capital had left an indelible mark on her heart. Even though the Yang-ho residence has fallen and her vendetta has been avenged, she has nonetheless developed the habit of being overly cautious in her actions, and has become timid and fearful. At that moment, Li Daniu appeared, squatting before her. Elder sister, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Let me take you to see a doctor. Li Qiu-chi regained her composure and noticed the concern on Li Daniu's face. It's nothing. I'm just resting for a moment. She stood up and pointed to the cloth bag filled with cotton beside her. Look. I was fortunate enough to encounter a cotton seller, and his cotton was very inexpensive, so I bought some. It was her first time lying in front of her family, and Li Qiu-chi felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Li Daniu, unsuspecting, replied, I'll carry it. With a vigorous lift, he hoisted the bag and stumbled back a few steps, clearly believing it to be heavy and exerting considerable effort. Chapter 83. Acquaintances. He weighed the bag, glancing between it and Li Qiu-chi. Is it really this light? Li Qiu-chi nodded. Cotton is inherently light. Li Daniu effortlessly tossed the bag onto his back. Elder sister, your strength is rather lacking. You can't even carry such a small load and need to rest. Li Qiu-chi forced a smile. Yes, you are strong as an ox. Though Li Daniu appeared simple-minded, he was not oblivious to social cues. Realizing he may have inadvertently offended Li Qiu-chi, he fell silent. Did I not instruct you to order good dishes at the restaurant and wait for me? Why did you come here? I've been searching for you since you took so long. Did you order the food? Li Daniu grinned sheepishly. I did. All of my favorites. That's fine then. Upon reaching the entrance of the tavern, the waiter approached. Sir, you left so suddenly without a word. I thought you had changed your mind. All the dishes are ready. You may sit down and eat. Li Qiu-chi smiled and thanked the waiter. Thank you. As they sat down, they discovered a table laden with 5 dishes, all meaty and lavish, not a single vegetarian dish in sight. Truly a feast for Li Daniu's palate. Li Qiu-chi said nothing, picking up her chopsticks and beginning to eat, treating it as a grand banquet. After their meal, the two made their way to the Li Fu Inn where they had previously stayed. The innkeeper recognized them, cheerfully stating they would only charge half the usual rate. However, Li Qiu-chi insisted on paying the full amount. Innkeeper, your business is not easy. Although my brother has indeed been of great assistance, you have already generously compensated us last time, so there is no need to continue. The innkeeper smiled warmly. Since the young lady is so sincere, I shall accept it. After spending the night at the inn, the two rose before dawn the next day, washed up, had a simple meal, and headed to the city gate to wait for it to open. Once outside, they exchanged casual remarks while walking home. As they neared the town, shouts echoed from behind. Daniu, Li Daniu. They turned to see a group of people approaching, one of whom waved at them. Li Qiu-chi squinted and recognized a familiar face. It was Wang San, whom she had met upon arriving in town. Li Daniu set down the cotton and hurried back to meet the group. Exchanging a few words before continuing on, Li Qiu-chi waited in the shade of a tree, holding the cotton bag. As they drew closer, Wang San greeted her. Miss Li, you're here too? Li Qiu-chi nodded. Yes. Wang San then introduced her to the others. This young lady is Li Daniu's elder sister, a blood relation. One of the group, somewhat leaner than the rest, immediately exclaimed, "Isn't she the one named Ho-hot from Lushu village?" Wang San smacked him on the head. Fool, it's not Ho-hot. Ho-hot is the second sister. This is the elder sister. The man nodded and bowed to Li Qiu-chi. Greetings, elder sister. Li Qiu-chi chuckled. No need for such formality. Li Daniu pointed to a man at the forefront. Elder sister, this is our leader. The leader clasped his fists in greeting. I am Qi Guan. A pleasure to meet you. With a single gesture and a few words, Li Qiu-chi felt the palpable aura of the martial world. She smiled and nodded. A pleasure indeed. Thereafter, Li Daniu hoisted the cotton back onto his shoulders, engaging in lively banter with the others. Clearly pleased to encounter them, Li Qiu-chi walked alongside Wang San, learning from him about their purpose. Their leader, Qi Guan, was leading them on a cargo escort mission for the Yong and Escort Agency. Upon hearing the familiar name of the Yong and Escort Agency, Li Qiu-chi immediately inquired about the surname of the team leader. Upon learning that Wang San referred to him as Boss Yang, she perked up, eager to hear more. You wouldn't believe it, the Yong and Escort team encountered bandits, and to protect their cargo, they lost half their men. Her heart sank. When you say lost, do you mean injured or? They survived, but were gravely injured and can no longer continue escorting, which is almost the same as losing them. Relieved to hear that their lives were spared, Li Qiu-chi exhaled deeply. The Yong and Escort team was the same one that had brought her back, and during their journey, she had noted their commendable character. As long as they were alive, there would always be another opportunity. Wang San continued. Our leader is quite well informed. Upon learning they were seeking assistance, he rushed us over, getting there before anyone else and securing this job. We are transporting goods from Daeong County to Songshan County. You should have seen it. Along the way, we encountered countless beggars. When we passed through a place called Pingshun Town, the streets were littered with collapsed houses. You wouldn't believe it. When the earth dragon turned over, not only did it topple the houses of the common folk, but 2 villages were completely buried by landslides. Li Qiu-chi understood. In ancient times, earthquakes were referred to as the earth dragon turning over, and the burying of villages was likely due to landslides. Thus, she listened attentively to Wang San's rambling tales until their group finally parted ways in the town. By then, Li Qiu-chi and her brother were a bit hungry, so they purchased 2 buns to tide them over before continuing homeward. They returned during the midday sun, and fortunately, did not encounter anyone from the village. Li Qiu-chi had already prepared her responses in case anyone inquired about the cotton. But before she could even use them, they had arrived home. All the family members were present, and upon seeing the large bags they carried, they gathered around. What have you bought? Li Qiu-chi opened the bag. Cotton. What is cotton for? Li Qiu-chi was astonished. You don't know what cotton is? Everyone shook their heads. Despite having witnessed the Yang family's poverty for some time, she was still taken aback that they were unaware of cotton's significance. She explained, with cotton, we can make cotton clothes. We can layer the cotton in the clothing for warmth in winter. The amount I bought should suffice for each person to have 2 sets of cotton clothing. Qian Shi leaned closer. Such a good thing must have cost a pretty penny, right? You should only buy for yourselves. Why waste money on us? Accustomed to hardship, Qian Shi felt the sting of expenditure. Li Qiu-chi replied, if we wear it, let us all wear it together. If we don't wear it, then let us not wear it at all. Our family has a tofu business. The money will gradually come back. This way of earning a little and spending a little does not seem like a way to live. Li Qiu-chi grinned. Now that it's bought, we can't return it. This is also the childish goodwill. Isn't it? Our family can have a warm winter this year, can't we? Qian Shi shot him a glare. You and your words. Ho-hot softly inquired of Li Qiu-chi. Elder sister, do you know how to make cotton clothing? Upon hearing this, Qian Shi also leaned in. Xiao Qiao, quickly tell me how to do it. Li Qiu-chi recounted the methods from the book she had exchanged regarding the making of cotton clothing and down jackets. Qian Shi and Ho-hot were adept with needle and thread, and after just one explanation, they nearly understood. Chapter 84. Undermining. Seeing that they had discussed cotton enough, Xiaobazi tugged at Li Qiu-chi's sleeve. Looking up at her with wide eyes, she immediately realized, did you buy books too? She then produced 4 books. Aside from the 1,000-character classic she had purchased at the bookshop, the other 3 were titles she had exchanged from her space. The 3-character classic, the 100 family surnames, and the elementary learning. Since Li Daniu had not witnessed her buying the books, and Gu Wenxing would not come to their home to disclose what she had purchased. She decided to simply present all 3 books to Xiaobazi. Originally thinking there was only one book, Xiaobazi was astonished to see the neatly stacked 4 volumes and cautiously accepted them. Are all these for me? Yes, they are all for you. Li Qiu-chi called over Xiao Tao to join them. You can't read all 4 at once, so take turns with Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao immediately piped up, I don't want to read. I don't like books. Reading is for learning characters. She pondered a moment before adding, you might as well go to school. Even if girls cannot take the imperial examinations, knowing more characters and learning more principles is beneficial. Xiao Tao leapt up with excitement. No, I want to go. Li Qiu-chi then began to persuade Xiao Tao about the benefits of reading, but her stubbornness was unyielding. No amount of coaxing would change her mind. It was enough to make Li Qiu-chi want to swat her, that little rascal. Previously, after visiting the doctor, it was advised that the little leopard's leg required an additional 2 weeks of recuperation. Consequently, the commencement of the little leopard's schooling has been scheduled for 2 weeks hence. During this interval, Li Qiu-chi will take the lead in teaching him recitation, with Xiao Taohua inevitably joining in as well. Compelled by Li Qiu-chi to participate in the ensuing days, Qian Shi and Hohot endeavored to craft cotton clothing under the tutelage of the novice Li Qiu-chi. Aside from making cotton garments, Qian Shi also had to prepare meals. The care of the chickens in the coop was entrusted to Li Zhuzhu and Xiao Taohua. Despite her tender age, Xiao Taohua proved to be quite capable, assisting with lighter tasks. Meanwhile, Li Zhuzhu managed both the chickens and the wheat in the fields. As tending to the chickens merely required timely feeding and regular cleaning of their droppings, allowing him to balance field work with relative ease. The responsibilities concerning tofu production fell solely upon Li Qiu-chi and Li Daniu, with Li Daniu handling the more strenuous physical tasks while Li Qiu-chi attended to the finer details. During the tofu sales, Li Qiu-chi took the lead, as Li Daniu's psychological barriers were not easily overcome. One day, while selling tofu, Li Qiu-chi encountered a familiar face, one of her fellow villagers who had previously exhibited hostility towards her, sharing the same name as Xiao Taohua. Accompanying her were a middle-aged woman and a young girl. The woman bore a kind visage and was appropriately attired, while the young girl, equally well-dressed, exuded a quirky charm evident in her demeanor. The young girl tugged at the woman's sleeve, exclaiming, "Mother, this must be the tofu stall." As the woman approached, she warmly inquired of Li Qiu-chi, "My dear girl, how much do you charge for the tofu?" Noticing Xiao Taohua lurking behind them, casting a spiteful glance in her direction, evidently, these two were objects of Xiao Taohua's favor. Li Qiu-chi smiled and responded, "1 for 2 Jean. How much would you like, dear aunt?" The woman stepped closer, saying, "I recall that in the county town, tofu is sold for 2 per Jean. Aren't you worried about losing money at 1 for 2 Jean? You rightly mentioned the county town's prices, where affluent individuals abound, and 2 per Jean can indeed find buyers. However, here, where many are impoverished, if I were to charge 2 per Jean, I fear no one would purchase." "Indeed, you make a valid point. As for your concerns about losing money, if that were the case, I would cease selling altogether." The woman regarded her with admiration, remarking, "I never expected such candor from one so young." Upon witnessing the woman's praise for Li Qiu-chi, Xiao Taohua immediately stepped forward, puffing out her chest like a victorious rooster, declaring, "We shall buy 4 Jean." The woman, clearly eager to continue conversing with Li Qiu-chi, was interrupted by this proclamation, her smile fading slightly. As a businesswoman, Li Qiu-chi recognized the moment to act. She began unwrapping the cloth covering the tofu, saying, "Are you certain about 4 Jean? The weather is still mild. If you buy 4 Jean and cannot consume it all, it may spoil." The young girl quickly interjected, "Let us buy 2 Jean. That will suffice." Xiao Taohua, attempting to ingratiate herself, insisted, "No worries, I'll cover the cost for you. Please feel free to purchase more." By the way, her name is Xiao Chao. She recently returned after serving as a maid, and she hails from the same village as I do. Buying more would also support her business. Li Qiu-chi inwardly mused, what kind of individuals are these two, that Xiao Taohua would go to such lengths to please them? Although she initially felt pleased at the prospect of making a profit, she was disheartened to find that while Xiao Taohua was flattering them, she was simultaneously undermining her own standing, attempting to display her own magnanimity. The woman, ignoring Xiao Taohua, turned directly to Li Qiu-chi, stating, "My dear girl, we will take 2 Jean." After speaking, she exchanged a knowing glance with the young girl, who promptly produced a 1 and swiftly pressed it into Li Qiu-chi's hand. Accepting the coin, Li Qiu-chi said, "Then I shall weigh out 2 Jean for you." While she was busy, Xiao Taohua angrily told Li Qiu-chi, "Xiao Chao, return the money to Wen Xuan. I will pay it." As she spoke, she produced another one. Attempting to force it into Li Qiu-chi's hands, I have already accepted the payment. There is no reason to return it. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she suggested, if you genuinely wish to buy something for them, why not purchase a gene of meat later instead? Would that not be better? Xiao Taohua's facade of generosity faltered, her expression freezing in place. The young girl, referred to as Wen Xuan, let out a soft laugh, only to be silenced by a glance from the woman. The woman then interjected, the proprietor is merely jesting. There is no need for you to take it to heart, Taohua. Xiao Taohua quickly followed suit. Indeed, Aunt Gu, Xiao Chao is known for her playful nature. Afterward, she no longer mentioned her intention to pay. Observing her duplicitous behavior, Li Qiu-chi felt she was far inferior to Xiao Taohua, despite sharing the same name. Xiao Taohua, though somewhat mischievous, at least lacked such cunning. The woman took the tofu that Li Qiu-chi had weighed and departed with the girl named Wen Xuan, while Xiao Taohua shot Li Qiu-chi a fierce glare. Threatening, just wait. Li Qiu-chi crossed her arms, retorting, sure, I shall wait. She was curious to see how Xiao Taohua intended to make her wait. Beside her, Li Daniu, noticing her distress, clenched his fists, ready to charge forward, but Li Qiu-chi firmly grasped his arm, saying, do not act impulsively. I can handle it. Watching Xiao Taohua's retreating figure, Li Daniu expressed his frustration. She threatened you to its nothing more than words. Should she truly dare to cause me trouble, I will deal with her then. If she bullies you, tell me, and I'll help you confront her, he added, raising his fists for emphasis. All right, if I am ever wronged, I will surely inform you. Chapter 85. Hometown Li Qiu-chi had anticipated that Xiao Taohua would soon retaliate against her. But after several days of silence, she began to relax her worries. Perhaps due to the recent earthquake, she noticed an influx of refugees and beggars in the town, all arriving from Songshan County. Upon returning home, Li Qiu-chi cautioned the ever-adventurous Xiao Taohua, do not venture out alone anymore. Many refugees from Songshan County have arrived recently, and it is unsafe. While Qianshi was engaged in making cotton clothing, she hurried over, not even pausing to set down her work, exclaiming, what has happened in Songshan County? There was an earthquake there a few days ago, and many refugees have come here, replied Li Qiu-chi. Qianshi's expression quickly shifted to one of concern. What of Pingshun Town and Xingwang Village? Are they safe? Recalling Wang San's words, Li Qiu-chi answered, there was also an earthquake in Pingshun Town. But as for Xingwang Village, I am uncertain. Tears welled up in Qianshi's eyes. What shall we do, mother? Do not cry just yet. First, tell me what happened, and I will find a solution. I'm from Pingshun Town. Your grandmother's family resides in Xingwang Village. I do not know how they are faring. Do not panic. Since they are family, we must go find them ourselves. Once father returns, we will discuss our departure and set off as swiftly as possible. With a hoarse voice, Qianshi called out to Li Daniu, Daniu, go immediately to the back mountain and find your father. Tell him to return quickly. Understood, he replied. Once Daniel left, Qianshi broke down in tears. With Li Qiu-chi, Ho-hot, and the two younger siblings surrounding her to offer comfort, it was no wonder she was so distressed. Years ago, Qianshi had been adamant about marrying Li Zhuzhu against her family's wishes, leading to a rift with her own family. After years of not returning home, hearing of her family's misfortune was understandably alarming. Li Zhuzhu, having gone to chop wood, had likely ventured deep into the forest, and they had not returned for quite some time. Regardless of their reassurances, Qianshi continued to see why Li Qiu-chi devised a plan. Mother, we must go to Pingshun Town. Please do not cry. Let us pack our belongings now. When father returns, we won't waste time preparing. Indeed. Li Qiu-chi's words shifted Qianshi's focus, and she wiped her nose, saying, all right, I will start packing. With a task at hand, Qianshi regained her composure, only occasionally sniffling, and ceased her tears. Li Qiu-chi left the others to accompany Qianshi and headed to the kitchen, where she planned to make some flatbreads for their journey. Just as Qianshi finished packing, Li Zhuzhu and Li Daniu returned. Li Zhuzhu anxiously dropped the firewood from his back, barely pausing to set down his axe before rushing to Qianshi's side. My dear wife. Upon seeing him, Qianshi rushed into his arms like a child, sobbing, I want to go back. I want to find my parents. Li Zhuzhu comforted her, patting her shoulder. All right, I will accompany you. We shall set off immediately to find your parents. Wiping her tears, Qianshi replied, I have everything packed. Let us leave at once. After reassuring Qianshi, Li Zhuzhu turned to Li Qiu-chi, saying, Xiao Chao, you take care of your younger siblings. Your mother and I will return as soon as possible. Why this? Li Zhuzhu indicated that only the two of them would go in search of her family. Li Qiu-chi countered, Father, mother, let Daniu accompany you. It would be safer on the road. Li Zhuzhu shook his head. No, Daniu must stay. If he goes, only you, Ho-hot, and the two younger ones will remain at home. Our tofu business may attract envy. Should we all leave? Someone might take advantage. With Dania here, they will think twice. Qian remarked, indeed, just recently, the Zhang family was robbed, and it escalated to the loss of life. It is prudent to exercise caution. However, the two of you venturing out is not without risk either. The disaster in Songshan County has left many displaced, and those who are hungry can resort to desperate measures. Li Daniu, rarely displaying astuteness, suggested, we could enlist our leader's help and pay him to send someone to escort our parents. Li Qiu-chi clapped her hands in agreement. Yes, we can hire someone. Thus, the matter was settled. Li Qiu-chi promptly produced 20 taels of silver, allocating a portion for the wages of Wang San and his companions, while the remainder was entrusted to Li Qiu-chi and his companion. Qian refused, saying, This is too much. Not at all, Li Qiu-chi insisted. As the saying goes, a poor family must travel with wealth. Having money while on the road makes everything more convenient. Resolute, Li Qiu-chi accepted the money, adding, Xiao Chao is right. We should keep this money, lest there be an urgent need for funds from mother-in-law's side. Very well. Li Qiu-chi took the bundle prepared by Qian and was about to leave when Li Qiu-chi called out to them. Wait a moment, I made some cakes for you to take along. Without delay, she dashed to the kitchen, swiftly exchanging some cakes from her space, and stored the half-cooked ones back inside. This all transpired in mere seconds, unnoticed by Qian, who followed closely behind. After securing the cakes, the three set off, with Li Daniu leading them to the town in search of Qi Guan, their leader, who would determine the arrangements for their escort. Once they departed, the house fell into a quiet stillness. It was now mealtime, and Li Qiu-chi went to the kitchen to prepare food. By the time she finished, Li Daniu had yet to return. She set aside some dishes for him and called out to Ho-hot, Xiao Baozi, and Xiao Taohua to join her for dinner. As they ate, Xiao Taohua exclaimed, Eldest sister's cooking is the best. Li Qiu-chi offered her a piece of meat, saying, If it's delicious, then eat more. After the meal, Li Qiu-chi assigned Ho-hot the task of washing the dishes while she took the soaked beans to grind into soy milk. This was her first time engaging in laborious work since returning. Previously, with Li Qiu-chi and Li Daniu around, she only needed to handle lighter tasks. Watching the two carry burdens had always seemed effortless to her, but now, as she shouldered the yellow beans, it felt like a mountain pressing down. Gritting her teeth, she transported them to the village's stone mill, where she began grinding the soybeans. Xiao Taohua offered to help, but being petite and lacking strength, she could not push the stone mill nor reach high enough to place the beans atop it. Such physically demanding work was typically reserved for men, hence the stone mill was designed with their stature in mind, both tall and heavy. After pushing for over 10 rounds, Li Qiu-chi's face was flushed with exertion. At that moment, a passing woman noticed Li Qiu-chi's struggle and paused. Wasn't it always Daniu who ground the soybeans? Why are you doing it today? Li Qiu-chi stopped to wipe the sweat from her brow, replying, Daniu is away on an errand today. Recognizing her as Lin Dunyang, whom she had accompanied with Qian to deliver tofu, Li Qiu-chi felt a sense of familiarity. Then allow me to assist you for a bit. Lin Dunyang offered, setting down her belongings. With Lin Dunyang's help, they made quick progress, chatting as they worked. Among all the girls in the village, you're the busiest, Lin Dunyang observed. You may not know, but my daughter Hongying wishes to play with you. However, she hesitates to disturb you since you're always busy with tofu or going to town to sell it. Li Qiu-chi recalled the girl who had introduced herself as Hongying and replied, I am not perpetually occupied. While I am indeed busy selling tofu in the morning, I only start making it after dinner. Lin Dunyang smiled, then I'll tell Hongying that you're free at noon, so she can come play with you. Sounds good, Lin Dunyang continued. Isn't your tofu priced at 1 for 2 jin? Yes, that's the price in town. I intended to buy some from your home, but it seemed impractical to get 2 jin since we wouldn't finish it. Moreover, Hongying's father said your tofu sells out in town, advising me not to bother you, so I never went. Suddenly enlightened, Li Qiu-chi realized she had initially planned to sell tofu to the nearby villages, yet had only been sending it to town. If 2 jin is too much, you can purchase 1 jin. But I don't have half a one to give you, Lin Dunyang replied. In this region, 1 won was the smallest unit of currency, and thus half a one did not exist. Li Qiu-chi chuckled. We can trade soybeans instead, a barter system. Really? Is that possible? Lin Dunyang exclaimed that a jin of soybeans could yield approximately 4 jin of tofu, so a jin of tofu would require around 2.5 jin of soybeans. Not to mention labor, firewood, and gypsum costs, with a bit of profit for themselves. Li Qiu-chi quickly calculated. How about half a jin of soybeans for 1 jin of tofu? To Lin Dunyang, this seemed reasonable. As soybeans were priced at 1 won per jin, and her family grew some beans that they hadn't sold due to low prices, hoping for a potential price increase. Her face brightened. That sounds great. Please reserve 1 jin of tofu for us tomorrow morning. All right, and please spread the word in the village that our tofu can be exchanged for soybeans. Lin Danyang patted her chest confidently. Rest assured, I'll take care of it. As they continued grinding the soybeans, a young man approached. Lin Danyang called out, Dongyang, wait. Come help push the stone mill for a moment. Li Qiu-chi immediately recalled a piece titled Song Dongyang Ma Sheng Su. Named after her fourth uncle's reading of the wildfire cannot be extinguished. Could this Dongyang be named after the same text? Yet in that piece, Dongyang referred to a place. The young man blushed upon seeing Li Qiu-chi, lowering his head and silently coming over to assist with the mill. With their combined efforts, they quickly finished grinding a load of soybeans. Dongyang prepared to help Li Qiu-chi carry the soy milk back. Li Daniu arrived. Li Qiu-chi quickly interjected, my brother has come. Let him handle it. Dongyang awkwardly set down the burden as Li Daniu took over. After bidding farewell to the two, Li Qiu-chi followed behind Li Daniu on their way back. On the way, she inquired about the arrangements for escorting Li Qiu-chi and his wife to Pingshan town. Li Daniu reported that everything had gone smoothly, as their leader Qi Guan only charged half the fee and dispatched 3 individuals to accompany them, including Wang San, and according to Li Daniu, the escort was quite capable. Li Qiu-chi felt a weight lift from her heart, though she knew the remaining concern would linger until they returned safely from Songshan County to Pingshan town. Although the absence of Li Qiu-chi and Qian left the house quieter, it was still lively, primarily due to Xiao Taohua's incessant chatter. Naturally, with 2 people gone, their share of chores fell to Li Qiu-chi and Li Daniu. But thankfully the others did not slack off. Ho-hot voluntarily took over the cooking duties. Although she hadn't fully recovered, she was able to manage simpler tasks. Xiao Taohua insisted on helping too, so Li Qiu-chi assigned her the task of sweeping, while Xiao Baozi was given the responsibility of washing dishes and wiping tables after eating. Meanwhile, she and Li Daniu remained the main force behind making and selling tofu, while also tending to the chickens. That evening, Li Qiu-chi retrieved a scale from her space and began teaching Ho-hot how to weigh items. Ho-hot curiously asked, am I going to sell tofu with you in town? Li Qiu-chi shook her head. You will indeed sell tofu, but at home, not in town. She then explained to Ho-hot the arrangements she had made with Lin Danyang regarding the soybean to tofu exchange. Ho-hot's eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone more enthusiastic than usual. Great, teach me, and I will diligently sell tofu without making a single mistake when weighing. Li Qiu-chi found it amusing that the term selling tofu sounded so peculiar, despite Ho-hot's seemingly ordinary demeanor. She was as clever as Xiao Taohua. After just 1 lesson, she grasped the essentials of weighing. Following a few rounds of practice, she became proficient. For the entire evening, she joyfully weighed everything. First the soybeans, then the vegetables, and finally the bowls after their meal. Like a child who had just acquired a new toy, her smile never leaving her face. This was the first time Li Qiu-chi had seen Ho-hot so genuinely happy. The next morning, Li Qiu-chi set aside 5 jin of tofu, and, along with Li Daniu, headed to town to sell it. 1 jin was reserved for Lin Danyang, while the remaining 4 jin were kept aside to prepare for any potential buyers drawn by Lin Danyang's word of mouth. Once Li Qiu-chi left, Ho-hot became anxious, frequently glancing at the tofu and repeatedly checking the scale Li Qiu-chi had left her, worried whether she could adequately manage the tasks her elder sister had entrusted to her. She silently encouraged herself, determined to excel, for this was the first task entrusted to her by her elder sister. Only by successfully completing this initial endeavor could she hope to proceed to subsequent tasks. Before long, as dawn broke, Aunt Lin arrived with 2 women, all familiar faces from the village. Before leaving, Li Qiu-chi had specifically instructed Zaidawawa to assist Ho-hot, so upon spotting the 3 from a distance, she hurried to the door to warmly welcome them into her home. Ho-hot took a deep breath, adjusted her clothing, and approached. Aunt Lin, Aunt Zhao, Aunt Sun, have you all come to purchase tofu? Aunt Lin replied with a cheerful smile. It seems that Ho-hot, you are recovering quite well. Ho-hot smiled back, saying, thanks to all of you. After 2 months of medication, I've improved significantly. Chapter 87. Smooth sailing. Aunt Lin wasted no time, revealing the yellow beans she had brought. Has Xiao Chao mentioned that you can exchange yellow beans for tofu? Ho-hot nodded eagerly. Yes, she did. Well then, take a look. Are these acceptable? Ho-hot meticulously inspected the beans as instructed by Li Qiu-chi, ensuring they were plump and discarding any shriveled ones. Occasionally finding a few defective beans was permissible, but she insisted on selecting only ripe, intact yellow beans, rejecting any that were infested or subpar. Aunt Lin was a straightforward person. The beans she brought were indeed of good quality, and Ho-hot casually accepted them. The other 2 women presented their own yellow beans, which Ho-hot examined thoroughly, finding them largely satisfactory, and accepted them as well. Finally, it was time to weigh the beans. Ho-Hot discreetly wiped the sweat from her palms onto her clothing, retrieved the scale, and began measuring. Starting with Aunt Lin's beans, she announced, "Aunt Lin, your yellow beans weigh 1 jean, which can be exchanged for 2 jeans of tofu." The weight matched what she had measured at home. And she smiled, "All right, please prepare my tofu." Initially, I had intended to order only 1 jean, but upon reflection, I decided to purchase more. Ho-Hot measured out 2 jeans of tofu for Aunt Lin, reassuring her, "Rest assured, my sister has left 5 jeans of tofu. It should be sufficient for you all." The other 2 aunts brought half a jean of yellow beans each, allowing them to exchange for 1 jean of tofu each. As the 3 women departed with their tofu, they were all smiles, repeatedly praising Ho-Hot's skills, causing her to feel quite bashful. The last jean of tofu was exchanged for yellow beans by Dongyang, who had learned the previous day that beans could be traded for tofu, and he hurriedly secured the final jean. Afterward, more villagers arrived at the Li household inquiring about tofu, but both Ho-Hot and Zaidawawa kindly sent them away, suggesting they return the next day. Once the visitors had left, Ho-Hot gazed at the bucket of yellow beans, overwhelmed with excitement. This was her first step forward. Zaidawawa eagerly grabbed a handful of beans and let them slip through her fingers. "Second sister, we can start a business. We sold 5 jeans today. Let us have eldest sister reserve 10 jeans for us tomorrow and 20 jeans the day after." While it was reasonable to expect a demand for 10 jeans, the notion of 20 jeans the following day seemed exaggerated. Upon returning home after selling tofu, Li Qiu-chi noticed Ho-Hot's beaming face, signaling that all the tofu she had reserved had been sold. Zaidawawa rushed over, "Eldest sister, we sold all the tofu in exchange for quite a few beans. Come see." Following Zaidawawa's pull, Li Qiu-chi entered to discover a large basin filled with yellow beans. Ho-Hot nervously fiddled with her garment, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Aside from the beans brought by Aunt Lin, which were all good and plump, the others contained a fair number of subpar beans. Li Qiu-chi gave her a thumbs up. "Well done. These yellow beans are quite good." "You both did excellently," Ho-Hot explained. "The yellow beans from Aunt Lin were specifically selected, all of high quality, but the others had a few inferior ones mixed in. That's all right. A few shriveled ones are acceptable, provided they are not excessive. If there are any bad ones, simply discard them." "Understood. I'll remember that. Now, let us go eat. The hens have laid eggs, and I've prepared scrambled eggs with chives." Li Qiu-chi entered the kitchen, surprised. "They laid eggs so soon? How many?" 3. "These hens don't lay one at a time. When they start, it's as if they made a pact. All 3 hens lay together." "That's wonderful. We won't be lacking eggs in the future." Zaidawawa placed a bowl on the table. "Eldest sister, we should save the eggs to sell. Selling them won't yield much profit." "Have you forgotten about the elderly man selling eggs near our tofu stall?" Zaidawawa pondered, then nodded. "That seems right. He only sold 2 eggs from a whole basket in the morning." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Since we can't sell them, let us just eat them all ourselves." Li Qiu-chi nodded in agreement. "That's the logic. You're both at an age where you're growing, so it's important to supplement your nutrition." Zaidawawa declared her ambitious goal. "I want to grow as tall as you, eldest sister." Although Li Qiu-chi was a servant, her diet was, to a degree, better than that of the family, as she received ample nutrition, making her taller and sturdier than many girls in the household. After finishing their meal, Li Qiu-chi noticed the yellow beans were still not fully soaked and observed that the firewood in the corner had been significantly depleted. So she prepared to venture to the back mountain to gather some more. Just then, someone outside called out, "Xiao Qiao, Xiao Qiao, are you there?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Li Qiu-chi immediately realized it was Hong Ying, Aunt Lin's daughter. She walked over and opened the door. Hong Ying confidently announced, "I came to play with you." Li Qiu-chi smiled. "Unfortunately, I was just about to head to the back mountain to collect some firewood." Hong Ying waved dismissively. "No problem, I'll join you. My family also needs to prepare firewood for winter. We can keep each other company while working and chatting." Zaidawawa, reluctant to study, desired to follow to the back mountain but was firmly denied by Li Qiu-chi. "You should stay home and focus on your studies with Xiaobao. Once you memorize everything, then you can go out to play." Zaidawawa pouted. "Studying is for boys. I don't want to. And fighting is also something boys do. Why are you so skilled at it? Who says girls can't fight? Should I just let others bully me?" Li Qiu-chi retorted. "But that doesn't mean girls can't read and write. Why don't you want to study?" Zaidawawa sulked. "I'm not preparing for the imperial exams to become a scholar. Reading and writing isn't solely for taking exams. It's about understanding the world, so you can comprehend what you see and not be easily deceived." Zaidawawa was left speechless by Li Qiu-chi's words. Li Qiu-chi gently patted her head. "Be patient. It's only a few books. If you focus, You'll memorize them in no time. Meanwhile, Hong Ying watched them enviously. After bidding farewell to her family, Li Qiu-chi departed with Hong Ying. Originally, Li Daniu was supposed to join them, but with Hong Ying present, he opted to rest instead. Once outside, Hong Ying remarked to Li Qiu-chi, "Your family is truly fortunate. Girls can also study. Unlike my family, my parents can't afford to send me to school, and even my brother can't study. Every family has its circumstances. Ours has benefited from the tofu business, which has allowed for some financial flexibility. You're amazing. You don't know that the villagers say you are a lucky star. A lucky star? I haven't heard that before. That's because you're either working at home or selling tofu in town. So you're unaware. Before you returned, your family lived in hardship. Uncle Li and the others struggled to support 4 children." Hong Ying continued, "But ever since you came back, counting Ho Hat's return, you've started the tofu business, and your family's fortunes have improved because of you, so the villagers call you a lucky star." Li Qiu-chi smiled. "I've merely done what I believe is right." Chapter 88. The Li Hong Ying was exceedingly excited. "Not only do they say you're a lucky star, but they also say you're more capable than the boys." Li Qiu-chi inquired further. "What exactly do they say?" "They say that as a girl, you not only can read but also conduct business. In our village, the only literate people are from the old scholar's family, your 4th grandfather's. You are the first girl to be literate, and moreover, your family is the first to engage in business." Li Qiu-chi humbly replied, "My opportunities to learn were merely coincidental. I learned to sell tofu by observing how it was done elsewhere. Initially, I had no knowledge of it. I just gradually picked it up through observation." She candidly added, "My mother even urged me to spend more time with you to learn your cleverness, as she often scolds me for being thick-headed." Unbeknownst to her, as Aunt Lin busily worked, she sneezed, unaware that Hong Ying had inadvertently let slip a comment about her. Li Qiu-chi bore no ill will towards it, merely laughing it off. Hong Ying was quite extroverted, chattering away on their journey, rivaling Zaidawawa in her exuberance. Hong Ying resembled a messenger, well informed about which couples had quarrels, which children had misbehaved, and which families had disputes over various matters, providing Li Qiu-chi with a wealth of village gossip. Recalling the maliciousness of the elderly Tao Hua towards her, Li Qiu-chi inquired, "What about Tao Hua, who came to my house with you that day? How is she?" Hong Ying immediately pouted and shook her head. "That person is unsuitable. She is petty and particularly prone to jealousy. If you encounter her, it would be wise to keep your distance. The other sisters in the village do not like her." She inquired, "Why do you suddenly ask about her? Has she been causing you trouble?" "Why would you think she would trouble me?" "Well, it's quite simple. Before you arrived, she was regarded as the most outstanding girl in the village. Now that you are here, you overshadow her, and it's only natural that she feels discontented. No wonder I felt uncomfortable the first time I met her a few days ago, when I was selling tofu in town. She came to my stall with a woman and a little girl, making snide remarks, and even told me to wait for it." Hong Ying's eyes instantly sparkled with curiosity. A woman and a girl. Could they be Scholar Gu's mother and sister? Li Qiu-chi was bewildered. "Huh?" Hong Ying became increasingly intrigued, her tone brimming with excitement. Peach Blossom came back saying that Scholar Gu's family is very fond of her. She claimed that Scholar Gu's mother bought her a pair of silver earrings and is quite satisfied with her as a future daughter-in-law. Is that true? Li Qiu-chi was taken aback. What? Oh dear, stop with the what. Quickly tell me what happened that day. She pondered for a moment and said, when I saw them that day, Peach Blossom's relationship with them didn't seem like that of a daughter-in-law. She was constantly trying to please them, but they didn't seem very appreciative. Hong Ying's eyes widened in surprise. So Peach Blossom was lying? Li Qiu-chi refrained from jumping to conclusions. It's hard to say. They came to buy tofu and left shortly after, and it's possible I missed other details. After a long contemplation, Hong Ying remarked, could it be true? Did Scholar Gu's mother really take a liking to Peach Blossom? You don't know this, but every time Scholar Gu comes to our village to see your grandfather, she always dresses up to go over there. Such matters do not concern us. We should simply listen. Hong Ying, do not spread rumors, lest we ruin someone's prospects and incur their wrath. Hong Ying nodded repeatedly, rest assured. While I enjoy hearing gossip, I know what to say and what not to say. As long as you exercise discretion. Once they reached the mountain, they began to gather firewood at a distance from each other, making conversation less convenient, and Hong Ying spoke less. The weather had turned wintry, and people had already begun to gather firewood for the cold season, so the amount of firewood Li Qiu-chi could find this time was limited. The only axe at home had been taken by Li Zhuzi, so Li Qiu-chi exchanged for a new one from her space and prepared to chop wood herself. Unfortunately, both she and Hong Ying were not very strong, and after a long time, they had not gathered much. They each shouldered a bundle of firewood and prepared to head down the mountain. As they descended, a grayish-white figure leapt past them before Li Qiu-chi could react. Hong Ying threw down her firewood and leapt forward. By the time Li Qiu-chi realized what was happening, Hong Ying was already sprawled on the ground. A squeaky voice came from under her. "Xiao Chao, come quickly, there's a rabbit." Li Qiu-chi hurriedly set down her firewood and crouched down to help her retrieve the rabbit. "This rabbit is so plump." Hong Ying got up, brushing off her hands and feet. "Autumn rabbits are at their fattest now. We are truly lucky today. Let us tie this wild rabbit up and continue searching. There must be a rabbit hole nearby." Hong Ying took a piece of the rope used for bundling firewood and expertly secured the wild rabbit. Clearly having done this before, they set the firewood aside and, under Hong Ying's guidance, began to search for rabbit holes. "Xiao Chao, rabbit holes typically have multiple exits. If you find one, block it off. Isn't that akin to a clever rabbit having 3 burrows?" After a lengthy search, they found 4 holes, blocked 3, and left one open. Hong Ying placed some grass at the entrance and then clapped the dirt off her hands. "All right, let us wait here by this hole." Li Qiu-chi squatted beside her. "Are we going to wait for the rabbit to come?" Truly a learned individual. "Your words elude my understanding." Amused yet exasperated, she explained the meaning of waiting for a rabbit by a stump. To which Hong Ying nodded. "Exactly. We are indeed waiting for a rabbit." The two then fixed their gaze on the hole for a long time, but there was no sign of movement. Li Qiu-chi began to feel hungry. "What if we think of another method, like using smoke to drive them out?" She pretended to rummage through her pockets, but in reality, she brought out the fire starter she had exchanged from her space. "Look, I have this." Hong Ying's eyes widened in delight. "You actually possess such a precious item as a fire starter." "I kept it on me. Had I known you had this, we wouldn't have been foolishly waiting." "Quick, I'll guard the hole. You find any hole, burn something and block it up." "All right." Without delay, Li Qiu-chi gathered some damp leaves that would easily smoke and stuffed them into the hole. Before long, Hong Ying began to shout excitedly, "They're coming out! They're coming out!" She quickly dashed over to catch the rabbit with Hong Ying. Chapter 89. The rabbit. Hong Ying shouted in excitement. "Quick! It's right under your feet. It's about to run." Li Qiu-chi immediately bent down and grasped the rabbit by its ears, lifting the escaping creature. Before she could fully comprehend, Hong Ying cried out again. "Hurry, hurry, it's about to escape." The rabbit that was about to flee was not at Li Qiu-chi's feet, but on the other side. Without a second thought, she leapt towards it just as Hong Ying had done earlier. The moment she landed, she felt a jarring pain throughout her entire body, not to mention the acute ache in her hands and legs where she had landed, leaving her momentarily numb. She frowned. "You didn't mention that this would hurt so much." Not hearing a peep from the rabbit, Li Qiu-chi got up and looked. To her astonishment, the rabbit lay motionless beneath her, having been crushed. She lifted the rabbit and returned to find Hong Ying, who was holding 2 rabbits in each hand and triumphantly standing on one with a proud demeanor. Looking at the one rabbit she held in each hand, one lifeless, she sheepishly smiled. "It's my first time catching a rabbit. I lack experience." Upon seeing her, Hong Ying immediately urged, "Quick, remove the one at my feet." Li Qiu-chi released the dead rabbit and picked up the one at Hong Ying's feet. As she turned to retrieve the deceased rabbit, she found the ground empty. "Where's my rabbit?" Hong Ying pointed in a direction. "Over there." She looked over and only saw the rabbit leap away and vanish into the grass. The rabbit has become clever. It learned to play dead. Observing Li Qiu-chi's incredulous expression, Hong Ying burst into laughter. Though they lost one, their overall success was significant. Combined with the previous catch, they had secured a total of 7 rabbits. Hong Ying had made the greatest contribution in catching rabbits, with 4 to her name, while Li Qiu-chi caught 3. The 2 of them slung the firewood over their shoulders, their hands laden with the heavy rabbits, and joyfully made their way home. Upon reaching the village entrance, they parted ways, each heading back to their respective homes. Seeing the 4 rabbits Hong Ying had brought back, Aunt Lin's eyes widened. "Where did these come from?" Hong Ying grinned. "I followed Xiao Chao to the back mountain to gather firewood, and we got lucky." Aunt Lin shot her a skeptical glance. "It was Xiao Chao's good fortune that brought you along. Without her, you likely wouldn't have seen a single rabbit." "Not necessarily. Xiao Chao can't catch rabbits. Without me, she wouldn't have caught any." Aunt Lin playfully swatted her on the head. "What are you thinking? Can you compare yourself to a lucky star?" Hong Ying squatted beside Aunt Lin, watching her prepare the rabbits. "Mother, I will heed your advice and maintain a good relationship with Xiao Chao. Then you should stick close to her. Xiao Chao has seen and learned much from the world, so spend time with her and learn well." Aunt Lin set down the rabbit she was working on and said earnestly, "But remember, I want you to learn from her about how to navigate life and her cleverness. But do not inquire about her family's tofu business, understand? If you dare to pry into how they make money, I will disown you as my daughter. Mother, am I that kind of person? I understand boundaries. I will absolutely not ask about tofu. Remember what you said today. Hong Ying nodded fervently like a chick pecking at rice. Mother, do you know what it means to wait for a rabbit by a stump? Catching rabbits? Yes and no. Hong Ying then began to boast about the story Li Qiu-chi had shared with her regarding waiting for a rabbit by a stump, explaining its meaning and significance. Aunt Lin nodded repeatedly. Not bad. You've learned so much after just one day with her. You must cherish this friendship. Such a good friend is hard to find. Even with a lantern, at the Li residence, upon returning with the rabbits, Li Qiu-chi was surrounded by her family, all curiously examining the tightly bound wild rabbits. Little Tao Hua licked her lips. Big sister, are we having wild rabbit for dinner? She chuckled. But I don't know how to process a rabbit. Li Denyo raised his hand. I can do it. Little Tao Hua jumped with glee. Hooray! We're having meat again, Gui Hua added with a smile. Let us eat one today and save the other two for when our parents return. Little Peach Blossom pointed to the plumpest rabbit among them and declared, let us feast upon this largest one, leaving the remaining two for our parents. The combined meat of the two will suffice for them. Li Qiu-chi pressed her hand down gently. This one cannot be consumed. Its belly is so large that it likely carries little ones. Let us nurture it for a few days and observe. Little Leopard's curiosity was piqued. Are there baby rabbits inside? Indeed, Li Qiu-chi replied. It appears there are indeed young ones, but rabbits are timid creatures. I wonder if my capture today frightened it. Whether the little ones can emerge remains uncertain. What shall we do then? First, we must create a nest for them and provide some food to see if we can care for them. Little Leopard eagerly volunteered. I will take care of the rabbits. It was rare for him to exhibit curiosity beyond his studies. Very well, I shall help you construct the rabbit's nest, and from now on, the responsibility of feeding them will be yours. Though she claimed to assist, it was actually Little Leopard and Little Peach Blossom who busied themselves with the task. Li Denyo had prepared the rabbit, and Li Qiu-chi took it to cook, intending to create a spicy rabbit dish. She discreetly exchanged some seasonings from her space when others were not watching, adding them to the pot to obliterate any evidence. The five of them gathered to enjoy a deliciously spicy rabbit meal. Little Peach Blossom, her mouth tinged with heat, continued to eat voraciously despite the spice. Aside from Ho-hot, who was still recuperating and could only partake in moderation, everyone else feasted contentedly. Even the typically demure Little Leopard could not suppress a loud belch, turning red as he covered his mouth. When Little Peach Blossom teased him, she too let out a burp, prompting laughter from the group. After their hearty meal, Li Qiu-chi and Li Denyu set about the task of making tofu, as they needed to produce a larger quantity for trade in the village. With Ho-hot's assistance, they worked late into the night to complete the necessary tofu. After a brief slumber, they rose before dawn to head to the town. Before departing, Li Qiu-chi reassured Ho-hot, sell the tofu as you did yesterday. There is no need to be overly anxious, understood. As dawn broke, upon their arrival in the town, Ho-hot welcomed her first customer of the day. Although she remained nervous, she followed the previous day's procedures and managed to sell the tofu smoothly. Their family's tofu production had increased, and it was evident that the previously acquired bowls and buckets were now insufficient. After selling the tofu, Li Qiu-chi and Li Denyu visited the tools market to purchase several new items before returning home. When they arrived, they found Ho-hot had prepared a meal and was waiting for them. Seeing her relaxed demeanor, Li Qiu-chi inferred that the morning's tofu sales had gone well. The family enjoyed a lively meal together. But afterward, Ho-hot expressed her concern. Today marks the third day since our parents departed. I wonder if they have arrived. Li Qiu-chi recalled what Wang San had told him. They will likely reach Xinguang village in Pingshan town tomorrow. That is quite far, she replied. Indeed, they must first leave Ardaon County and enter Songshan County before proceeding to Pingshan town's Xinguang village. Meanwhile, the couple they mentioned, Li Zhuzi and his wife, faced difficulties of their own. Chapter 90. Perilous encounter. Li Zhuzi and his companions were ambushed by robbers. He shielded Qianshi behind him and implored, Gentlemen, we are merely seeking relatives. My kin have also suffered calamity. I beseech you to let us pass. The leader of the robbers retorted, that makes it even more imperative that we rob you. Why should your relatives receive aid while we starve? Li Zhuzi was taken aback. He had not anticipated such heartlessness from those who, like him, appear to be common folk. I see that you are dressed as ordinary citizens. Have you no fear of the officials pursuing you for your crimes? Humph! If we do not rob, we will perish waiting for the officials to come to our aid. Better to die with a full stomach, the leader scoffed. Brothers, charge, do not waste words with them with that. A gang of 7 or 8 men rushed forward. Li Qiu-chi exchanged glances with Wang San, who had been sent to escort them. He drew the axe from his back and charged into the fray. Having witnessed much on their journey, he knew that weakness would lead to being robbed, or worse, losing his life. Thus, he displayed remarkable courage. Though he was inexperienced, Wang San and the others possessed skill, and they quickly dispatched the would-be robbers. Sending them fleeing, one of the assailants, knocked to the ground, begged Li Qiu-chi for mercy. With a heavy sigh, he sheathed his axe. "You may go." Turning, he intended to check on the shaken Qian when the released robber, filled with malice, rose and swung a kitchen knife at him. "Watch out!" Wang San shouted as he leapt forward, positioning himself between Li Qiu-chi and the attacker. The knife struck his arm. "Wang San!" cried Qian, who was slightly older and had accompanied them, while a younger companion named Song Ping shouted, "Third brother!" Alarmed, the two rushed over, swiftly subduing the assailant and ensuring Wang San was attended to. Wang San grimaced in pain. Teeth clenched. "I initially thought you were desperate citizens forced into banditry, but I never expected such ingratitude. This time, we shall not let you off. Chun, bind him and take him to the authorities," he commanded. The downed robber pleaded for mercy, but no one paid him heed. They stuffed his own socks into his mouth. As they helped Wang San to a nearby spot to rest, they frantically examined his wound and bandaged it. Li Qiu-chi expressed his guilt. "It is my fault you suffered. Had I been more vigilant, you would not have endured such an ordeal." Wang San managed a faint smile despite the pain. "I consider myself a brother to Daniu. His father is my father. Moreover, Daniu has aided me before. I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude." Qian approached, offering a water skin. Her eyes filled with sorrow. "Do not speak. First, drink some water." Throughout their journey, Wang San had treated them as his own family, and seeing him injured for saving Li Qiu-chi pained her deeply. He took a sip of water nonchalantly. "My injury is not severe. Let us continue our journey." In the midst of their concern, he stood up and stretched his legs. "It is merely my arm that is injured. My legs are fine. We must move swiftly to reach the town. Only there will we be safe." "Very well, let us depart now. The sooner we arrive at the town, the sooner we can see a doctor." They set off with their captive in tow, their eyes alert for any further ambushes. Upon reaching Pingshan town without incident, they promptly took Wang San to find a doctor. They anxiously watched as the doctor treated him. "It is merely a flesh wound. No bones are harmed, though he has lost quite a bit of blood. He will need to rest properly," the doctor concluded. Li Qiu-chi bowed deeply. Yes, doctor. What medicine should he take?" "Your bandaging was too haphazard. I will rewrap it as for medicine. Since there are no fractures, none is required. Just ensure he does not strain the wound or expose it to water." Li Qiu-chi was alarmed. "Doctor, how can he not have medicine for such a serious injury?" The doctor narrowed his gaze. "Are you the doctor, or am I? Do you dictate the terms, or do I?" Wang San immediately interjected. "Doctor, he is merely concerned. Please bear with him and dispense no medicine if it is unnecessary." Li Qiu-chi was still reluctant. But Wang San pulled him back, giving him a pointed look that urged him to remain silent. As the doctor redressed Wang San's wound, he explained, "As I mentioned, this young man's injury is superficial. Given the recent disasters, many others with more severe injuries have come seeking help. We must conserve our resources for those in greater need." After finishing, the doctor added, "To save one life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories." Li Qiu-chi fell silent, unable to counter the doctor's reasoning. After exiting, he attempted to persuade Wang San to visit another clinic, but Wang San declined, exerting considerable effort to dissuade Li Qiu-chi from his plan. They disregarded the robber's pleas and resolutely handed him over to the officials in the town. Originally, there was no government office in town, but due to the recent earthquake, officials had arrived. After delivering the robber, night had fallen, making it inconvenient for them to seek assistance, so they found a humble lodging for the night, parting with a bit of money. The night passed without incident. The following morning, the group ventured out to gather news and learned that Xinguang village was one of the 2 villages buried by the mountain. Qian fainted from distress. Li Qiu-chi quickly caught her, applying pressure to her acupoints to revive her. Thankfully, she regained consciousness shortly thereafter. Sobbing heavily, it took Li Qiu-chi considerable time to calm her down. As they continued on, Qian cried all the way to Xinguang village, and upon arrival, they found a village partially buried by the mountain. She gasped, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Joy overtook her as she cried out, "The house is intact. My family's house is unharmed." Li Qiu-chi was equally astonished. "Indeed, do not cry. Let us descend and take a closer look." Qian Shi's family home was located near the village entrance. While the houses that had been buried were situated closer to the mountain, a group of individuals hastily rushed past, and as they reached the front of a household, they were met with a cacophony of voices emanating from within. "Our home has been buried. What harm is there in staying at your residence for a few days?" One voice called out. "Indeed, with so many rooms in your house, could you not spare one or two to assist us?" An elderly man's voice, laden with weariness, responded. "Is this merely a temporary arrangement? You wish for us to relinquish our family's rooms, forcing our entire household to squeeze into just 2 small quarters. On what grounds? If we yield a room today, will we be expected to surrender our entire home tomorrow?" A raucous voice interjected. "Heavens! The Qian family shows no humanity, leaving us to perish, seeking to drive us to our doom." The old man retorted. "Do you search your conscience? Have we truly left you to your fate? I rescued you. Yet how did you repay my kindness? You occupy my rooms, consume my provisions, and even rummage through my belongings to steal my money. What's more, you did not spare even a child, injuring him grievously." His voice brimming with indignation, he demanded, "Are you still capable of calling yourselves human?" "Enough of his prattle," someone declared. "Since they refuse to vacate their rooms, let us not allow them to stay. Drive them out, yes, expel these heartless scoundrels." Another echoed, "If we evict them, the house will be ours. Charge." The situation inside spiraled into chaos. Chapter 91. Displaying the young ones, Li Qiu-chi unsheathed the axe hanging from his waist and kicked open the courtyard gate. Storming in. "Let us see who dares to expel my father-in-law's family." Wang San and his companions followed suit, with Wang San's arm hanging awkwardly, yet the other two brandished their weapons menacingly. Glaring at the raucous crowd, silence fell over the courtyard as all eyes turned to them. Qian Shi rushed forward. "Father, mother, I have returned." A silver-haired matron supported her. You are Yun Yang?" Qian Shi nodded. "Yes, I am. We have arrived late." Nearby, an old man let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, you are not late at all. Your timing is impeccable." Li Qiu-chi, brandishing his axe, stepped forward to position himself before the Qian family, swinging it a couple of times. "Humph, who wishes to occupy my father-in-law's rooms? Step forward. I wish to see whether this axe, which has felled bandits on the road, is harder than your heads." Beside him, Song Ping slammed his large knife into the ground, raising a cloud of dust, causing the troublemakers to instinctively take a step back. At that moment, Qian's father advanced. "I have shown you all the kindness I can. Since the earthquake, my family has taken you in, providing you with shelter and sustenance, yet you turn against my grandson, showing no gratitude and even seeking to drive us out." He closed his eyes. Steeling himself, "I can no longer offer you refuge. Take your belongings and leave." Li Qiu-chi echoed, "Get out. Should you dare return, we shall not be responsible for your lives." After delivering this warning, he struck a rotten piece of wood with his axe, cleaving it effortlessly in two, a display that struck fear into the hearts of the onlookers, even silencing those who had previously been the loudest. Under the intimidating presence of Li Qiu-chi and his companions, the crowd retreated, some orphans and widows kneeling and pleading not to be sent away, but Qian's father, resolute, expelled them. "I cannot harbor you any longer. Your presence endangers my family. No, we merely seek temporary refuge. We harbor no ill intent. Yet moments ago, when they threatened to evict my family, you stood silent, offering no support. We were afraid." "Words are unnecessary. You must leave." Li Qiu-chi personally wielded his axe to escort them out, and tranquility finally descended upon the Qian household. Once all had departed, Li Qiu-chi swiftly stowed away his axe, feeling somewhat uneasy as he rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly at Qian's father. Previously, due to Qian Shi's insistence on marrying him, Qian's father had treated him with disdain, expelling them and forbidding their return. However, after Li Qiu-chi's brave actions in a moment of crisis and the cooperation displayed with Qian's father, it was evident that the tension had lessened. If not now, when would he express this? If not now, when would he call him father? Qian's father shot him a glare and waved his sleeve dismissively. "Humph. Are you blind? I am a Qian, you are a Li. Who is your father?" After being scolded, Li Qiu-chi sheepishly rubbed his nose. Qian's mother grasped Qian Shi's hand tightly. Enough. It has been over a decade since our child returned." "Say less." "Humph. Over a decade without returning, yet you dare to speak." Qian Shi looked at her mother with a sense of grievance. Immediately, Qian's mother's expression hardened. Who was it that drove them away? Forbidding their return? Who stopped me from searching for them? Qian's father fell silent, Clearly feeling guilty, Qian's mother ushered everyone into the living room, accommodating Li Qiu-chi, Wang San, and the others, before taking her daughter aside for a private conversation. In the living room, Qian's father turned his head away, sulking, evidently unwilling to engage in conversation, not even sparing a glance at them. Li Qiu-chi and the others exchanged glances, each sitting in silence. The room was steeped in quietude. Fortunately, this silence was soon disrupted when a woman entered, accompanied by a child of tender years, bearing water for them. The child, with a bandaged head and a pallid complexion, timidly addressed Li Qiu-chi as he handed over the water. "Uncle." Li Qiu-chi accepted the water and set it aside, then embraced the child. "What is your name? How old are you?" "I am Qian Mingli, and I am 9 years old," Li Qiu-chi exclaimed in delight. "You are the same age as my little Taohua and Xiaobao." "They are also 9. Qian's father slightly turned his head, maintaining a demeanor of aloofness, yet he had quietly begun to listen intently. The woman accompanying the child was the wife of Qian Shi's elder brother. Surnamed Sunday, she discreetly observed Qian's father's reaction, recognizing his desire to hear news of the Li family while simultaneously unwilling to inquire directly. Sun let out a silent sigh, seated herself across from Li Qiu-chi, and initiated a conversation. It was a necessary course of action. With her father-in-law unwilling to speak and her husband absent, she could not ignore her guest. If it were just Li Qiu-chi, it might be excusable, given that he had eloped with Qian's daughter, but the others accompanying him were genuine guests who deserved attention. Sun remarked, "I recall your little Chow being 2 years younger than my eldest son. She should be 16 now, correct?" Li Qiu-chi straightened. "Indeed, she is 16. Then the Taohua and Xiaobao you mentioned are your second and third children?" "Not quite. There is also a Hohat and a Daniu in between. Totaling 5 children in our family." Sun's eyes widened in surprise. 5 children? That is quite a number. I presume there are 3 girls and 2 boys. Li Qiu-chi nodded. "Yes, all of them are well-behaved and sensible. Having daughters is a blessing. You cannot imagine, my family has 3 boys. The one before you is the third. There are 2 more. The eldest is called Qian Mingxiu. You have seen him before. He is currently studying at Yunshan Academy in Dayang County. He returned recently to assist his father with disaster relief. The second is Qian Mingguang. He has always been drawn to commerce rather than academics. He is currently running business with his uncle and has not written in a long while. I am uncertain of his whereabouts." Li Qiu-chi sincerely praised the 3 children of the Qian family, and as he spoke, a sense of pride illuminated his expression. "My eldest, affectionately called Xiao Qiao, is the one we brought back last time. Her given name is Li Qiu-chi. Though she is a girl, she is literate and adept at making tofu. Our current tofu business is managed by her." Sun's interest piqued. "Oh, she can read? Have you sent her to school?" Chapter 92. Benevolence. Li Qiu-chi cast a furtive glance at Qian's father, then said, "A few years ago, our family encountered an unfortunate incident, and Xiao Qiao wandered for several years, working as a servant in a wealthy household where she learned these skills. She just recently returned home." Qian's father slammed his palm on the table. "What did you say?" Li Qiu-chi recoiled slightly, lowering his head submissively. Sun quickly intervened. "Did you not just say that Xiao Qiao has returned home?" "Do not be rash." Qian's father was evidently incensed. "I have repeatedly said no marriage, no marriage. Look at the life she is leading. Which respectable family would allow their daughter to serve as a maid? There is a saying, after hardship comes ease. They are now making a living with tofu, and their lives will gradually improve." Qian's father fell silent, but continued to glare at Li Qiu-chi. Sun, seeking to shift the topic, prompted, "Now, tell me about the other children. It should be time for the second, Hohat, right?" Li Qiu-chi continued. "Hohat's full name is Li Qiu-hua. She has endured some hardships, but she has persevered. Her health is somewhat frail, yet her character is excellent." Qian's father abruptly stood, agitated. "What sort of hardships has she endured? You will explain everything to me today." Chun Yi, of a similar age to Li Qiu-chi, wore a disapproving expression, realizing that while transparency with the in-laws was necessary, it was not wise to divulge everything. Originally, the old father-in-law held little regard for him, and yet, he candidly divulged these matters. What good outcome could he possibly expect? As anticipated, upon hearing about Hohat's plight, Father Qin grew even more enraged. "Is this how you promise to treat Yunong and the children? Indeed, I have wronged them, burdening them with my misfortunes. Had it not been for Yunong's stubborn desire to marry you, merely a few words of advice from us would have spared her such a fate." At that moment, Qian Shi's voice interjected, "Marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog. Since I chose him, whatever befalls me is my due." She stepped into the room, standing beside Li Qiu-chi. "Moreover, I have never regretted this decision." Father Qin trembled as he pointed at her. Do you truly wish to drive me to my grave? Father, she replied, do not call me father. I have no daughter such as you. Mother Qian, with reddened eyes, clearly had just wept. If you reject your daughter, then you might as well cast me aside as well. I am not the one who spoke ill of her. Do not meddle in this. Have you not considered how perilous their journey from Daeong County was? They risked their lives to return to us, and this is how you treat them, Father Qian stammered. As their family's crisis was only just beginning to ease. Their ancestors had lived here, intimately familiar with the villagers. They had kindly taken them in, only to receive betrayal in return. It was easy to imagine the dire circumstances outside. He glanced at Wang San, suspended by his hands, and presumed his injuries were sustained during that treacherous journey. With a deep sigh, he resumed his silence. Mother Qian, however, addressed Li Qiu-chi with warmth. Do not take offense. The old man is simply stubborn. He is genuinely concerned for you, and his anger stems from pity for those children he has never met. Father Qian's secret was laid bare, and in embarrassment and anger. He retorted, who is being stubborn? Mother Qian, impatient, replied, very well, I shall be the stubborn one. When she turned to Li Qiu-chi, her demeanor softened to a gentle warmth. You must be hungry. Come, enjoy my cooking. Thank you, mother-in-law. No trouble at all. Mother Qian led Sun Shi to the kitchen, with Qian Shi following to lend a hand, leaving the room once again enveloped in a daunting silence. Wang San and the others sat awkwardly on their stools, unsure whether to leave or stay, caught in a dilemma. If Li Qiu-chi were to inadvertently offend his father-in-law, should they intervene or remain uninvolved? Li Qiu-chi was their patron. They ought to assist him. Yet this was a family matter, and their interference felt inappropriate. As the three wrestled with their uncertainty, Father Qian spoke up. What of the other three children? Are you not going to continue? Thus, Li Qiu-chi recounted the affairs of Daeniu, Xiaodawawa, and Xiaobazi. Unlike Li Qiu-chi and Hohot, their experiences had been relatively smooth. Upon hearing about them, Father Qian's fury dissipated, replaced by a calm demeanor. Once Li Qiu-chi finished speaking of the three, silence fell upon the room once more. Qian Yi, seated beside him, subtly nudged him, signaling him to engage his father-in-law in conversation. Li Qiu-chi quickly understood, summoning his courage. Father, why haven't I seen my brother-in-law? Father Qian shot him an irritated glare. He caught the attention of the county magistrate and has gone with the officials to provide disaster relief. Moreover, the eldest son is also off to gain experience. His response bolstered Li Qiu-chi's confidence, and he began to chat with Father Qian, gradually lightening the atmosphere in the room. Their conversation continued until the meal was prepared and they were called to dine. To their astonishment, the table was laden with an abundance of both meat and vegetables. Given the recent disaster and the fact that the Qian family had taken in several villagers, they had assumed the family's situation would be dire. Yet, here they were, able to lay out such a lavish spread. Mother Qian urged them, sit down quickly and savor my cooking. Qian Shi tasted the chicken, holding back tears. This must be the chicken you raised yourself. Mother, it tastes just like before. Mother Qian ladled some chicken soup for her. In my lifetime, I have only managed to raise chickens well. It's rather embarrassing to admit. Li Qiu-chi immediately interjected. Mother, you are far too humble. Yunong has inherited your talent for raising chickens. The chickens she raises are even favored by the scholars back home. Is that so? How many have you raised? Qian Shi replied. In the past, I had little to feed them, only managing to raise 5 or 6. Now that we have started the tofu business, I cannot bear to waste the leftover bean curd, so I have raised over 30. If there is no shortage of feed, then it is indeed wise to raise more. If we cannot sell them, we can eat them ourselves. That is exactly the reasoning. The family, along with Wang San and the others, enjoyed a hearty meal together and afterwards gathered to converse. After more than a decade apart, there was much to discuss. Wang San and the others, perceptively excusing themselves under the pretense of needing rest, left the family to their reunion. Meanwhile, the Li household was bustling as well, for the mother rabbit had given birth. The first to notice was Xiaobazi. Elder sister, come quickly. We have baby rabbits. A flurry of excitement ensued as they rushed over. Li Qiu-chi counted, finding 8 little rabbits, and gently placed soft grass in the nest before inspecting each one, discovering that 3 had perished. Xiaodawawa, puzzled, asked, why did they die? Li Qiu-chi removed the lifeless bunnies. I do not know. However, having 5 survive is quite remarkable already. Did I not mention that rabbits are very timid? I was worried they wouldn't give birth at all, so 5 is a fortunate outcome. Hohot expressed concern. The baby rabbits are so small. Can we care for them? As long as the mother rabbit is present, if we tend to her well, We have succeeded by half. Thus, in addition to the chickens, the Li household now boasted a new litter of rabbits. That night, as Li Qiu-chi prepared for bed, she delved into her space, seeking books on rabbit husbandry. She believed raising rabbits might be another path to prosperity. Chapter 93. Wheat rabbits are considered a delicacy. Fetching prices higher than chickens and pigs, and their fur is also highly valuable. Previously, when she visited the shop for fabric, she had seen garments made from rabbit pelts, indicating a strong market for rabbit fur in winter. Most importantly, rabbits possess an extraordinary reproductive capacity. They reach maturity at 6 months and can reproduce approximately every 2 months, enabling breeding year-round. Their gestation period is short, typically around 30 days, and they are prolific, often birthing more than 3 kits, sometimes even up to 8. For instance, the mother rabbit they acquired had given birth to 8. Naturally, to maximize profit, she planned to discreetly swap the surviving 5 rabbits with high-quality ones from her space. If she intended to utilize rabbit pelts, she would ensure the rabbits were of uniform color, with pure white being the most valuable. Fortunately, newborn rabbits are born hairless, making it difficult for others to discern their coloration. Thus, she could easily exchange them for uniformly colored kits from her space. Having missed the opportunity earlier, she resolved to make the swap quietly the next morning. She immersed herself in her space, spending half the night studying a book on rabbit husbandry before finally drifting into a peaceful sleep. The following morning, before even washing up, she headed to the rabbit nest to execute her plan. After a night's time, 2 of the previously surviving rabbits had also perished, prompting a sigh from her. Clearly, the mother rabbit had been spooked and was neglecting her young. She gathered the remaining 3 rabbits along with the deceased ones and stored them in her space. Then placed the 5 robust kits she had exchanged into the nest. On the way, Li Qiu continued to carry the tofu ahead, while Li Qiu-chi discreetly disposed of the rabbit carcasses in the thicket. As for the remaining 3 rabbits, she exchanged them in her space, each costing 1 point, a trivial gain. Throughout the day, Xiaobazi remained by the rabbit nest, observing the little creatures. Initially, Xiaodawawa was intrigued and sat beside him. But after realizing the kits were mostly inactive, her interest waned. Li Qiu-chi's tofu sales that day were lackluster, with only a few customers trickling in. Perhaps their prolonged presence had led to diminishing interest from the townsfolk. As they prepared to return, a third of the tofu remained unsold. Li Qiu-chi lingered a bit longer, but with no further sales, she resolved to head back. Worry creased Li Qiu's brow. What if we cannot sell the tofu? She pondered before suggesting. On our way back, we will pass through Lushu village and Hato village. Let us explore those 2 villages. All right. Their first stop was Hato village, where back at home, Ho-hot anxiously awaited their return for dinner. As time passed and they still had not appeared, her worry grew. Li Qiu-chi's idea proved to be quite advantageous. They ventured into the village to sell tofu, allowing customers to either purchase it with money or exchange it for soybeans. This was likely due to the proximity to the river, which facilitated irrigation and resulted in a more abundant harvest. The residents here were significantly more prosperous compared to those in Huai Tree village. Not long after the pair arrived at Hato village, they sold out the remaining tofu. A few latecomers, disappointed, were advised to return the following day. Having discovered a lucrative opportunity, Li Qiu-chi returned home humming a cheerful tune. While Li Qiuji's earlier melancholy had vanished, A.S. Ho-hot was on the verge of heading into town to seek them out. They finally made their way back with a note of concern. Ho-hot inquired, "Did you encounter any troubles? Why were you gone for so long?" Li Qiu-chi shook her head. "No troubles. Today's tofu simply didn't sell well, leaving us with some leftovers. We took a stroll around Hato village and managed to sell all that remained. You've worked hard that I've prepared dinner in advance. Wash your hands quickly so we can eat," she said with a bright smile. "Great, I'm quite famished," came the reply. In the afternoon, Li Qiu intended to inspect the wheat in the fields. Having spent a considerable sum on quality seeds, which he had sown alongside Li Qiu-chi, he made it a point to check on them every couple of days, especially now that the wheat had just begun to sprout. Requiring careful attention, Ho-hot, being industrious, had already completed all household chores, even weeding the vegetable garden. So Li Qiu-chi decided to accompany him to the fields. As they approached the vicinity of their wheat field, they spotted several individuals standing on the ridge, gesturing towards the crops and engaged in animated conversation. Li Qiu bellowed, "What are you doing?" The sudden outburst startled Li Qiu-chi. The group turned to face Li Qiu, remaining there as if awaiting their arrival, clearly not up to any mischief. As the siblings drew closer, Li Qiu-chi could see that the individuals were equipped with farming tools, their trouser legs rolled up and mud caked on their feet, indicating they were there to work. She glanced at their own field, noticing nothing amiss. One elderly man with graying hair smiled at Li Qiu and said, "Qiu, do not be alarmed. We were merely curious about your field. Another, impatient, asked, Are you planting wheat here? The old man replied, I already told you it's wheat. Why do you doubt me? The questioning continued, with the eager individual asking Li Qiu again, Is it wheat? Li Qiu nodded, prompting a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. You actually have the means to buy wheat seeds. And just look at how well your wheat is growing. It must be the finest quality. Where did your father procure the seeds? How much did they cost? With the cold weather approaching, won't the wheat freeze? The group began to chatter excitedly. Li Qiu, unsure of whom to address first, chose to remain silent. Ultimately, it was Li Qiu-chi who responded. Having learned what they wanted, the group didn't leave, but instead squatted on the ridge, admiring the lush wheat. To be honest, this wheat looks quite similar to chives. One remarked. The elderly man carefully inspected the plants and said, No wonder Li Qiu-chi is the best farmer in Huai Tree Village. This wheat is truly well cultivated. Straightening up, he turned to Li Qiu-chi and added, However, I notice the soil is somewhat dry. You should water it soon. Thank you, she replied. The man who had earlier inquired about the wheat rubbed his hands together, saying, I recall that before planting wheat, they spread some chicken manure in the field. Could that be the reason for its success? Li Qiu-chi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is related. Chapter 94. Conversation. Noticing the interest in chicken manure, Li Qiu-chi squatted on the ridge to explain the benefits of organic fertilizers. Reactions varied. Some were skeptical, others believed her, while a few remained ambivalent. What do you know, young girl? Such matters regarding crops shouldn't be spoken of lightly, one scoffed. We've been farming for a lifetime. We know more than you do. And we've never heard of such claims. Li Qiu-chi simply smiled at their skepticism, refusing to argue. Whether it works or not, we will find out. Our family is already experimenting with it. Only two individuals appeared to accept Li Qiu-chi's words, the elderly man and a middle-aged man who asked numerous questions. Li Qiu-chi soon learned their names. The elderly man was called Old Li, while the middle-aged man shared the surname Li and was nicknamed Li Gooden, likely a childhood name or nickname. Observing their keen interest, she explained the steps for composting. Seeing their confusion, she added, In a few days, when the weather gets colder, I'll begin composting at that time. I'll have Qiu call you over. Old Li looked at her with appreciation, saying, You are indeed a sincere person. If it were someone else, they would have kept such good fortune to themselves. If you claim it to be a good deed, sharing it will benefit more people. Allowing everyone to cultivate more grain, isn't that a good thing? Old Li chuckled. You are not only honest but also generous. If you were born a boy, your future would be limitless. Li Qiu-chi humbly deflected the compliment. As their conversation flowed, Li Qiu-chi and Old Li became well acquainted. Two individuals of vastly different ages squatting on the ridge, chatting about various topics. At first, the others were interested in listening, but as the discussion strayed from their interests, they gradually dispersed. Just as they were about to part ways, Old Li hesitated and asked, Little grass girl, are you now using soybeans to barter for tofu because your family's supply of soybeans has dwindled? Li Qiu-chi understood immediately. Do you have something in mind, Grandpa Li? Old Li laughed heartily. I've grown some soybeans this year too, and upon learning that your family was using them for tofu, I decided to hold on to mine instead of selling them. So it was you who intentionally saved them for us. That's truly wonderful, she replied. Old Li's eyes lit up. I wish to sell them. What price can you offer? Li Qiu-chi pondered. Grandpa Li, you must know that our tofu is not priced very high, so I fear I cannot offer much for your soybeans, perhaps just slightly above the market rate. As she spoke, she gestured with her fingers to indicate a small amount. Haha, that's no problem at all. Since you want them, I shall deliver the soybeans to your home later, Old Li responded cheerfully. With the arrangement settled, he hummed a merry tune as he departed. Just then, Li Qiu returned home, bringing buckets and hooks for watering. They were about to begin irrigating. Li Qiu brought 2 pairs of buckets, and being the stronger of the two, he was tasked with fetching water, while Li Qiu-chi remained in the fields to water the crops. Unfamiliar with the water source, she decided to accompany him on his first trip to observe. After traversing the lengthy distance, Li Qiu-chi suddenly understood why there were vast stretches of uncultivated land nearby, with so few willing to clear it. Most of those farming here had moved from Taohua village. As their fields were too far from the water source, as she returned home, she silently counted the seconds in her mind. The return trip alone took nearly 4 minutes, and when adding the time spent fetching water, each round trip amounted to about 10 minutes. Their field was quite large, and since the wheat was sown densely, unlike other crops that required digging holes for seeds, this meant they had to water the entire area. It was evident how labor-intensive their task was. Regardless of the difficulty, they had to persevere, and the only consolation was that Li Qiu was strong. When Xiao Baozi came to call them for dinner, They had only managed to irrigate half of the field. Reluctantly, they decided to leave the rest for the next day. The following day's tofu sales went considerably smoother than the previous days, though still not as brisk as at the outset. However, Li Qiu-chi remembered the villagers from Hutto who had instructed them to return today, and once they sold a third of their remaining stock, they decided to pack up and head back home early. Nearby, an elderly vegetable seller expressed confusion. "You haven't sold all your tofu yet. Why are you leaving?" "We have an order for tofu from another village that we need to deliver," Li Qiu-chi replied. The elder gazed at them enviously. "No wonder. Your business is thriving." Having arrived earlier, he still had a considerable amount of vegetables unsold. Li Qiu-chi smiled at him before departing. Upon reaching Hutto village, they barely called out a few times to sell tofu before women began to emerge, largely drawn by the previous day's word of mouth. With the influx of customers, Li Daniu gulped nervously and retreated, leaving Li Qiu-chi alone to manage the growing crowd. Some paid with money, while others offered soybeans in exchange. Li Qiu-chi found herself overwhelmed. "Daniu, bring out the scale." Receiving no response, she turned to find him already absent. Left with no choice, she had to handle the eager women by herself. After they had all left, satisfied with their purchases, Li Qiu-chi finally found a moment to wipe the sweat from her brow. With her hands on her hips, she called out, "Daniu, come help me pack up." Li Daniu dutifully gathered everything, then flashed a goofy smile at Li Qiu-chi. "How will you ever find a wife behaving like this?" she lamented. "Are you planning to interact with your wife in the same manner?" He hoisted the burden back onto his shoulders, pursing his lips as he strode ahead, clearly unwilling to discuss the matter further. Li Qiu-chi, with a sense of helplessness, followed along. It had been quite some time since the incident involving that widow, yet he still felt a profound aversion towards women. As he walked along the street, he would instinctively shrink away from them, exercising utmost caution to avoid approaching any. This was a psychological barrier, one that could not be easily surmounted, and he could not be forced into it. Alternative methods would need to be contemplated to gradually alter his mindset. The two traveled home in silence. Hurrying back, upon entering, Ho-hot greeted them with enthusiasm. "You have finally returned. What happened?" There was a hint of urgency in her voice. "Oldly from the village brought some yellow beans, saying he had arranged to sell them to you." "Indeed, that is true," he replied. "When he delivered the beans, he asked me to weigh them, and mentioned that I could pay him when you returned." "Well done," she acknowledged. Chapter 95. An opportunity. Li Qiu-chi inquired. "How much did he bring?" "Over 80 jin. He exchanged the extra for tofu. We need to pay him for 80 jin. "Understood. I shall personally deliver the payment to him shortly." Ho-hot's expression lightened considerably. "I have thoroughly inspected the beans. Would you like to have another look?" Li Qiu-chi chuckled and shook his head. "There is no need for that. I trust you to handle it well, and you have consistently performed admirably before." Perhaps due to her past unpleasant experiences, Ho-hot exhibited a degree of insecurity, prompting Li Qiu-chi to frequently find opportunities to praise her. Ho-hot's cheeks flushed at the compliment. "Since you have entrusted the task to me, I shall undoubtedly work diligently. While working, do remember to take care of your health. Speak up if you feel unwell. Understood." After quenching his thirst with a generous drink of water, Li Qiu-chi took the money and had Little Leopard guide him to old Li's home. Upon knocking on the door, the siblings were warmly welcomed. "Ah, it is Xiao Qiao. Come in, come in." Hearing her name, the other family members emerged to usher them inside. They were soon surrounded by the curious gazes of old Li's large family. Little Leopard felt somewhat uncomfortable and clung tightly to Li Qiu-chi. Though familiar with the village, his poor health had kept him indoors, and he found the enthusiastic stares overwhelming. Li Qiu-chi patted his head and produced the money. "This is the payment for your family's yellow beans." At the mention of money, everyone fell silent. Even Old Li gazed intently at her. She handed the money to Old Li. "Currently, the price of yellow beans in town is 1 won per jin. Your beans are of excellent quality, and you specifically set them aside for my family, plus we are neighbors, so I will add an additional 5 jin for the same price." Li Qiu-chi smiled shyly. Continuing, "Our tofu is reasonably priced, and considering the costs of firewood and labor, our profits are minimal. Thus, I can only offer this slight increase, lest our family incur losses." Upon hearing this, Old Li's family became even more enthusiastic towards Li Qiu-chi. It was noteworthy that an increase of 1 won for 5 jin amounted to a total of 16 won for the 80 jin they delivered, a sum that would take them 3 months to save given their large family and expenses. Realizing this, they began to lavish compliments upon Li Qiu-chi and her family, praising her beauty, Little Leopard's cuteness, their tofu's quality, and the chickens raised by the Qian family, even noting that scholars came to purchase them. In short, they said everything that could be said. Li Qiu-chi quickly redirected the conversation. "Old Li, Please count the money and ensure it is sufficient. Old Li, unembarrassed, began to count the coins, while the others watched eagerly. After finishing, he tucked the coins into his pocket. It is enough, Li Qiu-chi stood up. Then I shall take my leave. I will call for you when I need to pile the manure. They began to urge her to stay for a meal. Stay and have dinner with us? Li Qiu-chi repeatedly declined. No, no, Ho-hot has already prepared a meal waiting for us. The entire Li family then escorted the siblings to the doorstep. As they walked away, they could still hear them inviting her to visit. The two quickened their pace under the curious gazes of the other villagers. Once they were out of sight of their home, Li Qiu-chi wiped the sweat from his brow. Old Li appears to be a perfectly normal person. Why are his family members so excessively warm? It is quite overwhelming, Little Leopard remarked. Their family was not always like this. After a moment's thought, Li Qiu-chi deduced that it was likely due to the extra 16 when he had offered. After returning home and having a meal, Li Qiu-chi and Li Daniu continued to the fields to water the crops. Ho-hot wished to accompany them, but Li Qiu-chi stopped her. Although her health had improved significantly since the beginning, she was still undergoing treatment and should not be overexerted. While the two were sweating profusely from watering the wheat, in Qian village, Qian Zhuji, his wife, and Gu Wenxing were exchanging bewildered glances. Qian Mingxiu, the eldest grandson of the Qian family, glanced at both parties. Uncle and aunt, do you know Gu Wenxing? Qian Zhuji chuckled awkwardly. Yes. He is the scholar from our side. He came to our house to buy chickens before. Ji Wenxing sat upright, smiling cheerfully. Indeed, Aunt Qian's chickens are delicious. I heard about it and bought one for my mother to help her health. He then turned to the Qian family. My mother praised it highly and mentioned she would like to buy another one from your family. I in distant Lushu village. Gu's mother sneezed loudly. Is someone speaking ill of me? Aunt Qian replied with an awkward smile. Oh, is that so? I still have a few. If you want, you can just come to my house and take one. Qian Zhuji nudged her, raising an eyebrow. It suddenly dawned on Aunt Qian that her daughter had previously disapproved of Gu's son, yet she had inadvertently invited him into her home. How utterly inappropriate, however. The words had already escaped her lips. And there was no recourse. Aunt Qian lowered her head and ceased speaking. Ji Wenxing perceived their discomfort, but he was undeterred. As the saying goes, with perseverance, one can grind an iron rod into a needle. If he could not win over Li Qiu-chi, he could at least impress her parents. Encountering the Li couple in this remote village of Songshan County was surely a stroke of fortune orchestrated by fate. Sitting nearby, Qian Mingxiu had a good relationship with Gu Wenxing, as they were both studying at the same academy. Ji Wenxing's presence here was due to Qian Mingxiu's urgent return home after hearing about a calamity. As a good friend of Qian Mingxiu, Gu Wenxing naturally accompanied him to see if he could offer any assistance. As Qian Mingxiu's uncle, Qian Yunxiao had gained recognition from the county magistrate and was dispatched to assist with disaster relief. Naturally, his son, Qian Mingxiu, would follow. Now that the situation was under control, they had returned. As Gu Wenxing's good friend, Qian Mingxiu noticed his unusual behavior. He seemed particularly attentive when addressing the Li couple. Clever as he was, he quickly deduced Gu Wenxing's intentions. In other words, the girl Gu Wenxing had his eyes on was likely the daughter of the Li family, meaning that the exceptionally beautiful girl he had seen in the county was indeed his cousin. He found amusement in observing Gu Wenxing's efforts, offering an occasional comment, but primarily watching as Gu Wenxing endeavored to impress Li Zhuji and his wife. Chapter 96. A confrontation in light of Li Qiu-chi's rejection of Gu Wenxing. Li Zhuji and his wife felt even more uncomfortable in his presence than during his previous visit to purchase chickens. Fortunately, Gu Wenxing was perceptive. Upon sensing their discomfort, he gradually steered the conversation to a close, sparing them any further awkwardness. After dinner, Gu Wenxing took Qian Mingxiu aside to a quiet corner, under the amused gaze of his friend, and asked, Brother Qian, our brotherly bond is not mere pretense, is it? Qian Mingxiu crossed his arms. Of course, it is genuine. We are brothers, so when my younger brother is in trouble, an elder brother should not stand idly by, right? He grinned mischievously. That is not necessarily the case. Gu Wenxing, not one to prolong the suspense, stated directly. You know my character well, but Li uncle and Li aunt do not. Therefore, I would like to ask you to speak a few kind words on my behalf in front of them. Oh, so you are calling upon your elder brother now? In response to his teasing, Gu Wenxing maintained his composure. If this leads to a positive outcome, should I not then refer to you as cousin? Qian Mingxiu lowered his arms. Teske, are you still the same? You were so proud before. I never imagined you would humble yourself like this. There's something amiss with you. He coughed discreetly to mask his embarrassment. It is nothing. If lowering myself can help me successfully marry my wife, it is worth it. It is said that since ancient times, heroes have struggled against the charms of beautiful women. since you are so sincere. I shall not turn a blind eye. You can count on me to ensure you are praised to the heavens. Ji Wenqing clasped his hands in gratitude. There is no need for such exaggeration. Just a few straightforward words will suffice. Rest assured, it is all in my hands. Thus, in the following days, Qian Mingxiu frequently spoke of Gu Wenqing in front of Li Qiu-chi and his wife, extolling his virtues, character, and conduct during their time at the academy. The originally contented couple, Li Qiu-chi and his wife, became even more enamored with Gu Wenqing under the influence of such indoctrination. However, amidst their elation, the thought of their daughter's unwavering refusal struck them like a bucket of cold water, awakening them to their predicament. They feared that they might succumb to the allure of having a scholar son-in-law, agreeing to things they ought not to, and thus, for the next few days, they discreetly avoided him. Upon realizing this, Gu Wenqing promptly informed Qian Mingxiu that there was no need to continue. Over the past few days of interaction, Qian Mingxiu had naturally grasped the intentions of his aunt and uncle, and he sighed, saying, I believe the pivotal solution lies with my cousin. They are, in fact, quite satisfied with you. Yu Wenqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, there is a distinction between the sexes, and I have no opportunity to engage with Miss Li. Should a discerning individual witness it, it may tarnish her reputation. Qian Mingxiu sympathetically remarked, then this truly must be disheartening for you. During this period, the couple recounted many tales about their family, particularly regarding Li Qiu-chi, through which Qian Mingxiu discerned the kind of person she was. Moreover, he had previously encountered Li Qiu-chi in the county, and from that day's circumstances, it seemed she harbored no romantic feelings for Gu Wenqing. In no matter, good things come to those who wait. I shall ponder other methods. Qian Mingxiu patted his shoulder. To be honest, I would quite like you to call me cousin. Rest assured, I will make every effort to call you cousin, Gu Wenqing replied. Very well, I shall await that. In contrast to the turmoil faced by Li Qiu-chi and his wife, matters concerning Li Qiu-chi progressed rather smoothly. Although the tofu business in town had diminished somewhat, they had expanded their enterprise to the villages, now producing even more tofu than before. Despite the daily hustle, their lives felt fulfilling. The little rabbits had begun to sprout fur. The inquisitive little leopard, who took care of the rabbits daily, posed a curious question. Big sister, the mother rabbit is gray and white. Why are there white, gray, and even black rabbits among the little ones? Why do their fur colors differ? This question momentarily stumped Li Qiu-chi. The color variations were undoubtedly due to her secretly swapping the rabbits. Yet she could not explain it thus. After racking her brain for an excuse, she replied, I'm not exactly sure. Perhaps the male rabbit has some black in its fur, hence the white rabbit gave birth to a black one. The little leopard nodded obediently. The little rabbits are born from the mother rabbit. What does the male rabbit have to do with it? Li Qiu-chi's warm smile faltered. How am I to explain this? Just as she was at her wit's end, little Tao Hua chimed in, silly. When the male and female rabbits are together, they can have little rabbits. Men and women sleeping together can have children too. Her comment startled Li Qiu-chi, who quickly covered Tao Hua's mouth. That cannot be said. Tao Hua, you are still young. You must not say such things in the future. Just understand it yourself. Never mention it in front of others. Once released, Tao Hua pouted in displeasure. What I said is merely the truth. Men and women sleeping together can indeed have children. Li Qiu-chi was nearly exasperated. And you say that? Did you not hear a single word I just said? Little Tao Hua made a face at her. I told you so. Then, turning to run away, she was swiftly caught by Li Qiu-chi, who grinned menacingly. Where do you think you're going? Having never seen such a look on her face, little Tao Hua instinctively recoiled. I was just going out to play. Li Qiu-chi seated her firmly on her lap and delivered 2 sharp slaps to her rear. The loud sound echoed, and feeling the sting on her backside, little Tao Hua incredulously turned to Li Qiu-chi. Big sister? Do you understand your mistake now? Little Tao Hua immediately pouted, holding back tears. Li Qiu-chi was still irate, delivering another 2 slaps. I've already told you that you cannot say such things. You disregarded my words and even made faces at me. Do you think you deserve to be punished? In an instant, little Tao Hua burst into tears, startling Ho-hot and Li Daniu. Upon seeing Ho-hot approach, little Tao Hua stretched out her arms, looking pitiful. Second sister, save me. Big sister is going to kill me. My bottom hurts so much. It feels like it's been ruined. Li Qiu-chi couldn't help but laugh in anger. I've only slapped you a few times. Do you really think I could kill you? Could I really ruin your backside? Little Tao Hua, who had been wailing, paused for a moment before crying out again. My bottom hurts so much. Second sister, save me. This time, she no longer mentioned being killed or her backside being ruined. Upon learning why Li Qiu-chi had punished Tao Hua, Hohat's gentle demeanor turned cold. Clearly angered as well, she took Tao Hua aside and lectured her for quite some time, and by the time Tao Hua was released, she appeared quite subdued, no longer sporting her usual cheeky grin. Meanwhile, the little leopard, who had inadvertently caused this commotion, was taken aback when Tao Hua was punished, believing it was due to his own actions. He felt immensely guilty. Upon noticing this, Li Qiu-chi promptly comforted him, and after much talking, the little leopard finally understood that Tao Hua was punished for speaking out of turn and ignoring Li Qiu-chi's advice. He assured her, "Big sister, I will certainly listen to you from now on." Li Qiu-chi smiled and patted his head good. Following Tao Hua's reprimand, the household grew quieter. Despite these changes, their lives continued in a steady rhythm. Preparing soy milk consumed a great deal of firewood. Li Qiu-chi, noticing the dwindling supply, decided to venture up the mountain to gather more. Her original plan was to go alone, utilizing the convenience of her space to gather a larger quantity of firewood to store and retrieve gradually. However, upon learning of her intentions, Li Daniu insisted on accompanying her, thus thwarting her plan. Upon reaching the mountain, they found that the outer branches had been largely depleted, compelling them to delve deeper into the woods than she had with Hong Ying previously. With Li Daniu, the strong man, by her side, Li Qiu-chi found her tasks considerably easier. She merely needed to organize and bundle the firewood he cut down for their descent. Li Daniu, a man of few words, focused solely on his labor, leaving Li Qiu-chi to her thoughts as she worked. This labor was purely physical, requiring no mental effort, allowing her mind to wander. Her thoughts drifted far and wide, eventually landing on her space. Ever since the last unexpected voice had prompted her about redeeming paper furs, the space had fallen silent, retaining only its functions of exchange and storage. With no further prompts, it was as though that previous sudden notification had never occurred. While gathering firewood, she pondered the purpose of this space. Just as she was lost in her musings, an electronic voice suddenly resonated. Ding, one ginseng detected 300 meters ahead. Li Qiu-chi immediately straightened up, her face a mask of confusion. What was going on with this space? After such a long period of silence, it had suddenly made an announcement. What did it mean? Why now? If one were to describe it, the space's notification was akin to a poor internet connection, stuttering and lengthy. Nearly a month had passed since the last reminder about redeeming paper furs. Finding a patch of grass, she settled down, diving into her consciousness within the space, examining it thoroughly, yet finding nothing amiss. It was all as it had been. With a sigh, she stood up, deciding to collect the ginseng first. However, as she took her first step, she paused. The space had only indicated the presence of ginseng 300 meters away, yet it had not specified the direction. In that moment, a profound sense of helplessness washed over her. Despite having been granted such an extraordinary ability, why was it proving to be so cumbersome to utilize? Most troubling of all was the absence of any notifications regarding space upgrades or new features. Li Qiu-chi felt as if a treasure mountain lay before her. Yet she could only gaze at it emptily, unable to grasp it, reliant solely on whatever treasures might fall from it. She sighed heavily once more. Without knowledge of the ginseng's direction, she would have to search every possible direction until she found it. Thus, Li Qiu-chi began to search diligently among the grass and beneath the trees. After exploring one direction, she felt her eyes growing weary from straining them for too long. Rubbing her eyes, she continued her search in another direction. Meanwhile, Li Daniu, who had been chopping wood nearby, glanced at her several times, hesitating to speak. Once he had gathered enough firewood, he approached Li Qiu-chi to inquire about her activities and whether she needed assistance. Li Qiu-chi straightened up, feeling the stiffness in her back from bending over for so long, wincing as she stood. "Big sister, what are you looking for?" "I can help you," Li Qiu-chi thought for a moment. "I can manage on my own. You must be tired from chopping wood as well. Go take a break." Rejected. Li Daniu didn't press further. Very well then. She resumed her search among the grass for the elusive ginseng. After a considerable time, she finally located Li Daniu's resting place after a thorough search, noticing that the leaves beneath him appeared somewhat familiar. Taking a deep breath, she offered Li Daniu a smile and said, "Daniu, could you please stand up for a moment?" Obediently, Li Daniu rose, patting his backside. "The grass beneath is rather prickly." Li Qiu-chi approached and gently brushed aside the leaves that had been crushed by him. Drawing in a sharp breath, the ginseng she had been searching for all this time lay right beneath Li Daniu's bottom. She was at a loss whether to laugh or see or why. Li Daniu scratched his head and asked, "Sister, is this the item you were looking for?" "Yes, indeed. It is Li Qiu-chi tucked away her thoughts and began to carefully excavate the soil, finally revealing the ginseng. Recognizing the item, Li Daniu squatted down and inquired uncertainly, "Sister, is this ginseng?" Her movements paused as she replied, "Daniu, I would like to ask you to keep a secret, if you would." "What secret?" "It concerns this ginseng. Let us refrain from spreading the word. Don't tell anyone that I unearthed it. Just say it was a chance discovery." "All right, I will keep your secret. I won't tell a soul. Thank you very much." With the matter settled, Li Qiu-chi resumed her excavation of the ginseng. After considerable effort, she finally unearthed it. The size of this ginseng was comparable to what she had previously purchased for Ho-hat's illness, and its age should be similar as well. She cautiously stored the ginseng, saying, "All right, we can head back now." Upon returning home, Li Daniu quietly engaged in his tasks, making no mention of the ginseng. The following day, Li Qiu-chi took the ginseng with her to town, and when the tofu sales were nearing completion, they sought out Dr. Li. Ginseng requires proper processing for storage and medicinal use, but she was unfamiliar with the procedure and needed to consult an expert. Dr. Li, upon receiving the ginseng, expressed surprise. "This ginseng must be around 50 years old. It appears so fresh. Has it just been harvested?" "Yes, I was fortunate to find it on the mountain yesterday." "Do you wish to sell it, or have me process it for you?" Given the Li family's previous hardships, with nearly everyone in poor health, Li Qiu-chi intended to keep the ginseng for her family. Without hesitation, she replied, "Please process it for us. I do not plan to sell it, but rather to take it home for my family's health. I can assist you with the processing, but it is somewhat complex, and you will need to wait a while, and no problem. I would not let you work for nothing, and I will provide the necessary compensation. Then come back in half a month to collect it. Thank you, Dr. Li." After leaving Dr. Li's courtyard, the two hurried to He-tu village and Lu-shu village to sell tofu. Due to the ginseng affair, they returned home later than usual. Chapter 98. Return. On that day, while Li Qiu-chi was busy, she was startled by a sudden scream from Ho-hat. Rushing towards the source of the commotion, she entered the room to find Ho-hat, still shaken, clutching her chest. "What happened?" "Sister, there's a mouse in the house, a large one. It just bumped into my foot, giving me quite a fright, but I'm fine now." "That's a relief." Li Qiu-chi anxiously scanned the room. "Where did the mouse go?" "It ran towards the bag of bean dregs. The accumulated bean dregs must have been consumed by the mouse. Otherwise, it wouldn't have grown so large." They made tofu daily, resulting in a significant amount of leftover dregs, which the chickens could not finish. Rather than waste them, they had dried and stored them in sacks. And now they had quite a collection. As they began to move the sacks, they discovered that nearly half of the dregs in the innermost sack had been consumed. Ho-hat lamented, "These mice are intolerable. How could they eat so much? Sister, what should we do? The chickens at home can't finish all of this." Li Qiu-chi sighed. "Then let us raise pigs." Ho-hat's eyes widened in surprise. "Raise pigs?" "Yes, raise pigs. Is there a problem with that?" Ho-hat shook her head vigorously. No, I just didn't expect our family would start raising pigs. Compared to other poultry, pigs consume a significant amount. Most people here are impoverished and often struggle to provide for themselves, let alone raise pigs. Hence, only the wealthy can afford to do so. In the entire Huaishu village, only Grandpa C's family could manage to raise pigs. Raising pigs, to a certain extent, reflects a household's financial standing, which is why Ho-hat was so incredulous. "Our bean dregs are piling up. Rather than letting the mice eat them, it would be better to feed them to pigs. Once the pigs are grown, whether for sale or for our own consumption, it would be beneficial." That Ho-hat's words struck a chord. "But we have no space to raise pigs." Their home indeed lacked extra space. Aside from their thatched roof house, half the yard was used for vegetable cultivation while the other half housed chickens. However, this was not a troubling issue for Li Qiu-chi. "We can simply build a pig pen. There's an empty plot behind our house where we can set it up. We need to wait for our parents to return first." Li Qiu-chi nodded. "They have been gone for quite some time. They should be back soon. Let us wait a few days to discuss the pig-raising matter together." Meanwhile, the Li family, mentioned by the sisters, was currently bidding farewell to the Qian family. The Qian family was reluctant to see them go, especially Qian Yunyang, who had just returned after more than a decade. Similarly, the Qian family felt a deep sense of loss. However, with 5 children waiting at home, they had no choice but to part ways. At that moment, the farewell scene was filled with tears from the womenfolk, particularly from Qian Mu, who tightly grasped Qian Shi's hand, unwilling to let go. "Yunyang, I can't bear to see you go. After more than 10 years apart, you've only returned for a few days before leaving again. Once you go, I may never see you again. What will I do?" Qian Shi's eyes were already swollen from crying. "Mother, I too do not wish to leave you, but the children at home are waiting for me. I am an unfilial daughter. Beside them, Qian Fu's eyes glistened with tears, clearly unable to hold back in the face of such a poignant farewell, yet he restrained himself from shedding tears for the sake of his dignity. Meanwhile, Qian Mingxiu pulled Gu Wenxing aside. Xingdi, please take good care of my uncle and aunt on the way back. Ji Yuanxing smiled. That is my duty. Rest assured, I will ensure their safe return. Qian Mingxiu patted his shoulder. You know I am waiting for you to call me cousin. I wish you a smooth journey and all your wishes fulfilled. Thank you for your kind words. As the Li couple prepared to return, Gu Wenxing announced his intention to go home as well, coincidentally traveling the same route. He had his own carriage, allowing the group to ride together rather than walk back as they had come. After a heartfelt farewell filled with tears and many parting words, they faced the true moment of departure. Amidst Qian Mu's cries, the carriage carrying Li Qiu-chi and his family gradually receded from view until it disappeared, prompting the Qian family to turn back. Ji Yuanxing's carriage was not large. He usually drove it himself. This time, with the addition of Li Qiu-chi and his family, they needed to accommodate 6 people. Wang San volunteered to drive the carriage, and another young man, Song Ping, quickly joined him in the front, leaving Li Qiu-chi and his family, Gu Wenxing, and Chun Yi in the back of the carriage. Chan Yi, wanting to exit but finding no space, could only awkwardly sit in the corner. He was of a similar age to Li Qiu-chi and had spent considerable time outside. He had picked up on the dynamics between Gu Wenxing and Li Qiu-chi's family, forming some suspicions but keeping them to himself. At that moment, he felt like an outsider, as if he were intruding on Gu Xiaokai's affairs. Both Li Qiu-chi and his wife felt uneasy. Their heads bowed in silence. In regards to Gu Xiaokai's marriage, they felt their family had wronged him, yet he bore no grudges and allowed them to share his carriage, which only deepened their guilt. Gu Wenxing, noticing their discomfort, did not impose himself and took out a book to read during the bumpy ride. Seeing him in this manner, Li Qiu-chi and his wife released a sigh of relief. Although Gu Wenxing was not very talkative during the journey, he took excellent care of Li Qiu-chi's family. In addition to the basic needs of food and shelter, when Qianshi began to cough due to a chill, Gu Wenxing promptly took her to see a doctor, personally preparing the medicine and delivering it to her. Li Qiu-chi and Qianshi exchanged glances, silently accepting his care. With the carriage, their return journey was expedited, reaching the town in just 3 days. After bidding farewell to Wang San and the others, Gu Wenxing continued driving the carriage toward the village. As they approached Lu Shu village, Qianshi intended to ask the carriage to stop, but was halted by Li Qiu-chi. Qian spoke softly, "We can return the remaining distance on our own. If someone with ulterior motives sees us disembarking from Gu Xiaocai's carriage, it may not bode well." Li Qiu-chi lowered his voice. "Throughout our journey, we have received ample kindness from Gu Xiaocai. I believe he is genuinely sincere. Let us grant him another opportunity. Is it truly necessary? Let us consider it a way to repay him for his hospitality along the way. Once he returns us, we may also have a chance to see Xiao Xiao. At that moment, we can speak a few kind words on his behalf. As for whether she marries or not, that ultimately depends on Xiao Chao's own wishes." Qian sighed. "Very well, let it be so." Outside the carriage, Gu Wenxing was unable to hear their conversation, but upon noticing they did not call for a halt, a smile crept across his face. He was aware that his efforts during this time had finally borne fruit. He would soon have the opportunity to see Li Qiu-chi once more. Chapter 99. The earrings. Gu Wenxing's good mood lasted only until they arrived at the Li residence, for to his dismay, Li Qiu-chi was absent. Ho-hot joyfully welcomed her parents inside, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, you have finally returned." Upon hearing the commotion, the little leopard also rushed out, calling out "Father, Mother," and immediately caught sight of the following Gu Wenxing, his eyes shining with excitement. Shyly, he hesitated, torn between the desire to approach and the fear of doing so. Unaware of his expression due to their own preoccupations, Li Qiu-chi and his wife inquired, "Where is everyone else?" "Eldest sister and Daniu have gone to gather firewood on the mountain, and Taohua has gone out to play." Li Qiu-chi offered Gu Wenxing an awkward smile. "Gu Xiaocai, please, come inside." Though disappointed that the person he longed to see was not present, Gu Wenxing maintained his politeness and took his leave of the Li family. Qian did not insist on his staying, but as he prepared to depart, she personally retrieved the largest rooster from the chicken coop, saying, "Take this as a token of gratitude for your kindness during our journey." Gu Xiaocai repeatedly declined. No, I was merely fulfilling my duty in taking care of you." "There is no need for such formality." Li Qiu-chi echoed this sentiment, insisting that Gu Wenxing accept it. From the moment Gu Wenxing's carriage entered the village, it had attracted the attention of the villagers, particularly the neighbors of the Li family, who had come out to witness the spectacle. Desiring to avoid drawing attention, Gu Wenxing reluctantly accepted the rooster, carrying it onto the carriage as he departed, evidently heading towards the home of the village's old scholar. This old scholar was Li Qiu-chi's fourth uncle and Li Qiu-chi's great-grandfather, known as Li Sheng. Once he left, a swarm of villagers rushed into the Li family's courtyard, buzzing with inquiries about why Li Qiu-chi and his wife had been personally escorted home by Gu Xiucai. This was quite the spectacle. Not long ago, it had been rumored that Gu Xiucai's mother had taken a liking to another family's Taohua girl, expressing great satisfaction and even gifting a pair of silver earrings. This incident had stirred quite the commotion in the village, causing that family to walk with newfound pride, overshadowing the Li family's tofu-selling business. Now, upon learning that Li Qiu-chi and his wife had been returned by Gu Xiucai himself, the villagers were eager to uncover the details. Li Qiu-chi and Qian chose to keep their intentions regarding Li Qiu-chi's proposal a secret, sharing only the truth about the events that transpired. Li Qiu-chi explained. We were fortunate to encounter Gu Xiucai while traveling to Songshan County. He recognized me as the nephew of his fourth uncle, and since he was also heading home, he kindly offered us a ride. Indeed, Gu Xiucai is a good person. Our ability to ride in his carriage is thanks to my old scholar uncle, who was visiting the village, and as fate would have it, we traveled together back. Li Qiu-chi and Qian were well liked in the village, and since the villagers knew they rarely spoke untruths, even their curiosity was quelled after the explanation. One woman leaned closer to Qian, inquiring, You truly are fortunate, by the way, during your journey with Gu Xiucai. Did he mention anything related to Taohua? Qian, puzzled, replied, Huh? What Taohua? Oh, I don't mean your little Taohua, but the older girl named Taohua from the other side of the village. Oh, I see. During our return journey, Gu Xiucai spoke very little. He was mostly absorbed in his reading, and I did not hear him mention anything concerning Taohua. Feeling uneasy, Qian pressed further, Is something amiss? Is Gu Xiucai involved with that Taohua? Through the woman's excited recounting, Qian learned of the unfolding events. Her anxiety heightened as she grasped the woman's hand, asking, Is this truly the case? Has Gu Xiucai's mother really taken a liking to that Taohua from the village? More than likely. You wouldn't believe it. The silver earrings given to Taohua were quite large. If there were no genuine affection, who would gift such extravagant earrings? Qian forced a strained smile, suppressing her turmoil, and exchanged a few more words to mask her distress before sending the woman on her way and returning inside, silent. As Li Qiu-chi poured her a glass of water, he remarked, You must be thirsty. Here, have some water. Qian sat down exasperated. How could I possibly have the heart to drink water? Noticing her troubled countenance, Li Qiu-chi asked, What troubles you? What else could it be? It's about Gu Xiucai. He just recently visited to propose to my fourth uncle and aunt. And now his mother has set her sights on that Taohua from the village, even gifting her a pair of silver earrings. Li Qiu-chi's expression grew grave. Is this true? Do I look like I would deceive you? The news has spread throughout the village. Li Qiu-chi remained silent, his face a mask of concern, while Qian's discontent was palpable. Although they held Gu Xiucai in high regard, his mother's disinterest and her direct gift of earrings to another family felt like a slap in the face to the Li family. After a long pause, Qian sighed. Thankfully, our Xiao Chao rejected the proposal. Had she acquiesced at that time, the consequences would have been. Li Qiu-chi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is fortunate that Xiao Chao was not blinded by Gu Xiucai's charm and decisively turned him down. Consequently, the couple reached a mutual decision to treat Gu Wenxing's proposal as if it had never occurred and to refrain from mentioning it again. Meanwhile, upon entering the old scholar's home, Gu Wenxing immediately sensed something was amiss. The warmth and friendliness he had always received from those who welcomed him had vanished, replaced by cold disdain. He entered unperturbed, but even his mentor greeted him with a frown. Gu Wenxing suspected that their change in demeanor was closely related to him. And thus he asked, Master, what is the matter? His mentor's wife shot him a sharp glare. Initially, I believed your intentions toward Xiao Chao were sincere. Although she ultimately did not accept your proposal, I had invested considerable effort in supporting you. Yet now, it seems you and your mother are not in agreement. A sense of dread washed over Gu Wenxing as he pondered their words. I do not quite grasp what you are saying. Could you clarify? Old scholar Li Sheng interjected. Let me ask you this. Your mother is not interested in Xiao Chao, but rather in a girl named Taohua from the village. Are you aware of this? Perplexed, Gu Wenxing replied, Taohua is merely a child. What relevance does she have to me? His mentor and his wife exchanged glances. Chapter 100. Not marrying. The mentor's wife clarified, I am not referring to the little Taohua from Xiao Chao's family, but rather to another girl named Taohua from the village, a young woman in her teens. Gu Wenxing immediately dismissed the notion. I do not know her. I am unaware of such a person. Rising, He bowed respectfully to Li Sheng. I implore you to explain the matter in detail. Li Sheng sighed and turned to his wife. Perhaps it would be better if you explained it to him. Thus, through his mentor's wife's narration, Gu Wenxing learned the entirety of the situation. He was taken aback, his cold sweat pouring forth. This is impossible. My mother typically does not interfere in my affairs unless I have discussed them with her. She would never bypass me to give gifts. There must be some misunderstanding. Seeing his earnest conviction, Li Sheng and his wife exchanged glances. Li Sheng remarked, if there is any misunderstanding, you should inquire with your mother at home. Yes, I shall return at once. Gu Wenxing hurriedly departed. Anxious, he hastened the carriage, but before he could leave the village, he was stopped by a middle-aged couple. Since Gu Qiu-chi is here in Huai Tree Village, please come to our home for a visit. I have prepared tea. Gu Wenxing regarded them, not recognizing them. I have urgent matters to attend to. The woman stepped forward with a smile. We will soon be family. It would be good for Gu Qiu-chi to come to our home and get acquainted. In that instant, Gu Wenxing comprehended their true identity. They were the family of that so-called Taohua. He coldly replied, you are mistaken. I have no connection to either of you. As soon as the words left his lips, the onlookers nearby began buzzing with speculation. Isn't Gu Qiu-chi supposed to be the future son-in-law of their family? Indeed. How could Gu Qiu-chi utter such words? This is strange. Why do they seem so odd? I too find it strange. From the very beginning, Gu Qiu-chi's expression was as if he did not recognize them at all. Could it be that there is some misunderstanding at play? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the middle-aged couple blocking the carriage grew increasingly stiff in their demeanor. The man said, Gu Qiu-chi, once you marry my daughter Taohua, you will be considered half a son to me. How can we not be regarded as one family? Gu Wenxing, with a dark expression, retorted, I do not know you, nor do I know the Taohua you speak of. I certainly will not marry her. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings, as onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. The couple blocking the carriage stood frozen in place. The woman hastily interjected, Gu Qiu-chi, as a scholar, you cannot speak this way. Your mother has already sent a token to my daughter Taohua. This matter has long since spread, and her reputation is tarnished. If you do not marry her, who will? Gu Wenxing coldly replied, I kindly ask you to step aside. I will clarify this matter with my mother. The woman stepped forward to grasp the reins tied to the horse, declaring, you shall not leave today. The item was given to my daughter Taohua by your mother, and you must marry her. The man also advanced to hold the carriage, preventing him from departing, and the scene erupted into a cacophony of voices. It was at this moment that Li Qiu-chi arrived. As this was the path she took to return home from the mountain. From the snippets of raucous conversation, she discerned the unfolding situation. Since she had already rejected Gu Wenxing, she felt little reaction to the commotion and had no interest in spectating. Especially since she bore a hefty bundle of firewood on her back, having descended the mountain and feeling quite fatigued. All she wished was to return quickly and set down the wood. Li Daniu, being overly earnest, never shied away from the heavy chores at home, often vying to take on more work. To him, chopping wood was merely a laborious task, and thus, regardless of Li Qiu-chi's refusals, he insisted on accompanying her. This resulted in Li Qiu-chi having no space to maneuver, forcing her to carry the cut wood back bit by bit, leaving her feeling utterly despondent. The ruckus here attracted many people, effectively blocking the road. Helplessly, she could only shout amidst the crowd, asking them to make way for her, and Li Daniu, in the midst of the noise, Gu Wenxing, held tightly by the sleeve of Taohua's father, caught the sound of Li Qiu-chi's voice. He turned abruptly, catching only a glimpse of her silhouette, her upper body obscured by a tall bundle of firewood. At that moment, his heart sank to an all-time low. Fortunately, the old scholar Li Sheng arrived swiftly. As soon as Taohua's parents began their uproar, someone had rushed to inform him of the situation. With Li Sheng's intervention, after much persuasion and considerable effort, Gu Wenxing was finally able to leave Huaishu village. Taohua's parents left in a huff, and upon seeing her parents' demeanor, Taohua sensed that something had gone awry. Father, mother, where is Gu Qiu-chi? She inquired. Don't mention it. That so-called scholar is utterly shameless, her father spat. Indeed, to declare in front of so many that he would not marry you. If he dares refuse, I shall cause a scene at their home. A wave of anxiety washed over Taohua. Does Gu Qiu-chi truly mean to refuse me? Her mother comforted her, saying, fear not. Traditionally, marriages are arranged by parents and matchmakers. Your silver earrings were given to you by his mother. As long as she approves of you and wishes for you to be her daughter-in-law, Gu Qiu-chi's reluctance will mean nothing. Indeed, that is the truth, Taohua. Simply wait to become the scholar's wife. Once back in her room, Tao Hua's panic set in. She was uncertain whether her wishes would come to fruition. She retrieved the silver earrings, and the more she gazed at them, the more her heart felt uneasy. For these earrings were ones she had found, having witnessed them fall from Gu Qiu-chi's sister, Gu Wenxuan. Upon picking them up, she had been instantly captivated, and earlier that day, as the two of them had gone to retrieve them from the shop, she had overheard that these exquisite earrings were worth a tale of silver. After her initial allure, greed took hold, and thus, she secretly kept Gu Wenxuan's earrings. On her way back, she devised a self-proclaimed brilliant scheme. Since Gu Qiu-chi refused to look at her even once, she would leverage her own reputation to bind herself to him. Therefore, upon her return, she began to proclaim that these earrings were personally given to her by Gu Qiu-chi's mother. The further this tale spread, the more uproar it would create, compelling Gu Qiu-chi to marry her for the sake of his reputation. After all, a scholar's reputation is paramount. With this thought, she sighed in relief, adorning her ears with the delicate earrings and gazing into the mirror for an extended period. Meanwhile, Gu Wenxing hurriedly drove the carriage, swiftly returning home. Ji Yumu was taken aback by his unexpected arrival, filled with delight. Upon entering the courtyard, Gu Wenxing eagerly inquired, "Mother, did you send a pair of earrings to someone?" "Earrings? No, why would I send earrings of all things?" Gu Wenxuan emerged upon hearing the mention of earrings. "Earrings? What earrings?" Gu Mu's expression darkened. "How can you even bring up earrings? You just lost the pair we retrieved." A young girl should be more careful. As she spoke, Gu Mu abruptly halted, perplexed, and asked, "Why is it that a grown man is inquiring about earrings?" From the moment Gu Mu uttered her first sentence, Gu Wenxing had a foreboding, since that there was some misunderstanding here. In a hurried tone, he explained, "There is a girl named Tao Hua in Huaishu village who claims to have received a pair of earrings from you. And now her family is insisting that I marry her." Ji Yumu gasped in shock. "That is not true. I have never given her any earrings." Ji Wenxuan rushed forward, anxious. "Then it must be the pair I lost. We must go retrieve them." Gu Wenxing's face darkened. "How could you misplace your own earrings and let them end up in her possession?" Seeing her brother's anger, Gu Wenxuan shrank back, hiding behind Gu Mu. Gu Mu explained that day, "Your sister heard about some tofu being sold in town and insisted on going. Somehow, we encountered a girl who kept trying to chat with us." Gu Wenxuan chimed in. Yes, she was so annoying, following us around, trying to please us. Mother told her to leave several times, but she wouldn't go." Ji Yumu expressed her frustration. "She followed us the entire way. When we first met her, she introduced herself as Tao Hua and claimed you had bought a chicken from her family. I thought she was the girl you liked, so I treated her more kindly. She was excessively flattering towards us, which fell off. Weren't you rejected by that girl? If she could refuse you, how could she be so fawning towards me and your sister? I must have mistaken her for someone else. However, it was easier said than done to shake her off. She persisted in following us." Ji Wenxing's expression turned grim. "You indeed mistook her. The girl I like is always busy and would never be idling in town." He then fixed his gaze on Gu Wenxuan. "So how did your earrings end up in her possession?" Gu Wenxuan stammered. I must have dropped them accidentally, and she picked them up." Yumu reflected carefully. "That must be it. Before I went to retrieve the earrings, I had a few harsh words with her, and she merely trailed us from a distance. When she stopped approaching, I thought nothing of it. It seems she had been following us the entire time and picked up the earrings." Ji Wenxing sighed. "Did you manage to buy any tofu?" Gu Wenxuan nodded. Yumu looked at him with guilt. "This matter has caused you trouble due to my negligence. I am truly sorry. It is not entirely your fault. Had I clarified who the girl I liked from the beginning, we would not have had this misunderstanding." The eyes of the two women brightened at once, and Gu Wenxuan eagerly asked, "So, who is my future sister-in-law?" Under their expectant gazes, he replied, "The girl I like? Her nickname is Xiao Chao, and her full name is Li Qiu-chi. She resides in Huaishu village." After a pause, he continued, "The tofu you bought last time must have been from her, as she is the only one selling tofu in the entire Anku town." Gu Mu rejoiced. "So it is her. You have no idea. The moment I laid eyes on her while buying tofu, I felt an instant fondness." Ji Wenxuan nodded vigorously. Yes, their tofu is exceptionally delicious. And she even helped us out of a jam." She then recounted how Tao Hua had insisted on paying for them, only to be chastised by Li Qiu on Gu Mu's side. Though initially pleased to have discovered her son's beloved, her thoughts turned anxious upon recalling the troubles caused by the earrings. "Wenxing, what should we do about the earrings?" Gu Wenxuan's chattering voice came to an abrupt halt, and she stood quietly to the side. Refraining from speaking, After all the troubles her brother faced stemmed from a pair of earrings, which he had carelessly misplaced. The earrings must be retrieved, and not only that, but they also needed to clarify the situation with the people of Huaishu village. They had already made a considerable fuss over the earrings, and the entire Huaishu village was aware of the matter. They all believed that she was to be married to Gu Wenqing, and now Taohua's family insisted that he take responsibility for her reputation, effectively binding him to marry her. Ji Wenxuan could not help but interject, "Huaishu village. Isn't that the same village as my future sister-in-law? My sister-in-law won't know about this, right?" Gu Wenqing's expression darkened once again, and Gu's mother glared at her. "You better be quiet," he continued. "This is the crux of the matter. Originally, Li Qiu-chi had already declined my proposal, and with this current misunderstanding, she must be quite upset. Therefore, when we resolve this issue, we must be logical and systematic, addressing the root cause, and we should settle everything at once to avoid any lingering concerns." The two nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. "All right, just tell us what to do, and we will follow your lead." "Let me think it through first." "All right, be quick about it. Time waits for no one." Li Qiu-chi, who was considered by the Gu family to be very upset, showed no reaction at all. Exhausted from carrying firewood, she sat down and felt too weary to move. Only when she learned that her parents had returned did she rise to seek them out, inquiring whether their journey had gone smoothly and how things were at her grandmother's house. Speaking of her grandmother's place, Li Qiu-chi shyly pulled out a money pouch from his bosom and handed it to Li Qiu-chi. "This is the remaining money." Li Qiu-chi refused. "You should keep it." Qian-shi also spoke up apologetically. "Xiao Chao, it's like this. We didn't spend much on the round trip, but we left some money for your grandmother. We thought that since it had been over a decade since our last visit, and we hadn't shown any filial piety to your grandparents, we left them 8 taels of silver as a gesture of respect." Both felt guilty for using their daughter's money for their own filial offerings, especially since 8 taels was a substantial sum for their family. Li Qiu-chi had no objections. "It's fine, if you used it. Then so be it. Since I offered it, it was meant for you." Although they knew their daughter's character would not scold them harshly, hearing her express her understanding relieved them greatly. Li Qiu-chi insisted on returning the remaining money to her. "There are still 6 taels left. You should keep it." Li Qiu-chi was taken aback. She had given them a total of 15 taels, left 8 for her grandmother, and they returned with 6, meaning they spent only 1 tael on their entire journey, which included the wages for Wang San and others who escorted them. The amount she spent on her own return journey from the capital had been far greater. How frugal must Li Qiu-chi and the others have been to manage with so little? Seeing that they truly did not want the money, Li Qiu-chi accepted it. "Then I will keep it for now, and use it when needed." This moment, in Qinjia of Xinguang village, Songshan County, due to delays caused by other matters, Sun Shi, who had only just begun tidying up the house, was startled when she shook out a few shiny objects from the bedding. Upon closer inspection, she guessed the source of these items. Chapter 102. Heartache. Sun Shi picked up the silver, momentarily ignoring the bedding, and went to find her in-laws. Upon receiving the silver, Qian Mu began to weep. "They must be afraid we wouldn't accept it in person, which is why they hid it. They still have 5 children to raise. How can they live if they give us this money?" Qian Fu comforted her. "Since it's the children's goodwill, we should accept it. You've just started to regain your spirits. Don't be sad again." Ever since Qian Shi, Qian Yun's mother, passed away, Qian Mu had seemed drained of vitality, appearing listless every day. In contrast to the Qian family, the Li family was bustling with activity. The parents had returned, and the family finally gathered for a complete meal. However, as they looked at the table laden with 8 dishes, both meat and vegetables, and a large pot of white rice, Qian Shi felt a pang of heartache, even though she did not voice it. Those accustomed to frugality found it hard to let go instantly. Meanwhile, Ho Hot, who was cooking, nervously ate from her bowl, fearing criticism from Qian Shi. Originally, she had followed Qian Shi's frugal style while cooking, using minimal oil and salt, and opting for coarse grains instead of white rice or fine flour, preparing the same porridge they had eaten before. But after a few comments from Li Qiu-chi, she had begun to be more generous. Now that Qian Shi had returned, she realized she might have overdone it. Although Qian Shi did not speak of it, her actions reflected her sentiments. The next time Ho Hot cooked, she stood nearby, watching her closely. Consequently, what was initially a full spoonful of oil saw its quantity dwindle under Qian Shi's coughs, until only a thin layer remained on the spoon by the time it was poured into the pot. Qian Shi finally displayed a satisfied smile, reminding herself that for a simple vegetable soup, there was no need for excessive oil. Thus, when the family sat down again, they were served a rather bland meal, and the rice they used to eat daily was replaced with their previous porridge. Xiao Taohua took a bite and pouted. Today's dishes are not as tasty as yesterday's. Second sister, did you forget to add salt? Before Ho-Hot could respond, Qian-shi's hand landed on Taohua's back. You're lucky to have food at all. Don't be picky, Xiao Taohua murmured softly. But it really is tasteless. Don't think that just because we earned a little money, you've forgotten how we used to live. There's a saying. It's easy to fall into extravagance from frugality, but hard to return to frugality from extravagance. If you get used to being lavish, it will be difficult to change back, Li Qiu-chi disagreed. While that may be true, now that we have the means, there's nothing wrong with enjoying better food. Besides, a little more oil is beneficial for our health, isn't it? Li Qiu-chi tugged at Qian-shi's sleeve. Let the children eat as they please. Our lives will get better from here on out. Just look at Xiao Baozi and think of Qian Mingli from your family. He's the same age, yet our children are shorter and smaller. Qian-shi glanced at the scrawny Xiao Baozi at the table, then at Xiao Taohua, and her heart ached instantly. Compared to Qian Mingli, their children truly appeared much smaller. One could easily believe they were only 5 or 6 years old, especially Xiao Baozi, whose frail health and lack of proper clothing made him look even smaller. This is my fault. I was too rigid. I won't criticize you anymore. From now on, just add salt when it should be added, and use as much oil as needed. The others in the household quickly chimed in. It's all right. It's all right, mother. You were only thinking of us. Qian-shi smiled, serving a generous helping of meat to the 2 younger ones. Eat more meat so you can grow tall. She was not a stubborn person. Once she understood, she no longer clung to her previous frugality. Although still frugal, she no longer concerned herself with the cooking, leaving it to Ho-Hot. Regardless of how Ho-Hot prepared the food, she no longer commented. Ho-Hot became the de facto head chef of their household, freely managing the meat, vegetables, and precious ingredients in the kitchen. With Li Qiu-chi and Qian-shi's involvement, Li Qiu-chi and the others found their tasks much lighter, no longer needing to wake up at dawn and toil until dusk. While making tofu, Li Qiu-chi noticed the leftover soybean dregs and remembered her earlier decision to raise pigs. With Li Qiu-chi tending to his precious wheat in the fields, she sought out Qian-shi to discuss the matter. Qian-shi hesitated. At this season, I fear there are no piglets available for sale. Huh. Does buying piglets depend on the season? Qian-shi explained. Typically, piglets are only available for sale in spring. If we buy them in spring, we can raise them for a year and slaughter them before the new year. With winter approaching, they won't grow big enough by then. And raising them until next year will take many more months. Li Qiu-chi was taken aback. I didn't realize there was so much to consider when buying a piglet. Qian-shi chuckled. You've been away from home since childhood? It's normal not to know these things. That's so. Does that mean I have to wait until next year for the pigs? What about the leftover soybean dregs? They'll be eaten by mice. Qian-shi looked at Li Qiu-chi, hesitating to speak. Mother, do you have something to say to me? It's nothing much, just wondering if those soybean dregs can only be fed to chickens and pigs. After all, they are the remnants of soybeans used to make soy milk. And soybeans are a staple food. Can humans not consume them? Li Qiu-chi paused, responding. I only know that soybean dregs can be fed to poultry. I'm not sure how humans can eat them. Let me think about it. You needn't feel pressured. If humans really can't eat them, then let us just feed them to the chickens. All right. With Qian-shi's reminder, Li Qiu-chi began to ponder the uses of soybean dregs. She indeed only knew they could be fed to poultry and nothing more. Since she couldn't come up with anything, she decided to consult her space. As she rummaged through the space, hoping to exchange for a book that detailed these matters. The outside road suddenly became lively. Before long, Xiao Taohua rushed in. Not good. Not good. Gu Xiaocai has brought many people to the big Taohua's house at the village entrance. Li Qiu-chi's thoughts came to a halt. But she resumed her tasks nonchalantly, thinking that since she had already rejected Gu Wenxing, his affairs were no longer her concern. After saying that, Xiao Taohua attempted to sneak out to see the commotion. I want to see what they're up to. Her collar was seized by Qian-shi. No going out. Stay home and behave. I just want to take a look. I won't do anything. It is unwise to take a look. Should you dare to sneak over? Be wary of the consequences that may befall you. Apart from Zayadawawa, the Li family shows no interest in such matters, as the entire household is occupied with work at home, not joining in the commotion. Chapter 103. Confrontation at the entrance of the village. Nearly all the residents of Huai Tree Village gathered at the home of de Taohua, drawn by the spectacle, for the demeanor of Gu Xiaocai and his companions did not resemble that of individuals negotiating a marriage. The courtyard of de Taohua's home was rather small, and Gu Xiaocai's party had already occupied nearly half of the space. Some early arrivals among the villagers squeezed in, filling the yard to capacity. Those who arrived later, eager to witness the unfolding drama, climbed trees or scaled the courtyard walls, creating a throng around the house. Without hesitation, Gumu entered and proclaimed, Hand over that little thief named Taohua and return my daughter's earrings. Her words struck like thunder, leaving the other villagers of Huai Tree Village, aside from Gu Xiaocai's group, utterly speechless. De Taohua's father, his face rigid, stammered. What? What did you say? What little thief? Do you not understand? Allow me to repeat. Your daughter, Taohua, has taken my daughter's silver earrings. Inside the house, de Taohua, weakened in spirit, could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground, muttering, It's over. It's over. In that moment, everyone realized that the earrings in her possession were not a gift from Gu Xiaocai's mother. Gu Mu's intentions were deliberate. She aimed to expose de Taohua's despicable actions from that day, ensuring that all were aware the earrings were not given by her. The crowd was bewildered. De Taohua's earrings were not a gift from Gu Xiaocai's mother? What was happening? Why could they not comprehend? It was the old scholar, Li Shang, who spoke up. Please, summon Taohua. The people from de Taohua's family, in disbelief, exclaimed, Gu Xiaocai, you are a learned man. How could you act in such a manner? If you have no intention of marrying our Taohua, why present her with earrings only to demand them back now? Upon hearing this, murmurs of discussion erupted among the villagers. Li Shang continued, there must be some misunderstanding. Fetch her first before we proceed. Jiumu glared at them. Hurry and bring her out for a confrontation. The opposing party remained motionless for a long time. Ji Yuanqing interjected, I kindly request you expedite her appearance. Li Shang signaled to a woman standing nearby, and she sprang into action. I will bring her out. This woman, possessing considerable strength, entered the house and with a single hand, seized de Taohua by the arm. Pulling her out, here she is, the one you seek. At that moment, de Taohua felt as exposed as a mouse, under the scrutiny of all. Ji Yuanqing stepped forward, demanding, return my earrings. De Taohua's mother rushed forward, protesting, you cannot bully us like this. Those earrings were given to my daughter by you, and just because Gu Xiaocai refuses to marry her, you wish to reclaim them. What will become of Taohua's reputation? As she spoke, she sat down, crying and lamenting, insisting that they were the ones who had initially given the earrings, now wanting to take them back, labeling the Gu family as heartless. Ji Yuanqing regarded de Taohua with icy eyes. Are those earrings truly a gift from my mother? De Taohua, startled by the chill in his gaze, recognized that the usually gentle Gu Xiaocai now bore a countenance she had never seen before. Before de Taohua could respond, her mother began to wail. What kind of scholar are you, to deny your actions and be so oppressive? My daughter's life is ruined, and I cannot go on living. The courtyard echoed with her cries of despair. Ji Yuanqing thundered. Enough! This outburst silenced de Taohua's mother's lamentations. The truth of the matter could only be determined through confrontation. Your incessant interruptions serve only to impose this fraudulent marriage upon me. An elder stepped forward, asserting, indeed, Wanqing is the sole scholar of the Gu family, destined for the imperial examinations and a career in government. He must not bear any blemish upon his name. It would be wise to refrain from further confusion and clarify the situation. The village head of Lu Tree Village added, addressing the head of Huai Tree Village, old friend, it would be best to silence this woman. The truth will emerge with so many witnesses present. No one shall be wronged. Although Gu Wanqing was the only male heir in his family, his status as a scholar garnered respect from both his family and the village. Whenever he faced trouble, there were those who willingly offered to support him. Indeed, the head of Huai Tree Village declared, waving his hand, and two women swiftly pulled de Taohua into the house, preventing her from re-emerging. Once the tumult subsided, Gu Xiaocai inquired, where did you acquire those earrings? De Taohua clutched her clothing tightly, exclaiming, they were given to me by your mother, personally. She added defiantly, when she presented them, she said they were for her future daughter-in-law, instructing me to take good care of them. De Taohua's stubbornness was heavily influenced by her mother's earlier outburst. Given the gravity of the situation, her reputation was at stake, and she feared she would never marry. Thus, clinging desperately to Gu Xiaocai as her only escape route in her distress, she cried out, Aunt Gu, you cannot treat me this way. You said yourself when you gave me the earrings that once Gu Xiaocai returned, he would marry me. How could you turn your back on your word? Gu Wanqing clenched his fists. What did you say? His words incited a wave of astonishment among the onlookers, who were increasingly engrossed in the unfolding drama. Gu Mu, incensed, rushed forward and delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, do not speak such nonsense here. How could I possibly consider someone as vile and malicious as you for my daughter-in-law? De Taohua covered her face, weeping, while her family rushed to protect her, intending to push Gu Mu away. Ji Yuanqing, quick to react, shielded his mother. only to be struck by the angry crowd. Observing the chaotic scene, the village heads of Li Qiu-chi and Hui-chi called out urgently, "Stop! No fighting! Do not harm Gu Qiu-chi." With their intervention, the tumultuous crowd began to disperse. Once emotions settled, Gu Wenxing sought to resolve the matter, calling out to someone in the back, "Zhang Tiexin, please clarify the events of that day for everyone." A robust man stepped forward, declaring, "I am the blacksmith from town. You may recognize me. Besides forging iron, I also craft silverware, which you have likely heard of." The crowd was well aware of his reputation as both a blacksmith and silversmith, known for his skill, attracting customers from the county to commission silver jewelry. Chapter 104. The truth. The blacksmith continued, "A month ago, Gu Xiuchi's mother commissioned me to create a pair of earrings. Clearly stating they were for her daughter. A few days ago, they came to collect them, and upon receiving the items, they immediately had the young lady try them on in my shop. Only the two of them entered. With no one else present, however, a girl was peering in from outside, refusing to come in. When my assistant inquired, she claimed she was waiting for the mother and daughter inside. I assumed she was with them. But Gu Xiuchi's mother glanced at her and said she did not recognize the girl. As soon as the blacksmith concluded, De Taohua shrieked, 'You lie! You lie! You are all in cahoots.' The blacksmith remained calm, replying, 'If you do not believe me, inquire with a man named Mudo from Hato village. He ordered a sickle from me and was there when you came to collect it. You may also ask a woman from Lu Tree village, who brought her pot for repairs and passed by you.' Thus, the truth emerged. If the earrings were indeed intended for her, how could Gu Mu claim not to know her? With such evidence, De Taohua's legs buckled beneath her, causing her to collapse once more. The blacksmith continued, 'Moreover, the earrings were specifically made for her and bear her name.' Ji Mu interjected, 'Indeed, they have a name inscribed. I prepared these especially for my daughter, and they cannot be given to anyone else. In this context, items bearing personal markings cannot be gifted, as it is considered exceedingly impolite, particularly for women's jewelry. An engraved name signifies it belongs solely to her.' Gu Wenxuan rushed forward, fuming, 'Return my earrings.' The tide of public sentiment turned sharply against De Taohua, who, along with her family, felt the weight of shame, unable to hold their heads high. The village head of Hui-chi, feeling embarrassed by the disgraceful actions of his villagers, chastised, 'At such a young age, you should learn better. Quickly return the items.' De Taohua remained immobile. He shouted to her family, 'Go retrieve the items. She has them with her. We are unaware of their whereabouts. Search the house thoroughly.' Then, her family members rushed into the house to search frantically. After a long while, they emerged empty-handed, suggesting that the missing item must be on her person. The village chief glared at her, saying, 'Dto who, produce the item at once.' Yet she remained unmoved, in resignation. The village chief waved his hand, summoning two women who began to search her body. At that moment, Dto who finally reacted, frantically striking the two women, exclaiming, 'This is my possession. How dare you take it?' Everyone looked on in amusement as she lost her composure. Eventually, her father approached and dealt her a sharp slap. Lamenting, 'Because of your lie, our family has already lost face once. How much more disgrace must we endure?' Dto who retorted, 'Weren't you all quite pleased when I was to marry Gu Xiuchi and become his wife? Why am I being punished?' Her father, heartbroken, replied, 'It is because you deceived us. You claimed that this item was given to you by Gu Xiuchi's mother, leading us to believe you had truly caught their attention. Had we known you were lying, I would never have allowed this situation to escalate so far.' The surrounding villagers looked at him with sympathy. Having a daughter who spun lies and brought such calamity upon the family was indeed unfortunate. 'Indeed, your deceit has brought us all down with you.' Her mother burst forth from the house, incredulous as she gazed at her. 'Is it true that you lied? You deceived even me? How have I treated you? I sacrificed my dignity for you, and this is how you repay me.' Dto who lowered her head, unable to meet her parents' gaze. Following the slap from her father, she was then struck by her mother, all before the eyes of the crowd. Though she was at fault, the manner of her punishment stirred sympathy among some onlookers, who stepped forward to intervene. 'Enough! The child has erred. A lesson should suffice. If you continue to beat her, you may well endanger her life. In such a place, even the slightest misstep could spread like wildfire, and one's reputation was paramount. A tarnished name could lead to scorn and isolation.' It was easy to imagine the profound impact Dto whose lie would have on their family. With the intervention of those nearby, the farce was brought under control. Ji Wenxing, his expression impassive, spoke, 'I have no time to waste. Kindly return what is ours.' This time, DTO, whose mother took matters into her own hands, retrieving the pouch containing the earrings from her daughter and forcefully tossing it at Gu Wenqing's feet. He bent to pick it up, brushing off the dust from the pouch, extracting its contents, and handing them to his mother. "Mother, is this what you seek?" Gu Wenquan leaned in, examining one of the earrings closely. "Indeed, this is it." With the matter clarified and the earrings successfully reclaimed, Gu Wenqing and his entourage departed. As the spectacle dissipated, the surrounding villagers gradually dispersed. Standing at the forefront of this drama, Hong Ying noticed that Li Qiu-chi's family had not come to witness the commotion. She immediately sought out Li Qiu-chi. "Xiao Qiao, are you there?" Li Qiu-chi looked outside and saw a beaming pink face, opening the door for her. "Come in." Once inside, Hong Ying affectionately linked arms with Li Qiu-chi, saying, "I wanted to visit you earlier, but with your parents absent, and knowing you are occupied with many chores, I feared I would be a bother. Thank you for your understanding. Between us, do we really need to mention understanding?" When Hong Ying arrived, Li Qiu-chi was engrossed in searching for books on the uses of bean dregs. Now that they were together, they began to converse. "Why didn't you go to see the commotion? You have no idea how entertaining it was today," Li Qiu-chi, following her lead, inquired. "Is that so? Do enlighten me." Thus, Hong Ying began to recount the events, animatedly gesturing, occasionally mimicking the expressions and mannerisms of those involved, making it quite the spectacle. Through Hong Ying's narration, although Li Qiu-chi had not witnessed the events firsthand, she grasped the unfolding drama with clarity. "Tell me, why did DTO who fabricate such a grand lie? It was already wrong of her to keep something that did not belong to her, yet she dared to implicate Gu Xiucai. Her audacity knows no bounds." Li Qiu-chi sighed. Perhaps her desires were simply too overwhelming. Overwhelming enough to disregard morality and reputation. Chapter 105. A meeting. Meanwhile, in the horse-drawn carriage, Gu's mother lifted the curtain, casting a reluctant glance back, her heart heavy with regret at not being able to visit her future daughter-in-law's home. However, seated alongside her were the village chief, the clan elder, and the blacksmith they had brought in as a witness, rendering her speechless. It wasn't until she could no longer see Huai Shu village that she regained her senses. At which point the clan elder broached the subject of Gu Wenqing. "You are Wenqing's mother. While you cannot assist him with his studies, there are other matters you should prepare for. Are you referring to the recent incident?" The elder continued. "Take this situation as an example. Had his marriage been arranged sooner, complications could have been avoided. Moreover, he is not getting any younger. While his studies are important, his lifelong commitments should not be delayed any further." Gu's mother lamented. "I wish to settle this, but my child has his own ideas. Had he been willing to heed my wishes, I might already be a grandmother." The village chief suggested, "Perhaps it is because he spends all his time at the academy. With so few women around, should we not find a few young ladies for him to meet?" Outside, guiding the carriage, Gu Wenqing interjected, "I appreciate the village chief's concern, but I have my own plans regarding my marriage." Though he was younger, his status as a scholar lent weight to his words, and generally, few opposed him. Thus, once he made his position clear, no further attempts were made to persuade him. The earring incident was merely a minor interlude in Li Qiu-chi's life. A tale she heard and then moved on from, continuing her daily routine. The day after the earring affair, Li Qiu-chi went to town to sell tofu, and shortly after opening her stall, Gu Wenqing arrived. She immediately noticed that he wore a new outfit. The blue attire accentuated his scholarly demeanor. Approaching her stall, he smiled and said, "I would like to purchase 2 pounds of tofu." Li Qiu-chi treated him as she would any other customer. "Very well. Please hold on a moment." What she did not realize was that while she busied herself, Gu Wenqing's warm yet subtle gaze lingered on her, reluctant to waver. As she straightened up, he reverted to his previously genteel demeanor, smiling at her without any hint of impropriety. They exchanged money for goods, and the copper coins she received still held warmth from his touch. After taking the tofu, Gu Wenqing hesitated for a moment before adding, "The matter of the earrings was not my intention." Initially, Li Qiu-chi was at a loss for words. Given their relationship, he had no obligation to explain himself. Ultimately, she replied simply, "I heard about that day's events. The gossip surrounding DTO who had spread throughout the village, and she found no surprise in it." The corners of Gu Wenqing's mouth curled upward as he walked away with the tofu. Lightheartedly, not long after he departed, 2 familiar faces approached her stall. They smiled warmly at her. "Miss, we would like to buy 4 pounds of tofu." It was Gu Wenqing's mother and sister. This time, Li Qiu-chi distinctly sensed that their demeanor toward her had improved significantly since their last encounter. Gu's mother maintained her composure, scrutinizing Li Qiu-chi with keen interest, while Gu Wenquan was more direct. Her eyes ablaze with curiosity as she stared at Li Qiu-chi. It seemed that Gu Wenxing had shared his fondness for her with his family. Despite understanding this, Li Qiu-chi's attitude remained unchanged, for she truly felt no romantic inclination towards Gu Wenxing. They had only met a few times, and she could not conjure any feelings of affection. Gu's mother, while pleased, felt a tinge of disappointment. Perceiving that her son had yet to succeed, she said little more, paying for the tofu and leading her eager daughter, who wished to converse with Li Qiu-chi, away. Upon returning home, the three members of the Gu family exchanged glances at the tofu laid out in the kitchen. Did brother go to find Xiao Chao? Gu's mother placed the tofu together, saying, "It seems so." Consequently, the Gu family silently consumed tofu for 3 consecutive days. After the third day, once the tofu was finished, Gu Wenxing reappeared at Li Qiu-chi's stall. She regarded him with curiosity, pondering why a scholar like Gu Qiu-chi was not at the academy but instead loitering about. Had he forsaken his studies? Regardless of her internal musings, she maintained her usual demeanor and swiftly weighed the tofu for him. Thus, 3 days later, he appeared at her stall once more, and this time, Li Qiu-chi hesitated before asking, "Gu Qiu-chi, are you not attending the academy?" Initially poised to leave, Gu Wenxing immediately straightened up, beaming a broad smile. "Thank you, Miss Li, for your concern regarding my studies. I shall be heading to Yunshan Academy in the county tomorrow to continue my education." He added with a hint of regret, "The next time I return home may not be for another 3 months. Li Qiu-chi fell silent, realizing she perhaps should not have pried so deeply. Gu Wenxing clenched his fist, rallying his spirits, and retrieved a letter from his bosom, extending it towards her. "Miss Li, this is a letter I've penned for the old scholar Li Shang of Huaishu village. Since you hail from the same village and are likely his granddaughter, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in delivering it to him." Li Qiu-chi did not immediately accept the letter. Instead, she glanced at the envelope's cover and noticed the words for the esteemed teacher inscribed upon it. Before finally taking it, "Rest assured, I shall ensure it reaches him." With that, Gu Wenxing departed. Li Qiu-chi, who had not given the matter much thought, resumed her tofu selling. Unbeknownst to her, in a corner of the vegetable market, de Taohua glared at her with a deep-seated resentment, nearly tearing the edge of her garment in fury. Later that day, upon returning home, she found Xiao Taohua present, and she sent her to make a trip to the house of her 4th grandpa. However, when Xiao Taohua returned, she held a letter in her hand. Upon receiving the envelope, Li Qiu-chi inquired, "From whence did you acquire this letter?" "You instructed me to deliver it to 4th grandpa, and inside are 2 letters. 4th grandpa said that one is for you and asked me to bring it back. As she examined the envelope adorned with the vigorous inscription for Miss Li, she paused, taken aback. She truly did not expect that Gu Wenxing's letter to the old scholar would also contain a personal message. After taking the letter, she opened it and quickly perused its contents. Gu Wenxing first clarified the matter regarding the earrings, urging her not to misconstrue it, and then conveyed that he had shared his intentions with his family. Ultimately, he reaffirmed his sincere feelings, assuring her that he would formally propose once he had passed the imperial examination. Xiao Taohua, who had been standing beside her, asked, "Elder sister, is the letter from Gu Qiu-chi meant for you? What does it say?" Such idle curiosity is unbecoming for one so young. Furthermore, this matter regarding the letter must remain confidential. Understood? Xiao Taohua nodded vigorously, her curiosity still piqued. "I won't speak a word. So, what did Gu Qiu-chi say to you?" Li Qiu-chi tucked the letter away. "Are you feeling restless again?" Xiao Taohua dashed away gleefully. Chapter 106. Danger. On this day, Li Qiu-chi was in the courtyard assisting Xiao Baozi in constructing a rabbit hutch. The rabbits they were raising had grown fur and learned to graze. Their previous hutch could no longer accommodate them, necessitating a separation. While she was midway through her task, a girl from the village called out to her, "Xiao Chao? Xiao Chao, Hongying is by the river on the eastern side of the village. She seems to need you." The girl was named Ruyue, delicate in appearance, and she had a good rapport with Hongying. When Hongying was not seeking Li Qiu-chi's company, she often spent her time with Ruyue. "What does Hongying need?" Ruyue shook her head. "I don't know. It was Tsuehua who informed me to call for you." "Thank you for running this errand. No need for thanks. I happened to be passing by your home." Hongying was Li Qiu-chi's sole friend in the village, and since she had called for her, Li Qiu-chi did not harbor any doubts and made her way to the riverbank on the eastern side of the village. This river was the same one used by her family to fetch water for irrigation. Situated a fair distance from the village, worried that Hongying might be anxious from waiting, she hurried her pace. However, upon arrival, she found no trace of Hongying. "Hongying, Hongying, where are you?" she called out loudly. No response met her ears. A strange sensation washed over her. Surveying her surroundings, she still found no one. Sensing that something was amiss, she turned to leave. Just then, she heard a sound emanating from the reeds by the riverbank, causing her heart to race. Fearing the worst, she did not dare look back and fled. Unfortunately, her earlier position had not been optimal, and soon enough, she was caught from behind, an arm locked around her throat, and it was evident that she was being pursued by a man she did not recognize. Immediately, she found herself gasping for breath. Struggling to turn her head, she caught sight of a scruffy man. Li Qiu-chi, realizing her strength was no match for his, was unable to break free and was dragged towards the reeds. It was clear that this man harbored vile intentions. In a moment of desperation, Li Qiu-chi recalled her spatial abilities and focused her thoughts, summoning a dagger. Gritting her teeth, she plunged the dagger forcefully into the man's thigh. With a pained scream, she yanked the dagger out and swiftly slashed at the arm that held her throat. The man cried out once more, finally releasing her. Li Qiu-chi quickly turned around, disregarding everything else, and lunged at him with the dagger. The man, hindered by his injured leg, attempted to evade her. This time, the dagger struck his shoulder. Each successive thrust caused Li Qiu-chi to feel the warm blood trickling onto her hands. The man, in a state of terror, shouted, "Help! Help! They're trying to kill me!" in the face of imminent peril. His instinct for survival surged as he fled, dragging his injured body behind him. Li Qiu-chi, still seething with rage, clutched the bloodied dagger tightly as she pursued him. Within moments, she caught up to him and, without a formal training, leapt, delivering a swift kick to his back. The man howled in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Not wishing to let him escape, she struck again, this time targeting his other uninjured thigh. With ample flesh there, even a single stab would not prove fatal immediately. The man screamed in excruciating pain. Li Qiu-chi discarded the dagger and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, compelling him to beg for mercy. "Stop! Please, I beg you, stop! I recognize my wrongs, please spare me." "Spare you? Dream on. You dared to scheme against me. I will let you taste the consequences of your actions." With that, Li Qiu-chi continued her onslaught. This valiant display of hers did not go unnoticed by a gathering crowd. Li Daniu was the first to rush forward, scooping Li Qiu-chi up with one arm and halting her kicks midair. "Da Qiao, you've finally arrived. Quickly, set me down and apprehend him." Li Daniu set her down and stepped on the man's chest, firmly pinning him. "Don't worry, he won't get away at this moment." Others began to arrive. Qianshi embraced Li Qiu-chi tightly, trembling all over. "Xiao Qiao, are you all right?" Li Qiu-chi shook her head. "I'm fine. The one in trouble is him." She surveyed the scene, noting the multitude of villagers who had gathered. Family members, neighbors, the village chief, and other men and women, numbering over 20. "What brings you all here?" Qianshi scrutinized her closely before responding. "It was de Taohua." She was shouting throughout the village, claiming that you were. The rest of her words went unspoken, but Li Qiu-chi grasped the implication immediately. She said, "I was assaulted?" Tears welled in Qianshi's eyes. Thank heavens you are unharmed." Li Qiu-chi turned to the village chief. "I was schemed against, and the person complicit in this scheme is de Taohua. Village chief, will you take action regarding this matter?" The village chief was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Li Qiu-chi pressed on. "If you cannot handle it, I shall go to the county office and report this." The village chief hastily replied, "I will take care of it. But we must first clarify the situation." "Indeed, that is correct. Xiao Qiao, speak up about who plotted against you, and I will support you." About half an hour earlier, Riyue had come to find me, saying that Tuehua had relayed information that Hong Ying was looking for me, and that she was by the river point. One of the men interjected, "Impossible. My daughter Hong Ying has been at home all day, pressed by her mother to sew. It was clear that this man was Hong Ying's father." Li Qiu-chi slowly wiped the blood from her hands. If Hong Ying was at home, then the issue lies with Riyue, Tuehua, and de Taohua, who has been spreading rumors about my supposed assault. She continued. "Upon my arrival, I found no sign of Hong Ying, only this man, who attempted to ambush me. Thankfully, I had a dagger, and I managed to stab him several times, thus escaping unscathed." The crowd's gaze shifted from her calm demeanor as she wiped the blood to the man on the ground, who was now covered in blood. Many gasped in shock, and several discreetly examined Li Qiu-chi. Li Qiu-chi suddenly lunged forward, pushing Li Daniu's foot aside, and began to pummel the man further, who cried out in agony once more. As the beating continued, blood began to spill from the man's mouth, prompting the village chief and other men to intervene and pull the enraged Li Qiu-chi away. "Stop! If you keep this up, you will kill him." "Yes, Qiu-chi, calm yourself." Under the collective urging of the crowd, while Li Qiu-chi's anger remained unabated, he ceased his attack. The village chief stated, "We need to return to the village and inquire with those 3 girls to reach a conclusion." Consequently, Li Qiu dragged the man along as if he were a rag doll, leading him back to the village. Chapter 107. Evidence. Although the man's appearance was truly pitiful, no one felt sympathy for him. Due to de Taohua's exaggerated proclamations, they attracted numerous gazes as they entered the village. Li Qiu-chi said to the village chief, "Let us head directly to the village center to gather the villagers. That area is more spacious." The village chief regarded her intently before gesturing for everyone to proceed. Other villagers followed in small groups, and by the time Ryue, Zuehua, and de Taohua arrived, the area was already filled to capacity with villagers. Elders aged 70 or 80, alongside infants still in swaddling, were all being cradled by adults, suggesting that the entire village had gathered. Hong Ying squeezed her way to the front, anxiously rushing in to find her. "Xiao Qiao? Are you all right?" Upon seeing the genuine concern reflected in her eyes, Xiao Qiao smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. You should go back." Reluctantly, Hong Ying returned to her mother's side. The once smug de Taohua was taken aback to see Li Qiu-chi standing there unscathed. At the very moment of her arrival, Li Qiu-chi regarded her with a bemused smile. As for the other 2, Ryue and Zuehua, they had heard the tales that de Taohua had been spreading throughout the village, and they looked at Li Qiu-chi with a mix of fear and guilt. The village chief saw that the other girls had arrived and clapped his hands. "Everyone, please quiet down." Once silence fell, he continued, "Today, we shall address the matter concerning Xiao Qiao from the Li family." He then invited Xiao Qiao to recount her version of events. Li Qiu-chi calmly narrated the incidents of the day. Upon hearing how she had defended herself with a dagger, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their incredulous gazes fixed upon her. How could such a gentle girl inflict such harm? Yet, upon reflection, they realized that had she not been so assertive, it would have been Li Qiu-chi suffering the consequences today. The village chief clapped his hands again. "Silence, please." With Li Qiu-chi's account concluded, it was now the turn of the 3 brought along. Ryue, in tears, exclaimed, "It has nothing to do with me. Zuehua asked me to tell you that Hong Ying is waiting for you by the river." Hearing this, Hong Ying's eyes widened in alarm as she attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by her mother. The crowd's attention shifted to Zuehua, who trembled as she spoke. "Yes, de Taohua told me. She said Hong Ying asked her to find Ryue and inform Xiao Qiao that Hong Ying is waiting by the river." Zuehua suddenly dropped to her knees. "I know nothing. I did not do this. I have no intention of harming Xiao Qiao." Hong Ying immediately broke free from her mother and marched to the front, standing defiantly before de Taohua. "When did I ever say such a thing to you? Tell me, when have you seen me?" De Taohua's gaze began to falter as Hong Ying gripped her shoulders and shook her vigorously. "Speak up. When did I see you today?" Hong Ying's mother, Mrs. Lin, intervened, pulling her daughter aside. "My Hong Ying has been home all day. She hasn't gone out." After addressing the village chief, Mrs. Lin turned to Li Qiu-chi to reiterate, "My Hong Ying has genuinely been at home all day." Li Qiu-chi nodded. "I trust that Hong Ying would not harm me. Rest assured, Mrs. Lin." Upon hearing this, Hong Ying burst into tears. "Xiao Qiao, do you really believe me?" Li Qiu-chi resolutely nodded. "I believe you." De Taohua interjected. "It was Hong Ying who told me, not today, but 3 days ago. She asked me to bring Xiao Qiao to the river today." Mrs. Lin shouted angrily. "You lie. For days ago, I took Hong Ying to my mother's house. We only returned 2 days ago. For the 3 days prior, Hong Ying was with me." Hong Ying's father stepped forward. "Why are you framing my daughter? Has she wronged you in any way?" Similar to the previous incident with the earrings, de Taohua's scheming and lies were quickly unraveled, and it became evident to all that she was the culprit behind these events. Those prone to displaying their emotions openly began to cast disparaging glances in her direction. Pointing fingers, Li Qiu-chi advanced a few steps, delivering a kick to the man lying on the ground like a rag, causing him to scream. "Ah, help! I'm being killed," she scoffed. "Isn't there still an accomplice here?" As the man writhed in pain, Li Qiu-chi kicked him again. "Speak up, who sent you?" During her time as a maid in the capital, she had been bullied because those who tormented her held greater power and influence. She felt small and helpless, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, and had endured many silent grievances. However, here in this small village, where all held equal standing, there was no hierarchy. Thus, when her own safety was threatened, Li Qiu-chi chose to strike hard. The crowd was stunned. They had never anticipated that such a seemingly demure girl could exhibit such violence. Li Qiu-chi admonished. "Speak up, now." The man, trembling, replied, "I'll tell you. Just don't hit me." He shakily pulled out a pouch from his bosom, which was clearly a woman's possession. "A girl gave me money to do this," He tossed the pouch to the ground. She told me that the girl was beautiful and skilled at making tofu. If I married her, I could live a good life. Li Qiu-chi, expressionless, asked, "Look behind you." Who pointed her out? Struggling, the man turned to see De Tunghua and immediately pointed at her. It was her, it was her. She gave me the money. Just then, Xiaotao rushed in, launching a flurry of punches at De Tunghua. Though small, she aimed for De Tunghua's legs at first. Once De Tunghua fell, Xiaotao climbed onto her stomach, slapping her face. "I'll make you pay for bullying my sister." De Tunghua, already in the wrong, found no one from her family to defend her. The family that had raised her poorly was hardly commendable. Following the previous incident with the earrings, their reputation had already suffered. And this new incident compounded the severity, leading them to refrain from protecting her. Onlookers began to jeer. Peach blossoms are fighting each other. Ultimately, Li Qiu-chi could no longer bear to watch. She picked up Xiaotao with one hand, mimicking the way Li Daniu had carried her before. Xiaotao flailed her limbs in the air. "Let me go. I want to kill her." "Enough. I've already dealt with him once." He barely clinging to life. The truth of the matter had been laid bare, yet the man still required addressing. Though he had brought this upon himself, he was still a living person and, moreover, not from their village. After confirming he was from Lushu village, the village chief waved his hand. "We cannot let outsiders bully our village. Who is willing to accompany me to demand an explanation?" A chorus of voices arose. "Village chief, I'll go with you." "Yes, let us confront them." In the end, nearly half of the village's able-bodied men joined the village chief, all robust and sturdy. They did not go empty-handed, armed with various farming tools, hoes, sickles, and even sticks. Li Qiu-chi and Li Daniu were certainly not absent. And even the venerable Grandpa Li Sheng, despite his age, declared, "I'll lead the charge." With Grandpa Li's presence, the group felt emboldened. After all, he was a learned scholar, respected by all, despite having few students. Once the group departed to seek an explanation, Li Qiu-chi was pulled home by Mrs. Qian, followed by several women who had good relations with their family. As for De Tunghua, still seated on the ground, no one uttered a word to her, and this silent disdain only heightened her humiliation. Upon arriving at their doorstep, Mrs. Qian did not immediately allow her in. Instead, she fetched some mugwort, soaking it in water and sprinkling it over Li Qiu-chi for protection against misfortune. Standing tall, Li Qiu-chi allowed Mrs. Qian to wash her down, feeling the need to rid herself of any lingering negativity. Once this was completed, they entered the house, and the women followed suit, subtly chastising De Tunghua while comforting Li Qiu-chi. After a few exchanges, Mrs. Qian politely ushered them out. "My Xiaochao has suffered quite a scare and needs to rest. Please come back another day." After seeing them off, Mrs. Qian could no longer hold back her tears. "Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Mother, rest assured, I am fine." The distance between Lushu village and Huaishu village was not great, and soon they arrived, where they could see their menacing group from afar, causing a villager from Lushu village to run and alert their village chief. Before they even reached the village chief's home, he appeared with two similarly burly men. Puzzled, he inquired, "What brings you here?" The village chief of Huaishu gestured for Li Daniu to step forward, who tossed the man they had brought before the village chief. The chief pointed with his chin. "Take a look. Is this person from your village?" Before the village chief of Lushu could scrutinize further, one of the men beside him called out, "Yang Lizi?" They approached for a closer look, and upon confirming it was indeed Yang Lizi, the village chief felt a sense of foreboding. "What is your purpose in coming here today?" Subsequently, the village chief of Huai Tree village recounted the events, albeit briefly mentioning the matter concerning De Taohua Dai in his narration. He focused on his own shamelessness in attempting to ambush Li Qiu-chi, only to be met with a beating in return. After hearing the full account, the village chief of Willow Tree village, with an impassive expression, remarked, "Yang Lizi is indeed one of ours, but he has always been a rogue. Even stealing from us at times, he is inherently wicked. Regardless of his character, he is still a member of your village, and as such, it is your responsibility to manage him. He has schemed against the daughters of our village, and we demand an explanation." Upon concluding, the village chief of Huai Tree village brought forth Li Qiu-chi. "Behold, it is his daughter whom he has wronged." Li Qiu-chi straightened his posture. "Indeed, he has plotted against my child. And furthermore, the injuries he bears were inflicted by my kin." The village chief of Willow Tree village hesitated. "While it is true he was in the wrong, you have already beaten and scolded him. Judging by his current state, it is clear he has taken in more punishment than he has exhaled. I shall ensure he is closely supervised in the future." The village chief of Huai Tree village retorted. "Is that all you have to say? Shouldn't the victim receive some form of compensation? The flustered village chief of Willow Tree Village found himself at a loss for words. Ah? Young Li is all alone. Without any wealth or family to support him. He even steals from the villagers, and we have no desire to intervene. It was then that one of his companions suggested, Chief, since this mess was caused by young Li himself, let him be responsible for his own restitution. Let us visit his home and see if there is anything he can offer as compensation. The village chief of Willow Tree Village nodded in agreement. It shall be done. Thus, Li Qiu-chi and his companions followed the village chief of Willow Tree Village to young Li's home, where they were met with a disheveled yard. Although the house was sparsely furnished, the ground was littered with refuse, clearly indicating a lack of cleanliness on young Li's part. Many of his possessions had already been sold off. You may search for yourselves and take whatever you deem fit. The villagers of Huai Tree covered their noses as they rummaged through the house, ultimately finding only a single table and a battered iron pot with a gaping hole. He does have a bed, Red Ying's father remarked, but it is so filthy that you may as well forego it to avoid any potential illness. Li Qiu-chi nodded. Then let us take the table and the iron pot. They descended upon the house in a flurry, only to depart just as swiftly, leaving the villagers of Willow Tree behind to unleash their wrath upon young Li. You have brought disgrace upon our village. As the adage goes, good news seldom leaves the house, while bad news travels far and wide. In such a place lacking in entertainment, gossip serves as a favored pastime. This has fostered a culture where reputation is of utmost importance. Each family and clan is intrinsically linked, and matters such as the Detaohua incident are often spoken of in terms of whose daughter was involved. However, when outsiders discuss the affair, they typically begin by naming someone from Huai Tree Village. This is a true reflection of how a single rat dropping can spoil a pot of porridge. It is precisely for this reason that the village chief of Willow Tree Village readily acquiesced to the notion of them taking their own belongings. If there were no compensation to be had, the reputation of Willow Tree Village would surely suffer further. Meanwhile, Gu's family in Willow Tree Village was in high spirits, counting their possessions and silver coins to prepare a bride price for Gu Wenqing. Suddenly, Gu Wenqing burst in, exclaiming, Something terrible has happened to Sister Xiao Qiao. Gu's mother immediately scolded, Silence, do not shout so loudly. We have no confirmation of anything yet. If word gets out, it could tarnish Xiao Cao's reputation. Unfazed by her reprimand, Gu Wenqing rushed to her mother and quickly recounted the events involving Li Qiu-chi. Chapter 109. Arrival originally calm, Gu's mother's voice rose even above Gu Wenqing's. What did you say? Gu Wenqing rubbed her ears, nearly deafened by the volume. You just told me to stop shouting. What time is it, and you still argue with me? Tell me, is Sister Xiao Qiao all right? Is she injured? She should be fine. I heard that young Li has injuries from punches as well as stab wounds from a dagger, on his legs, arms, and shoulders. I also heard that he was first injured by Sister Xiao Cao's dagger, followed by a beating from her family. Gu's mother, her anxious heart finally at ease, cursed, Damn young Li, he deserves to be beaten. If it weren't for my inability to intervene, I would have given him a good thrashing myself. And furthermore, mother, it was Detaohua who instigated this situation, providing young Li with money and instructing him to act. What? This too? This was disclosed by someone from Huai Tree Village, so it should be accurate. If that is the case, then all of Xiao Cao's suffering today stems from our family's unwarranted misfortune. Mother, will Xiao Qiao hold us responsible for this? She has never thought highly of my brother. If she blames us, will my brother ever find a wife? Gu's mother shot her a glare. Do not speak such ill omens, Gu Wenqing pouted. Fine, I won't say anything. Gu's mother began pacing the room. This won't do? I must devise a plan. After much contemplation, she concluded that the best course of action would be to visit and apologize, for in her eyes, all that Li Qiu-chi had endured was due to Gu Wenqing. Just imagine, had Li Qiu-chi not been so brave, had she not possessed a weapon, given the disparity in strength, she would undoubtedly have suffered. Additionally, as a scholar, Gu Wenqing's marriage prospects had attracted considerable attention. Yet those suitors were of little consequence to him. This was his first clear expression of interest in a girl, hence Gu's mother placed greater importance upon it. Knowing that Li Qiu-chi would be selling tofu in the morning, she planned to visit the Li family around noon. Upon arriving, Li Qiu-chi was taken aback to see two visitors at her doorstep. Gu's mother greeted her with a smile. The chicken my son brought home was delicious, and I thought to purchase another. Recognizing them as customers, Li Qiu-chi welcomed them inside and called for Qianshi to attend to them. Qianshi wasted no time and led Gu's mother to the chicken coop, which was merely a fenced area with a few makeshift nests against the wall. The chickens generally roamed within this enclosed space. Qianshi pointed to the chickens inside. There are a few hens that lay eggs and are not for sale. You may choose from the rest. In an effort to converse with Qian and prolong her visit, Gu's mother took her time selecting the chickens. Noticing that Gu's mother and Qian were engrossed in conversation, Gu Wenxuan wandered off. Spotting Li Qiu-chi soaking soybeans, she approached and crouched beside her. Li Qiu-chi glanced at her. What brings you here? I don't know much about chickens. I'll leave that to my mother. Are you soaking beans for tofu? Li Qiu-chi nodded. Yes. Thereafter, Li Qiu-chi resumed her tasks while Gu Wenxuan stayed beside her, watching. However, it wasn't long before something white darted into the vegetable patch, prompting her to exclaim, "A rabbit is eating your vegetable leaves." Li Qiu-chi set down what she was holding and rushed to the garden to catch the rabbit, but it proved to be particularly sprightly. Evading her grasp, she called out, "Xiao Baozi, Xiao Taohua, your rabbit has escaped. Come quickly." The first to emerge was Xiao Taohua, her eyes lighting up as she dashed forward, with Xiao Baozi following closely behind. Thus, with their combined efforts, they successfully captured the rabbit. Upon returning it to its hutch, they discovered that, unbeknownst to them, the rabbit had dug a hole, and upon counting, they found 2 were missing. The group then resumed their search around the yard. Gu Wenxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was her first time participating in such an endeavor, and she found it immensely entertaining. Observing the children from the Li family enjoying themselves, Gu's mother refrained from mentioning their departure, instead remaining in the yard to watch them. As they scoured the yard for the rabbit, Gu Wenxuan was the first to spot one, exclaiming, "There it is!" The group quickly regrouped to chase after the rabbit. In their eagerness, Xiao Taohua and Gu Wenxuan collided with one another, both exclaiming, "Ouch!" The force of their impact sent them tumbling to the ground. Just as the rabbit was about to dart towards the fence, Li Qiu-chi disregarded the 2 of them and sprinted after it, managing to catch it just before it could escape. Turning to face her companions, she found Xiao Taohua and Gu Wenxuan helping each other up, sharing a glance before bursting into laughter. The other rabbit that had fled was captured by Xiao Baozi. Gu Wenxuan, still eager for more, watched as Li Qiu-chi and the others blocked the rabbit hole, wishing to join in but was stopped by Li Qiu-chi, leaving her to watch helplessly. Having spent a considerable amount of time at the Li household, Gu's mother finally suggested it was time to leave. Taking with her the selected chickens, as they departed, Li Qiu-chi turned to Qian. "Did Gu Xiukai's mother mention anything to you? What could she possibly say? It is merely a matter concerning Gu Wenxing. Has she spoken to you about a marriage proposal?" Qian shook her head. "Not at all, but she did mention the incident with the earrings last time and indicated that this matter is related to their family as Gu Xiucai. She specifically came to apologize, finding it difficult to approach you directly, so she confided in me." Li Qiu-chi observed Qian's hesitation and remarked, "Mother, if you wish to discuss marriage, please refrain from doing so. I have no desire to hear it. Merely 16 years of age, she is still akin to a child in modern times, immersed in her studies. How could she possibly consider marriage?" Qian promptly sealed her lips. Previously, due to the earring incident, she had spoken to Li Qiu-chi, but later it became clear that the earring matter was a misunderstanding, thereby altering their sentiments. Such casualness is understandable. After all, in this impoverished and remote locale, Gu Xiucai is indeed a commendable match in all aspects. To divert Qian's attention, Li Qiu-chi stated, "Mother, weren't you inquiring about the use of soybean dregs? I have discovered an edible solution." As anticipated. Upon hearing this, Qian's interest was piqued. "What have you found?" Chapter 110. Food. Li Qiu-chi recounted the methods she had uncovered regarding the utilization of soybean dregs. Firstly, they may be employed to create fermented soybean dregs, using the dregs as a base, which can be fermented under specific conditions. The fermentation bacteria for this process are the mold found on straw. However, Li Qiu-chi chose not to elaborate on this, knowing it would be beyond Qian's comprehension. Additionally, soybean dregs can be prepared for breakfast. After draining the water from the dregs, heat oil until moderately hot, then saute some Sichuan pepper and garlic before adding the dregs and stir-frying until cooked. A generous sprinkle of chopped green onions is advised, along with a pinch of salt, though not excessively. Coupled with soybean milk, pickled vegetables, and sesame pancakes or steamed buns, it makes for a delightful breakfast. Soybean dregs can also be used to make porridge by mixing equal parts dregs and flour, adding a little water to form a paste, and then pouring it into boiling water, cooking briefly until ready. Li Qiu-chi clapped her hands together. There is also a dish called Jin Yu Piao Xiang, which requires an appropriate amount of soybean dregs, chopped green onions, minced ginger, 2 eggs, salt, and oil. After sautéing the green onions in oil, add the soybean dregs and stir-fry, then crack in the eggs and continue to stir-fry. Qian shook her head repeatedly. "This requires too many ingredients," Li Qiu-chi continued. "There is also a soybean dreg pancake that needs 3 eggs, An appropriate amount of soybean dregs, along with green onions, salt, and oil in moderation. Mix these together and simply fry them into pancakes. Soybean dregs can also be fashioned into steamed buns by combining them with flour, kneading them into shape and steaming them. Qian remarked, but this requires either eggs or flour, both of which are rather costly. To achieve good flavor, such ingredients are unavoidable. Previously, our meals were insipid, yet with an increase in oil and salt. The taste has vastly improved, has it not? Qian nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Oil and salt are inherently precious commodities. Qian became curious. Speaking of which, we haven't purchased oil or salt in quite some time. Given the lavish nature of your cooking, we should have run out by now. Li Qiu-chi felt a surge of guilt. The reason the seasoning still remained in the kitchen was due to her discreetly adding a little each day. She dared not add too much, but a pinch here and there would go unnoticed. She swiftly changed the subject. Mother, soybean dregs can be used for other dishes as well. Let me continue. Qian smiled. Very well, please go on. Next came the soybean dreg meatballs, requiring soybean dregs, lean meat, eggs, vegetables, and flour. The lean meat and vegetables need to be finely chopped, mixed with the dregs, eggs, and flour, seasoned with salt, and formed into meatballs to be boiled until cooked through. Then there is soybean dreg spare ribs, which involves ribs, soybean dregs, soy milk, and seasonal vegetables in suitable quantities. The ribs should be thoroughly cleaned and boiled before being simmered until tender, followed by the addition of soybean dregs and soy milk, with careful stirring to avoid sticking. Once the dregs have lost their raw bean scent, finely chopped seasonal vegetables can be mixed in with the ribs. Aside from soybean dreg spare ribs, there is also a dish called soybean dreg pig's head, which is far more intricate to prepare. Under Qian's incredulous gaze, Li Qiu-chi calmly described the process for making soybean dreg pig's head. First, procure a pig's head. Remove all residual hair, clean it thoroughly, and extract the bones, discarding any scraps. The pig's head meat and bones should be placed in a large pot, boiled briefly, then washed clean in clear water and set aside. The next step involves steaming the soybean dregs until cool and squeezing out the excess water. Saute the soybean dregs in lard over low heat, scraping the pot with a spatula to prevent burning, until the dregs and oil are well combined. Additional lard can be added and cooked until the dregs are fragrant and no longer greasy, then set aside. Next, prepare the accompanying ingredients, which include ginger, green onions, Sichuan pepper, black pepper, star anise, and grass fruit. Finally, combine the prepared ingredients with the pig's head bones and meat in a pot, bring to a vigorous boil, seal the pot with grass paper, and simmer over high heat for about 2 hours. Once the time is up, remove the grass paper, serve the pig's head meat, and pour the original broth over the sauteed soybean dregs, mixing well to complete the dish. Before Li Qiu-chi began her exposition on soybean dreg pig's head, it was a traditional delicacy of Sichuan cuisine. Typically, an ordinary pig's head would not be served. Yet the soybean dreg pig's head, with its rich brown hue, thick sauce, tender meat, and fragrant, crispy dregs, has become a celebrated dish at banquets. As she spoke of the soybean dreg pig's head, Qian silently placed a hand over her chest, and upon Li Qiu-chi finishing her description, she gasped, nearly choking on her breath. This is far too extravagant. Setting aside the spices, where do we find the means to afford an entire pig's head? Little grass, dishes that are so complex and costly need not be discussed. Let us focus on simpler preparations, she implored. Li Qiu-chi nodded and continued. Soybean dregs can also be made into steamed buns, with a method quite similar to that of regular buns, merely requiring the addition of soybean dregs. She discovered a recipe for soybean dreg muffins, yet refrained from sharing it, as it called for not only basic ingredients like eggs and flour, but also milk powder, honey, ice cream, or jam, none of which were available to the Li family. Although Li Qiu-chi could procure them from her spatial resources, the multitude of eyes in the household would undoubtedly notice the discrepancies. After detailing the soybean dreg buns, she proceeded to mention stir-fried soybean dregs. Having previously discussed this, she opted not to elaborate further. When it came to the method for preparing soybean dreg duck, Qian interjected before she could finish. We don't have any ducks at home. Let us skip that one. Following her lead, Li Qiu-chi moved on. According to the book's order, she should now introduce curry soybean dregs. Yet she skipped this as well, for curry was simply unavailable here. Soybean dregs can also be transformed into nut porridge, which involves gently roasting walnuts, pine nuts, and almonds until fragrant and chopping them into small pieces. The soybean dregs are then mixed with corn flour and sufficient cold water to form a paste, which is poured into boiling water. Stir with a ladle until evenly mixed, then continue boiling for a short while longer. The prepared soybean dreg porridge can be served in small bowls, garnished with pine nuts, walnuts, and almond pieces. Qian swallowed hard and remarked, "Walnuts, pine nuts, and almonds are all precious ingredients. You may find it hard to believe, but I have never had the pleasure of tasting them in my lifetime." Li Qiu-chi paused and replied, "When we come across some for sale, I shall buy a few for you to try." Qian quickly waved her hands in protest. "No, no, such items are exceedingly rare and would surely be expensive." "Not to worry. We have a small business now, and we are not entirely destitute. Besides, we can buy a few to sample. It's not as if we would be purchasing them daily, is it?" Qian relented. "Very well, do as you see fit. After all, most of the family's money is in your possession." Chapter 111. Feed at this juncture. Li Qiu-chi had nearly exhausted the list of dishes that could be prepared with soybean dregs. According to the book's insights, soybean dregs can also serve a cosmetic purpose, as they are an excellent natural skincare product, suitable for use as a facial mask. However, individuals struggling to meet basic needs would hardly concern themselves with such matters. Thus, Li Qiu-chi opted to move on to the traditional use of soybean dregs as animal feed. Previously, she was only aware that soybean dregs could be fed to pigs and chickens, but she had not been very diligent about the practical application. During this time, Qian had simply scattered the dregs for the chickens, who seemed to thrive on them, so Li Qiu-chi had not interfered. However, her recent research in technical text had expanded her understanding of this aspect. Soybean dregs can be fermented into animal feed, as they are nutrient-rich and provide a multifaceted benefit when fed to livestock and poultry. However, soybean dregs are not without their drawbacks. Tio explained scientifically, they contain 3 anti-nutritional factors: trypsin inhibitors, goitrogens, and hemagglutinins. Among these, trypsin inhibitors can impede the digestion and absorption of soybean protein within animals, potentially leading to diarrhea and stunted growth. Moreover, fresh bean dregs are challenging to preserve, as they are prone to mold and spoilage. Consumption of raw bean dregs by pigs results in increased and foul-smelling excrement, with a significant portion of nutrients remaining unabsorbed, leading to unnecessary waste. Therefore, it is essential for the dregs to undergo fermentation with a fermenting agent before being fed to animals. The chickens in their household have consumed bean dregs for an extended period without apparent issues, likely because they do not eat in large quantities, and chickens possess a relatively short digestive tract, meaning ingested materials do not linger long within their bodies. If the dregs are intended for pig feeding, fermentation is necessary, and fermenting bean dregs is indeed a technical endeavor. The initial step in fermenting the dregs involves preparing the materials appropriately. Firstly, one must prepare a feed fermenting agent at a ratio of 0.2 of the weight of the fermentation materials. Naturally, this feed fermenting agent is a product of modern agricultural technology, allowing for better quality control. While traditional natural fermentation can be employed without the agent, this method results in less quality control, often leading to unstable feed that is susceptible to contamination by undesirable bacteria. Consequently, Li Qiu-chi opted to exchange for a feed fermenting agent from the space. Although this was a matter to be addressed after the new year. According to Qian, this season does not offer piglets for purchase, thereby temporarily suspending her pig-rearing plans. Once the feed fermenting agent is prepared, it should be diluted with fresh rice bran in a ratio of 1:5 to 10, meaning for every 1 kilogram of fermenting agent, one should add 5 to 10 kilograms of rice bran. Subsequently, straw should be crushed and added at around 5 to 15, followed by approximately 60 bean dregs, with the remainder being replaced by rice bran. The ratio of rice bran to bean dregs can be adjusted based on the moisture content of the dregs and other practical considerations. Finally, the prepared bean dregs fermenting agent is added. Throughout the fermentation process, moisture control is paramount. Thus, careful attention to moisture levels must be maintained from the initial mixing of the feed until fermentation is complete. The technical manual that Li Qiu-chi consulted provided figures derived from expert experiments, such as maintaining moisture content between 60 and 65. Given the specialized nature of this information, she refrained from delving into intricate details, opting instead to convey the essentials in simpler terms to Qian. While managing moisture, it is equally important to ensure proper sealing during fermentation, regardless of the method employed. After sealing for 1 to 3 days, the emergence of a wine-like aroma indicates successful fermentation. During this period, it is crucial not to frequently open the bags for inspection. If opened, they should be promptly resealed. Although Li Qiu-chi had already streamlined the process, her lengthy explanation left Qian somewhat bewildered. The only aspect she grasped was that the bean dregs could not be fed to pigs directly, but required a cumbersome series of steps beforehand. In simpler terms, it was quite troublesome, Li Qiu-chi sighed, conceding that the matter of fermenting bean dregs could wait until next year when piglets could be procured. For now, they should first try cooking 2 dishes made from bean dregs. They decided to start with simple recipes. Drawing from her research, Li Qiu-chi selected 3 straightforward dishes: fragrant golden rice, bean-dreg pancakes, and bean-dreg buns. This time, she took the reins in the kitchen. With Qian and Ho-Hot assisting her. It was her first experience cooking with bean dregs. She meticulously followed the instructions from the book to avoid any mishaps. Her efforts were rewarded, as she successfully prepared 3 dishes that received praise from the family. Among them, Xiaodawawa was the most enthusiastic, showering Li Qiu-chi with compliments after each bite. Observing her boisterous demeanor, Qian interjected, "Eat properly. We all know the food is delicious. No need for you to keep saying it. With such generous amounts of oil, eggs, and flour, how could it not taste good?" Once Xiaodawawa quieted down, Li Qiu-chi felt a sense of relief. It was worth noting that Xiaodawawa had been bustling in the kitchen ever since she learned about Li Qiu-chi's cooking endeavor. Li Zhuju took a hearty bite of the bean dreg bun and remarked, "Since it's edible, why not keep it for ourselves instead of feeding it to the chickens? We already have an abundance of tofu to consume daily. Well, we can eat as much as we want. I simply cannot bear to see the chickens consume what we can eat," Li Qiu-chi said, shaking her head in resignation. The Li family had endured hardships and was always frugal with food. After the meal, Li Qiu-chi wandered to the stove dedicated to making soy milk when Xiao Baozi entered. Xiao Baozi was not one to disturb others. Ever since Li Qiu-chi bought him a book, he had immersed himself in reading and practicing writing. Fortunately, Li Qiu-chi required him to tend to the rabbits daily, including cleaning their cage, which ensured he maintained some level of physical activity. Given his typically unintrusive nature, Xiao Baozi's approach during Li Qiu-chi's soy milk preparation indicated he had something on his mind. While gathering firewood near the stove, she inquired, "Xiao Baozi, did you come to see me about something?" He shyly smiled. "My leg has been better for several days. May I now join forth uncle in studying?" Li Qiu-chi smacked her forehead in realization. "I can't believe I forgot such an important matter." "My apologies, Xiao Baozi. It was my oversight." He smiled graciously. "It's no trouble at all. You're busy with so many things daily, so it's understandable that you might forget." Li Qiu-chi crouched down to meet his gaze. "Thank you." Chapter 112. Marriage. Li Qiu-chi took Xiao Baozi to find Li Zhuju to discuss the matter of schooling. Naturally, Li Zhuju was in favor of this initiative. However, when Li Qiu-chi proposed that the other children also attend school, he strongly opposed the idea. His primary objection was financial. According to Li Qiu-chi, the family would need to cover the education expenses for 4 children, which Li Zhuju immediately dismissed. He stated, "That is simply impossible. Our family can only afford to support Xiao Baozi's education. He is intelligent and eager to learn, and there is potential for him to achieve something noteworthy." However, the others, Daniu,